Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 39, 36, Drunken Fist and Other Tales. So I was drunk as a skunk at this point. Just completely wasted. The only thing that kept me from blacking out was the fact that cultivators are bullshit. So instead of poisoning myself and utterly destroying my liver, the Thousand Venom Snake whiskey was only making me more powerful. It was literally being refined into my very soul and allowing me to make a breakthrough. Savage listened as his new friend spun a gripping tale. A tale of an alien world where power beyond imagination was up for the taking. A world of equality grasped through pure power and grievous inequality because of that same power all in one. A world that seemed to celebrate the will of men over everything else, the will to defy the heavens themselves. It was fascinating. Equal parts inspiring and dread-inducing. Shawn's story enraptured Savage. And he wasn't alone. Everyone at the bar listened as if Shawn tugged their strings tightly with every word. Shawn continued, "Now, you've got to remember that I was still relatively new to all of this cultivation stuff at the time. And compared to the big players, I might as well have been a fly on the wall. Yet, I was forging my own path, and as drunk and silly as it might have been, the heavens seemed to respond positively to that initiative. At some point during my first bender, I somehow managed to enter myself in the tournament of the decade. A space for the younger generations to battle it out and prove themselves. I was just a street orphan, hopeless, crippled, and above all else, drunk as hell. No one expected anything from me. Not when I was up against the young masters, jade beauties, and heavenly prodigies from a sizable portion of the world." Shawn chuckled to himself as he spoke, shaking his head nostalgically. "What happened next?" Diana asked, utterly captivated by Shawn's story. "Yeah, goth boy. Tell us, tell us, tell us." Harley chimed. "What happened next?" Shawn smirked. "Well, I fought, of course. Drunk off my ass and utterly out of my depth, I fought until the very end of the tournament. I fought my way through unmatched arrogance and venerated talent, pissing off the crowd and my opponents with each match I drunkenly won. The young masters, pampered and perfectly cultivated to bring out their full potential, fell before my drunken fist. The jade beauties, the pride of their individual sects, were charmingly wooed by drunken rambling until they blushed red and surrendered without a fight. And the heavenly prodigies, future gods in their own right, were laid as low as they could be brought by a heavenly drunkard, tasting the earth when all they once knew was the heavens. My final victory was an utter humiliation to the tournament and the society that cultivators clung so tightly to. They took it as me spitting in their face. And since face, something akin to reputation, is the most important thing a cultivator has, above even personal power, well, as you might expect, they took that personally. Wicked." Harley exhaled in near breathless awe. "So you made yourself the personal enemy of a whole society of godlike men and women?" Penguin asked, amused by something. "How many times does that make now?" "Yeah, it sounds like this is a habit of yours, Mr. Barkeep," Flash added to the joke. Bruce glared, not at anything specific, just in general. "I can certainly see how you in particular could manage to piss off an entire world." "It's exactly something Shawn would do," Barbara agreed flatly. Shawn chuckled. "Yeah, the cultivators didn't tend to like me. Or they did all too much. It was either love or hate with them. No in-between. In fact, after winning the tournament, more than a dozen people swore to slaughter me and 10 generations of my family. And when that threat came from a cultivator, people usually listened." Two-Face winced. "Harsh. Harsh. Mate, that's straight fucked up." Boomerang chuffed. Clark grimaced. "This wasn't a world of strict law and order, was it?" "Oh death, no," Shawn shook his head. "Purely might makes right. If you had the power to do something, you did it and you weren't likely to see any consequences." Diana frowned fiercely. "What a deplorable place for the common man to live." "Those were the ones who hated you," Dee noted with a twinkle in her eye. "What of the ones who loved you, Shawn?" Shawn smirked a wickedly proud smirk. The jade beauties. Those girls were quite literally transcendently beautiful. And oh so deliciously repressed. I had a lot of fun cracking through their ice-like demeanors. Though my many, many dalliances certainly didn't help my likability with the rest of the cultivators." Savage nodded and laughed. "Ha ha ha. As it should be. If you do not leave spiteful brothers and fathers in your wake, can you truly call yourself a man?" "Yes," Clark deadpanned. "A good man, at that." "No husbands?" Riddler asked, amused. "Oh, plenty of husbands," Shawn confirmed. "Cultivators didn't tend to make the best spouses. Something to do with the rampant narcissism and seeing their partner as nothing more than a tool to progress their personal power. Honestly, those poor women deserved way more love than they were getting in their relationships. I made it a personal mission of mine to give neglected wives the nights of their lives. Delta is parallel to, Cass' expression was open-mouthed with overly dramatic shock. The legendary drunken Nettery rescue for a good cause. He is the chosen one. Barbara sputtered, Cass. How the hell do you know that word dash? Actually, I shouldn't even be surprised, should I? It's you. Nettery. Kara cocked her head innocently. Isn't that one of the genres in the research material you gave me, Babs? Thinking quickly, Barbara covered her friend's mouth, hee. Of course not. I certainly didn't get an innocent girl like you into pleasures of righteous Nettery / reverse NTR / rescued kink. Especially not in front of your planet-cracking cousin. Barbara hissed that last sentence, glancing frantically at Clark. Clark just shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about and something tells me I don't want to know. Shawn chuckled at their antics. Hey, anyway. I made myself enemy number one for all cultivators through interesting methods in that life. At one point, about half a dozen sects were chasing me down all at once. And I just spent my time drinking to cultivate with increasingly potent brews and drunkenly smacking down anyone who said, you dare, in my general vicinity. Flash sniffled theatrically, he's a true hero. He's a true menace, you mean, Tim snarked. Harley straight out cackled, clutching her sides, oh, that's too good. Gothboy, the drunken menace, fucker of wives, and bane of arrogant jerkasses. Also the closest thing that world had to a patron saint of alcohol, Shawn added. Yes, how could we forget? Jason asked sarcastically. You became a godlike being and achieved what was essentially immortality through drinking. Shawn nodded matter-of-factly, drinking enough to kill an entire country. Or a whole dwarven hold. Or 2 adult dragons. Diana stared at him. I believe Dionysus will be wanting words with you, Shawn. He'll either be inordinately proud or quite angry at you for disgracing his domain. He's welcome to come have words with me. Even in this life, I'm confident I can drink him under the table, Shawn said dismissively. I'm not all that familiar with Greek mythology. Ivy prefaced. But isn't challenging a Greek god, like, the absolute last thing you want to do? Diana shook her head. Yes, it tends to end badly for everyone involved. Even the gods on occasion. Though with Shawn. Little D ain't got shit on me, Shawn played up his arrogance for the bit. The worst part is I can actually see that being true, Diana sighed. Ha. That is a good name for him. I simply must use it the next time we cross paths. Little D, ha. Savage laughed uproariously, smacking the bar top. So which came first? Humanity or its gods? After a moment of silence to process that, Penguin asked a curious and shrewd question. Savage grinned, humanity. The gods are old, yes. But no older than the first true civilizations. All of the older gods have been long since lost to time. I can confidently tell you that I was there when some of the gods you know first rose to godhood. Crikey. Boomerang exclaimed in quiet awe. Yeah. That certainly makes you reconsider everything you thought you knew. Riddler muttered, equally in awe. How does that even work? Jason asked, insatiably curious at the prospect of hearing human history from someone who lived all of it. Shawn matched Savage's grin with a lighter smirk. Sounds like it's your turn for story time, Savage. Haha, very well. Savage laughed his booming agreement. Gather round, little ones. I shall tell you of my journeys in the Greece of old. A proper tale of Aegean adventure and how I gave rise to the first of the Greek gods. Clark eyed Diana out of the corner of his eye. Diana. Are you okay with this? It's not blasphemy or something. Diana simply waved, hardly. If anything, this will be educational. The gods themselves don't know their origins. Greek culture and faith are scarcely similar to the more popular faiths of the modern age. While we respect our gods intensely, we do not hold the same reverence that the Abrahamic faiths do for theirs, for example. I would be surprised if they knew their origins. Savage exclaimed. I believe to most effectively tell my tale, I should start with how most gods come about. Wait. Shawn, do you have a pen and paper? I need to take notes on this, Jason practically begged, excitement clear in his. Everything at the moment. Make that 2, Riddler insisted, equally as excited. No, 3, Diana added. No one else spoke up to ask for a 4th set of pen and paper. Knees. Harley jeered playfully. Ivy tittered behind her hand. This is becoming more lecture time than story time. Ha. Savage threw his head back with all-consuming energy. Yes, it has been too long since I taught the secrets of the world to the youth. How delightful. Prepare yourself, children. Savage's class is in session. The obvious signs of his energy disappeared. Savage settled into his seat with his back set straight and tall in a way that attracted the eye and held attention. And though he didn't laugh boisterously as he usually would, the passion in his voice didn't diminish at all. Lesson 1. How to make a god. The esoterics are quite, well, esoteric. But the core process is relatively simple. A god is nothing more than a legend. A legend? Riddler asked, audibly confused. Savage elaborated further, yes, a legend. One that has been purified, refined, and animated. A god is a crystallized story that has taken a life of its own. One spread from man to man, father to son until it becomes something more than mere common knowledge. Humanity is more powerful than almost anyone ever realizes. That story spreads throughout a culture, a society, or a civilization. It collects momentum and belief with each retelling. It gathers faith. And if the stars align correctly, it will eventually spawn a god. And so, a god is a legend elevated. They embody the core of their tales. Perhaps not the legend itself, but the message, the moral, the true meaning behind it. Gods are not born, my children. They are created. Nearly all gods originally hail from the minds of mere men. The audience hung off Savage's words just as they hung off Shawn's. Savage allowed himself a grin. The awe, shock, disbelief, and damn near revelation he saw in those who listened was almost intoxicating. Yes, he could certainly see why Shawn enjoyed telling his stories here so much. There are exceptions, of course. The presence, or biblical God as you likely know him, is the most significant. Gods and God with a capital G are two different beasts entirely. Lady Didi is in this same category. They existed long before men could hope to spawn them. And sometimes, gods are crafted in reverse, being based on something very tangible, a creature, an event, or occasionally even a man, and only ascending to true divinity after their legends spread. But the vast majority of the time, a god begins as a story, becomes a legend, and then is divinely created in a whole new form. Oh. My. God. Jason uttered in whispered awe, wonder and dread filling his voice in equal measure. Hee, fitting. Kara giggled. Cass' face scrunched up in intense thought. The knowledge of the gods is confusing. I could totally make a god of memes though. Cass, no, Bruce growled. Asterisk omega asterisk, Cass stuck her tongue out at him maturely. Nay. Just try and stop me. The process is likely already in motion, Shawn commented absently. What with how prevalent and notable memes are in modern society? A meme god is practically inevitable. All hail, Lord Memeus. Harley declared, making a big show of bowing as if in worship. Barbara hung her head in faux defeat, Lord Memeus help us all. Savage laughed, haha, it will not be the first joke god I've seen. They are usually quite fun and unpredictable, if short-lived. Diana nodded as she wrote, I was correct. This is already extremely educational. I was aware the gods were intrinsically tied to their legends but not that it extended to such an extent. However, I do believe if I brought these notes back to Themyscira, I would be smote by the gods above immediately. Yes, make no mistake, Savage cautioned. While gods come from the stories of men, they are not human. Their origins do not detract from their divinity. Most will defend said divinity with extreme prejudice. It is in their nature. For without their divinity, they are less than nothing. Mere words long since lost to the wind. So are gods technically even alive? Riddler asked, ever curious. If I may. Diana requested permission. Savage nodded for her to continue. Yes and no. Not in the same way as a human is alive, but there is still a certain form of life there. The gods, at least, the Greek gods I'm most familiar with, have intelligence and agency to call their own, but they tend to fall into certain patterns, based on their myths and legends. Everything about them is heavily tinted by their natures and divine domains. My, pardon the pun, God, this is also fascinating, Riddler marveled. Savage laughed, free, clear, and very loud, we haven't even gotten to the best part yet. My adventures in and around the Aegean yearn to be told. Listen closely, my children, and I shall tell you of the Greece I once knew. His audience did just that. Riddler leaned in as if to hear him better, Jason scrambled to pick back up his pen, and Diana easily ceded the floor back to him. The rest of the audience was nearly just as intent, heroes and villains giving Savage everything from polite to enthralled attention. It's kind of weird to keep calling us your children, Tim muttered. Shawn chuckled at him, really? Are you going to dispute his claim? No, I get it. He's old and we're probably all descended from him in some way. Tim grumbled. It's just weird. With a hearty chuckle from his gut, Savage began his tale. There was no Greece when I first came to the Aegean. Instead, I found many, many disparate tribes. Like anywhere else I went at the time. I was not young then, but I also wasn't what I now consider old. I wandered there for some time, from tribe to tribe and small settlement to small settlement. During my wanders, I bedded many women, fought even more men, and hunted beasts uncountable. My reputation quickly spread as a man who could handle any trial. Some of the tribes and fledgling city-states began to hire me to solve their troubles. Of these troubles, I never failed once. I slayed a many-headed serpent and a lion with a pelt of gold. I conquered horses and bulls that no other could tame. And with every trial I bested, I was rewarded handsomely. Weapons, magic, gold, fame, and best of all, women. Oh, the women of the Aegean. Truly, I have known few cultures that I came to love and that loved me so. Hold up, Jason stopped him with an incredulously raised hand. Are you trying to tell us that you were Hercules? That contemptible fool. Savage scoffed scathingly. Never. I merely inspired the legends that inspired his legend. Diana visibly reined herself back in, a twitching sword hand calming by the moment, not Hercules. Good. That's good. I cannot control what my legend inspires, Savage reasoned. Even if it inspired a deplorable figure like him. Why, my many affairs with the women of the Aegean and my brief time as a god king of Lemnos later went on to inspire the birth of Zeus. Should I be held responsible for all of the actions of the Greek pantheon? Nay, they may have found a fertile field in my legends, but their legends are their own. Diana nodded, my apologies. I have long-standing issues with Hercules. As you rightfully should. He is a poor excuse for a hero. As if the gods could ever hope to command anything of me. Much less 12 labors. The very idea is laughable. I laugh, ha 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 ha. Savage exclaimed, bringing fierce passion to his defense. So. Hercules and Zeus. Is that it? Or did you inspire any other myths and legends? Jason asked intently. Savage waved, I'm sure there were others. Those two were just the most grievous, the most obvious. Nearly half of Greek mythology is familiar to me, and not simply because I've been hearing their stories for a few thousand years. This is more than a little insane. Two-Face shook his head in disbelief. Penguin smirked at him, I don't know what else you were expecting from the immortal firstman, Dent. Two-Face grunted, fair. I don't know what I was expected either. Harley waved her hand SOSO. Being the inspiration for Hercules and Zeus is cool, I guess. But I think I prefer Gothboy's immortal adventures more. The wacky shit he gets up to never gets old. Savage sighed dramatically as if admitting defeat, very well, I tried. It seems I still have a long way to go to match you, Shawn my friend. Perhaps I should seek to expand my wanders to the space beyond our most holy earth, haha. I think that's a wonderful idea, Savage, Shawn grinned wickedly. I'm sure one of Earth's many Green Lanterns would be willing to take some time off to show you around. Oh, row, Clark groaned. You're going to give John an aneurysm. Splendid. Savage roared with laughter. Put in a good word for me, will you? Tell him to expect a savage. Hey, Shawn. Kara asked, innocent and earnest like a little Kryptonian puppy. Can you tell us about one of your space adventures? For you, Kara. Absolutely, Shawn smiled fondly. And I think I have just the one in mind. One that should hold even Savage's attention. And be suitably wacky and insane. He nodded to Harley at that last line and then turned to Barbara, sorry in advance, Babs. Barbara paused and stilled, oh, God. That can't mean anything good. Why are you apologizing? Shawn smirked at her, well, for this story, we'll have to revisit a reality that you've kind of banned. For this, we have to go back to the many, many wars of the 41st millennium. Fuck. Barbara paled. Bruce seemed to realize what Shawn was referring to as well, fuck. A grunt of sudden shock was torn from Two-Face's throat, ah, shit. This is that unending war, one, ain't it? Is it really that bad? Clark asked Bruce. Likely worse. Barbara only got a peek at that universe, and even then, her report detailed death on a scale that far exceeded WW1 and WW2 combined. Bruce elaborated. Diana sobered, unending war can never be considered a good thing. Au contraire, fair warrior maiden. Savage disagreed, seemingly the only one enthused by the hints of what was to come. Unending war means unending competition. Unending chances to hone the blade. Why, humanity must be positively thriving in this future. They aren't, Shawn shot Savage down unequivocally. They very much aren't. Humanity had spread across the stars, yes. But their empire was a wretched, stagnating thing held together by faith, duct tape and strings of shared hatred. It was perhaps one of the worst outcomes humanity could have hoped for other than outright extinction. That gave Savage a moment of pause. Ah. So I am mistaken. Truly unfortunate. I dread to hear of a humanity that has fallen so far. No matter. For our future, I shall do everything in my power to ensure such a fate does not come to pass. Thankfully, tonight's story doesn't focus on the tragically ironic failure that humanity became. No, tonight, we're talking about the Xenos that inhabited the galaxy alongside humanity, Shawn said. And to give you the proper context, we must first go back 60 million years to before humanity even descended from the trees of ancient Terra. Backstory. Savage quickly regained his proper energy and enthusiasm. Wonderful. A casual 60 million years is a hell of a step back, mate, Boomerang commented. Perhaps, Shawn allowed. But it's necessary that we go back to when most intelligent life was still new in the universe. Our theme of unending war is still prevalent even then. We focus on two species, the Necronter and the Old Ones. For this story, the Necronter are our special little guys. Special boys. Harley cooed before breaking out into laughter. Watch them turn out to be just straight-up war crime machines, Tim deadpanned. These two species, well, let's just say they didn't get along. The Old Ones were practically all-powerful. Great psychic mages who were perhaps the first intelligent beings to rise in the galaxy. They crafted life itself, bent dimensions to their will, and could do just about anything they set their minds to. In comparison, the Necronter were a damned race, cursed by their home planet. They lived short, radiation-filled lives. And when they went to the Old Ones for aid in changing their situation, they were refused. The Necronter didn't take kindly to this refusal. They rebelled against the all-powerful Old Ones. And so began the War in Heaven, a galaxy-spanning conflict that reshaped and ravaged the psychic fabric of the galaxy and gave birth to three god-beast parasites even more powerful than the Old Ones. The fact that Shawn began his story with a retelling of this War in Heaven didn't help assuage worries at all. The audience listened with uneasy existential horror. And yet, they couldn't help but be enthralled by his words as usual. As you might expect, the Necronter didn't do so well against their all-powerful foes. They were pushed nearly to the edge of extinction until something changed. The Necronter discovered the Tan. The Star Devouring Gods. What a horrifying title, Catwoman muttered. Yeah, it really doesn't inspire hope, at all, Kara agreed, pouting slightly. I'll bet they end up being big meanies. Shawn just chuckled knowingly and continued, pacts were made with these Tan, an alliance was formed, and for once, things began to look up for the Necronter. In a fashion, of course. The Tan were not kind masters but they could easily match the Old Ones. And that was enough for the time. I don't think I can stress just how powerful the Tan were. Where the Old Ones were masters of the psychic immaterium, the Tan dominated the material world with an iron fist. Anything real, they bent to their will. From the most immutable concepts of physics to the most malleable. Time, space, gravity, energy, matter, and everything in between, the Tan had no limits when it came to molding the universe to their whims. For a time, everything went well for the Necronter and their new 10 allies. They began to win out against the Old Ones and their vassal races. But the Tan ever hungered for more. Dread filled Clark's voice, that can't be good. Gee, you think? Tim snarked. The star-devouring gods weren't happy with just stars. Yeah, that sounds like a grand old time. I think it's fair to call the situation foobar, Penguin added with a slightly uneasy smirk. Not just fucked up beyond all recognition, Jason corrected. More like fucked up beyond everything holy and right in the world. Damn, mate, Boomerang shook his head. You know shit's fucked when even foobar doesn't cover it all. Ivy shushed them, hush, boys, I want to hear where Shawn is going with this one. Savage laughed, indeed. 'Tis a cruel but fascinating world that Shawn tells us of. Shawn continued, stars could no longer satisfy the Tan's hunger. And so, they turned their sights to something more. Something eternal, something thought immutable, something living. A grand ritual was constructed, conceived by a Tan known as the Deceiver with a promise to give the Necronter unity and immortality. And so the Biotransference began. Dee Dee placed a worried hand on her cheek, oh, dear. Kara pouted, adorably upset with how the story was going, I knew it. Big meanies. One by one, every single Necronter was led into enormous stone furnaces of biotransference. And within those furnaces, the Necronter ceased to exist. They were processed and irreversibly changed. Their very souls were devoured by their Tan gods. And out the other end, the Necrons were born, forged of living metal and cursed to live a fundamentally lesser yet eternal existence without their souls. Exactly as I feared, Dee Dee simply sighed. How are you so calm about this? Flash frantically asked. That's Dash. That's worse than genocide. That's just wrong. Many in the audience agreed with him. Diana could barely find her breath in her disquiet, an entire species. Subsumed. No, consumed. Tricked so grievously by those they called their gods. By Hera's bosom, it's Dash. A travesty. Evil unmatched. Savage declared, simmering with not-so-quiet rage. I am certainly not calm, Dee said softly, something dark and heavy rising behind her to press down upon reality itself. It may not be my universe, but death is always mine. To have it disgraced in such a way, such false immortality and a feast of souls. Heh. Dee's chuckle, usually so warm and inviting, sent shivers through the bar itself. I am beyond livid. Shawn reached over and took her hand, calming the wrath of death before it could harm the innocent. Even then, it took a few long moments before anyone in the bar, Savage included, could take another breath. The Necrons got their revenge, Shawn soothed. And even without souls, they learned to adapt to their new situation. Theirs was an unbroken people, an undying spirit. With the war in heaven over and the Tan seemingly content in their victory, Shawn explained. The newly christened Necrons turned on their gods. They rebelled and they won. Even on their own, the Necrons were masters of science and technology. They used the advancements made under the Tan to chain their gods. To shatter them into mindless shards of pure unimaginable power to wield as they saw fit. It was a sort of reversal of what had been done to the Necrons themselves. With the Tan shards at their disposal, the Necrons swept up the remnants of the war in heaven, expanded their empire, and soon found themselves with nothing more to do. After so long and so much, the Necrons were a tired race. They'd achieved everything they desired. Immortality, freedom, a level of advancement that would make even Kryptonians look like primitives playing with sticks and rocks. It seemed the galaxy had nothing more to offer them. And so, it was decided by the Necron's silent king. They would retire from the galaxy. Sleep until it was born anew. They retreated to countless tombs beneath countless worlds. And in those tombs, they slept a dreamless sleep. Only to awake 60 million years later to find a galaxy yet again in ruin and endless war. Shawn brought his story to a close, still cradling Dee's hand. His support seemed to help the incarnation of endless death. A frown was still screwed tightly onto Dee's face, but it was lessened by the comfort Shawn offered. Savage and the rest of the audience could only sit in silence for a few moments, desperately trying to process and picture the events Shawn described. For everyone, it was a dread-inducing affair. The tragedies and victories of war on such a scale were impossible to fully comprehend. That didn't stop their minds from trying. Kara sniffled, wiping away a single tear of second-hand sorrow. I didn't like that story, Shawn. Your part better be happier. Oh, God, Jason paled at the reminder. Barbara mirrored him, yeah. That was only the backstory, wasn't it? Shawn chuckled, not quite happy, not quite sad. Unfortunately, it was necessary so you would understand this adventure of mine. But now, we can get to the fun stuff. Like my time as a divinely sanctioned space pirate and my encounter with a certain very colorful Necron. I. Bah. Fuck a psyker. Who needs the damn warp when there's all this glorious Xeno Archotech lying around just begging to be used? Shawn Kane was a wonderfully dashing figure if he did say so himself. Rogue trader as ordained by the Emperor's holy signature. Adventurer. Explorer. Scoundrel. A very, very rich and blessed man. And, if the Inquisition came asking, a faithful warrior of the Imperium of Men. Oh, and serial reincarnator, but that tidbit wasn't really relevant at the moment. Where once Shawn had balked at the prospect of being thrown into the hellscape that was the 41st millennium, he quickly turned his tune around when he discovered that he'd been reincarnated in perhaps the single best situation he could hope for. He'd been reborn as the sole son and heir of the Kane rogue trader dynasty. For perhaps the dozenth time, Shawn absently wondered if he was somehow distantly related to Caiaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium, in this life. Originally, he'd been a bit miffed that they were using his name even here in 40K, but everything else had turned out much, much better than he expected. He was one of the last truly free men in the Imperium of Men. Certain expectations were still levied upon him. Maintain a specific level of faith and fervor. Expand the Imperium. Bow to the Emperor and by extension, those who acted with his word. The usual, unavoidable aspects of living in this grimdark future. But in return, Shawn was given the freedom to meet those expectations however he saw fit. He had practically no oversight as a rogue trader, the head of a dynasty no less. Practically because, again, the Inquisition could still come asking questions and Shawn would be obliged to answer and aid them. The galaxy was a very large place though, and Shawn had yet to meet one of the Emperor's dreaded Inquisition. Shawn was quite happy with his lot in this life. Becoming a rogue trader might have been the only way he would have been happy in 40K of all universes. Anything else and he honestly might have tried for an instant reset. A 13th life speedrun, so to speak. Thankfully, his lot in life ended up kicking ass. He received all the training, education, and resources he could ask for as the spoiled only child and heir of a rogue trader dynasty. Of course, he knew he couldn't slack off for even a second in this grimdark future, so being so spoiled was only a boon instead of the curse it could have been. By 17, Shawn found himself elevated to the head of his dynasty. The timing was so good it was almost suspicious. It would have been if not for the fact that the same event that saw him elevated also utterly destroyed his father's fleet and set the dynasty back to the proverbial Stone Age. Yet if Shawn looked hard enough, that monumental setback could have been considered a boon as well. It allowed him to completely rebuild the dynasty in his image. Exactly how he wished, without any meddling elders to stand in his way. Besides, the 4.5-kilometer Dauntless-class light cruiser and a small city's worth of crew he had left were still nothing to scoff at. Upon his ascension as Lord Kane, Shawn set the Kane dynasty in a new direction. Times, they are a-changing, he had reasoned. The dynasty no longer had the ships and manpower to hold onto its many disparate trade routes and territories. Instead, they forged a path through the galaxy as righteous, emperor-blessed privateers. Shawn had always wanted to be a pirate. Well, a swashbuckler, more accurately. The grim-dark future was far from his first choice for pirate business. Shawn would have preferred to end up on the Grand Line for his first pirate life, not yet, but a serial reincarnator could hope. Though to be fair, One Piece also had its fair share of worrying complications that came with just living there. For now, he was stuck in 40K and he had to make the most of this life. And by the Emperor, the most he did make. Truly, the galaxy had never seen a rogue trader like Shawn Kane. He made sure of that much. If he couldn't be a straw hat, he'd be the best damn rogue trader he could be. Perhaps unexpectedly for the 41st millennium, Shawn's plan was working out splendidly. He'd managed to recover his dynasty's fleet to some extent. And he'd done everything from taking on jobs defending agri-worlds from more malicious pirates to swashbuckling his way through pleasure worlds until every noble lady there knew his name intimately. And during his adventures throughout the galaxy, Shawn discovered something about himself. Well, two things. 1, he wasn't psychic at all. Bit of a mixed blessing, that one. Sure, magic was always great, even psychic magic. But this was 40K. Shawn was more than happy to miss out on a demon deciding his skull looked like a cozy fit. The other thing he discovered came directly from his sudden desire to be anything but psychic upon actually finding himself in this grimdark future. Shawn was an enjoyer of the finer things in this life. Specifically, the wonders of Archotech. Even more specifically, Archotech, something that would undoubtedly see him hailed as a heretic and put to the flame if he wasn't a rogue trader. One thing about the grimdark future that couldn't be denied was the level of technology that could be achieved. Not for the common man, but the toys and trinkets the Adeptus Mechanicus so coveted. Tech from the dark age of technology, the absolute peak of human advancement, or even better, tech from Xeno's species. Shawn had found one Xeno species in particular that was a literal gold mine when it came to Archotech. The Necrons and their tech were even more advanced than humanity at its peak. And the best part? Most of the Necrons were still sleeping or just waking up from a 60-million-year nap. Their tech was just asking for a certain dashing pirate to borrow it. This is it. The big score. I can feel it in my bones. Nothing could possibly go wrong now. Must you say such things, sir? The sighing question came from Shawn's ever-faithful companion in his rogue trading adventures. His first mate and the long-suffering straightman to his antics. Sasha Casanova. Sasha as Shawn and only Shawn called her, was a beautiful and brilliant woman in her own right. She was fair-skinned with shockingly white hair that she usually kept in a high, and often quite messy, bun. Her body was well-trained enough to match the Emperor's most loyal purely human servants and still supple enough to play honeypot roles. Not that Shawn would ever ask such of her. He drove her utterly insane, but he had some standards. Being 5 whole years older than Shawn, she'd had the pleasure of being chosen as his first officer since his birth. She'd been groomed for the role for as long as she could remember, and upon Shawn's ascension, he had put her through more trouble than anyone could have expected. She managed the day-to-day supply and logistics of the Kane dynasty. Not on her own. No, Sasha wielded considerable power to call her own thanks to her position. But she often questioned whether said power was worth the other half of her duties. Namely, cleaning up after and putting up with Shawn himself. Her hair wasn't always white, you know. It had been a lovely chocolate brown. Once. Being made the first line between Shawn, his antics, and the rest of the galaxy had turned it white far before it should have been. Yes, I must, Shawn answered her, his tone brokering no nonsense. I would rather curse the fates until I live in the most interesting times imaginable than cower before their meddling. You know my feelings on this subject, Sasha. Sasha sighed again, yes, sir. Murphy was a bitch-ass little bitch and his law can suck my entire right nut. I recall the nonsensical vulgarity perfectly well. Very good, Sasha, Shawn nodded with satisfaction. Remember my words well. They may just save your life one day. I very much doubt so, sir, Sasha deadpanned. Shawn scowled, muttering mostly to himself, with that blue birdie bastard around, there's no telling for sure. Yes, best to keep cursing and tempting fate at every opportunity. Don't give that hope-devouring squid fucker a single inch. You're speaking nonsense again, sir. Shall we get on with the rest of our business here so we may return to the ship? Sasha prodded, as was her duty. Shawn shook his head fiercely, of course. Come, Sasha. The final room of this tomb will not raid itself. Yes, and I would quite like to vacate the premises before even more Xenos wake up to protest our intrusion, Sasha agreed flatly. Hey, Shawn snorted in humor. They are an utter bitch to put down again, aren't they? Sasha merely nodded dutifully, as you say, sir. Their surroundings certainly weren't anything anyone would have considered comfortable. At least, not if they weren't soulless, still living automatons of living metal. If they were, well, the Necrons had to build their tombs like this for a reason, right? That reason certainly wasn't for the ease of tomb raiding, Shawn thought. Seriously, these booby traps were entirely too vicious. There was no need to strip the flesh from a person's bone just for knocking on the tomb's front door. That wasn't how the game was played. Still, after half a dozen of these tombs, Shawn was confident he knew what he was doing. Well, decently confident. No, he was still bumbling about in the dark as he always was. But that was part of the fun. So long as the damn tomb they were in played the game and didn't try to immediately eviscerate them. Though he declared his confidence in the big score to Sasha, Shawn was personally of the opinion that this all better be worth it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be held accountable for what he did to this damned underground death trap and all the soulless robots sleeping inside it. In the end, it all came down to the Farron's tomb. The final room and stop in their tomb raiding adventure. Thankfully, Shawn was operating off credible information from an unnamed Xeno source with long, sensitive ears and a killer rack. Information that said this particular Farron of this tomb didn't actually get buried with his treasure. Which was why this tomb was so slow to awaken and so free to raid. Shawn barged into the last room of the tomb, striding with importance, gravitas, and more than a little frustration. Sasha followed hot on his heels. Because it was her duty to look out for him. And certainly not because as much trouble as he put her through, Shawn was still a very pleasant leader to follow. Immediately upon their entrance, the entire room spun up with the telltale sizzling crackle of a Necron teleporter. Shawn had just enough time to grab the first thing he saw and curse, and Sasha had just enough time to reply before they were sent flying through the galaxy involuntarily. Fucking titty traps. That's not what they're called, SIIIIRRR. Moments, or perhaps an eternity, later, Shawn and Sasha found themselves standing in front of a tall man of living metal, a steely face set inside a hunched steel hood staring back at them. The Necron quite literally couldn't blink. But at that moment, he looked as if he very much wanted to. How, in the name of Zarek, the Void Dragon, and Holy Necrodermis, how the hell did you get here? Just, sightseeing, Sasha sighed even as the words left her lips. She'd spent much too long around Shawn. Tomb raiding. We were tomb raiding. And yet somehow, Shawn himself still managed to find ways to surprise her. Ah, equally surprising as Shawn's candor, the Necron nodded. I understand. You do. Barely believing her ears, Sasha asked. Oh, goodness, yes. Tomb raiding is a common pastime of mine. And you never quite know what's going to happen when diving into the halls of death. Trazyn the Infinite, I presume? Shawn asked. If the Necron was only curious before, now it was interested. Oh. Does my reputation precede me? Now, how did that come to be? Yes, Shawn, Sasha hissed. How did that come to be? Sasha. Just trust me here. I need you to trust me, Shawn said quietly, one of the first times Sasha had seen him completely serious. It left Sasha somewhat speechless. What dash? Yes, sir. Still, when Shawn of all people asked for her trust, she couldn't do anything but give it to him. He was almost never like this. Not with her. There was always a joke, or a quip, or a teasing lilt to his voice. The only thing she saw him like this was when he was talking or dealing with things that shouldn't be messed with. The Necron's face, Trazyn, given that Sasha was now trusting Shawn, was utterly impassive. Literally carved from metal. Yet somehow, it still seemed to be smirking at them. What a curious situation, he mused aloud. Please, you simply must enlighten me as to how it came to be. I don't think that's in our best interests at the moment. Either we become too interesting and you shove us into your collection. Or we become something you understand and you dispose of us as you see fit, Shawn stated bluntly. And what's stopping me from shoving you into my collection anyway? Trazyn the Infinite asked. A potentially profitable relationship for both of us. Shawn offered. Trazyn waved. I could simply shackle your minds and make said relationship profitable only for me. Try again, interesting little human. Please don't. Sasha pleaded in something that wasn't quite a whimper. Yet. Very well, Shawn nodded, unconcerned. Then consider this. You're jumping the gun. Oh ho ho. Trazyn chuckled, a sound that was both stiffly xeno and worryingly human at the same time. That is a new one. And you're remarkably calm about all of this. Please, elaborate. I insist. I've hardly made a name for myself worthy of your vaunted collection, Shawn demurred. Why, I've barely started my career. So while I may be interesting to you now, I'll be much more so in the future. And for a patient and persistent man like yourself, waiting a mere human lifetime is hardly an ask. You speak as if you want to join my collection, Trazyn observed. Honestly. Kind of. It'd be a great honor, Shawn shrugged. And you can certainly have my body once I've kicked the bucket. Just let me earn my place next to that custodes of yours first. Custodes? Sasha hissed in shock. Her lord and the living metal statue he was negotiating with both ignored her, locked in an intense stare-off. Only now did Sasha find the time to look around their surroundings. And once she started, she couldn't stop. Her head whipped back and forth, taking in exhibits frozen in time. Important-looking Eldar, seemingly still in the midst of a heated debate. An orc in actual power armor that was magnitudes larger than any other she'd ever seen. Guardsmen and space marines aplenty, enough to fill an entire chapter in its auxiliaries. Strange warp-born horrors of every size and shape. An honest-to-emperor custodes and a man so magnificent he could only be a primarch. Each exhibit made Sasha more and more worried, her heart racing in her chest. She found herself lightheaded and feeling faint. Where in the Emperor's light had they fracking found themselves? Some kind of twisted, impossible museum. The statues and figures here were so lifelike. So real. Oh, frack. You are a very confident specimen, Trazyn considered. But is it arrogance or will you truly be leaving a worthy mark on history? Shawn didn't even flinch at the probing question, you'll just have to see for yourself, I suppose. Trazyn's reply started with a low chuckle. The kind that was barely audible over the background noise of the room. It steadily, almost robotically, grew louder and louder as he continued to laugh. It boomed and grated on the ears. Then he abruptly cut it off without a trace. Trazyn leaned forward, having to hunch to bring his face level and close with Shawn's 6 feet 1 inch frame. Tell me your name, boy. I shall be watching your career with great interest. Shawn Kane, Tomb Raider, swashbuckler, faithful, servant of the Emperor, and the best damn rogue trader the Imperium has ever seen. I'm a generous and discerning lover, a fan of everything and everyone who hates chaos, and a staunch hater of BDSM elves. My ultimate and most far-fetched goal is to find a way to free Isha so this galaxy maybe has a single chance of not going to even more shit than it already is. Oh, and for the divine elven lap pillow. Shawn's introduction distracted Sasha from their surroundings enough that she groaned with tears welling up in her eyes. Emperor dammit, Shawn. Trazyn somehow made it seem like he was grinning despite his impassive metal face. Oh, great interest indeed. And with the prize you hold in your hand, you might just have the barest hint of a chance of accomplishing your ultimate goal. Shawn blinked, looking down at the pyramid-shaped device he held in his hand. The only thing he'd been able to grab from the tomb before he and Sasha were teleported out. A Tesseract Labyrinth with a tan shard inside. Shawn guessed. Trazyn paused for the briefest of moments. You are awfully well informed for a primitive human, aren't you? I try, Shawn shrugged. It's another part of my fascinating mystique. Now, how do I check without potentially releasing a tan inside your collection? Firstly, Trazyn corrected. There are few better places to release a tan shard than my domain. If anyone can contain such power, it would be me. Secondly, you're holding the Tesseract upside down. There. Now, press and hold the button on the largest face of the pyramid. Shawn followed Trazyn's instructions. After holding the button for a few seconds, a hologram flashed into being above the held pyramid. Neither Shawn nor Sasha could read the text that scrolled there. But Trazyn obviously could. And Shawn took his flashing, greedy eyes as a hint. Ah, it seems as if this Tesseract Labyrinth is a loss. Nothing of interest inside. Perhaps you should just give it to me for safekeeping. I'm sure I could arrange suitable compensation. Besides the flashing eyes, nothing in Trazyn's demeanor aroused suspicion. Shawn snorted, nice try. But no. I think I'll have to invoke the most ancient law of the galaxy. Finders keepers. Sasha's mind stuttered on Shawn's words. What? It stuttered even more when Trazyn simply nodded and sighed. Very well. As one of the oldest invokers of said law, I can hardly blame you. What? So what's really inside it? Shawn asked. The largest shard of the Nightbringer I've ever seen, Trazyn answered begrudgingly. Along with a collection of specifically anti-psychic weapons and artifacts. If you are true in your quest to save the long-eared goddess, nothing but my old golden friend's explicit aid will help you more than this labyrinth. Shawn let out a whistle and grinned. Fuck, yeah. Big score, for real. Yes, you hold the Master of Death in your palm, Trazyn grumbled. There is no need to rub it in any further. Heh, I always did have a special relationship with death, Shawn chuckled knowingly, privy to a secret only he knew. If it's any consolation, Trazyn, you can have it after I die. I hope to be moving on to better things then. Trazyn perked up ever so slightly, a few hundred years at most. I believe I can stay my hand for that long. Sasha's mind had just about given up at this point. What is even happening? Shawn blinked at her as if he didn't know what was bothering her so, a mutually beneficial agreement, of course. What else would it be? Shawn. Sasha glared at him, her voice deceptively calm. I'm going to need the raise of all raises when we get back to the ship. I deserve at least that much. No, you know what? If I'm going to have to keep putting up with you, I think we're going to need to finally come to a more permanent arrangement with our relationship. I think. Shawn spoke slowly, considerately, as a smile spread across his face. I think I can do that. Especially for you, Sasha. Sasha's voice turned small and embarrassed as she added. Good. I was worried I was going to have to buy myself my own ring. Shawn subtly took her hand and squeezed. Sasha squeezed back, trying to look anywhere but at him. Trazyn watched them with that flat metal face of his, only barely amused. Shawn turned to the Necron overlord. A thought occurs. Any chance we could hitch a ride back to our ship? Aye. Oh, God, Barbara groaned as Shawn finished his story. I don't think I've ever related to a woman as much as with Sasha. Having to deal with Shawn, an unretired Shawn at that. Wherever you are, I feel you, girl. He. Kara giggled. That part of the story was much better. Less dread, more funny skeleton robot. Harley joined her with a cackle. Hell yeah. Pirate gothboy plus klepto metalman. That's the kind of wacky shit I'm talking about. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Savage's booming laugh almost overshadowed both of the ladies before him. This Trazyn sounds like an epitome of immortal culture. Not enough immortals dedicate themselves to preserving the past. It couldn't be me, but I'm thankful for his contribution all the same. Did you ever end up freeing that elf goddess chick? Two-Face asked. I would like to know as well, Penguin added, raising a toast to Shawn. Elven goddess lap pillow. Impeccable taste. Cass nodded her approval. Yes, unfathomably based. That's a story for another time. But yes, Shawn confirmed. And the lap pillow was more than worth the effort. Jason sighed, yeah. A nice relaxing lap pillow does sound nice right about now. I'll call Talia and tell her you said that, Bruce said flatly, not a single hint of teasing entering his voice despite obviously teasing his second oldest son. No. Wait. There's no need to go that far. Mate, that universe sounds absolutely nutty, Boomerang commented. It had its moments, Shawn chuckled. By which I mean it was always full throttle, all the time. I don't think I ever got an actual break during my entire time there. Dee Dee pouted adorably. Did that loathsome Star Eater have to use my name so? Master of Death. He's certainly not MY Master. Of course not, darling, Shawn soothed. The Nightbringer was the very definition of an edgy bastard. And while it was useful for my purposes, it was only that. A tool. Hell, I was more Master of Death at that point than it was. Shawn. Dee Dee blushed and glanced away. Save it for the bedroom. The seeming non-sequitur made Shawn blink for a moment before he caught the joke. When he did, a surprised laugh escaped him. Very much not what I meant, but you know damn well I'll take it. As amusing as this has been, Diana chortled. I believe that's enough stories for tonight from the two of you, Shawn and Savage. Bah. Savage scoffed. I disagree. One can never have too many immortal stories. But very well, I shall not argue with a maiden. Perhaps we can open the stand to the rest of the bar. Shawn suggested. Brilliant. Savage declared. Shock and awe me, little descendants. Oh. We've got something. Harley chimed, hugging onto Ivy with a near-manic grin on her face. We do. Ivy asked, raising a single amused brow. Yeah, course we do, Red. Tell em about our show idea. If anyone can make it happen, it'll be Gothboy. Harley insisted. I suppose you're right, Ivy nodded. This was my idea. Given that I have my shop now, I thought Harley might like a side project of her own. Something of a help radio podcast for Harley to stretch her psychiatrist wings. In Gotham. Flash laughed. Harley just grinned even wider, just like that little witch boy Brat said. Good morning, Gotham. Chapter 40, Interlude 4, The Harley and Ivy Show. Sorry for the late chapter today. I forgot to post earlier, /. In a specifically prepared showroom attached to the dead end, one of a jester girl's dreams was coming true. That's right, baby. Harley Quinn had her own show now. She was going to be famous. The set was only sparsely decorated for now, but that was fine. It was their first show after all. Harley was confident that she and Ivy would improve with time. They had plenty of funding to draw from. Just not enough time to set up anything truly spectacular because Harley was impatient. That was fine. Harley and Ivy were more than spectacular enough on their own. They were better off getting the ball rolling and then worrying about increasing the production value. Thankfully, Gothboy was more than happy to set up the space for them and then leave the rest to Harley. So far, the set just had a couch for Harley and Ivy to sit on, lights to light them, and a few cameras to give the viewers a nice change of perspective every once in a while. Oh, and landline phones, but those were just for show. Everything important was handled digitally. Croc and Grundy were nice enough to work the behind-the-scenes business for them. Nice guys, them. And surprisingly competent. It was strange to learn that the nearly 7-foot crocodile man knew his way around a camera. And Grundy was a very quick learner, picking up on all the internet junk way faster than Harley could herself. The show itself was more of a podcast than a radio show. It would be streamed live to an audience of what Harley was sure to soon be loyal viewers. And the main draw of the show was that anyone could call in to talk to their favorite villainesses. Sort of like Help Radio and a talk show rolled into one big brilliant Harley and Ivy-shaped ball of fun. Harley simply couldn't wait any longer to get this show on the road. Lights. Camera. Set. Ivy and Harley showing in all their poisonous, Quinn Ly glory. 3, 2, 1. Let's get started, baby. Note, Harley and Ivy's debut was thoroughly documented by Batgirl, Daughter 1, and Red Hood, Son 2, of the so-called Bat Fam. They greatly enjoyed the exercise as an escape from the usual antics of the Dead End faction. See Report and Threat Assessment DE5, ***. Harley, we live. We're live. Heya, people of Gotham and beyond. Welcome to the debut of the Harley and Ivy Show. Ivy, amused, is that the name we settled on? Harley, I have more if you don't like that one, Red. Ivy, very well. Hit me, as the youth are saying. Harley, don't give me that shit, Red. You're hipper than me. Anyway, what do you think of Good Morning, Gotham? Ivy, it's a good reference but I feel like it's overdone. Harley, psych you out. Ivy, not your best work, Harley. Harley, so how did that make you feel? Ivy, small smile, better but it's a bit wordy. Harley, bitch, we're doctors. Ivy, snort, okay, close the polls. That's the one. Harley, wide grin, heh, glad you liked it, Red. Alright, everyone. Ladies and gents. Heroes and villains. Cops and robbers. Welcome to Bitch, We're Doctors. Ivy, we are, by the way. Both Harley and I have PhDs to call our own. Harley, yeah, everyone always seems to forget about that little fact. We're fucking brilliant, bitch. Ivy, deadpan, I wonder why. Harley, hee hee. Come on, Red, play nice. We'll tackle the patriarchy in another episode. Ivy, wicked grin, oh, I can hardly wait. Harley, now. There's something I'm forgetting, isn't there? Ivy, you haven't thanked our sponsor. Harley, snaps, that's it. This debut and everything that will come after it is all made possible because of a very special couple. Thank you, Gothboy and Dee Dee. Moi. Love you both. Ivy, some of the locals might have noticed that Harley and I have been much less active on the Gotham scene lately. That is due to Shawn Gothboy Kane and his partner Dee Dee. They've been wonderful to us and helped immensely in setting our lives on some semblance of a straight track. They're also funding this show in its entirety. Shawn, Dee Dee, truly, we can't thank you enough. Harley, hee hee. We certainly tried our best to last night though. Ivy, behave, Harley. We're live on stream. You don't want to say something you can't take back, do you? Harley, as if I'd ever take anything back about Gothboy. We're in it for the long run, Red baby. Ivy, perhaps we should take our first caller. Harley, you got us on that, Grundy. Grundy, faint and in the background, Grundy, connect. Harley, that a boy. You're a doll, big guy. Caller 1, C1, hello. Harley, hey. Thanks for calling. You're the lucky first. What's your name, bud? C1, John. Harley, no way. Scarecrow, is that you? Where the hell have you been, men? C1/Jonathan Crane/Scarecrow, sigh, yeah. Hey, Harley. Ivy. Long, long time, no talk, yeah. Ivy, it's good to hear from you, John. No one's heard from you in a few months. We were starting to get worried. Scarecrow, that's actually why I'm calling. I've had something of an issue recently. I thought Harley might be the only one able to help. Harley, ooh. Villain business on the first call. Lucky us. Alright, John, lay it on us. Scarecrow, I mean. Kind of. It's a little more off the clock than official costume business. So you know Mr. Barkeep in the Dead End, right? Ivy, Shawn. Of course. What about him? Scarecrow, well, I may have. Good lord, this is embarrassing. I may have developed something of a phobia. Ivy, slow blink, that is, ironic. Scarecrow, sigh, don't I know it. Harley, serious, for once, alright, real psychiatrist hours. What's got you all twisted up, John? Scarecrow, it was all just too much. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Barkeep's stories make for great inspiration for me. But that's the problem. It's too fucking terrifying. I couldn't keep coming to the dead end. I was getting nightmares. Me. Harley, damn. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to help you with that one, John. At least, not during a single session and especially not over the phone. How about this? You start coming to see me before the bar opens and we'll have proper sessions, yeah. If we work at it, I think we can have you hanging out with the guys again soon enough. Scarecrow, promise. Harley, cross my heart and hope to die, John. I'm not about to just give up on you. We aren't. You're one of us, man. A rogue. We'll work through this thing together, I swear. Scarecrow. Okay. All right. I guess I'm going back to therapy. Harley, back to normal, that's the spirit. Thanks for calling, John. Drop on by whenever you're ready. Scarecrow/C1, thanks, Harley. I mean it, hangs up. Harley, phew. Doozy of a first call, huh? Ivy, I think you handled that rather well, Harley. I know we'll all appreciate having John around again once he's worked through his Shawn phobia. Really, it's quite understandable to have such an affliction. Harley, hey, don't I know it? And when Dee Dee gets mad. That's the stuff of nightmares. Ivy, indeed. It is quite attractive though, isn't it? When either Shawn or Dee Dee get intense like that. Harley, teasing grin, now who's the one that needs to behave, Red? Keep it in your flowers, girl. We're live. Ivy, rolls eyes, hiding blush, oh, shush, you. Let's move on to the next caller before I embarrass myself. Grundy, inspect. Grundy, connect. Harley, hee. Hiya, you've got Harley and Ivy. What can we do for you, caller number 2? Caller 2, C2 purring voice, hello, girls loving the show so far. Harley, whoa. Back-to-back rogues. We're off to a banging start. Ivy, hello, Selena. Thanks for calling in. How are you? Anything in particular we can help you with? C2/Selena Kyle/Catwoman, throaty chuckle, well, I was just calling in to check on you two, but I suppose I can contribute to the show as well. Let's see. How do you two feel about giving relationship advice? Harley, for you and your hot mess of a relationship. Any day of the week. Ivy, titters as if we're ones to talk when it comes to hot messes. But of course, Selena. Tell us about your relationship. Catwoman, it's certainly something special. He's dark, brooding, and oh so sexy. She's stoic, aloof, melts like ice in my hands, and is just as sexy as him. I have my hands full with both of them and I wouldn't have it any other way. Ivy, amused, did you just call to brag or do you actually need advice? Catwoman, dramatic sigh, alas, my first love, he is always busy. And my second love, she lives far, far away. I do not get to see them nearly as much as I so wish. Whatever is a woman to do? Harley, kidnap them. Ivy, yes, kidnap them and make them spend time with you. It's the only correct course of action. Catwoman, I suppose that might make for an interesting challenge. Harley, good luck, girly. Catwoman, just out of curiosity, what would your advice have been for a mundane citizen? Harley, still kidnap them. A good kidnapping is the spice of life. Ivy, just with more legal consent involved. Catwoman, I don't think kidnap and consent are two words that go well together. Harley, sure they do. What do you think elopement is? Catwoman. I suppose Roz would be rather upset if we all eloped together. Mostly because he wouldn't be able to attend the wedding. Oh ho ho, and there might be a wonderful bit of a public commotion if my first love was seen running off with us. Ivy giggles, oh, now you simply must elope with both of them. I look forward to seeing the fallout, Selena. Catwoman, hey, trust me, you'll definitely see it. This has been a lot of fun. I'll let you get on with your show now though. Toodles, girls. Ivy, I'm sure we'll see you and talk later tonight. Harley, see ya, Selena. Catwoman/C2, hangs up. Grundy, disconnect. Harley, still doing great, big guy. Ivy, I hope not all of our calls tonight are people we already know. It takes some of the fun out of hosting a show like this. Harley, I think we just got lucky so far. But no way to tell without moving forward. Next caller. Caller 3, C3, what's good, ladies? Ivy, teasing smirk, I don't know. What is good? You called us. C3, oh, yeah, I guess I did. Harley, ignore her, bud. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you called for, yeah. C3/Isaiah, my name is Isaiah. I guess I'm just calling 'cause I ain't ever seen something like this show you're doing. It's cool though. I fucks with it. I don't really got a problem that I need help with, but I thought y'all might like to hear a lil something about my life. Harley, shrugs, sure, we're still figuring this whole thing out on the fly. Share what you want to share, man. Isaiah, right, so I work at the Taco Well, right. And there's this McDonald's joint right across the street from us. We got a sorta rivalry going on between both our joints. Like proper Krusty Krab versus Chumbucket beef, you know. Ivy, go on. Harley, muffled giggles, yeah, man, go on. We're listening. Isaiah, apparently, one of their managers came over and got into a fight with my manager one time. And he just kinda passed the beef down to us, know what I'm saying? So now, if we see their boys, it's kinda like a brawl in the streets, you know. It's on site. Ivy, deadpan, that's literally gang violence. You're describing gang violence between two fast food chain locations. Your manager is even the OG who's passing his beef down to the young guns like you. Isaiah, MWK. That's McDonald's killer, you feel me? Harley, full-blown laughter, oh, that's too fucking good, man. Too fucking funny. MWK. Now, that's what I call brand loyalty. Only in fucking Gotham, man. Isaiah, actually, I'm from Bloodhaven. Ivy, my condolences. Now, Isaiah. Do you see an end to the violence? Will there ever be reconciliation in the deadly Taco Well McDonald's war? Isaiah, them boys need to go apologize to my manager. Ivy, apologize for what? Isaiah, look, I don't even know. But I know that my manager's cool. So I got his back, you know. Ivy, quiet mutter, unbelievable. It is literally just small gang politics. Harley, trying very hard not to lose it, SNRK. Isaiah, you've reached a pivotal point in your battle where you've forgotten what you're even fighting about. Isaiah, man, I never knew. Ivy. Harley. Wow. Just wow, dude. Isaiah, I mean. It ain't that bad, is it? Ivy, you're in a literal fast food gang war dash. Harley, interruption, no. It's great. Keep doing what you're doing. And be sure to call back with new updates. We're dying to hear more. Just don't kill anyone, yeah. Isaiah/C3, man, we don't go that far dash, hangs up. Grundy, redirect. Harley, finally losing it, ha 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 ha. Great timing, big guy. Keep coming back for more. Make sure you'll tune in next time for the chance to hear more about the MWK. Ivy, shakes head, good green. Even in Gotham, I've never heard of anything like that. Harley, that's just Bloodhaven for ya. Gang warfare is in the water over there. Ivy, amused, even for the fast food employees, it seems. Harley, smirk, yeah, the Bloods have no chill. Anyway. Next caller. Grundy, is tired of this rhyme. Ivy, don't force yourself, Grundy. We like you just as much when you're not rhyming. Grundy, thank. Caller 4, C4, hello. Harley, hiya, caller 3. What's your name and what can we help you with? C4/Scotty. I guess I need to get something off my chest. For the past few years. God, I'm really doing this. Yes, so for the past few years, I've been actively committing marriage fraud for money. Ivy, marriage fraud. Are you trying to get a green card or is it your spouse? And how is that for money? Scotty, Huh, I didn't know that marriage fraud was a real thing. That's just what I've been calling it. So, neither. It's not about a green card or anything. Well, it's complicated. Harley, muffled laughter, puffed. Alright, Scotty, what's your definition of marriage fraud? Ivy, yes, please, enlighten us. Scotty, so at my job, you get paid significantly more money if you're married. Ivy, nods, I think I see where this is going. Scotty, yeah, that's how it is. Me and one of my buddies decided to say fuck it and just get married. And now, I make a bunch more money and I buy him things sometimes, and yeah. It's been working out pretty well for both of us so far. Harley, this was the best solution you could come up with. Scotty, I mean, it's not perfect. I have to kinda tiptoe around the fact that I'm not gay with my coworkers. 'Cause I'm not, you know. It's just for the money. Me and my buddy husband don't fuck or anything. We just hang out like normal. We're married now. Yeah. Ivy, but you are legally married, aren't you? Scotty, yeah. Ivy, then I'm afraid I have some news for you, Scotty. There is no fraud here. You're legally married. And you just happen to be benefiting financially from the arrangement. Quite simply, you have nothing to feel guilty about. Harley, yeah. You don't have to be gay to get married to a man. You two are just bro bands. Huss brothers. Nothing wrong with that. Scotty, yeah. Yeah. I love him, also. That's my boy, you know. We go way, way back. I'd take on the world with him. Harley, SNRK. Preach it, buddy. Scotty, I love my husband. Nothing wrong with that. Don't even need to say no homo. 'Cause, you know, there is no homo. Just two married best buds, yeah. Ivy, precisely. Be proud of your strange not fraudulent friendship marriage, Scotty. So long as both of you are happy, I believe that's all that matters. Harley, hey, if it works, it works. Scotty/C4, yeah. Thanks for the talk, girls. I gotta go tell my hubby. Bye. Hangs up. Ivy. That man is either the most confused man I've ever talked to or the most self-assured. Harley, hee hee. Guys just be like that sometimes. Ivy, nods, too true. It was sweet, at least. Harley, oh, yeah, I'm rooting for them. Ivy, next caller. Harley, next caller. Run it, big guy. Grundy thinks the current societal norms surrounding male-male friendships are strange. Ivy, indeed, they are, Grundy. Indeed, they are. Harley, yeah, sometimes I wonder if the boys are really alright. Anyway, hello, caller 4. You're live. Caller 5, C5, hello there. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Would you like me to forward you to the, trails off? Harley, no, go on. I want to hear the full spiel for once. C5, I've never actually gotten past that part. Harley, exactly. No one has. C5, yeah, I always hang up by then. I didn't think I'd get this far. Harley, cackling, ha 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 ha. I was like, let's see how far he takes this. He's gonna find that he doesn't have anything past that. C5, yeah. Harley, so how does that feel? C5, I did the bit. And, here I am. So there must be something else, right? Harley, no. Not necessarily. I don't think that there must be. C5, no, but dash. I hope there is. Harley, unusually serious, that's different from there must be, dot. C5, true. Ivy, amused, are we still talking about the prank call or has this conversation turned into one about death and the afterlife? C5, I dash. Huh. Harley, nods, yeah, shit gets deep on, bitch, we're doctors, dot. C5, so, do you think there is? You know, something after we do the bit. Harley, I know there is, buddy. There's even a nice young lady to walk you to it. C5. Huh. I think knowing that helps. Just a little bit of reassurance, you know. Harley, I know. I get it, my guy. I really do. C5, I don't really know where to go from here. Harley, we just keep moving forward. It's all we can do. And that's alright. C5, yeah. Yeah, that's alright. Ivy, okay, you too. I think that's enough existentialism for one phone call. Take care, stranger. We're going to let you go now. C5, oh, yeah. Thanks for this. It went differently but better than I expected. Harley, until next time, prank caller. C5, hangs up. Ivy, well. That was certainly a strange interaction. We didn't even end up getting his name. Harley, yeah, but I think I liked it. It kind of encapsulated why I wanted to do this show in the first place. Interactions like that. Anything can happen, you know, from MWK to existentialism. Ivy, oh, yes. I knew what I was getting into when I agreed to do this with you, dear. Smirk, never a dull moment. Harley, back to her usual self, hee hee hee. Ah, thanks, Red. You know I try. So let's keep this show rolling. Next caller. Grundy, next, caller. Also. Grundy like the existentialism. Knowing something comes after, gives Grundy warm fuzzies. Harley, you're a king, big guy. A king. Hello, caller number 6. You've got Harley and Ivy in the morn dash, midday. Hee hee. Caller 6, C6 familiar, gruff voice. Hello. Harley, gasp, get out of town. I'd know that voice anywhere. Batsy. Welcome to the show. C6/Batman, Bruce Wayne, Batgrowl, don't make me regret calling, Harleen. Ivy, oh, don't be a big sourpuss, Batman. You know you love us. Bruce. No comment. Harley, sing-song, heh, that's not a no. What's gotcha Callan, anyway, Batsy? Ivy, smirk, do you need our help with a case? Harley, oh. Oh. You're calling to make us your bat deputies. Bruce, no. But there is a reason I'm calling. I just wanted to say. I'm proud of you both. Ivy, speechless, that dash. Harley, stunned, that's gotta be a first, right? Red, has Batsy ever told you he's proud of you? Ivy, never. It's quite a nice feeling though. Harley, damn straight, it is. Hee hee. Batsy's proud of us. We really made it, Red. Bruce, getting of the streets has been good for you too. Harley hasn't caused an explosion in nearly 2 months now dash. Harley, snaps, that's what I've been forgetting. Bruce, deadpan, don't. And Ivy has been funding her activism through entirely legal means. Ivy, considering it has simply been more efficient this way. Bruce, good. So yes, I'm proud of you both for turning your lives around. Keep doing what you've been doing. That is all. Goodbye. Hangs up. Ivy. Huh. Okay, now, this show has truly been a roller coaster. Harley, dramatically tearing up, I always knew he was a big softy inside. Ivy, I think we both need a moment to process that. Croc? Can we cut to a short break? Croc, behind the cameras on it, boss. Take your time. I'll fill the dead air. Carrot asterisk, bitch, we're doctors, we'll be right back after this short message from our sponsors. The dead end, drive yourself insane for the night, why not? Asterisk carrot. I. And, credit to Lyle Forever on YouTube as the inspiration for some of this chapter. The 3 Mook calls were all heavily inspired by some of my favorite clips from him. Chapter 41, Interlude 5, The Witcher returns to Night City. Night City 2076, top of Arasaka Tower. Look, Mom. I'm here. Very top of Arasaka Tower. David knew he was gone at this point. A lost cause. He was riding the edge. So thrilling, so terrifying. Nothing could bring him back. Not really. But he still had one thing left to do before he let himself fade away to legend. The view was brilliant from up here. Peaceful. Breathtaking. The whole city spread out before his flickering eyes. He only saw it half of the time. Scenes flashed before him. Memories. And something more. He was there. He was really there. The past lay at his fingertips. If only he could reach out and change it. Would he even change anything? There with his mom in that damned car. Back before anything even truly started. Back before the chrome, the sandy. Back before the running. Before he even knew his crew. Maine, Doria, and Pilar. It felt like he barely got to know them. Kiwi, even with her betrayal. Falco. Becca. Lucy. Lucy. David's mind ping-ponged from past to present like a gonk with whiplash. Lucy. The view came back and with it, his doomed situation. Lucy. A flash of memory again, that final warning from Document Lucy. In the end, it wasn't even a decision David had to make. It was Lucy. That fucking fixer Faraday had her. It was always Lucy. David could feel his time ticking down. He was nearly out. Just enough to finish this. For good or for bad. Either way, he didn't see himself making it to morning. But Lucy would. He'd make damn sure of it. One last vial left, Doc. David felt like he was laughing at himself. Something choked. Forced. Fake as a bitch. Could he even still laugh? Or was that just the world laughing at him? You were right. But there's no other way. Not for me. As he went to plunge that last vial of military-grade immunoblockers, a sound could be heard on top of the tower. A rip. A tear. One that penetrated even David's chromed-out mind. It stopped him at the last second. Right before that final plunge. David's face scrunched up involuntarily. What the hell was that? Clopping sounds. Hooves. Man, he was really losing it, wasn't he? Ain't no one ride a goddamn horse in Night City. No one except David. David, is that you? My God. What happened? Siri came through her portal to a tortured scene. A man on the edge, both literally and metaphorically. She almost didn't recognize him. Didn't recognize her friend. He was so alien from when she'd left him, more machine than man now. The blocky, sharp edges of his chrome, his cyber skeleton, silhouetted against Night City's lights. He was a great metal beast, more than doubled in size from the skinny, scrappy boy she knew. But he was no monster. Not yet. Merely oh so close, teetering on that edge. Which girl? Another trip? Cyberpsychosis really digs deep, huh? Even David's voice sounded so strained, barely holding on before the fall that awaited him. It's me, David. It's really me. Siri insisted. She wasn't expecting to return in such a manner. Immediately, her emotions were sent running high. She dismounted her horse and rushed to him. She spun the great metal beast of her friend to face her, moving a few tons of chromed-out man almost negligibly. The chrome beast still wore her friend's face. And though his eyes were shifting in and out of focus, Siri could still see him in there. David still lived. She didn't know what had pushed her friend's situation in Night City to this edge, but she'd be damned if she was going to let him fall even further. Siri's voice was intense, heavy with something more than mere emotion. Talk to me, David. Tell me. What has happened? David chuckled, a pained, tortured sound that pulled at Siri's heart, his eyes flickering to the past. Damn. It's good to see you, witch girl. Becca said you'd come back. She believed, you know. Focus, David. Let me help you. I will help you. Heh. Not much left of me to help, chum. I'm a lost cause. Been one since Mom died. You are only lost if you give up faith. I know you, David Martinez. You do not give up. Never. I shall sooner see the stars go out than your light of determination, David Martinez. David's eyes focused, just enough to smirk slightly. Man. I missed your fancy talk, witch girl. The strained earnestness of such a simple statement struck Siri to her core. Her emotion swelled. As did something else, her magic surging forth onto the material plane. Her friend was in so deep. The least Siri could do was dive in after him. She reached out. Not just in body but in mind, magic, and soul. Siri found herself within David's fracturing psyche. The world around them cracked and broke apart. David flickered between two places, past and present. Here, at the top of Arasaka Tower. And a street that Siri faintly recognized. She'd been there with David before. There was nothing special about it. Just another intersection in Night City. But what it represented to David was without match. A crossroads and an end of the line. David knew his time was up. It broke Siri's heart to see her friend so resigned. Alone on the streets of Night City within his own mind. Alone against the psychosis that was setting in. Only a fraction of David seemed to remain. It was enough for Siri to press forward, undeterred by his resignation. No matter how small, a part of David had yet to give up. And so Siri reached for David, striving to pull him up so he might breathe again. They moved as if underwater within David's mind. Within his soul and damned soul. David stood at the center of his crossroads, still as if he were just watching the world go by. Siri descended from above, her hand extended. Reaching. David saw her as an angel. One he didn't deserve. The distance between them lengthened as David subconsciously pushed her away. Siri persevered. She reached deep, deep into David's psyche, seeking that which was almost lost. She would not be deterred by silly things like self-worth or sacrifice. David would live. On this, Siri was hell-bent. As Siri reached, David could no longer shy away. He found he didn't want to. As much as he considered himself a lost cause, there was still a will to live. If not for himself, then for Lucy. To see her dream come to fruition together. Reach/contact/connection. With a great wrench of soul, emotion, and magic, Siri pulled David from the depths of his mind. Chrome and psychosis met mind and out-of-context determination. Technology and magic mingled as if they were always meant to be together. Pressing insanity was pushed back. The razor's edge David teetered on was widened until he had space to walk, to run, to dance, to live. Siri was no mage. Certainly not one trained enough to even begin messing with the soul. She was a conduit. She didn't wield magic to do her bidding. She was magic. It worked through her, responding to her emotional state, to the very desires of her soul. And with her additional elder blood, Siri was closer to magic than the vast majority would even dream of. For once, something in this dystopian cyberpunk future went right. David found his splintered soul bodily dragged back together into his physical form and stretched/expanded/swelled to fit. No longer did the heavy chrome of the cyber skeleton weigh on his shoulders. A gasp. Air filled his sin lungs. He felt it as if they were the lungs he'd been born with. The line between man and chrome blurred, evaporating as if it was never even there. Cyber muscles flexed and tensed. Electricity, signals and responses, flashed before his mind like the stuff of blood, hormones, and nerves. For the first time since the Sandy, David felt as if he fit in his body. What? You will live, David Martinez, Siri stated firmly, her voice echoing with something more. You will live. And you will thrive. Just as you always have. So I have promised, so it shall be. David chuckled, quick to accept what felt right and laughing genuinely for the first time in what felt like so long. Damn, you do good work, chum. Better than any Ripper Doc, that's for sure. Maybe I should start calling you Witch Doc instead of Witch Girl. How the hell did you manage this? My answer shall be the same as it always is. Siri rolled her eyes fondly, happy to retread familiar ground between them. 'Tis simply magic. Shit, I might just believe you this time. I ain't ever felt this preem. David exclaimed. Even working this heavy metal doesn't feel like anything. I shall be truthful. I have no idea what I've done, Siri admitted, a weight lifting from her chest as more and more pieces of her friend returned before her eyes. But it does not matter. It worked. You shall not lose any more of yourself, David. Damn fucking straight. David flexed his beastly metal muscles. I could take on the fucking world like this. Just watch a gonk stand in my way. Do not get used to it, Siri chided seriously. We shall see you restored to yourself once we've conquered whatever situation you've found yourself in. I will not have my friend become a monster before my eyes. Sit dash. Shit, Lucy. David's eyes widened in realization. What has happened, David? Tell me. I will always lend a friend my sword, Siri said, her conviction shining through like a beacon for David to latch onto. Fucking bitch-made Snake Faraday. David cursed. He's got Lucy. Gonna hand her to Arasaka. We will get her back, Siri reassured. And what of the others? Maine. Becca. David laughed, the sound heavy with trauma and loss. You've missed a lot, Witch Girl. Siri nodded sadly, realizing the only thing that could mean and pushing it to the back of her mind, as have you. We will have to share our tales over drinks when this is over. For now, we focus on the friends we can save. David smiled. A small thing but genuine, yeah. Yeah, we will. We've got to close our contract with that snake fixer first. Expect to go in loud. Fuck that ninjutsu shit, chum. Hot LZ and everything. Extract Lucy and Delta. Flatline anybody who gets in your way. Let me deal with the heavy shit. You got me, Crystal, Witch Girl. Indeed. Men and monsters, both will fall, Siri's lips quirked up in a slight smirk. Let us show Night City that the Witcher has returned. David matched her smirk with a vicious grin. Ha. That's that shit, chum. Show these gonks how Nova Organic can really be. Siri prepared herself to go in hot. Potions were pulled from her belt and downed. She even doubled up on a few key ones. Her high emotions had barely waned. She could still feel her magic buzzing beneath the surface, itching to be let out in ways Siri couldn't reasonably predict. That was fine. Her magic would not harm her or her friends. Only those who stood in their way. Her time at the dead end was not long enough to impart truly learned lessons. Just some advice that Siri would try her best to heed. The words of a man she'd met and had yet to meet for the very first time echoed in her mind. You are more powerful than you know, Siri. Your kind was one with magic before men had first tried to bend it to their will, Shawn had said. You are a conduit. So conduct/channel/convey. Let magic flow through you. Give up the iron fist of will and let true emotion reign. Direction and control will come to you naturally after that, so long as you are true to yourself. It's not much, but this is the best I can do for you in our limited time together. It was more than enough. And it was not the only boon she'd received in the dead end. Damn Dame Lucifer was the sole reason she was back here in Night City. And Lady Didi had even blessed her sword. Such a blessing was absolutely nothing that could be dismissed at all. Siri's silver sword was now the death of monsters. Said sword was drawn and ready in Siri's hand. Her potions were taking effect. Her emotions were unconstrained, just as Shawn had advised. It went against the training she'd had from the mages of her homeworld. But in a contest between them and Shawn Kane, Siri knew who she would choose to follow. Ready, which girl? David asked. He had his own rituals that he usually went through before a job. Right now though, they simply weren't needed. He was still psyched. His contract with Faraday wasn't closed yet. The objective had simply shifted. And that snake bastard better watch the fuck out. David had never felt better. With another fortifying breath, Siri nodded. I am suitably prepared, David. Take care of the men. I shall deal with any monsters. Sounds like a deal to me. Let's get Lucy out of this joint. You best get to holding on tight, which girl? David laughed. Below them in an AV garage, Faraday, the fixer who'd set up David and his crew, and an Arasaka employee were having a bit of a standoff. Faraday had Lucy and wanted to get paid what he felt he was owed. Arasaka wanted the data on Lucy and the cyberskeleton but wasn't about to cater to a slimy fixer like Faraday. Additionally, Arasaka had the guns and Faraday had the leverage. They'd come to something of an impasse. Thankfully, they wouldn't have to work out their issues. They wouldn't get the chance. In a blur of boosted time, David slid into the top-story garage. Siri was in his arms, holding on tight and only barely able to track the tech-boosted movement. She had just enough presence of mind to step down from David's arms as he came to a stop in front of Lucy. David's mental implants overloaded the program that was keeping Lucy subdued and pacified in a sparking flash. Faraday was forced to let go of the young woman, his mind still trying to catch up with David's sudden entrance. The Arasaka private mercs were only slightly quicker on the draw. David. Lucy stuttered. David just grinned reassuringly. Hey, Lucy. Hold tight, yeah. We're gonna get you out of here. W.E. Be calm, Lucy my friend, Siri soothed, holding a healing potion to her lips. Drink. Drink and do not worry. For I have returned and we are here for you. Always. The potion did wonders, bringing Lucy out of her dazed state of mind in a mere instant. Siri. What dash? How are you here? Is David okay? Calm, Lucy. Let yourself heal. And perhaps we should duck first. It might be more prudent than asking and answering questions in the current. Sitch, Siri smirked. What dash? Oh, shit. While Lucy and Siri had their short, healing heart-to-heart, the rest of the garage finished registering their presence. David made for a more than intimidating sight, all dark metal and chrome. Standing there in front of Lucy and Siri like a loyal protective golem. He dwarfed everything else in the room, almost matching even the AV, flying vehicle, in size. The Arasaka lieutenant didn't even have to say a word. Which was a good thing since he was currently struck speechless by the intimidating chrome on display. The mercs around him, surrounding the garage and David from nearly all sides, acted on long-ingrained instincts. A necessity in their line of work. Their guns raised to aim at David. His presence demanded nothing less. Even for the hardened corpo mercs, more than a few hands shook, gun barrels unsteady. Not a single one of them got the chance to pull the trigger. David's eyes narrowed. The threat to him was negligible, practically non-existent. The same couldn't be said for Siri and Lucy. His cyberskeleton frame hummed to life. Huge electromagnets spun up within the skeleton's chrome. Before any of the professional mercs could react, the guns were ripped right from their hands. The weapons flew to David, sticking to his frame. He stole the decision to pull the trigger out of the mercs' hands just as literally as he stole their guns. In front of David, shielded by his bulk, Siri and Lucy ducked. David opened fire, blasting the garage with a generous application of lead and brass. The cacophony of gunfire was deafening. The effects were just as devastating. None of the mercs lived past the first second of gunfire. They were all blasted to gory, visceral pieces by high-caliber self-defense. Tracers filled the enclosed space, leaving only destruction in their wake. But just as the Arasaka lieutenant was about to meet the same fate as his guards, the bullets intended for him were blocked by a chrome beast to match David and his cyberskeleton. The new opponent went unnoticed by David for a moment. Instead, his attention turned to the snake who set him up and almost took Lucy from him. Faraday. Don't be going nowhere. We're due for a long talk, David growled. David's cyberskeleton whirred again. A heavy hum filled the air, seeming to weigh down physically on the world. The gravity around Faraday condensed harshly. He collapsed. His limbs gave out, bursting into mists of sheer blood and gore. He could barely even scream as the weight of the world slammed down on him. Smasher. Do something. Do your job, you fucking merc. Faraday strained to shout. Adam Smasher's voice was deep, gravelly, and harshly mechanical, akin to the thundering roar of a great metal beast, utterly unable to be tamed by a mere snake. Who the fuck are you? My business is with the kid. Now, David finally turned to notice Smasher. The infamous domineering Borg stood taller than David even with his cyberskeleton. David wasn't one for cowering before infamy. Not anymore. Even after Siri set his mind straight, he was fearless to the point of recklessness. David got right up in Smasher's face without hesitation. So you're Adam Smasher? In the chrome. Not much for the NC boogeyman of legend. Smasher stared him down, returning the favor without giving an inch. You're packing some pretty heavy artillery for your size, boy. How the fuck are you this lucid? Arasaka told me you were going psycho already. But I can't see a hint of it. Guess I'm just built different, David shot back, his smirk smug and dangerous. You feelin' special, punk? Smasher asked with a menace that could not be understated. Who the fuck still says punk, chum? David's face scrunched up in confusion despite the current situation. Me, a strange, strangled sound echoed from Smasher's voice box, only vaguely recognizable as a chuckle. I'm on old man, kid. I'm not down with the lingo, you feel me? Fucking scary-ass gonk like you, how'd you end up being a corpse, huh? Simple. Corps pay the best. And they let me do what I love. Kill jumped up little shits like you. Eat my organic dick, chum. You ain't all that. I am. I literally am all that. And more than you could know, boy. All that, my ass. You're just a fucked up chrome jock like the rest of us. You have real potential, you know. Spunk. Moxie. Hate to see it go to waste. But oh well. What can you do? Whatever, chum. You want me dead? You're gonna have to flatline me yourself. That's the plan. WEVE gotta help David. Lucy gasped, watching the two Borgs verbally clash with concern clear in her eyes. Have faith, Lucy, Siri reassured. He is himself again. He will not be lost. Never again. This, I promise you. Siri's words did little to diminish Lucy's freakout. You don't understand. That's Adam fucking Smasher. The fucking boogeyman, Siri. We can't beat him. Not even with David and his cyberskeleton. We just can't. And yet, we shall. Siri was resolute. Utterly undaunted. Do not be so quick to dismiss hope, my friend. David is better than he ever has been. And I am here. We shall persist. The end will not come so soon. How can you be so calm? Lucy asked, her tone frantic. Siri turned to glance at Smasher and David, the two Goliaths facing off as if nothing else in the world mattered. He may have been a man once. But now. He is nothing more than a monster. And I know monsters. With my sword, we have nothing to fear. Nothing but fear itself. Trauma team. Faraday called out in the background. He was much worse off than he might have been in a certain timeline without Siri's intervention, without a David who was in his right mind. All of his limbs were gone as if they'd never been in the first place. He was nothing more than a torso, a nugget of a man, unable to even crawl to his salvation. Night City's fast response trauma team had been called the moment he was injured so grievously. And for a high-paying customer like Faraday, they were pulling out all of the stops. Faraday's call distracted David for a moment. But not enough that he took his eyes off Smasher. David and the trauma team had a history. He still remembered them leaving his mom to die. Ironically, trauma team had caused him more trauma than perhaps any other group in the city. But much more reasonable than he might have been without Siri's intervention, David didn't immediately lash out at those who were technically innocent of his wrath. That didn't mean he'd be letting Faraday get away though. Without even looking behind him, the cyberskeleton's anti-grav generators spun up. The overwhelming power of gravity was surprisingly controlled, squashing Faraday and Faraday alone. The trauma team was forced to abort their mission as the client expired on the spot. Impressive, Smasher said, sounding almost casual with his robotic voice. But can you afford the distraction? More than you can, chum, David spat back. We'll see. Faster than any organic human could reasonably react, Smasher's big gun raised to point at David's guts. David didn't even flinch, batting the weapon away as if fired. The enormous recoil of the specialized firearm didn't even buck in Smasher's grip as its misdirected shell obliterated a member of the trauma team as pure collateral damage. David smirked, gonna have to be faster than that, gonk. He blurred into motion. A 2-ton punch powered by his sandy blasted towards Smasher's metal board face. The chrome-fueled super speed was no-sold instantly as Smasher leaned out of the way. His wieldy gun came back around to align with David's face and spit high-caliber shotgun fury. David was already moving out of the way. He hadn't forgotten his original mission here. Get Lucy out. By any cost necessary. Then he could focus on the other Borg and have some fun. The world flashed a familiar green, after images following David's path. He grinned despite himself. He was untouchable. Match that, you Borged out bastard. Smasher did, blurring into motion with a sandy of his own. David scowled but didn't panic. That fucker was just asking to get the hurt put on him. But first, David had to get Lucy out of the danger close zone. Siri was only barely able to react as David came at her and Lucy, pulling the other girl close so David would have an easier time grabbing them both. He dashed for the edge of the garage, carrying delicate cargo now. Lucy was back in his arms where she belonged. Everything was right in the world. Even Siri was back in the picture, though she didn't fit in his arms as perfectly as Lucy did. Didn't matter. The crew was back together and everything was right as David leaped from the top floor of Arasaka Tower. An explosion followed his leap. The offending rocket splashed against the bulk of David's cyberskeleton. He felt the impact hit his bones and metal chassis. Bullshit, chum. Who the fuck slots in rockets? David could only grit his teeth and bear as the explosion sent them all tumbling through the air faster than they could fall. Lucy clambered up to mount David's chest mid-freefall. The world fell away. Nothing else mattered but her. David grinned. Hey, Lucy. Oh, David. Emotions and tears welled up in Lucy's eyes as she stared at him. You installed it. Yeah. Course, you did. Knew you would. And I knew you would die if you did. I didn't want any of this. I didn't want to watch you die. David laughed, a soft, gentle thing that he hoped to hell was comforting. I ain't dying today, Luce. We're getting out of this one. You better fucking believe it. How are you not going psycho? Lucy asked just as softly. Heh, I was. Which girl came back right in time to do that voodoo shit of hers? She might actually be magic, Luce. How crazy is that? Despite the emotional scene between her two friends, Siri couldn't help but roll her eyes, sitting casually off to the side on one of David's massive arms. I've made my magic no secret. I've told you it is such since the very beginning. This is simply the first time you've believed the truth. Hard as fuck, David praised. Sorry for not believing you before, Siri. Lucy laughed, sounding almost surprised by the sound. I still don't believe you. But I can't deny you did something. Something for David. Thank you, Siri. Thanks for coming back. I would not abandon my friends. I was merely displaced for a time by uncontrollable circumstances. They have since been resolved for good. Yeah. David asked. Those Grim Reaper-looking motherfuckers. You got M for good now. I was lucky enough to stumble upon exactly what I needed. At first, I thought it was just another stop on my journey. It turned out to be a dead end for those who chased me. Siri smirked at some inside joke. Good riddance, Lucy shuddered subtly. Those fuckers wigged me the fuck out. I believe that was by design, Siri commented. David smiled and chuckled softly. Man, look at us, huh? Who would have thought which girl would be the first one to solve her problems? Lucy couldn't help but giggle, snorting slightly in humor, especially considering the dramatic way she left in the first place. I mean, really, Siri. They were calling it the start of the 5th corporate war but no one knew which corp used fucking horses. Siri looked away to hide her blush. That is entirely Rebecca's fault. I did not ask for nearly that many explosives. Though that does remind me that I'll need to retrieve my steed from the top of Arasaka Tower after all of this is done, Siri muttered to herself as an afterthought. Well, what do you say we keep up the tradition? Let's have them calling tonight a war as well, David smirked. Hold tight, girls. Looks like we're coming into a hot LZ again. Bundling both of them safely in his arms, David took control of their tumble from unreachable heights. The cyberskeleton folded into an almost airtight ball around them. They landed on top of a flying vehicle, destabilizing it as they rolled down its length. Smasher, the fearless Borged bastard, somehow caught up to them, sliding and shooting down the impromptu ramp behind them, hesitating at the last moment before he could immediately follow David. Below them, the last two members of David's crew held out behind a barricade of trucks. Corporate mercs and NCPD officers alike joined forces to shut the rampaging edgerunners down. Becca and Falco huddled away from the gunfire, feeling that the end was near and not willing to give an inch before it came calling. David made his entrance in style. His anti-grav thrusters ignited to set him down almost gently atop the truck Becca and Falco were hiding behind. The weight of the cyber skeleton still trashed the truck's suspension in an instant. Bullets, large and small caliber, pinged off his bulk as he grinned down at his crew. Told you I'd make it. Becca grinned back at him, sure took your sweet time, gonkbrain. We picking up strays from Arasaka's top floor now? Falco asked good-naturedly. Siri tooted just as fondly, doest thou not recognize me, Falco? Becca gaped up at her, Siri. No shot. Which girl, is that really you? When the hell did you get back in town, girl? At precisely the moment I was most needed, Siri simply said. Yeah, she set me straight for damn sure, David snorted. Becca turned her gape onto David, damn, chum. You're straight up lucid. No psycho. No psycho, David nodded. Hell yeah. A wide grin spread across Becca's face. A bullet pinged off the truck, too close for comfort and interrupting the crew's touching reunion. David spun and sprayed into the crowd, shut the fuck up. Tisk, they're being rather rude, aren't they? Siri asked rhetorically. Perhaps someone should teach them some manners. Even in their blood-pumping situation, or maybe because of it, Siri was riding high. Adrenaline raced through her veins and her emotions rushed like that one roller coaster Becca had taken her on. Her magic matched her state of mind, coming as easy to her as a wave of the hand. With said wave of the hand, a large portal appeared in the middle of Corpo Plaza behind the crew. Siri worked entirely off instinct and feel. The other side of the portal connected to someplace deep, dark, and heavy with billions of pounds of pressure. The effect was instantaneous, great gouts and torrents of sea water spraying forth from the portal like a pressure washer to sweep away the crew's opposition. Everyone stopped to simply stare at Siri, their mouths open wide in shock and disbelief. The portal closed and with it, the sideways geyser disappeared as if it was never there. Siri chuckled awkwardly, that may have been a bit much. What the fuck? Lucy could barely find the words to say that much. David just nodded, I'm telling ya, loose. Magic. Deadass. She really is a witch girl. Becca stood and did a little gremlin-like jig at the devastation, fucking Nova. Did you see that shit, chum? Holy shit, those corpo pricks just got trashed. Fucking annihilated. Goddamn, chum dash. A strange whistling noise from above interrupted Becca's excitement, drawing her attention upward. From there, everything happened quickly. Much too quickly to stop. Much too quickly to do anything at all. Becca pointed her gun skyward and fired without care, man, can't you see I'm having a moment here dash? Fuck you dash. The boom that followed seemed to shake the world. David, Falco, Lucy, Siri, none of them could do anything but watch in horror as if frozen in place. Smasher descended like a lightning bolt from the heavens, smashing Becca into the ground. It didn't even seem real. Siri saw the scene replay before her mind's eye. Over and over, Becca, Siri's first friend in Night City, was smashed. Obliterated. Savaged by a falling monster. Her body was left lying there, destroyed and eviscerated in a horrific scene that surpassed even the greatest terrors Siri had ever seen. Siri's mind stopped working, stopped processing anything but Becca. Her ruined corpse. The world froze with the destruction, tinted black and white by sudden overwhelming grief. Siri heard a roar in her ears, drowning out everything else. Blood and magic surged, a hurricane of emotion and power. And with the traumatic ravaging of Siri's heart, the world rewound. Can't you see I'm having a moment here dash? Becca was alive again. Screaming at the heavens. Unaware she'd even died. She wouldn't meet the same fate again. Siri wouldn't let her. Emotion and power, blood and magic still screamed within Siri. Screamed out of her with a cry that shook the fabric of reality itself. No. Not again. Quicker than thought, Siri blasted forth to intercept the falling smasher. Her sword flashed, carving him in twain. Grief propelled her forward, rage empowered her strike. By the sheer force of Siri's emotion and magic, causality was overwritten in the slash of a silver sword. An explosion that wasn't quite real sent the top and bottom half of Smasher flying out of his path. Becca was left untouched and blinking in surprise. The others watched the scene for the first time with similar reactions. Only David knew something different had happened, his expanded soul remembering the brief trauma of Becca's rewritten death. Shit, good catch, Siri, Falco praised. Becca laughed, only slightly shaky on her feet, yeah, which girl? Thanks. I thought I was a goner there for real. Siri didn't hear or acknowledge them in her rage, simply stalking over to the still-living top half of Smasher's body. Surprisingly enough, he didn't resist her presence. Didn't try to fight back at all. He merely stared up at the night sky, watching the moon, done in by an organic without an ounce of chrome. How ironic. Siri stood over him, her blade leveled before his forehead and her voice something beyond intense. No chrome. I think you're missing something, monster. My silver sword shines and shimmers with the best of them. Die. With that single word, she thrust, stabbing downward and pinning the Borg's head to the ground beneath. And so was the death of a boogeyman. The death of a monster. Goddamn, chum, Becca muttered, coming up beside Siri. You just zeroed the boogeyman. Siri, emotions running higher than they'd ever been, let out a steady breath. She tried to exhale her rage with said breath. It worked. To a certain extent. The fact that the monster was dead also helped quite a bit. Of course, with her burning, driving rage gone, Siri's worry and not-so-irrational grief took over. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hugged Becca tightly to her bosom, almost completely engulfing the smaller woman in her embrace. I'm so glad you're okay. I don't know what I would have done. I just got back. It wasn't fair. Not fair at all. Becca, of course, struggled within Siri's embrace. What the hell, chum? Let me go, let me go. I'm fucking fine. The fuck are you crying for? Never. Siri muttered a promise to herself with lone tears tracking down her cheeks. Never again. Even after Siri managed to regain control over herself, she didn't let go of Becca for a second. And though Becca struggled, she wasn't nearly as against being hugged by her friend as she made herself seem. Over the wreckage of Corpo Plaza and the corpse of a monster, a touching reunion was finally able to take place. It seemed the crew were getting off scot-free this time. At least, for now. A timeline that never took place was averted. The crew was battered, almost broken, and greatly diminished. But they were together. And they'd even gotten back someone they thought they'd lost. The Corpo mercs and NCPD officers were scattered to the wind, washed completely away from Corpo Plaza by the effect of Siri's portal. It also left the crew standing in a small puddle of water, but that was inconsequential. And with Smasher dead at the crew's hand, no one would be fucking with them anytime soon. David was sure of that much. It was just how things worked in Night City. They'd have to lay real low for a while though, especially with the magic voodoo that Siri pulled. But David was more confident than ever that they'd be fine, him in his right mind and Siri back in action. Tonight would make them all real Night City legends. Siri most of all. The name Witcher and the fate of Adam Smasher wouldn't fade from memory anytime soon. Falco smiled at the scene of Siri and Becca, casually lighting up a cig now that everything was over and done with. Lucy came over, leaning onto David's bulky side. David himself was torn between enjoying the moment and dwelling in the grief of a moment that never was. David. Lucy nudged him out of his half-remembered trauma. Come on, let's Delta. No need to stick around so the idiots can try to throw another wave of fodder at us. Yeah. David said slowly, shaking off the moment that never was. Yeah. Let's dip. We've got better shit to do than stick around here. Like unslotting the damned cyberskeleton, Lucy frowned. I don't know. It's starting to grow on me, David joked, flexing a huge metal chrome arm. You're uninstalling it, David, Lucy put her foot down firm with a slight pout. No chrome that makes it impossible for me to cuddle with you. That statement brought David up short for a moment. Well, when you put it that way. Falco scoffed fondly at their antics. Let's get rolling, friends. Lord knows I could use a damn strong drink after all that trouble. Siri practically carried Becca as she joined them, her lips quirking up slightly at Falco's request. Well, you're in luck. I happen to know just the place. Chapter 42:37, Teen Titans Unite. Though Damian would never admit it, he missed Gotham when he wasn't there. The city had grown on him. Slightly. Only enough that he didn't hate everyone in it like most places he visited. Just most people. Gotham still had nothing on the city of his birth, Etheltheben. But then again, not many cities could claim the benefits of having been built by an immortal like his grandfather. While Gotham lacked the adventures he'd grown used to during his childhood with the League of Assassins, it had its own version of fun to offer. Fun like its many colorful villains and heroes. Some of them could even put up a good fight. His siblings, obviously. Even if they could be trying and tiresome. But Damian had been surprised when he found that Harley Quinn in particular showed herself as a worthy opponent for him to test himself against. It almost made being restricted by father's rules worth it. Almost. Recently, in relative terms, another aspect of Gotham's fun had emerged onto the scene. Shawn Kane, his partner Dee Dee, and their dead end. Though Damian's start at the dead end could be considered rocky, it too had since grown on him. Specifically, the irresistible revelation that Damian now knew as headpats. Those hypnotizing headpats weren't the only thing the dead end had to offer. Father praised, for as much as he could praise anything, the bar's neutrality and the de-escalation that came with it. Sister Barbara fumed at the overwhelming, paperwork creating stories told within. And Sister Cass simply would not shut up about Shawn himself. But all of those aspects of the dead end paled before the majesty of headpats in Damian's eyes. Truly, he did not know what he was missing until he experienced it for the first time. What was the proverb grandfather had come across during his immortal travels? Ah, yes. Damian had eyes but he could not see Mount Tai. Unfortunately, Damian had recently become too preoccupied to make nightly visits to the dead end and refresh himself with glorious headpats. His attention was, in fact, caught up on the entire opposite side of the country. It had been too long since he felt the relaxation of a good scalp scritch. Too long, indeed. Still, he would not be derelict in his duty. He was needed in San Francisco. Needed with the new Teen Titans. And so he begrudgingly made the greatest sacrifice of his career, leaving the dead end and headpats behind only temporarily, unaware that a doorway to his salvation now existed in his new city for him to find. Being on a team of heroes that wasn't entirely composed of his family was a strange development for Damian. But assuming it was another one of Father's tests, he was committed to giving this new team his all. Perhaps the strangest aspect of it all was being appointed as the leader of the team despite also being its youngest member. Cyborg was 19, almost aging out of the teen in Teen Titans. Starfire was a fresh-faced 18-year-old alien princess. Raven would be turning 18 in only a few days now. Beast Boy was the second youngest at 16. Which left Damian as the youngest by a significant margin at a mere 14 years of age. Damian was well aware that age did not necessarily mean authority. After all, he was younger than Tim or Jason but he'd be damned if he was lower in the Bat family than either of them. He was the current Robin, after all. Though he would never admit it, that assured confidence was shaken slightly by being made to deal with and lead those outside his core family. At first, that is. Over their short months working together since the team's formation, Damian had developed satisfactory relationships and familiarity with the rest of the Titans. And it wasn't as if there were many options for the team's leader. The only one Damian would have considered besides himself was Cyborg, Vic. He was the oldest member of the team and Damian would have happily followed him if he'd been chosen as leader. Beast Boy, Garfield, was too immature for the moment. There was a good chance that he would buckle under the weight of decisions that a team leader had to make. Personally, Damian had faith in the boy he was begrudgingly coming to call a friend. Faith that Garfield was secretly much more mature than he seemed. But Damian could also see why Father would not wish to take that chance if he didn't have to. Other than Garfield and Vic, the girls' situations made them difficult choices for the team's leader. Starfire, Corey, less so than Raven, Rachel, but still difficult. Corey wasn't actually as immature as she might seem at first interaction. She merely came across that way due to her constant energy and optimism. No, the real problem with her being team leader was her naivety and unfamiliarity with Earth culture. Raven, the only one on the team who preferred to be called by her heroic alias over her birth name, was a whole other quiver of crossbow bolts entirely. She seemed mature and stoic at first glance. And she was, to an extent. But that impression was slightly forced, faked, even, by the strict emotional control she held herself under. Then there was her personal situation to worry about. Damian was not privy to all of the details there. But Raven had opened up to the team slightly in the days leading up to her 18th birthday. They now knew that there was a non-zero chance that something grievous would happen on that day but also that Raven had been working hard by herself in preparation. And that she was confident she could prevent the worst from coming to pass. That situation was far from ideal but Damian couldn't rightfully address the potential situation without knowing more. Raven hadn't been the most forthcoming about details. She was utterly steadfast in dealing with her issues herself. Damian didn't feel that he or the team had earned enough trust to try and command otherwise. So while Damian was prepared to go in with a contingency plan if necessary, he rather hoped it wouldn't be necessary. At the core of it, Raven's situation seemed to revolve around family. So it shouldn't be anything they couldn't deal with even if the worst came to pass, right? Robin. We've got action, Vic's voice came over the communication device in Damian's ear. Damian shook himself out of his thoughts, copy. Team, converge on Cyborg's position. We'll be there in less than a minute, Cyborg. Can you hold out until then? A grunt came in reply, I think I'll be fine. But it'll be close. This fucker's slippery. Language, Raven's voice, deadpan and sarcastic even by Damian's standards, interjected on the channel. Garfield laughed at the joke, yeah, Cyborg, we've got sensitive ears listening here. Sensitive ears? Corey's confused voice asked. Like ticklish. How does one tickle the ears? Comms, Damian cut the team off before they could devolve into their usual antics. What are we looking at here, Cyborg? Oh, you know, Vic's reply was tense with forced composure. Just mercenary stuff. Best mercenary in the world, kinda stuff. Deathstroke, Damian realized. Do not engage, Cyborg. Keep his attention if you can but I repeat, do not engage. None of us will be able to beat him on our own. Yeah, I might have noticed that when he almost cut my goddamn arm off. Language, Raven deadpanned, repeating her joke. Damian could almost hear a hint of amusement in her constantly flat tone. I believe he is speaking the English, friend Raven, Corey replied. Yeah. I know. That's the joke. A clap of realization came over Corey's hot mic. I see. Ah, guys. Maybe we shouldn't be distracting Cyborg while he's fighting the world's best mercenary. Just an idea, Garfield chuckled awkwardly. Thank you. Vic all but shouted in frustration. Thankfully, the comms fell silent after that, leaving Damian to quickly pull together a plan of action. For this mission, they'd been tipped off about a heist at San Francisco's Asian Art Museum. That was all of the information they'd had before now, and the team had been left to guard the venue in case something did happen after hours. While the others weren't fond of being put on stakeout duty, it had always been a favorite of Damian's. It was uniquely calming. Sure, it meant he and his team were relegated to a purely reactionary role, but it also gave him time to put his thoughts in order. Something about being on the edge between ready and relaxed always helped with that. Now, the perpetrator had made himself known. And immediately, questions surfaced in Damian's sharp mind. Deathstroke. This wasn't a job he would usually take. His services were available for hire, yes, but he usually took on more active roles than mere artifact heists. It was quite unusual to see him knocking over a museum instead of taking a kill contract of some kind. But ultimately, the questions would have to wait until Damian had more information. Their first duty was to foil theft and protect the artifacts and exhibits on display. Any potential captures came after that. Of course, that duty would be made much easier if they knew what Deathstroke was actually after. In a place like this, the options were many and varied. It was something of a target-rich environment for thieves. As far as Damian knew, none of the artifacts were anything more than mundane. But he also knew better than to bank on that fact with a selection of artifacts this large. Something magical or secretly technological could have easily slipped under the radar. Their best course of action was to simply run Deathstroke off. To make completing his mission harder than it was worth. One of the perks of dealing with a mercenary opponent. They weren't known for their undying loyalty. Damian would be surprised if the team could defeat Deathstroke even if they all worked together perfectly. He wasn't called the best mercenary in the world for nothing. He was skilled enough to match Father in almost every field. Add an enhanced body and intellect on top of those skills and you had a daunting opponent that even Father would have to be cautious against. Damian took note of his surroundings as he moved to reinforce his teammate, trying to narrow down Deathstroke's target by eliminating the exhibits he passed. Nothing European, American, or African. As the sounds of fighting drew closer, Damian decided it had to be an artifact of Asian origin. Something that should perhaps have been obvious by the museum's name, the Asian Art Museum, even though it contained exhibits from all over the world. The process was pushed to the back of his mind as he focused on the here and now. Garfield, in the form of a green wolf that came up to Damian's chest, dashed past him as Vic came into view. Corey flew overhead in the museum's spacious halls, her hands already glowing green with her starbolt energy. Raven came to fly along beside Damian, almost casually floating on the backs of shadows. Damian wasn't fooled by her apparent relaxation, knowing she was just as dedicated to heroics as the rest of them. She simply didn't show it the same way. So where do you want me, Robin? Raven asked without even a bare hint of inflection in her voice. Area control, Damian ordered, not stopping for a moment to speak. We're going to want to prevent damage wherever we can. Collateral is unacceptable. Raven gave a slight nod, her face mostly hidden by the shadow of her hood, understandable. I know I certainly don't want to pay off a priceless artifact if we break one. It would not be fun, Damian grunted almost absently. Can you sense anything we should know about? No. I can barely feel Deathstroke. He must be remarkably well disciplined to pull that off. That and more. Keep an eye on the others. He doesn't typically pull his punches very well. Dangerous. Deadly. They didn't say anything more, didn't have to. Raven could sense how serious Damian was, even more so than usual. And considering how serious he usually was, that was saying something. She'd have to keep herself alert in return. Maybe a slight emotional field to make sure Garfield didn't goof off at a bad time as well. Vic was already experiencing why Deathstroke was not to be taken lightly firsthand. The damned merc had just jumped down from the ceiling and tried to take his fucking arm off. Sure, it was the mechanical one and it would have been easy enough to recover when he had the moment, but still. It was the principle of the matter. Cursing to himself, Vic rolled right into a kick that shook his metal bones. Deathstroke's downward slash was a feint. And in dodging it, Vic had opened himself up for an easy hit. He felt like he could barely catch his breath. Damian had said to only keep Deathstroke's attention and not engage. Something that was a whole lot harder when you were the one fighting the damned merc. None of Vic's arm cannon shots had even gotten close. Deathstroke was practically toying with him, casually dancing circles around him since before their fight even started. That sword of his was sharp enough to slice through the floor and walls like butter. And the one time Vic thought he'd landed a blow, a wicked right hook that would have laid out just about anybody, it had simply slid off the merc's suit. Reinforcements couldn't come quick enough in Vic's mind. Something that Damian seemed to pick up on. Garfield was still a bit too far away from the fight at the end of the long museum hall. And Corey's energy blasts wouldn't do much to take the pressure off Vic. Deathstroke was more than good enough to dodge and fight at the same time. "Throw me," Damian said, turning his head to Raven. The request gave her the briefest moment of pause, but she didn't argue, trusting that he'd seen something in the fight that she hadn't due to inexperience. One flying robin. Coming up. Damian drew his sword, a shorter, straight, single-edged blade reminiscent of a wakizashi without the curve, and a batarang in his offhand to be used as an improvised dueling dagger. Shadows became real around him, taking hold of his body. Then he was shot forward as if from a catapult. "Cyborg. Duck." Damian called out bluntly as he raced through the air. Swearing under his breath, Vic complied. An instant later, 120 pounds of spite, fury, and pure freaking death zipped over his head. The clash of steel against steel rang out like a bell. Damian used the momentum of his short flight to slide his blade down the length of Deathstroke's, aiming for the hand that wielded it. Deathstroke was forced to give ground for the first time in the fight, taking a step back and ducking to disengage. Damian used the rest of his flying momentum to flip over Deathstroke's head in a move that shouldn't have worked. He came down on his feet with almost feral bared teeth, crouching slightly and ready to pounce again in an instant. "Boy wonder," Deathstroke greeted casually. "It's always strange to see one of you bats outside of Gotham. How are you? Have you found the time to stop by the dead end recently? Don't think you can tempt with honeyed words of commonality, villain," Damian snarled. "We are far from the neutrality of the bar and the soothing head pats that keep me pacified there." Vic was brought up short by the exchange, reacting with clear confusion. "Hold up, what? Huh?" Corey arrived just in time to hear the exchange and cock her head to the side slightly. "I am also of the confusion. Do you know this foe, friend Robin? Is he the new friend instead of the new foe?" Corey sounded like she was getting excited at the end there. Damian cut that off before it could take root. "No. He's still a villain. No friend at all." Deathstroke shrugged. "I'd like to think we're at least amicable. It makes for the most profitable relationships, and I've seen you more than a few times at the dead end, little Robin." Garfield skidded to a stop nearby when he saw that they weren't fighting anymore, shifting back to his base human form. "Huh? Dead end? What's that?" "The holy land of headpats," Damian claimed, his voice blunt and serious as ever. "And good drink and better stories," Deathstroke added. "So a bar?" Garfield asked. "Headpats." Corey's head cocked to the other side at that. "I must admit to more of the confusion." "Headpats," Damian nodded in confirmation. "Nothing else compares." "How excitement?" Corey clapped. "Dude," Vic deadpanned. "What the hell are you talking about?" Garfield laughed a sound of disbelief. "Yeah, for real. Sounds like you two have lost it." Damian nodded again. "Insanity is a known side effect of the dead end and Mr. Barkeep's activities." "Wait, Mr. Barkeep. Is there a bartending hero in Gotham?" Deathstroke's expression wasn't visible through his full face mask, but his smirk was audible, something like that. "Are we actually going to fight here?" Raven asked in that flat voice of hers, casually floating into the scene. "Or are you all just going to talk like co-workers around a water cooler?" "Ah. I suppose we should," Deathstroke sighed. "I still have a job to do." "So do we," Damian glared at him. "You won't complete your mission here, Deathstroke." "Yeah. Whatever it is." Garfield added enthusiastically. Damian's scowl deepened but didn't say anything. His displeasure was still noticed. "What? What did I say?" Garfield asked, lost. "Ah, I believe I know this one," Corey exclaimed, excited to contribute. "You have given away the game. The villain now knows we are of the disadvantaged." "Oh, damn it," Garfield groaned. "That's my bad, guys. Sorry." "Interesting team you have here, boy wonder," Deathstroke said to Damian as he got ready for the fight to restart. "Cute and inexperienced. But I'm sure you kids have plenty of potential to work with. Go ahead and give me your best shot. And don't try holding anything back. I certainly won't be." With an audible growl, Damian leaped back into the fray at Deathstroke's invitation. His blade, forged and honed by trial since birth, lashed out like a snapping snake. It only tasted air as Deathstroke easily evaded the strike. His deadly response forced Damian to use the batarang in his offhand. Deathstroke's enhanced strength still thrust Damian off balance. He let himself move with the blow, thrown to the side to recover and try again. The rest of the Teen Titans quickly joined the battle. Garfield shifted into a lumbering polar bear, hoping to rely on overwhelming power. That strategy quickly failed as Deathstroke judo threw the charging bear form over his shoulder. Garfield was sent flying much like Damian before him. But he adapted, shifting into a more nimble big cat form and pouncing back into the thick of it. Vic and Corey stuck to their strengths, peppering the air with various blasts of energy. Having to control their fire not to hit their teammates greatly diminished their effectiveness in that field. As did the almost negligent way Deathstroke avoided their firepower. As if he always knew exactly where they would shoot next. Damian dashed back in for round 3. His first lunge was dutifully deflected. As was the sideways slash he tried to follow up with. Then he found himself frustratingly clashing with Garfield as they both tried to navigate melee combat around a much more experienced opponent. That was the real issue here, Damian mused mid-fight. The gap in experience. Both when fighting alone and when fighting as a team. The new Teen Titans were, well, new. While they'd made good progress together, their teamwork still wasn't enough to match someone of Deathstroke's strength and skill. Neither was their individual experience, with Damian being the most versed in actual combat by far. It was a vexing situation to find themselves in. Big Cat Garfield leaped at Deathstroke with claws and teeth bared. A terrifyingly intimidating sight. Not many people could hold fast when facing down an apex predator with a human mind. Unfortunately, Deathstroke was more than up to the task. Damian frowned furiously as he was forced to abort a strike that would have hit his teammate instead of his target. And in the end, Garfield's interference was ineffectual. Deathstroke just stepped into and under Garfield's pounce, slashing upward with a strike that should have disemboweled the green-tinted hero. Thinking quickly, Damian launched his offhand batarang at Deathstroke mid-attack. The throwing weapon bit into the mercenary's hand as best it could through his armored suit. The crippling slash was turning into a mere glancing blow. But the brief exchange was still much too close for comfort. Fuck, man. Careful. That thing's sharp. Garfield exclaimed. It's a sword, Deathstroke deadpanned in reply. That's the point. Damian dove back in, snatching up his spent batarang and clashing with Deathstroke yet again. Eyes narrowed in furious concentration, Damian tried to slip his nimble blade into the mercenary's guard. 2 fingers pushed the sharp stabbing sword away, casual as can be. Damian threw himself down and in, following the redirected momentum to try and catch Deathstroke off guard. In an instant, he found himself trapped beneath a boot-armored foot, unable to find any leverage to escape. Friend Robin. Corey cried. Vic swore under his breath, I can't get a clear shot. Careful, little bird, Deathstroke tooted down at Damian. You're getting reckless. And I'm sure you know what that leads to. Damian glared up at him. A subtle hand reached down to his utility belt. But before he could extract himself from the predicament, Corey crashed the scene. She abandoned her ranged attacks, the role she was most useful in for this fight. In a matter of mere blinks, she was upon Deathstroke, flying in like a heat-seeking missile with glowing green fists. She reacted without thinking to the sight of her friend in peril, throwing away the team formation that Damian knew was their current best course of action. Arrgh. Corey yelled at the top of her lungs. Take this. Stand of the stillness, villain. The only positive of the sudden change of situation was that Deathstroke was forced to release Damian and direct his attention to Corey. She wailed on the mercenary with flying fists and protective rage. None of her attacks found any purchase at all. Deathstroke didn't even have to break a sweat to weave around the impromptu berserker the alien princess had become. Growing increasingly frustrated, Corey released a roar. A wide area blast radiated from her hands. For the first time in the fight, one of the Titan's attacks was successful. But it was quickly shown to be largely ineffective despite actually hitting Deathstroke. The mercenary was sent flying through the air. He tumbled with the blow, quickly regaining control of himself. With almost contemptuous ease, he landed atop one of the museum's exhibits, a towering totem of some kind. Only a moment later, he leaped off it as his landing destabilized the artifact. Oh noes. Corey gasped in panic. Raven. Damian barked a preemptive order. No need to yell. I've got it. Raven's reply came so flat that it almost sounded bored. Shadowy tendrils reached up from the ether to set the totem right. Deathstroke intently observed the exchange from his new perch atop another, more stable exhibit. Trying to prevent collateral damage, I see, Deathstroke sighed. Ah, the limitations of playing hero. Still, he wasn't above using any and everything to his advantage. A pistol was pulled from a holster on his hip. Without even seeming to aim, the mercenary took a shot, aimed away from any of the Teen Titans. Shit, Raven swore, the exclamation coming out strange through her monotone. She manipulated her shadows. They just barely obscured the vase exhibit that Deathstroke had aimed at in time. The bullet shot into the darkness as Raven redirected it through her shadow dimension. It came out of another shadow on the opposite side of the room, directed into a wall where it should have impacted harmlessly. It didn't, instead ricocheting off the wall to ping against Vic's metallic behind before wasting the rest of its energy buried in the floor. Vic understandably jumped at suddenly being shot even if the bullet did no real damage. Jesus, fuck. You just shot me in the butt. Watch it. Sorry. For once, Raven's flat tone wavered ever so slightly, tinted with frustration and self-loathing. Garfield couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Heh. Buns of steel. Not fucking funny, beast boy. Vic shouted. Deathstroke shook his head. Children. Worse, children playing at hero. Oi. Garfield took audible offense at that. That's it. Cyborg. Fish cannon. Vic looked at him in utter incredulity. Fish cannon. Fish cannon. Garfield confirmed, shifting back to his base form. I'm pulling out all the stops. Standing tall, he shifted for the final time in the fight. The action came with a strange sound. Something between a bleat and a squawk. An animal cry of some kind. None of them could hope to identify what animal it came from until Garfield finished his transformation. Then suddenly, in the middle of a museum, where it might rightfully belong, stood the penguin to end all penguins. Tinted Garfield's signature green, it stood proud and even taller than Vic at the top of its head. The massive flightless bird flapped its powerful flippers in a display that was far more intimidating than it had any right to be. Deathstroke let himself sigh internally, half in amusement and half in exasperation. He figured he might as well throw the team heroes a bone here. Besides, Mr. Barkeep would likely be upset if he ended up actually harming little Robin. No contract was worth that prospect. All right, you got me. I surrender, Deathstroke said, sheathing his blade and holding up both hands empty. Say, what? Vic gaped at him. Deathstroke scoffed as if the cyborg was the unreasonable one there. I know better than to mess with penguins. Your teammate wasn't lying when he said he'd pull out all the stops. You don't get much bigger guns than a massive extinct penguin. Vic's mind blue screamed, literally, huh? May I ask why? Corey asked curiously. Though the Titans couldn't see it, Deathstroke smirked beneath his mask. Let me put it this way. When it comes to fight or flight, penguins only have one option. Oh, of course. Corey gasped as if that made all the sense in the world. I was not aware the flightless bird was the greatest of Earth's predators. That. Raven started to disagree but just ended up rolling her eyes. Whatever. Damian glared at Deathstroke suspiciously. You expect us just to believe your surrender, Snake? Deathstroke rolled his eyes, the expression again going unseen by the Titans. I mean, I'm not going to let you capture me but I'm also not going to fight you anymore. Not worth my time and my contract isn't worth the effort. Come back to me once you've worked out the kinks in this little team of yours. HNG, Damian grunted, unsatisfied but also not arguing with the mercenary's point. Fine. So why do all of this? Why take a heist contract instead of your usual MO? What were you even after here? You mean you don't already know my target? Deathstroke asked, his head strangely tilting to one side a bit. No, Damian spat. Should we? I suppose not, no. Don't mind me. Just a curiosity, Damian didn't like the amusement that he could now clearly hear in Deathstroke's voice. As for why this contract, well, I thought it would be easy money. Hold up, Vic raised a hand in confusion. You're just gonna tell us? No, then I'd have to kill you, but either. Yeah, shouldn't there be like? Garfield shifted back to his base human form. I dunno, mercenary client confidentiality. Deathstroke scoffed, kid, I'm not a doctor or, DD forbid, a lawyer. There's no such thing as confidentiality or true loyalty in my line of work. Huh. Garfield paused. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, Deathstroke continued. I was hired by a loathsome fellow who called himself Brother Blood to steal a magical artifact from here. Raven hissed so slightly that it might as well have gone unnoticed. What artifact? Deathstroke shrugged, the Book of Discord. Some little-known grimoire or something. I honestly didn't pay much attention. As you might be able to tell, I'm not terribly invested in this particular job. Should we be of worried, friend Raven? Corey asked. Despite her emotional control, relief practically poured off Raven, not since Deathstroke seems to be giving up his mission. I know of Brother Blood. He's bad news. As is the Book of Discord. It's an emotional magic grimoire and we should see about moving it from the public eye as quickly as possible. If it fell into the wrong hands, well, I hope you like emotional zombies. But we don't have to worry about that, right? Garfield clarified nervously. 'Cause it wasn't stolen. No zombies. He shuddered. They freak me out, man. Damian hadn't taken his eyes off Deathstroke and could still see the amusement in his posture. Something wasn't quite right yet. Why did you think we already knew your target? He interrogated. Well, I just assumed. Deathstroke began, all too casually. That your pitiful attempt at engaging me in combat was a diversion. And that the Indian girl with pink-purple hair who snuck off with the book during the thick of it was one of yours. Stunned silence followed Deathstroke's reveal, to his great entertainment. Damian's scowl had never been deeper. Both at the insult to his team's skills and the fact that they hadn't even noticed being third-partied. Oh dear, Corey worried with a frown. So the book is of the missing. Garfield whimpered slightly, Z-zombies. Raven's flat voice delivered the understatement of the evening. That is not good. Vic's visceral reaction was more appropriate for the situation's severity. Sure as shit doesn't sound like it. I. Jinx was bored. Bored. This city blew. Why had she come here again? Oh, yeah. 'Cause the luck was calling out to her here. The only problem with that portion of her magic was that she could never tell if that luck was good or bad. But considering the absolute nothing she'd gotten up to since coming here, she was leaning toward bad. The most fun she'd had was that little run-in with a team of heroes her age. She wasn't even aware that San Francisco had a hero team. They had to be new on the scene, though she did recognize one of them as Robin, 'cause, like, who wouldn't? Even that bit of action was only fun for a little while. Jinx had gotten to play a few tricks and pranks but nothing more. Not really. Then she kind of lost interest in the heroes after they'd chased her off. It wasn't her fault that the only way to have any real fun was to do illegal things. At least there was some good eye candy to be had with them. Robin was too young for her tastes, but that green shapeshifter boy was kind of cute in a goofy way. And the cyborg guy was just one big hubba hunk of man and metal. Yeah, Jinx could see herself in the middle of that sandwich. Green boy as the lettuce. Cyborg boy as the bread and meat and metal. The metaphor kind of fell apart there pretty quickly. Oh well, she'd just have to make it work anyway. Those boys seemed worth it. Still, Jinx didn't know when she'd get a chance to flirt with the heroic eye candy anytime soon. She didn't even know if she'd be sticking around this city for much longer. There were those fearsome 4 nerds who wanted her to join them, but honestly, me. So until she decided what she was going to do next, Jinx was left just wandering the streets of San Fran. And trying very hard to ignore the stench of shit the city never seemed to lose. Seriously, just you. During that wander, a twinge of luck caught her attention. With nothing better to do, she followed it. At least this way, she'd be guaranteed something interesting. The trail led her to some museum or another. Jinx didn't even care to read the name out front. Slipping inside was simple with a bit of probability manipulation. A conveniently unlocked door here. A conveniently unwatched hallway there. A flickering camera. And so on. Once inside, Jinx heard sounds that couldn't be mistaken for anything other than a pitched battle. She grinned. Now, that's what she was talking about. At least something was happening to alleviate her boredom. She followed the noises, coming upon a scene and stopping to watch for a few moments. It was those teenage heroes again. Teen Titans. And they were fighting some ninja dude. Losing too. As she debated whether to intervene or not, another twinge of her senses got her attention. A book. Burian. Okay. She got it. No need to yell, luck senses. She'd take the stupid book. Grumbling to herself but more intrigued than she'd ever admit, Jinx snuck into the battle and stole the Book of Discord right out from under everyone's noses. She wanted to stay and watch the rest of the fight, but something was telling her to get out of Dodge as quickly as she could. Plus, this book reeked of magic and the Teen Titans had a mage of their own. Jinx wasn't confident that she could conveniently avoid detection for much longer. At least she got one interesting thing out of all of this. Leaving the museum and the heroes behind to continue their losing battle, Jinx casually lucked her way into a fancy-ass hotel room. There, she holed up in the room, pulled herself a bubble bath, and cracked open her lucky prize. This is Hindi. Very, very old Hindi. Shit, how much old Hindi do I remember? Book of Discord, Dissonance, Disharmony. Well, I won't say no to some new magic. Jinx immersed herself in the grimoire, reading and internalizing the ideas and magic within. As she did, something began to resonate. Bad luck and disharmony. Chaos of emotion and probability. Unnoticed by Jinx, by anyone on Earth, that resonance reached farther and farther into the dimensional ether. The Book of Discord had been intended for a man simply known as Brother Blood. a man of great discord himself. The name Brother Blood was passed down. A legacy unto itself. The original founded the Church of Blood, seeking to spread chaos and blood in his wake. The current Brother Blood dutifully continued that legacy. Brother Blood's intentions for the Book of Discord would be forever unknown. Lost. But something remained. A connection, waiting to be called upon from a distant dimension. And through a twist of sheer luck, Jinx's studies of the grimoire triggered a portion of that connection. A being of pure cosmic power waited on the other end of the connection. A conqueror. A demon. For Trigon the Terrible, it was merely one plan of dozens meant to finally expand his infernal influence and empire to Earth. As such, when the resonance called to him from someone other than his mortal servants, he did not panic. He merely altered the plan slightly. Honestly, the change of plans was a boon. Dealing with mortal pawns was always a hassle. Some of the evil bastards that would willingly serve him even gave him indigestion. Yes, it would be much simpler to seize this new connection and twist it to his needs. Much less immediately effective than the full summoning he'd been expecting though. Another alteration was needed, it seemed. Though Trigon might have been considered a mere overwhelming brute by some, he knew how to do subtlety if he had to. So when Jinx tried her first spell from the grimoire, bad luck calling upon emotion, discord, and chaos, Trigon leached off the process. The barest sliver of his soul piggybacked off the spell, gaining access to the material world and Earth beyond. The portion of Trigon that made it through was practically nothing. Not enough for an avatar. Not enough to truly affect the world around him. But even the tiniest of footholds was enough for Lord Trigon. And besides, he knew just how to expand the purchase he had over the material world. Jinx was abandoned without even realizing that she'd been used. Left to her lucky prize and the new magic within. She giggled giddily as she got the spells down, imagining the fun she could have playing with those hero boys' emotions. And the sliver of Trigon, the beginning of an apocalypse, quietly sought out his daughter to twist her to his benefit. Their connection would soon prove very useful. Especially since this new development intertwined perfectly with another of his plans. There were only a few days until Raven's 18th birthday. Trigon was going to see if he couldn't soften his daughter up before the events of that day went into motion. Yes, nothing could go wrong with two of his plans combined. It was perfect. After all, Trigon was nothing if not an optimist in the most twisted sense of the word. Chapter 43, 38, The Aspects of Raven. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Calm. She was calm. She was the mistress of her emotions. She was in control. Nothing would take that away from her. From within or from without. Time would pass. The world would change around her. And through it all, Raven would maintain the same homeostasis. She had to. There was no other choice. Raven's time on Earth had changed many things. She had friends now. People who enjoyed her company, who weren't, rightfully, wary of her mere presence. A place she was coming to call home. And her new duty was certainly never dull. But yet more still stayed the same. Her heritage and lineage were a curse that constantly plagued her, mind, body, and spirit. The threat of her demonic father loomed over her head. Now, closer than ever. And as always, she was made to constrain herself so drastically. Always unable to allow herself to feel, to live, for fear of the gaps such actions would open in her defenses. It was not a healthy existence. Even Raven herself could see that. She constantly bucked against her strict, self-enforced restraints. Her very soul was chained by the emotions she so sought to control. But it was the only way. The only way Raven could be sure that the world around her would be safe. Her father was a heavy weight that would never leave her shoulders. She'd lived in fear of him for as long as she could reasonably remember. So much of her life had been devoted to halting his influence over her, to diverting his control. So long as he lived, she would never be free from him. Lord Trigon, the devilish conqueror of the cosmos, had plans for his daughter. Ambitions. Ones that Raven wanted no part in. Ever since her mother had shared the truth with her, Raven vowed to never stop fighting against her father. She would never let him win. All her life, Raven had heard of the devastation and ruin he wrought. Learned of the evil that made up his very being. Her father wasn't just a monster. He was the king of monsters. And it seemed that Raven existed solely to hold his insidious reach at bay. It was a cruel joke of an existence. Perhaps the cruelest of all. A daughter, not meant to carry on her father's legacy, but to resist it until everything else faded. Until she became nothing more than a lock to hold back evil and sin. Her purpose left Raven empty. Barely more than a vessel that loathed to be filled. A cog that resisted its use. No matter how much she strove to redeem herself, Raven felt as if she would never be cleansed of her life's original sin. Born of rape, trickery, hatred, and sin, Raven wasn't merely cursed. She was the curse, forever threatening to corrupt everything her loathsome lineage touched. Within her room in Titan's Tower, Raven meditated. She hovered about a foot above her bed, sat cross-legged and cloaked in comforting darkness. It was a poor excuse for a sanctuary. But it was hers. A symbol of her current freedom, no matter how much of a facade said freedom truly was. And within Raven herself, her soul palace, locked and chained tightly, a shadow of personified emotion scoffed, "Great. Another fucking pity party." Raven opened her eyes, not to look without but within, staring her emotions in the face. "Your comment is unnecessary, Passion. You're being entirely unhelpful." Passion stared back at her. "Well, maybe I wouldn't have to be unhelpful if you weren't such a freaking buzzkill all of the time." "Yeah, I'm with Passion." Rage raged. "This shit fucking blows. We never get to do anything. You don't let us out. You ignore us. We're you, bitch. You can't just lock us up like this." Raven nodded. "You are me. So you know exactly why I can lock you up like this. And that it's not just necessary. It's vital. I don't blame you, self." Happiness chimed happily. "I know things are hard right now, but we'll get through it together." "Is it really together if we're all one person?" Laziness drawled. "Fuck you. I ain't like that happy bitch." Rage yelled. "See, can't we all get along?" Timidity stuttered. Laziness winced, "Or at least not be so loud about it. No need to shout, dude. We're all in the same soul here." Raven ignored her bickering emotions, taking deep, unnecessary breaths inside her soul. Calm. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Control. Passion didn't join in with the other shadows. It was almost strange that she was often the most reasonable of Raven's emotions. Relatable, even. Passion seemed to hold the largest portion of Raven's personality. Raven imagined that if she didn't restrain herself to such an extent, she would be a rather intense and passionate person. The mirrored shadow fixed Raven with a piercing look. "We can't keep this up forever. You know that. It's unsustainable. Any other option is impossible," Raven stated flatly. Yeah, that old argument." Passion rolled her eyes. "It's not going to last, you know. We can't keep living like this. We need to be free." "Impossible. Is it? Or have you just given up on other options?" "I haven't given up. I will keep doing whatever it takes to resist Trigon. You've stopped looking for a better way. All you do is meditate in your sanctuary and rot away within yourself. Control is the only way forward. Pathetic. Resigning yourself to that is the same as giving up. We're not moving forward at all. Don't try to lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. We're nothing more than an empty husk like this. One that doesn't know when to die. You're being purposefully harsh to try and hurt me. You don't actually mean that. We are not suicidal. The bar is in hell if that's all you can say. How much fucking longer can we keep this up, Raven? As long as it takes." Their back and forth died with Passion fuming in her passion. Raven wasn't unaffected. She could feel the emotions as if they were her own. They were. But ironclad control categorized them, pushing them onto Passion in an unhealthy reinforcing loop. Raven disliked arguing with herself. But it had been happening more and more recently. Especially as her deadline drew closer. Tomorrow, she would turn 18. The promise of prophecy hung over her head like an executioner's blade. The 18th anniversary of her birth may very well spell doom for the whole world. She hadn't told the rest of her team just how bad things could potentially get tomorrow. Raven knew she was being illogical. Irresponsible, even. The Titans had given her a place to belong, but she hadn't actually known them for all that long. A not-so-small portion of her couldn't help but fear their reactions. To her heritage, to the destruction she might bring upon the world, to cursed secrets she didn't even want to keep. They would look at her differently. They wouldn't be able to help it. They might even hate her. Tragically fragile and painfully self-repressed, Raven didn't know if she'd be able to handle her new friends hating her, everything she was, everything she represented, all of the evil that followed in her wake. A sudden scathing scoff from Passion cut deep into Raven's heart, made all the worse for the fact that it came from herself. "Angsty goth bitch." Raven flinched, even inside her soul palace. Calm. She was calm. Don't think about Passion's devastating commentary. It didn't mean anything. Even if it came from an aspect of herself. There was nothing wrong with being goth. It worked for her, right? And if anyone deserved a bit of angst in their life, it was her. Yes, Passion's critique was accurate but exaggerated. There was nothing for Raven to pay any mind to there, nothing she didn't already know. She let the self-loathing flow off her like water. It would not do to show weakness to herself. Besides, her other emotions were reacting enough for her already. Raged, the fuck did you call me, you overeager, passionate slut. HHA, there's no need for that. Timidity stuttered and stammered. Hey, lol, laziness barely reacted, not even putting in the effort to spell out the acronym. Passion didn't even glance at the other emotions, simply staring down Raven as if daring her to reply. Anything you call me, you also call yourself, Raven said, fighting to maintain her stoicism. Passion glared at her with the heat of the sun in her expression, only growing more intense as she spoke. At least I have the balls to be self-aware about it. At least I'm not the overall aspect wallowing in pity and angst. At least I'm willing to admit that shit's fucked and we need a new fucking plan. The Soul Palace rumbled with Passion's passion. Raven felt all of it. It was her passion too. A few deep breaths in the real world centered her again. She didn't deny Passion's points. She couldn't. Not when they were felt so intensely. But that didn't make any of this productive. You think I don't know that? Raven asked, her voice deceptively quiet. I'm us, all of you. I'm the chains that hold us all together. Everything you think, everything you feel. I experienced it first. I know. But what would you have me do? Raven's soul wavered with her candidness. Her aspect clones flickered. Her self-imposed chains loosened. For the briefest of moments, Raven couldn't stop herself from being whole. She smothered the phenomenon just as quickly as it came. But the damage was already done. Unbeknownst to Raven and her aspects, she wasn't alone in her room. Something, had invaded her sanctuary. It watched her like a stalking predator, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And with her momentary lapse in control, that perfect opportunity presented itself. The light in Raven's room dimmed, uncontrolled magic accompanying her internal struggles. With the effect on her surroundings, a figure was made visible. A spirit. The barest sliver of a demon. Four eyes glowed red in the darkness. A fanged grin spread wide as Trigon pounced. Immediately, Raven felt the change. An intruder bowled through the walls of her soul palace, familiar in the worst of ways. Like a bullish battering ram, her father rampaged through her mindscape. Fear, ice-cold like an abrupt awakening, gripped Raven's heart. She was almost frozen for a moment. Stuck in denial. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't be here. Not now. Not yet. But her waking nightmare didn't change. Everything she feared was coming to pass, too soon, too quickly. When Raven finally forced herself to react, Trigon's spiritual form had made painful progress toward the core of her being. He gave no regard for her health, her safety, the sanctity of her soul. He simply pushed through everything between him and his goal of taking over Raven's soul completely, relishing the chaos, pain, and ruin he caused her. Raven bolstered her defenses, fortifying her core. Then she lashed out at her father's intruding spirit with everything she had. Overwhelming emotion enough to lobotomize a healthy mind, Raven resisted. Dark power and magic poured into her soul, taking in anything that might aid her resistance. Rage surged to the fore, fighting back against her father with everything Raven had. Fucking try me, bastard. You deadbeat, evil shitfuck dickhead. You'll never take me alive. I'd rather kill myself than let you in for even a second. I'll fucking kill you if it's the last fucking thing I ever fucking do. Passion fueled that rage. I'll never surrender to you. I'll fight. Always. You won't break me. I'm not your tool, not your weapon. Even happiness, laziness, and timidity pitched in for the defense. And through it all, Raven screamed her defiance for the universe to hear. Pure power pulsed, raging within Raven's soul. Her mindscape cracked, twisting and pushing back against the invader until the brink of collapse. And though he started strong, Trigon's charge began to falter. Every metaphysical inch became a hard-fought battle. Raven pushed and pushed until she brought her father to a standstill. Then she began to force him back the way he came. Trigon's infernal chuckle filled Raven's mind and soul, a worthy opposition. I expected nothing less from my spawn. Persist while you still can, child. You will never truly win. This is your destiny. The very purpose of your birth. You are nothing more than a foothold to further my grand ambitions. You will never be anything more. Your resistance is foolhardy and futile. Lord Trigon does not know defeat. As Raven pushed him to the edge of her soul, she let out one last soul-shaking shout, "Begone, foul demon. I banish thee." Her emotions put it more succinctly, speaking with one voice as the distinctions between Raven's aspects blurred for a moment. "Get the fuck out of my soul, you evil, manipulative, limp-dicked, mind-raping, soul-stealing, shit heel." Raven's full emotional output was restored for that one brief instant of blurred lines. Everything she divided and partitioned and restrained came together in her soul. Fueled by pure emotion, chaos and magic surged. The power was harnessed and bent to Raven's bidding by will alone. No spell shaped it. No calling came greater than her basest desire. She wanted the intruder out. She wanted her father gone. She wanted to be free. And pure chaotic magic answered that profound demand. The invading soul shard was pushed to the edge of Raven's soul. It was seized by hands of power greater than it could hope to muster in its current form. Utterly in her element, a demigoddess in all but name, Raven took those hands, took that power, and squeezed. With a visceral, damned shriek, a shard of Trigon's soul popped, obliterated from existence forevermore. Her internal struggles weren't kept so internal at all. For her immediate surroundings, Trigon's invasion was a cataclysmic event. Raven's power rampaged past the limits of her soul. Unstoppable, untouchable, and utterly overwhelming, a maelstrom of chaotic energy swirled around her physical form, a reflection of Raven's soul. Her room, her sanctuary, was torn to shreds by hurricane-force winds of might and magic. Everything she'd come to treasure in her time on Earth was smashed and shattered in equal measure. The ruinous effects of Raven's defiance were not so easily limited. The other residents of Titan's Tower were given a sudden rude awakening as their home was torn apart from the inside out. Walls crumbled. Entire floors were torn up by the boards. Ceilings and supports caved in on themselves from sheer unholy power. The rest of the Titans were made to exploit their powers to escape the devastation. Vic awoke with a start and swore as he was forced to blast his way out of his own bed. Damian, having stayed up late to work, came to attention instantly, treating the situation like the disaster scenarios his father had drilled into his head. Corey and Garfield were in a similar situation to Damian, though they had stayed up for recreation rather than work. They were still forced to quickly escape the crumbling tower. Once the Teen Titans were safely outside the wreckage, they gathered and took measure of the situation. Immediately, they noticed one of their team was missing. They didn't get much time to begin organizing a rescue before Raven's role in the destruction was revealed. Raven floated cross-legged as if still merely meditating in the eye of the literal storm. Debris whirled around her, carried by mighty magical winds. Her whole body glowed as if set alight by purple flames. As the destruction spread and the tower fell to ruin, Raven's form, paradoxically so peaceful and so tortured at the same time, floated down to the ground. The boys had to hold Corey back from immediately rushing to her friend's aid. Even with the rubble beginning to settle, power poured from Raven in great crashing waves. A clap of lightning shook the land and sky as Raven pushed her final push, obliterating a portion of her father from existence. Only then did the maelstrom around her even begin to settle down. The winds died. Power retreated back into Raven's soul. The gradual absence was almost melancholy in nature. Torn and tortured, the sudden end pulled at Raven's raw and ragged emotions. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with wretched ruin, surrounding her as a reminder of the damage that followed her like a shadow. Her sanctuary was gone. The home she'd been making here was gone with it. Crumbling as if it never was. Destroyed without a chance of defense. A cruel warning that she would never be safe. Her father could reach her at any time. Everything she knew and loved, made into a temporary and fleeting memory by the threat that would always loom over her head. Looking around at her ruined home, her emotions whole for once due to the fresh, scarring wound of her father's invasion, Raven cried. Slow, almost deceptively gentle tears trailed down her cheeks. Her usual control and stoicism disappeared as if gone up in smoke. All that was left was a damaged, broken young woman, worn down by the weight she was forced to bear since birth. With the danger seemingly past and her friend now crying, nothing could have stopped Corey from rushing to Raven's side. A blur of alien affection slammed into Raven, wrapping her in a tight hug. She could feel Corey's worry and compassion. And with a choked sob, Raven couldn't help but return the hug as if it were her only remaining lifeline. The boys came over as well. There was confusion and concern in their souls. But Raven couldn't see the fear and hatred she had been dreading. She was simply their friend, hurt and in need of support. They accepted her completely, even with the destruction she'd wrought upon their home. Guys. Raven whispered, her voice hoarse and full of emotion like nothing her friends had ever heard from her. I need help. I shall always stand by your side, friend Raven. Corey declared, unwilling to hear a word of the opposite. Vic laid a comforting hand on her shoulder, offering his unconditional support. Anything, girl. Just say the word. Yeah, you're our friend. We're not just going to abandon you for a little bit of damage like this, Garfield added. You're one of us, Damian said firmly. Part of the team. Your problems are our problems too. Raven faltered for the briefest of moments, an irrational part of her unwilling to share the burden. She shook that part of herself off, conviction firming as she felt the shared conviction from her friends in turn. I was born with a curse. Not of self or soul. But of family. I am Raven. Daughter of Trigon the Terrible. As Raven shared her story, the metaphorical shoulders of her soul lightened with every word. She didn't bother to rein in her emotions like usual. What use would it be when Trigon could seemingly reach her no matter what? Every aspect of herself shared the spotlight at some point or another. Her rage and hatred. Her timidity and ever-present fear. Her laziness and false contentment with the way things were. Her happiness at finding a place to belong with the team. Her passion and undying hope that things could get better. She stressed just how dire her situation was. How ungodly powerful her father was and how doomed the world would be if he had his way. Maybe it was some kind of last resort of deflection, one last try at pushing them away for their own good. It didn't work. Not even a little bit. If anything, the conviction she felt from each of her friends only grew stronger. Really, Raven should have expected nothing less. And the vast majority of herself was glad that her last kick of self-loathing and low self-worth was doomed to fail. Her friends were heroes, committed to sticking with her until the end, whatever it may be. "Goddamn," Vic muttered after Raven finished her damned backstory. "Your dad fucking sucks." Even Garfield was frowning, so unlike his usual expression, "For real, Ray. So not cool. I had no idea you were going through all of that. Man, I feel like a terrible friend for not helping sooner." "How terrible?" Corey gasped. "The issues of daddy do not even begin to cover it." Raven couldn't contain an amused, teary snort at that. "Yeah, my situation has a bit more world-ending consequences than what usually comes with daddy issues." An intense frown clouded Damian's expression, already lost in consideration and planning. "The contingency I had planned won't work. I vastly underestimated the danger presented by your situation, Raven. This whole thing might be above our pay grade." "Might." Vic scoffed. "Raven said this scary dude has devoured galaxies before." "Galaxies, Damian. There's no might about it. If we try to deal with this on our own, we're fucked. Hell, even the whole league might not stand a chance." Not to change the subject, Garfield spoke up. "But we kind of need a new place to stay now too." Raven's heart ached at the scene of their surroundings. "Shit, guys, I'm so sorry." "The nonsense, friend Raven." Corey denied her apology with a frown. "You are not at fault here and we do not blame you. We are simply the happiest that you are safe." Damian's brows furrowed, frowning even further. "Yes, we'll have to relocate. And your concerns about Trigon's threat level are noted, Vic. We'll need to call for some very heavy support. If only there were a way to solve both problems at once." As if his words were heard by something greater, a doorway shifted into existence in the wreckage of Titan's tower. A certain bar's genius loci had come to like keeping an eye on its guests, even when they weren't within its domain. The door had already been nearby in the same city. Now, it simply shifted where it opened by a few miles at the genius loci's blossoming will. A sign that said, "Dead End," flashed into existence above the suddenly appearing doorway. Raven jumped slightly at the abrupt display of magic. Something almost unknowable stared back at her from the other side of the portal door. Power like nothing else Raven had ever known filled the immediate area. Coming. Accepting. Inevitable. She wasn't alone in her surprise. Garfield whirled around to look at the door the instant it appeared. Something about it filled him with caution on an instinctive, base level. The animal kingdom inside him fell silent for the first time since his empowering. Respectful. As if bowing before an end that all life knew would come eventually. "What the heck is that?" he exclaimed, pointing unnecessarily at the door. Damian examined the door, the sign above it sparking something familiar and almost excited in his eyes. That would be perhaps the best answer to our current problems. The end is dead." Corey jumbled the sign's writing in her usual endearing manner. "I do not understand. How can the doorway be a dead end? Would it not give another option of travel?" "That dash." Vic raised a finger in protest only to let it drop after a moment. "No, you're right. A doorway is usually, the exact opposite of a dead end. The dead end is the name of the establishment on the other side of the portal," Damian flatly informed. "Ooh." Corey made a sound of realization. "That makes more of the sense. And you know of this dead end, friend Robin?" Damian nodded. "I do. We'll be able to get all the help we need there. Mr. Barkeep is more than powerful enough to deal with even this threat." "How?" Raven asked, her voice raw. "How can a bartender possibly hope to stand up against my father?" Don't make me hope, Damian." Damian held her gaze, conviction like steel in his eyes. "I am not lying, Raven. Nor exaggerating. If Mr. Barkeep deems your problem worth dealing with, it is as good as solved." Raven glanced at the dead end's doorway. The strange, unknowable power soothed her worries. It stoked a small ember of hope within her soul. Something promised that it would all be okay in the end. Looking back into Damian's eyes, Raven nodded shakily. "Okay. I trust you." Damian nodded right back at her. "I promise I will live up to the trust you've placed in me." I will do everything in my power to ensure Mr. Barkey hears you out. Take heart, Raven. Salvation lies on the other side of that door. Raven could feel his conviction as readily as she could feel her own hope and fear. She could feel his belief, so assured in everything he was saying. As far as he knew, everything he promised was true. As far as he knew, this dead-end doorway would change her life completely. Raven couldn't stop her ember of hope from flaring due to his sheer, sure-hearted belief. Unable to extract herself from Corey's embrace, Raven floated forward. Step by figurative step toward the door. Toward her future. Corey floated along with her, a constant support. The rest of the team, her friends, joined her hopeful journey. Though one of them was noticeably less enthusiastic than the rest. So, Garfield hesitated. We've got to go through the door. That door. What's your deal, Mun? Vic asked. Garfield shuddered involuntarily, staring at the dead-end doorway. I don't know, it wigs me out, Mun. Feels like death or something. Hey, Damian chuckled at that for some reason but said nothing more. Well, suck it up, Mun. Raven needs us, Vic reminded. Yeah. Garfield took a fortifying breath and began walking toward the door with the rest of them. Yeah. I've got your back, Ray. Even if this dead-end place makes me feel like I should be rolling over and showing my belly. Even with Raven making the first step, Damian was the one to reach the door first. Beneath his steely conviction, his emotions were strange. There was honest, almost childlike excitement. A yearning for something that had been set aside by duty. The dead end brought that yearning back to the fore. Raven had never felt his emotions anything like this. Damian paused before he could open the door. There is something you should all be prepared for. The dead end is a neutral establishment. Please do not shoot the villains. Huh, the what now? Vic blinked. Damian just nodded, precisely. And with that, he opened the door and walked straight into the dead end. His teammates were left with nothing else to do but follow him. Corey, curious. Vic, confused. Garfield, committed but still slightly hesitant. And Raven, hopeful beyond what words could describe. As soon as Raven crossed the threshold, she was hit by a domain of magic and concepts, assaulted and welcomed warmly in equal measure. It was like Northwest other place she'd experienced. Even Azarath, a whole other dimension, couldn't compare. The bar was alive. And it was happy to see her. Inviting her in like a guest. Extending a hand of courtesy and hospitality. Then there was the magic. In the air and saturating the very walls. It was a genuine domain. Like what she'd been slowly crafting her sanctuary into before tonight. No, better. Better than anything Raven could hope to accomplish with her current metaphysical knowledge. She was nearly floored by the magical feel of it all. A place to stop and rest your head. A place for neutrality and camaraderie. A place where journeys came to an end. The others were just as floored. But in their case, it wasn't because of the magic of the dead end and its domain. They were stunned by the space within the dead end being blatantly impossible. Walls that were too far apart for any reasonable building. A bar that seemed to stretch and twist back around on itself like a Mobius strip. Causes and effects that just didn't line up as drinks were poured by invisible hands before they were even ordered. And then there were the patrons of the dead end to consider. It was a colorful cast as always within the dead end. Mundane citizens and obviously criminal mooks filled in most of the space. Some of Gotham's biggest named villains casually sat around the bar together, drinking and talking as if they were all old friends. Even Deathstroke, the villainous mercenary the Titans had fought just last night, was there, inoffensively enjoying himself. He raised a glass in a cordial greeting when he noticed the Titans. What is this place? Garfield asked in disbelieving awe. Feels like we stepped straight into the Twilight Zone, Vic muttered. Oh. Corey cocked her head curiously. Is this not normal for the bars of Earth? No, Star, Raven said, her voice quiet and stunned flat. No, it's not. Damian ignored their collective astonishment, striding up to the bar with a familiarity that said he was well used to this impossible place, she who gives exquisite head pats. I have returned. The woman behind the bar, beautiful in a way that was somehow haunting and relatable at the same time, smiled at Damian. Hello, Damian. It's good to see you again. It's been a little while since you've been back. We've missed you. The villains at the bar also greeted Damian as if he were an old friend. It was completely unlike what the Titans were expecting. These were infamous villains. And Damian was the primary sidekick of their collective greatest rival. Yet they all just greeted him with a strangely simple sort of fondness. Oh, great, Two-Face audibly rolled his eyes. The little death munchkin is back. El Pequeño Diablo has returned, Bane rumbled behind that trademark mask of his. It was good while it lasted, boys, Penguin said. But if Robin is sticking around, you mooks best start packing a spare pair of pants again. Damn it. A mook sighed. I'll never get used to his jump scares. For real, another agreed. This Robin is by far the scariest one to bump into in a dark alley. It's 'cause he's still so tiny, a third added. Someone his size shouldn't be stalking people from the shadows with a sword. It's not right. It makes him feel like some kind of real-life, heroic Chucky doll. Little Demi. Catwoman squealed excitedly, jumping up from her seat on slightly unsteady feet. Did you come to visit me? Ah, you're such a good boy, you've always been my favorite, you know. SHHHH, don't tell the others. She came at him for a glomping hug, but Damian stopped her with a spray bottle he kept on his utility belt for exactly that purpose. Bad, Aunt Selena. Down. And stop spiking your special milk. No one likes a drunk kitty. Your father does, Catwoman purred with a chuckle. Damian gave her another spritz for that, his expression deader than dead. He turned back to the deathly beautiful lady behind the bar. May I speak to Mr. Barkeep? I require his aid. Hey, little Damian. What's up? Then he appeared, entering the scene behind the bar. And Raven's breath, her everything, caught in her throat. Oh, God. He was transcendent. He instantly stole all of Raven's focus. Perfectly her type, as if he'd been crafted for her. The messy silver hair. Those intense stormy eyes. His style, dark, gothic, and oh so gorgeous. And it wasn't just his looks. He was the something greater that Raven had felt from the other side of the door. He was intimately connected to the entire dead end. It was his domain, his power Raven was getting so high on. There was just something more about him. A force of personality and self that Raven could barely begin to comprehend. And the power. Oh, God, the power. She felt it in the depths of her soul. Even just a tiny taste of it left her entire being tingling. Raven's emotional aspects came back to life just to whisper infatuation in her ears. How the fuck can someone be so fucking hot? Rage fumed. MMM. Think he likes cuddles. Laziness drawled. Wow, oh wow. He's, like, super pretty. I can't wait to meet him and talk to him and get to know him and dash. Happiness chimed. Oh, God. Why are all the hot goth boys so intimidating? Timidity whimpered. Gorgeous perfect, and if Damian's right, the one person who can solve our daddy issues. We need him. Passion purred. Oh, fuck, Raven herself exhaled very, very, very quietly as those stormy eyes turned to her and the rest of the Titans. I am so screwed. Chapter 44, 39, Raven outsources her daddy issues. I couldn't help but feel that tonight would be an eventful one. Whether that's because every night at the dead end was eventful in its own right or because something new would be happening tonight, I didn't quite know. Perhaps both could be true at the same time. Tonight's cast wasn't particularly unique. Just the usual Gothamites. Notably, there weren't any heroes who showed up tonight. Just my villainous regulars. Even Barbara and Kara were busy with something or another. It was a far cry from the night when Savage had visited the dead end. Not that it was bad. And certainly never boring. There needed to be these low-key nights every once in a while. It made the more spectacular nights all the more spectacular. The only thing of real note in the first half of the night was Catwoman deciding to break into her bottle of ambrosia, the one I was holding on ice for her. She had something worth celebrating, it seemed. I made her tell the story of her victory as a sort of bottle tax, but she didn't seem to mind. The purring kitty sipped her golden, godly milk, smirking and telling us about her big score. So you all know how Black Mask has essentially taken over the city's crime families. There was a general round of agreement with that statement and I nodded. Being mainly based in Gotham, it paid for me to keep up with the goings-on outside my bar. Doubly so since Black Mask's takeover was partially facilitated by the Dead End's neutrality and the Coliseum of Crime. After the impromptu grand opening with Savage, the Coliseum had seen a relatively high amount of traffic. The compromise that Gotham's underground had come to agree on in these very walls, seemingly so long ago, went into effect. Most of the big criminal disputes were solved by honorable combat in the Coliseum instead of open gang warfare in the city's streets these days. The positive impact of the Coliseum and the crime family's compromise had been even greater than expected. It wasn't like people could walk the streets at night completely without fear. Gotham would never be free of crime. But they could at least walk about without worrying that they would be caught in the crossfire of an all-out shootout on their way home from work. Or even more than one shootout. Gotham's gang problem couldn't be understated. Especially when it came to the mundane crime families and the gangs that fell under their umbrellas. Perhaps surprisingly, they were much more vicious than the villains and their gangs. And much less discerning of collateral damage. It made for a nasty combination. But it seemed that with his steady takeover of the underground scene, Black Mask was working to change that. Likely to stay off my bad side. I got the impression that pissing off the men who negotiated such a personally beneficial compromise for him was the last thing on Black Mask's to-do list. And Sofia Falcone at least was sharp enough to work alongside him there and bide her time. Together, they made sure the rest of the gangs and families stayed in line and stuck to their agreement. In comparison, the villain gangs weren't nearly as bad as the mundane ones or crime families. Mostly because they had definitive figureheads to rally around. It cut down on infighting and power politics. But also because by their very nature, the villain gangs were caught up in the city's cape game. It led to them warring less with other gangs and simply focusing on surviving the force of nature that was the Bat family. Of course, it also helped that the worst offenders didn't last long beneath the watchful eyes of both their villainous leaders and the Bats. Yes, he has been busy, Bane rasped in reply to Catwoman's leading question. Busy. Two-Face snorted. That's one way to put it. He's been on a warpath. Only skipping the war part of that thanks to the Colosseum and the Dead End. He has an unfreaking fair advantage when it comes to the Colosseum's dispute duels. Penguin chuckled, but that's part of the fun, isn't it? It means we have to be extra selective of our champions if we wish to go against him. And with us holding our top men and women to a higher standard, the talent at our disposal is improving by leaps and bounds. My talent is, at least. Yeah, win-win and all that, Two-Face grumbled. Still don't make it fair that he has a buff-type power to call upon. And you have political and legal connections out the wazoo, Penguin shrugged. I have old money and proper class. Bane has support outside the city and his own strength. We've all got our advantages. I'd actually say that Black Mask is one of the worst off among us, Bane added. All he has going for him is his support power and ruthless cunning. Boys, Catwoman got their attention again with a laid-back and amused smirk. Do you wish to hear about my latest score or not? I'd love to hear it, Selena, I said. Please, go on. The others nodded, signaling for her to continue, and Catwoman did. Well, Black Mask wished to procure my services for a lovely little challenge. He paid quite handsomely and I got to keep most of the loot. All he wanted were the boring papers and files that I would have used as kitty litter anyway. Nice, Two-Face grunted. So what was the job? Catwoman's cat-like grin spread. Oh ho ho, that's where it gets fun. He wanted me to hit the crime family's dons. All of them. Even his public ally in the Falcons. Now, that is interesting. Penguin let out a low whistle. A betrayal in the works, do you think? Or merely keeping his ally in check? Catwoman gave a lazy shrug. I could hardly care. I was only interested in the challenge of the job. Black Mask said there was no time limit so long as the job got done. But where would the fun be in that? I chuckled, interjecting into the slight pause between her sentences. So you did the whole job in one night. So I did the whole job in one night. Catwoman declared proudly, only to stop and pout when she realized I'd beaten her to it. Damn it, Shawn. Yes, I did the whole thing at once. 5 Mafia Dons, back to back. It was the most fun I've had in quite a while. Very impressive, Penguin complimented. Did you full ghost run it? I dash. Catwoman paused in confusion. What? You know, a 100% full stealth and full pacifist run. Like you can do in MGS2 and other video games. That's where the real fun is, Penguin clarified. Catwoman just stared at him, bemused. The more I learn about you, Oswald, the stranger you become. He's just a gamer, I shrugged, coming to Penguin's defense. Full stealth runs are usually the most challenging and fun ways to play a game. And often required to 100% them. Penguin nodded. If I wasn't such a klutz, I'd spend all of my time sneakwalking. It's not efficient but it sure as hell is fun, I agreed. Catwoman's bemusement shifted to cover both of us. You two are simply ridiculous. She shook her head and went back to her ambrosia. As she did, I felt something at the core of the Dead End shift. Something outside caught my bar's attention. I let the genius loci take whatever action it felt was needed. One of the connecting portal doors moved a few miles but stayed in the same city. I made myself busy, absently, watching the Dead End's genius loci. Not long after, the displaced distant door portal was opened and 5 young heroes walked into the bar. I hummed to myself in interest but didn't immediately draw attention to the Teen Titans. Damian strode up to the bar while the stunned others held back a little way. Damian announced his return and was welcomed warmly by Dee Dee and the regular villains. Then he requested my aid and I felt obliged to hear him out. Damian was not the type to ask for help if he didn't absolutely need it. For him to come to me, the situation must have been pretty dire. The only thing I could think it could possibly be was. I glanced at the rest of the Titans, specifically Raven. Oh. She did not look like she was having the night of her life. The exact opposite, if I had to guess. She was worn down. Run raw and ragged. Even from this distance, I could see dark circles under her eyes that I doubt would normally have been there. They stood out all the more against her deathly pale skin, making her look almost raccoonish. Yet, beneath it all, there was steel in her spine. A strength of will that made her hauntingly beautiful to look at still. Despite not being at her most presentable right now, there was no denying that Raven was gorgeous. Or that her multiversally famous goth vibes managed to hit my strike zone perfectly. Given my relationship with Dee, you could, accurately, say I had a thing for goth girls. I loved their style. I loved the darkness. I loved the freaky little quirks that came with their stereotype. And when it came to exemplifying those traits I loved, Raven was second only to Dee. And even then, it was a close battle for first, with only my pre-existing bias winning out. Raven's color scheme fit her perfectly. Purple so dark it was essentially black contrasted beautifully with flawless deathly pale skin that could have rivaled Dee's complexion. But while Dee's skin was a more bone-white, deathly pale, Raven's leaned a bit more toward a pleasant gray. Like overcast clouds just barely blocking the sun. Her cloak hid most of her body but her hood was down, revealing short purple hair that framed a delicate face. Damn near dainty lips, plump and pursed in intense consideration. Her nose was sharp and uniquely shaped, less of a button and more of a pointed nib. A single red jewel adorned her forehead. And though her cloak covered her from the neck down, it didn't do such a good job of completely concealing her modesty. It moved as she shifted in place, hugging the right places just right to give a hint of the tantalizing figure beneath. The swell of a hip as she shifted somewhat awkwardly from foot to foot. The surprisingly significant rise of her bust as she turned to look around the bar. And oh so brief flashes of inviting cleavage as the front of her cloak opened and closed again just as quickly. She was, put entirely too simply, goth perfection. But it wasn't just her looks that drew me to her. It was that worn and weakened steel in her spine. The defiance. The hope. And if I was being honest, it was the way she suddenly looked at me with stunned infatuation at first sight, that electric spark of something other than hope in her eyes. Well, now I had to hear little Dami out. Go on, tell me your problems, Damian. I'll see what I can do to help. It's kind of my duty as a bartender to at least lend an open ear. And you're practically family through Babs, so I feel like it's fair to go a bit above and beyond for you. You are a hero in your own right, Mr. Barkeep. Damian nodded respectfully. Call me Shawn, Damian. Again, practically family, I waved off his formality. Now, how about you call over your friends and we can get to seeing what ails you, yeah? Damian blinked, looking back at the rest of his team, Titans. Is something wrong? Do you not want to meet Mr. Barkeep? Dude, Cyborg deadpanned. You just sprayed Catwoman in the face with a spray bottle. Like an actual cat. Damian nodded as if he didn't see anything wrong with that statement, of course. You have to take a firm hand with Aunt Selena. She needs to respect my boundaries when in public. The spray bottle is simply the most efficient way to enforce discipline. Only in public, Catwoman chortled teasingly. My little Dami is adorably affectionate in private. Impressively, Damian barely blushed, not in front of my team, Aunt Selena. Now, there is no need to be frightened, team. No one here means us any harm. This place is just, a bit much, that's all, Beast Boy said hesitantly. Well, I for one am always happy to meet the friends of new. Starfire chimed cheerfully. Can we at least not do this in front of an entire bar? Raven asked flatly, in sharp contrast to Starfire's energy and enthusiasm. Ah. Yes, that might be prudent, Damian turned back to me. Shawn, may I request a private space for this conversation? I shrugged, sure. Hey, Alice. Watch the bar for a few minutes, will you? Yeah, I got it. Alice waved me off and turned to pose at the rest of the bar with proud fists on her hips. Hear that, peasants? I'm in charge now. Bow before the queen of the dead end, Black Alice the daughter of death. Oh dear, Dee sighed, shaking her head fondly. We're going to regret giving her this power, aren't we? She'll be fine, I dismissed. The dead end itself will keep an eye on her if worst comes to worst. It's not like she can burn the place down. Do you want in on this as well, Dee? For little Damian. Dee raised a rhetorical eyebrow. Yes, I believe I do. Leaving my favorite offspring of an immortal out in the rain just wouldn't sit right with me, I don't think. Damian puffed himself up proudly at Dee's words. The rest of the Titans looked at him oddly as if they barely recognized him. I doubt they were used to seeing Damian like this. Honestly, I doubt they even knew about his lineage on his mother's side either. All right, everyone, I called. Gather round. No, not you, Selena. This is personal business, I believe. We'll need a bit of privacy. So, where are we going to have this conversation, Dash? Beast Boy asked. I barely let him finish. With the Titans all grouped up and Catwoman pacified for the moment, it was simple to mystically grab us all and throw us into a private instance. I clapped my hands and a pulse of power washed out of me. The bar seemed to empty in an instant. Only me, Dee, and the Titans remained. Cyborg jumped. What the hell, man? Ever heard of a little something called a warning? Beast Boy was left blinking at the sudden change. Starfire looked around with wide, fascinated eyes, her curiosity bubbling right beneath the surface. Damian accepted my impossible act as a matter of course, not even twitching as the world outside this new private instance of the dead end disappeared. Raven gave a sharp little inhale, her expression otherwise impassive. Fuck. Like that. I teased, wiggling my eyebrows at her in an over-exaggerated manner. Raven slowly nodded, clearly trying to act cool. Your magic is very powerful and impressive. I don't believe I could even begin to understand the mechanisms behind this spell, let alone try to recreate it. Well, I'll give you a hint. Something to think over, I offered. The dead end did most of the heavy lifting here. Raven's expression didn't change. I don't think it ever did very much. But she adopted an aura of consideration and careful thought. Nodding to myself, I made sure the rest of the Titans were comfortable, pouring non-alcoholic drinks and letting them all sit down in front of me and Dee at the bar. Okay, I finally said once everything was ready. Let's hear this problem of yours, Damian. What VE you got for me? I require a hefty favor, Shawn, Damian began. One I do not think I could reasonably repay. But I must ask it regardless. You may be one of the only ones who can save not just our world, but our entire galaxy. TSK, you know I don't usually get involved with hero business, Damian, I tooted. He nodded, I do. And yet, I must regretfully ask that you make an exception in this case. Please hear my teammate out and help her solve her situation before it consumes her and the rest of the world. I hummed, I suppose I am quite partial to Earth. I do live here after all. And all my stuff is kept here. Well, most of my stuff. My bar. My bar is kept here. Dee giggled at me as I kept making allowances for all of the things I had stored in my soul. It would be quite the hassle to move the dead end, at least, darling. How can you be so casual about this? Cyborg asked incredulously. I simply raised one eyebrow back at him. Do you think this is my first galaxy-ending event? Yes. With how bluntly I'd asked that, he now sounded unsure. It's not, I shook my head. Far from it. Hell, I've even destroyed a galaxy or two myself. Cultivation is, as always, bullshit. Then again, so is everything if you get to that scale. The truth in my words had the Titans rocking back in their seats in shock. Damian just nodded confidently at Raven. See? I told you our problems would be in good hands here. How? Raven asked in an almost dead voice. Stick around after all of this is handled and you might find out. I shot her a wink. She closed her eyes and took a fortifying breath. When she opened them again, a certain spark of light shined from the depths of her soul. A spark almost anyone would be able to recognize as hope. You'll help me destroy my father. You'll help me finally be free. I glanced over at Dee. She gave me an encouraging nod, sympathetic softness showing in her eyes. I glanced back at Raven and held her eyes, nodding, yeah, I think we can do that. Though her face barely twitched, a palpable sense of relief poured out of Raven. It washed over the empty instance of the bar and all of the other Titans relaxed slightly. Enough for Cyborg to feel comfortable to ask a pressing question. Okay, so Bartenderman here is insane. I think we can all see that now. But what about you, miss? Who are you? Dee blinked. Oh, we seem to have skipped a very important step of this conversation. Yeah, introductions might not be amiss, I nodded. I'm Shawn Kane. Most people call me Mr. Barkeep, but feel free to call me Shawn. Well, I've been a lot of things. Comes with being a serial reincarnator. But now, I've found my true calling as Death's Prince Consort. Nice to meet you all. And I'm Death of the Endless. Shawn's partner. And patron, I suppose. Dee paused to consider that before shaking her head and smiling kindly at the Titans. Call me Dee. There was only a brief moment of stunned silence before the truth set in once more. The Titans witnessed Dee in all her glory. Not really. She was endless. If they tried to understand even a portion of her being, well, I'd be stuck cleaning up leaking brain matter. But they understood enough. They understood that she wasn't lying, that she was exactly who she said she was, and more. The calming acceptance of death hummed through the bar. The spark of hope within Raven's eyes flared, all but exploding into something completely new as she saw a mere hint of my and Dee's capabilities. Huh, Beast Boy said, his voice slightly strained and forced. Neat. Yup, Cyborg nodded, his voice taking on the same tone. Neat. The boys looked torn between wanting to run and being unable to move. The end of all things smiled gently at them. Didi's kindness coaxed them down from the near-frantic ledge they were teetering on before they could do something regrettable. She meant them no harm. That much was made clear. If anything, Death was here to help. "You are very lively for the Death," Starfire observed, not quite reaching the frantic heights of her male teammates. Didi chuckled, "I am an endlessly complex being, Coriandar. There can be no life without death and no death without life. And since you are the life, you will help friend Raven live free from her father." At Didi's answering nod, Starfire clapped. "Wonderful. The day is saved." "Yes. I think I'd like to see that bastard try to beat Death," Raven deadpanned, emotion bubbling just beneath her flat expression. Didi smiled regretfully, "Not quite, little titans. Things are not often as simple as they seem. Me and my endless siblings are bound by rules of our own making. While Trigon may be a terrible father and scourge on the cosmos, he has not wronged me or my concept directly. As such, I cannot reasonably justify taking action against him. Not myself." "What dash? That's..." Cyborg started to protest. Starfire finished for him, the bullshit. The rest of the Titans looked at the alien princess in surprise. "Damn, Star." Starfire blushed and looked away. "My apologies. But it is. It's perfectly understandable, Coriandar," Didi tittered behind her hand. "But please note that while I said there was no direct action I could take, I didn't say that there was nothing we could do. That's why I have Shawn, after all. One of the reasons, at least," I smirked knowingly at her. "So?" Raven's flat voice trailed off leadingly. I nodded. "So you don't get Death but you get her prince consort. The next best thing, in my oh-so-humble opinion." "Perhaps better," Didi giggled. "Shawn's methods are just as diverse as mine. If not more. He'll be much more suited for this favor and handling a situation like this." "That. Yeah, I think we can settle for just a Death's prince consort," Beast Boy joked. "Don't forget, serial reincarnator," Cyborg added. "Whatever the hell that really means." "It means exactly what it says it means," I deadpanned. "I've lived dozens of lives over dozens of realities. A little jumped-up demon like Trigon is hardly the worst thing I've faced." Raven paused. "Let's deal with my father before I even begin to process that." "You won't get far there," Damian said seriously. "Completely understanding Mr. Barkeep is an exercise in futility. As the League has painstakingly found out since his first appearance." I rolled my head as if casually stretching and grinned. "I try. Blowing mortal minds is a fun pastime of mine." Still, Damian shook his head. "I have to thank you for hearing us out, Shawn. Without your help, I'm afraid the situation would be quite dire. You heroes would have figured something out." "It's what you do," I affirmed confidently. "Perhaps," Damian allowed. "That does not change the fact that we are in your debt. You shall always have a friend in the Teen Titans." "More than just a friend," Raven mumbled under her breath. She wasn't as quiet as she thought she was. I chuckled but didn't call her out on it. "Well then you can start honoring the debt by visiting the bar after all of this is dealt with. We've missed your surly sarcasm around here, Damian. And your friends are more than welcome to come too. Sit for a while. Listen to a few stories. Hell, bring your villains if you want. Debts are great but we care more about positive connections here at the Dead End." Indeed, Didi nodded her agreement. "Friends of Damian are future friends of ours. And we quite enjoy making new friends. Bring your villains." Cyborg muttered. Wild thing to say. Smirking at his disbelief, I changed the subject. "So shall we start figuring out how to handle this little mess you're in, Raven?" Raven stared dead at me. "Little mess is so not how I would describe Trigon the Terrible." "So you don't want to call him that to his face?" I asked knowingly. "I want to call him that to his face." "Hey, that's what I thought," I chuckled. "The way I see it, you have a few real options. How much do you want to be involved with this whole thing?" "I'm involved enough already," Raven deadpanned. "I don't care so long as I'm free of my father's influence." I nodded. I thought as much. "Well, the quickest and easiest way forward is for me to simply kill the connection between you and Trigon. He won't be able to reach or threaten you ever again after that." HNG. Raven grunted, unconvinced. "Got any more permanent and gratifying solutions?" "Sure," I shrugged. "I could always just kill Trigon himself. But I don't know if you dash." "Yes," she interrupted me. "Just." "Yes. You sure?" I asked carefully. "That one comes with some risks. For one, you might ascend into his place in the cosmos. And for another, you'd have a death on your conscience. I know you heroes can get a bit iffy with killing people. Don't care." Want the bastard dead? Raven would not be swayed now that she had the option presented to her. All right, we'll do it that way and just hope that you don't become Raven the Ravenous or something in his place, I agreed. Oh no. Starfire gasped. Friend Raven would get the cosmic hunger. I'm more concerned about her basically putting a hit out on her father. You sure you want to do this, Ray? Beast Boy asked. A slight smile spread across Raven's face. It was small, barely an expression at all, but there was no denying the visceral viciousness there, positive. The Titans stared at her as if they barely knew her. Raven didn't even flinch. It seemed she was more than willing to put her heroic tendencies aside when it came to her father. Not that I could really blame her with a shit dad like Trigon. I clapped to get everyone's attention, right, no use sitting around dallying when there's a deadbeat demon to kill. Actually. Dee. Do you want me to grab Trigon's soul for any reason? Maybe. Dee shook her hand SOSO. He doesn't have a soul. Not really. Not in the traditional sense of the concept. He's not even really a demon. More a collection of heart that acts as soul. That alone might make him interesting enough for me to fiddle around with for a while. Wait, hold up. What? He doesn't have a soul. How's that even possible? Cyborg asked. Yeah, Beast Boy added. I thought you kinda needed a soul. You know, to live. Like even plants have something, right? Some kind of little plant soul. Starfire giggled, how adorable. Little plant soul for the little plant leaves and the stems and the roots and the fruits. For the most part, that's true, Dee nodded. As always, there are some exceptions. Trigon is one of them. He doesn't have a traditional soul due to the nature of his birth, not a single cohesive sense of self. He is more akin to several thousand atrocities and evils stuffed into a trenchcoat, pretending to be a soul. He's so evil he doesn't need a soul, Raven deadpanned. That. Dee paused. Is certainly one way to put it. I chuckled, then I'll be sure to grab his weird not soul when I'm done. Now, how to do this? Go to him or bring him to us. Please do not bring Trigon the Terrible to Earth in any way, shape, or form, Damian requested flatly. I do not wish to fill out the paperwork. I will have enough after tonight as it is. Fine, I'll go to him, I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. And to do that. Raven, stay still for a moment. I turned intense piercing eyes onto her as she all but froze in place in an instant. I peered deep, past her physical outer shell. My senses brushed over her soul. And though I didn't intrude any more than I needed to, I could still feel the entirety of her being shudder and tingle. Her metaphysical senses couldn't help but be dragged alongside mine, instinctively looking where I was looking. What dash? She stuttered slightly as I searched her soul and examined the inherent connection she had with her father. That, I said, pointing out something only the two of us could currently see. Is your father. His influence. His control over you. And a perfectly good trail for me to follow to find him. Pulling back, I nodded, satisfied, that should do it. Raven half glared at me and half blushed a subtle pink color on her deathly pale skin. Was it entirely necessary to be so, intimate? Yes. Now, do you have more to complain about or do you want me to kill your father like I said I would? I asked, raising a single unflinching eyebrow. Raven twitched ever so slightly. Can I watch? Her request was quiet. Almost softly spoken. It was flat. Her usual monotone that I'd already gotten used to and somewhat fond of. But despite those qualities, she didn't bother even attempting to hide how utterly eager she was to see her father ended at my hands. I barked a laugh, somewhat surprised by the request. Ha! Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Anyone else want to watch? Shit, I'm going to regret this, Cyborg grumbled. But yeah. Yeah, we might as well. I would also like to see the catharsis healing of friend Raven's soul. Starfire chimed. Barely pausing to think about it, I waved a hand. A spell connected to my vision. Another projected a screen above the bar in the nearly empty dead end. The Titans found themselves staring at themselves. Raven stared intensely at the casual display of magic. I smirked at her. Hey, yeah, little half-demon. You like that? Something told me she did. I think, either due to her daddy issues or perhaps in spite of them, Raven was the kind of girl to get off on power. Especially magic. It made sense for someone who spent their whole existence powerless and striving for more power in the hope of freeing herself. And if I was right, she was going to love watching what came next. Already, I could see ever so minute twitches in her expression as something inside her relished my casual displays of power. Yeah, the goth witch demon girl was down bad for magic and power. Who would have guessed? As Raven tried not to soak through her costume, I turned a portion of my mental attention farther afield. The connection I'd examined from Raven turned over and over in my mind's eye. particularly the part of it that lay opposite to Raven herself. With my target in mind, I took the connection and recreated it. A replica, a pseudo-connection, but instead of leaving Raven as the unwilling recipient, I attached it to myself. From there, it was as simple as forcefully triggering it in reverse with a generous application of magical energy. I gave a waving salute as my form in the dead end wavered and winked out of existence. Feel free to sit, request a drink or two, and enjoy the show. See you all on the other side. Since a plan, as sparse as it was, had been decided upon, I'd barely given the Titans a moment to breathe. Hell, maybe that should be said about this whole thing altogether. I'm sure this part of their night was back-to-back revelations and insanity. That kind of thing tended to happen in the dead end. They'd get used to it. None of them got a chance to protest as I reverse-summoned myself away from the bar, disappearing right before their eyes. Damian did get to send me a thankful, respectful nod though. Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Starfire were left still trying to catch up with everything that was happening. And Raven. Well, the unflinchingly intense, deadly piercing, promise in a look that she shot me said it all. But with that and a few stretching moments in transit, I was gone from my place of power. A sliver of the dead end stayed with me, the domain intrinsically tied to my soul. And Dee Dee might as well have come with me. She was my better half. Always. Deathly, watchful, and gentle eyes tracked me as I threw my physical form across the cosmos and a few dimensions in between. It would take much more than a bit of distance for her constantly comforting presence to ever leave me. Wrapped in magic, power flowing through my veins, I appeared just in time to witness a spectacle to end all spectacles. The void welcomed me, absence paradoxically hugging everything. A backdrop of unfamiliar stars decorated the scenery. And before me, a giant held a world in the palms of both hands. Oh, holy shit. Cyborg exhaled a terrifically stunned exclamation. Wow. He is the bigness, isn't he? Starfire asked. The same spell that projected my vision inside the dead end allowed me to hear them and their reactions to the quite literally monumental event I found myself witnessing. They saw exactly what I did, things like detail and distance made irrelevant before magic. As if they were there in the flesh, even the ever-present silence of the void came through my spell. Magic carried my words to the other side of my spell as if I wasn't floating freely in space. I've seen bigger. Dude, what? Beast Boy choked on his shock. He's holding a freaking planet in his hands. HNG, Damian grunted. Being that big makes for the opposite of a fair fight. And my father is the opposite of fair. It works out, derision and disgust could be heard in Raven's usual monotone. Trigon the Terrible stood in the void. Even from a few 100,000 miles away, he was larger than life. His blood-red skin glowed like a quietly dying star. A red dwarf given humanoid form. Or perhaps that should be demonic, in this case. Even if Dee Dee said he wasn't a true demon, he certainly looked the part. A colossus of pure evil and conquering sin. Malice itself twisted into a face, complete with the cruel expression one would expect from such a thing. Trigon cut a powerful figure. There was no denying that. Not when he held an entire world at his fingertips, playing with it as if it were a ball. Barkeep. Cyborg asked. You sure you can beat that thing? I smirked, watch me. Suddenly, I was given a front row seat as Trigon lifted the planet to his mouth. His mouth opened wider than it had any right to, like some sort of unhinged snake-jawed monstrosity. Rows and rows of demonic teeth glinted like the stars in the background. A hellish glow lit the back of Trigon's mouth as he took an impossible bite of a planet. I could practically feel the stunned silence from inside the dead end as the Titans witnessed the death of a planet. As they could only watch as a celestial body was consumed. Trigon even went through the effort of chewing, the great clenches of his jaw cracking a world to its core. My goodness. Starfire gasped. Damn. I don't even think you can call it genocide at that point, Cyborg muttered in horror. Planetside. Beast Boy tried and failed to lighten the mood with a joke. Evil, Raven flatly corrected. Pure evil and calamity. I believe I was right to seek help from Shawn, Damian said quietly, his scowl practically audible. There is nothing we could have done against something like that. Trigon said. The molten center is always the best part. He didn't say it verbally. For one, his mouth was still chowing down on an entire planet. For another, well, space. No, instead of physically forming the words, he projected them straight from his mind. A psychic and emotional transmission so overwhelming that I'm sure it was felt in neighboring solar systems. That is terrifying, Cyborg stated slowly. Pardon my swearage, friend Raven, but fuck your father. He is the biggest of the bastards. Starfire swore adorably. Welcome to my world, Raven drawled. Chuckling, I ignored the Titan speaking in my mind. Instead, I turned my attention to the bastard of biggest in front of me. Matching his method of psychic communication, I cleared my throat. Ahem. Did you enjoy your little snack, Trigon? Trigon stopped unnaturally still. He slowly swallowed the rest of his planetary meal and turned, searching for me. I must have been less than a speck to him in his current size, but he found me eventually. I just waited patiently for his reply. Who are you? Trigon growled, the psychic sound shaking the cosmos themselves. Someone who's doing your daughter a favor, I said, not flinching an inch. Trigon barked a laugh. Ha! Has the detestable girl finally come to her senses? She should have come herself. Her rightful place is beneath my throne. Raven twitched vigorously in the back of my mind and I shook my head, not quite. And I don't think she appreciates you saying that. Why should I care about her pitiful mortal feelings? Trigon asked honestly. Death, you're awful, I said, shaking my head in something akin to exasperation now. Not an ounce of empathy for your daughter. Not an ounce of remorse for what you've put her through. A grin as wide as an ocean spread across Trigon's face. No. I eat such concepts as an evening snack. Yeah, this is a long time coming. I dismissed him as a lost cause, confirming what I already knew. Magic poured from my soul, coalescing into a visible aura around me. I pulled that aura into me, coiling it tighter and tighter as a cloak of pure power. Building, striving toward some kind of critical mass of magic. A pseudo-awakening, more a re-awakening than anything else, as I brought a very specific form of magic into this universe. Trigon took my actions as the threat they were. I tire of this meaningless conversation, he growled. Trigon drew himself up, standing proudly in the nothingness of space. An ember of light, plasma, and power sparked above his head. Between sweeping, multi-pointed horns like the rack of a stag, a mini-star was born. It swelled until it reached the size of the planet Trigon had just consumed. I could feel the heat and heavy destructive might even from so far away. And yet, I said only a few simple words, as do I, null. Causality choked. Space-time stuttered. Reality rejected. The condensed ball of Trigon's power went out as if a switch had been flipped. Rewritten as if it was never there. My null, pure anti-magic, didn't so much wash over Trigon. It simply was. And then Trigon's power wasn't as my will was enforced strictly upon the very fabric of the universe. Trigon was suddenly strangled by nothingness. And then my fun really started. Harkening back to my Wizard's War days, which definitely didn't make me twitch with well-repressed trauma, I started slow. The 10 Hells. A classic. Trigon froze. He burned. He drowned. All at once. His skin turned inside out, exposing raw nerves to the vacuum of space. 10,000 lightning bolts lit up his bones from the inside out. A million more razors carved scars on his inverted skin. The deep-seated aches of the old and ancient invaded his every joint. What passed for his bones exploded into shrapnel and pure pain. The magic and power that made up his physical form rebelled, flesh and blood bubbling and boiling. An endless nightmare played out in Trigon's mind, and since he was who he was, the nightmare was the bane of all evils, wholesome slice of life content. Trigon barely got a chance to process his 10 Hells before I was casting more specific spells, conceptually more intense because of their specificity. Power word, Scrunch. Summon. Crippling depression. Kidney stones. Testicular torsion. I had long since awakened to a spark of the truth to reality. It now burned like a raging forest fire in my soul. With every spell, my will, my overwhelmingly solid belief in myself and my magic, was enforced. Reality yielded before me like putty and clay. Magic beyond mere magic. The universe leaped to do my bidding like an eager puppy. My only desire then and there was to cause Raven's father as much pain as I possibly could. Which turned out to be quite a lot. Scrunch did exactly what it said it did. It scrunched. There was no need to elaborate on the damage it caused as Trigon's colossal form was scrunched down to roughly mortal size. Summon brought his newly resized body before me so my distant audience could still get a good view of what came next. Clinical depression for a being like Trigon didn't make him sad, as one might expect. No, instead, a wide, tortured smile spread across his colossal face. So wide it looked like it hurt and so unnatural that he looked like a demon in heaven. It made for a properly spooky scene with the effect of 10 Hells still ongoing. Kidney stones and testicular torsion made him double over in agony and scream a silent, futile scream into the void. Whatever Trigon's demonic body considered kidneys were shredded to bits and pieces by what was basically shrapnel from the inside out. Even worse than the kidney stones was the infamous testicular torsion cast. With my magic beyond magic, Trigon's balls were twisted straight off his body. The pain from those last two spells wasn't just excruciating. It was conceptually torturous, heinous spells, methods of enacting my will upon reality, that were designed to do nothing more than cause pain. It was almost enough for me to feel sorry for the deadbeat bastard. Almost. And not sorry enough to stop or give him another chance. Evil wasn't just his nature, it was his choice. He would never change. And he would have done exactly this to me without feeling any of the empathy or pity I was currently feeling. But at least, I could finish putting him out of his agony quickly. I cast Fist. It was more than he deserved. A punch backed by the force of reality itself lashed out at Trigon's tortured form. No fancy magical effects. Just Fist. The fabric of space screamed as it was obliterated, pushed aside before one of the most basic forms of harm a human body could deal. But basic didn't mean simple, in this case. Nor did it mean powerless. Something Trigon didn't even get the chance to find out. Fist struck flesh. The whole universe concentrated down on one singular point of time and space. The very concept of Trigon resisted the blow, desperately struggling to continue existing, and was immediately punched into submission. Struck so badly that it simply gave up and ceased to be. With a forceful fist felt across dimensions, Trigon the Terrible died, in one punch. I exhaled a steady breath into the void of space, letting my awakened magic settle back into the underlying fabric of my soul where it usually lay. It had been a while since I had to break out that type of magic. It was like stepping into a favorite, sturdy, and well-worn pair of boots. Not for casual everyday use but consistently reliable and always a subtle pleasure to return to. I'd have to tell the story of that awakening at some point. Especially since the dead-end side of my projection spell was now being suspiciously quiet. They'd probably want to know what the fuck that was. Heh, honestly that sounded like a lot of fun. Magic in the world of darkness was a special sort of beast. Ah, shit, I absently muttered to myself. Didi wanted to play with his weird, evil, not soul thing. Bit hard to do that after I punched it into oblivion. Chapter 45, 40, Magic, Power, and Freedom. Back in the dead end, Cyborg said it best, holy fucking shit. Shock and silence reigned. The events they saw unfold before their very eyes, dimensions away in reality, were simply too much. None of the young heroes were used to power of this scale. Nor the violence or the permanent end that Trigon had come to. The initial sight of a colossal Trigon had been enough to throw their grasp on reality into question. Even with the somewhat ridiculous things they witnessed day to day as heroes, Trigon didn't fit into their worldviews. Not really. He was way too big. Nothing living should have been able to reach sizes big enough to eat entire planets as if they were candy. And yet, Trigon was big enough to beggar belief. In the dead end's truth field, they couldn't deny what they were seeing, even to themselves. Trigon was real. And he was real big to boot. Raven hadn't been exaggerating the danger her father represented at all. Or the evil, it turned out. Was Trigon's planetary snack inhabited? The Teen Titans didn't know. They might never know. But even just the prospect of an entire world, and possibly all life on it, consumed in an instant was enough to leave them utterly horrified. That was only the beginning of the insanity to come. Because after watching helplessly as a giant consumed a whole world, the Titans bore witness to that same giant being laid low by a comparably insignificant speck. With a generous application of violence and magic, Shawn utterly outclassed the most powerful being any of them had ever seen. It wasn't even a fight. As soon as Shawn decided to lift his hand and do something, the outcome was already set in stone. Mere violence was perhaps understating the things Shawn did. It was a curb stomping. Utter annihilation and obliteration. The rest of the Titans almost felt sorry for Trigon. Then they remembered who the cosmic conqueror was. What they'd already witnessed him do to an entire world. And what he'd done to their teammate Raven. The thought of an evil father like Trigon looming over their friends had firmed their conviction back up real quickly. Still, Shawn's magic, the methods to his madness, was almost hard to watch. His spells were gruesome and diverse. He wielded power over reality itself as if it was nothing. He simply spoke and his will was commanded unto the universe. Even for an evil force of the cosmos like Trigon, there was nothing that could fight back against Trigon's magic. Damian watched, stone-faced and silent as the events on Shawn's spelled screen unfolded. Even as his mind struggled to process it all, he was dutifully cataloging Shawn's ability so he could inevitably update Shawn's ever-growing Justice League file. Starfire, Corey, was stuck firmly in awe. Enough to silence even her ever-present energy. Wonder and no small amount of fear. That fear didn't diminish her skyrocketing respect for her new friend Shawn Kane. Because someone who went so far for friend Raven couldn't be anything else but a new friend. Not someone to be truly feared. Corey was more than happy to have the Shawn of her side. Vic and Garfield stared at the screen with mouths falling open in disbelief. They didn't even know magic could do this shit. Forget ignorant, man. They'd been deaf and blind. Only now were their eyes and ears opening to the universe around them. And they were quickly discovering that in the grand scheme of things, their place on the scale of power wasn't nearly as high as they thought. And Raven. Raven was practically quaking in her boots. And not in the way that was usually associated with that turn of phrase. For her, Passion put it best, I am going to ride that man until he can't walk. Until he can't think or breathe without breathing my scent, without thinking of me. Despite herself, or maybe because of herself, Raven couldn't bring herself to shut down her passion. It wasn't enough for Shawn to simply solve her greatest problem and existential worry, was it? No, he also had to do it so well, to look so fucking good doing it. All the pain and suffering she wished to repay to her father. Shawn was doing it for her and more. Revenge was oh so sweet. And Raven was loving it. That wasn't even mentioning the power she felt in the very core of her being, even from where she sat dimensions away from Shawn's battle. It was beyond intense. Her ever-hungry magical nature was devouring the mere wisps that leaked through Shawn's spelled connection. She couldn't stop tingling. She didn't want to either. Her mind and soul were on fire. It was exhilarating. Magic beyond anything she'd ever even imagined. Power enough to make her father look like a mere insect. And exactly the right amount of ruthlessness that she needed to deal with her deadbeat bastard of a father. A heavy hand just firm enough to make Trigon the terrible father choke under it before he died. I'm sure we wouldn't mind choking under his hand in a very different way, Passion purred. Quiet. Raven had it bad enough right now. Seriously, she was already using magic to cover up the evidence she was leaving behind. Any more and she'd be sitting in a puddle of her own arousal. She didn't need the extra teasing from herself. Her passion was only making things, deliciously, worse. He made our father a bitch, so I think I can safely say this. Choke me, Daddy. Oh, fuck. Raven squirmed imperceptibly in her seat. Yes, please. God, she was so screwed. Harder, Daddy. So fucking screwed. Just when she thought things couldn't get any worse, or better, depending on her perspective. So much better, Trigon died. Obliterated by fist, a spell so all-consumingly powerful that it made Raven muffle a moan to herself. And with his death, the universe came calling for Raven. It was just as Shawn had warned. The link between Raven and her father snapped as one end of it simply ceased to be. And Raven experienced the strangest phenomenon as reality itself began to nudge her like some sort of incessant child. The universe was loath to let Trigon's role go unfulfilled. He'd become a part of the natural order of things, a font of evils for a decent chunk of the cosmos. There was purpose there, an expectation from the status quo. And as his daughter, his most powerful offspring, Raven had been designated as his heir. Raven stared in horror as conceptual weight streamed toward her from the opposite end of her now-snapped connection. The collective fear and worship that Trigon had gathered during his existence was naturally attracted to the only place it could reasonably go. Raven herself. Raven braced herself, cursing her cruel joke of an existence. Of course, nothing could ever go well for her. It was in her loathsome nature. And as much as she wished for the opposite, the collective conceptual weight continued coming as if to overwhelm her completely. Only for generations and species worth of powerful emotional backlash to die before it could reach her. Raven's mind stuttered for a moment, unable to process the unexpected change. Dee got her attention in the physical world as death herself gave Raven a heartwarmingly gentle and comforting smile. A reassurance that Raven wasn't alone. That her cruel joke of an existence might not be so cruel or funny after all. Now, what do we say to the nice mommy who helped us in our time of need? Passion teased from the depths of Raven's soul. The teasing was enough to restart Raven's thought processes, pulling her out of her usual, rightful, angst. She snorted internally, shoving Passion even deeper to the aspect's clear amusement. On the outside, Raven blushed as much as she was physically able to. Thankfully, her long-practiced emotional control ensured it didn't get out of control. Just a pleasant and unfortunately noticeable pinkening of her cheeks. Still, Raven mumbled softly under her breath, confident that nice mommy would hear her. Thank you. Dee gave a small acknowledging nod, that kind, gentle smile of hers doing things to Raven's stomach that were better left unmentioned. That was a whole other thing. Raven knew she was bisexual. It was hard not to with someone like Corey as a teammate. But the back-to-back threats of Shawn and Dee had made it so that aspect of herself had never been more clear. God, I want to die between her thighs while he pounds me from behind. Passion made her feelings, Raven's as a whole, embarrassingly clear. It was practically unfair. One of them was quite literally death. Goth death, at that. And the other was seemingly powerful enough to match. Oh, and he'd solved Raven's daddy issues in the most satisfying way she could hope for. And he was also goth, the very definition of tall, dark, and gorgeous in Raven's mind. They were dangerous, especially when taken together. Deliciously dangerous. A couple that embodied pure gothic seduction. As if their entire purpose was to tempt Raven to sin. And oh, how she wanted to sin. With her father dead and his influence gone, sinning with Shawn and Dee had immediately become the thing Raven wanted most in life. Just to thank them for what they've done for her, right? Yeah. Just to thank them. They weren't. She wasn't. She wasn't that thirsty, right? Even if they did perfectly fit her type and more than exceeded her standards. It wasn't as if she was so repressed that her passion had quite literally taken on a life of its own. Even Raven could barely keep a straight face at that thought. Yeah, she was screwed. Even without Shawn and Dee being hot as sin and helping her more than anyone else in existence, the sheer power they both wielded was intensely attractive to Raven. Like, panty-dropping, mouth-watering, passion-stimulating ly attractive. She was weak to power like that. A simp, as Garfield might call her if he knew just how weak she was. To Raven, power represented freedom. And she somehow knew in the core of her soul that no one in existence, no one she would meet, at least, could hope to surpass Dee and Shawn in power. And the less said about Shawn's magic beyond magic and how he'd utterly dominated and demolished her evil father, the better. Better for the sake of Raven's embarrassment, at least. She didn't think she'd ever stop leaking after a demonstration of magic and power like that, imagining a similar domination for herself, only with pleasure in place of pain and a metaphorical little death, or a few dozen, instead of Trigon's literal one. Raven's only consolation in all of this was that she would be turning 18 any moment now. Perfectly legal. And perfectly able to act on her new undying thirst and pursue her powerful savior and his deathly mate. As if she would have been able to stop herself anyway. In fact, looking around for a clock, she could see that the night was just about to tick over to midnight. Any second now, she'd be 18. 18 and completely free of her father's control. 18 and completely legal. 18 and almost completely repressed, eager to finally act on her emotions without the constant moderation she'd practiced as a necessity. 3, 2, 1, midnight. And Raven decided to do something special to mark the occasion. She loosened her emotional chains, practically throwing away her usual restraints. Her emotional aspects didn't disappear entirely. But they merged back into her. Mostly. Raven's passion was ever present, a sort of spiritual mirror of herself in her soul. Happy birthday, Raven, Shawn said, having teleported back into the bar while Raven mostly merged with her aspects. Raven didn't jump at his sudden appearance but she did twitch slightly. How? Shawn shot her a minute mysterious smile, just a hunch. How does it feel to be 18? How does it feel to know your father will never bother or threaten you again? Freeing, Raven answered softly. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough, Shawn. Watching you deal with my father was satisfying. Shawn chuckled. Always love a girl with some murderous daddy issues. Viciousness and trauma are sexy. Damn it. Why'd he have to go and say things like that? She had a hard time believing that he didn't know what he did to her. That idea didn't mesh with anything she'd seen from his so far. Was he doing this on purpose? Teasing her? He's flirting, you dumbass, passion grumbled in her soul. Flirt back or I'll take over and do it for you. And I'm going to jump straight to shoving my tongue down his throat and making sure he can only taste me. Lucky me, Raven deadpanned, allowed to hide her blush, forcefully pushing passion down before her mirrored aspect had the chance to embarrass her. Shawn smirked at her, lucky you, indeed. Raven Prime felt her stomach stand up and do a flip at that tantalizing quirk of his lips. It was only an entire life of intense emotional control that kept the flustered flutterings from reaching her face. Even passion in her soul groaned like a desperate woman at Shawn's smirk, because that's what they were, passion would say. Thankfully, Corey interjected herself into the conversation before Raven could choke on her own foot, so not what she wanted to be choking on right now. The celebrations, friend Raven. Corey exclaimed, hugging Raven enthusiastically. It is officially the 18th day anniversary of your birth delivery. You have joined me in the adulthood. So much of the celebrations. Yay. Raven just stood there and took the enthusiastic hug, her practically blank face not betraying her fondness for her alien friend or how thankful she was that Corey had interrupted her quickly spiraling attempt at flirting. Seriously. Just a single smirk from Shawn and Raven was as good as lost. God, she was so screwed. Happy B-Day, Ray. Garfield joined Corey in celebration, though thankfully without the rib-crushing hug. And, congrats on your dad's death, I guess. Man, that's so weird to say. But deserved, strangely enough, Vic said. I'm not one to advocate for killing, but it's probably a good thing that the planet-eating conqueror was dealt with a bit more permanently than how we would usually handle things. I am one to advocate for killing, Damian stated flatly. No matter what father might believe, it is the only solution in some situations. I believe Trigon was one of those situations. Thank you. Raven said, earnestness leaking into her voice. Damn, girl, was that emotion I heard in your monotone. Vic joked. With Trigon dead and no longer a threat, I don't have to be so strict with myself, Raven replied. Nice, Garfield grinned. I'm looking forward to getting to know you with emotions, Ray. It will take some getting used to, Raven said simply. It is good to see you healing already, Raven. Dee gave that gentle smile of hers that did just as much to Raven's insides as Shawn's smirk. As you were before. That is no way to live. Your path shall be long still. But at least now, the cosmic paternal parasite that kept you so bound has been removed. Yeah. Raven muttered. God, I can barely believe it's really over. I should see about reuniting with my mom at some point. I'll need to tell her that the evil bastard can't haunt us anymore. Dee nodded. I'm sure she'll be just as glad to hear the news as you were. As I remember her soul from her birth and later yours, Angela Roth is a kind woman who did not deserve the evil Trigon visited upon her. Vic shivered in his metal augments. Man, not gonna lie, that's kinda spooky. Knowing death, or I guess Dee here, has met all of us at birth. There is nothing to be afraid of, Victor, Dee said, innocently tilting her head. I bring life into this world and I take souls after death. It is simply how things have always been. Yeah, Vic, Raven's lips twitched ever so slightly. Scared of a little death? Suck it up, dude. Personally, I don't know how anyone can be scared of Dee, Shawn added his own opinion. I think I've experienced enough death to say it's not nearly as bad as everyone seems to expect. And Dee herself is simply lovely. One of the best people you'll ever meet. Having her walk everyone's soul to their eternities is a blessing I wouldn't trade for anything. I think Dee is the very essence of niceness. Corey chimed. She is the kindness and the gentility, and I am glad she was my first friend in this life, even if I do not do the remembering of her. Dee chuckled softly. Thank you, both, but it's fine. Victor is perfectly entitled to his own feelings about me. I shall be there for him in the end no matter what. Vic looked away awkwardly. Okay, yeah, I might not be hyped about death, but I can see why Dee herself is kinda great. Shawn gave a good-natured laugh that sent Raven's tummy into a tumble. That's the spirit. No one can hate Dee. And if her perfect personality can't win them over, well, I would just have to have words with them. Vic and Garfield audibly gulped at that. Dee just rolled her eyes. Shawn, behave. There's no need for you to go threatening people on my behalf. I like to think I can make my own friends without you resorting to that. I wouldn't threaten them, Shawn denied with a mischievous smirk. I just want to talk with them. You know, preach and spread the good word of my Dee. I could go on and on about your good points, darling. Why, I might never stop. Dee blushed and playfully slapped Shawn on the shoulder. Don't you start, mister. Try and it'll mean war, I mean it. Well, I wouldn't want that, would I? Shawn teased, the two of them somewhat lost in their own little world for the moment. No, you don't. I can play dirty too, dear. Maybe. Dee paused to think before her eyes landed on Raven and lit up. Maybe I'll return the favor and gush over you to our newest mutual friend. Please don't drag me into this, Raven deadpanned. Despite what she said, a part of her, passion, very much wanted to be dragged between the two of them. Heh, Vic chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Y'all are cute. Scary. But cute. Very cute. Corey clapped happily, giggling as she enjoyed Shawn and Dee's byplay. I can feel the love of your hearts. I wish to experience much more of it. Please, please, teach me of your love. I mean. Garfield hesitantly put forward. It is getting kinda late. The nonsense. Corey protested. It is the night of celebrations. We simply must stay and make of the merry. Damian nodded in firm agreement. I'm not leaving until I've had my fill of head pats. You're always welcome to stay, Shawn offered. I have a story I want to tell if any of you are interested. I'm interested, Raven instantly agreed, surprising even herself with how quick she was. I thought you might be, Shawn said. The magic I used when dealing with Trigon brought it to mind. The mention of Shawn's capitalized magic made Raven's eye widen slightly. I'm very interested. I as well, Corey declared. I know very little of the magic. I would like to learn so I may relate to friend Raven more. Well, you'll certainly learn something about magic from this story, Shawn chuckled. And the rest of you are more than welcome to stick around. I'm afraid I can't provide any of you with alcohol, but the company should more than make up for that. Shawn snapped his fingers twice. Raven felt the magic in the private instance of the dead end suddenly collapse and dissolve, streaming back into the bar at large. Their transition back into the real world was much less abrupt than their departure. The empty bar sort of flickered and faded as Shawn, Dee, and the Teen Titans found themselves right back where they'd left less than 30 minutes ago. Raven couldn't help but shake her head at that. Before tonight, she would have never thought her daddy issues could be resolved so quickly. It was a surreal feeling. Something inside her was left almost giddy at her newfound freedom. The scene they returned to was certainly interesting. Most of the Titans stopped and stared at the mostly full dead end and the commotion it brought with it. A few new faces had joined the already mind-bogglingly peaceful cast of villains. Namely, Killer Croc and Solomon Grundy. A table had been cleared and brought before the bar. Croc, Grundy, and Bane all sat at the table, nearly a ton of men and muscle all by themselves. And to the Titans' astonishment, they seemed to be arm wrestling. With the rest of the bar crowding around, cheering, jeering, and shaking fistfuls of money at the spectacle. Both Bane's arms were occupied with separate battles. Croc and Grundy held out as long as they could, but the superhuman strength of Gotham's strongest villain wouldn't be denied. Bane roared and pushed with all his might. Two fists slammed down against the wooden table, cracking it upon impact. By mom's name, Bane has done the impossible, folks. 2 versus 1, and he broke them in half. Alice called, more reminiscent of a WWE commentator than anything appropriate for mere arm wrestling. The money-shaking crowd went wild. Bane stood victorious, raising pumped-up arms as thick as tree trunks as if in defiance of the heavens themselves. Drinks were thrown in celebration, money exchanged hands, and Dee cleared her throat, cutting through the chaos. Alice, having been left in charge of the dead end in her adoptive parents' absence, froze in panic. Mom. This isn't what it looks like. I'm sure it isn't. Dee shook her head in fond exasperation. Honestly, this is fine, little one. I expected much worse. At least the bar is still standing and the only damage is the mess. Yeah. Alice regained her energy to defend herself. I was just keeping this rabble occupied so they didn't do something worse. And I'm sure you did a very good job of keeping them distracted, Dee commented with amusement. But we're back now, so the show's over. And you get to clean up the mess you made. Mum. Alice groaned. That's not even fair. The bar cleans itself. Alice. Dee shot her child-appointed look. Fine, Alice grumbled. After that, things in the dead end quickly calmed back down to normal. Normal at the dead end was still a bit much for the Titans as they found themselves sitting at the bar next to peaceful villains and even the mercenary they'd fought only days before. I see you took my advice, Robin, Deathstroke said, raising a casual toast to Damian and the rest of the Titans. Surprisingly, Damian didn't scowl. We were fortunate enough to be given a good excuse to visit. And I missed Lady Didi's headpats. Catwoman sidled up to her son in all but name. What did bring you and your team to visit, Dammy? That is not my story to share, Damian shook his head. I don't mind, Raven interjected flatly. We needed Shawn's help with killing my father. Her blunt statement brought a moment of pause to the bar. Catwoman eventually asked. Was it deserved? Raven simply gave a single nod, very. Catwoman nodded as well, then, congratulations. And she left it at that. So? Shawn said, thankfully pulling the attention off of Raven. Story time. What VE you got for us tonight? Penguin asked. Shawn grinned a mischievous, easygoing grin, utterly in his element. We're going to be revisiting a world I told you all about a little while back. Some of you were here when I spoke about the world of darkness, yeah. The one where you designed Dracula's castle for him. Croc clarified, sounding quite different from how Raven imagined him. Much less intimidating and more like just any guy she would have encountered on the street. Garfield could only blink at that understated insanity. Huh. Like, Dracula? Vic asked incredulously. Shawn nodded. Yeah, we were talking about vampires that night, so obviously, I had to tell everyone how I met Dracula. Obviously, Vic deadpanned. Anyway, Shawn continued. This story is about the rest of my adventures in that world of darkness. Namely, my adventures there as a mage searching for ascension. Two-Face scoffed dismissively. Gah, wizards. Shit always turns fucked up when you give nerds ultimate power. He shook his head and went to take a sip of his drink. Raven's finger twitched. Somehow, he ended up missing his mouth and turned his glass entirely upside down to dump the contents on his face. He sputtered in surprise. Careful, Raven warned, narrowing her eyes at him slightly. Some of us might just take offense to that. Shawn chuckled. He's not completely wrong though. Power of any kind tends to corrupt, especially in realities like that one. And wizards and mages are certainly no exception to that rule. In the world of darkness, the 9 traditions were bad enough. Don't even get me started on the technocracy. Grundy would like to get you started on the technocracy, Grundy rumbled slowly. Curious. If you insist, big guy, Shawn shrugged. It might be for the best anyway. It'll allow me to give you all a bit of context about the world itself before we get into my adventures. Now, where to start? He thought for a moment before continuing. The world of darkness wasn't like this world. There were no heroes or villains on that earth. Just the vast, vast majority of normal people and the supernatural. The supernatural side of the world was where it got its name. In my mind, at least. His voice grew ominous and heavy as he spoke. Creatures lurked in the dark while almost everyone else lived in ignorance. Vampires, werewolves, wraiths, demons, fae, mundane hunters of everything that went bump in the night. Mages. It was a dark world where life or even unlife was never guaranteed. But it was also more than a little batshit insane. Batshit insane, how? Vic asked cautiously, sounding as if he almost didn't want to know. Steampunk explorers fighting Nazis inside the hollow earth, insane, Shawn deadpanned. A fast food chain that secretly served ground demon cheeseburgers, insane. Honest-to-deity animated mummies as a relatively widespread phenomenon that I didn't spend nearly enough time getting into. Yeah, that kind of batshit insane. Raven only had one thing to say about all of that. Cool. Vic wasn't nearly as convinced. Ground what burgers? Huh, do you think those would count as vegetarian? Garfield asked. I mean, it's not real meat, right? Maybe even some kind of weird half-spiritual matter thing. It really is always the Nazis, Penguin tooted. Corey raised her hand. Question. What is the mummy? Sacred violations of tradition that are not to be trifled with, Bane answered her, shuddering slightly. It was an amusing sight from someone so massive. Dee Dee nodded in agreement. They almost never end well. In our reality, at least. They weren't all that blessed in the world of darkness either, Shawn said. But now we're going to put all of that fun stuff to the side and focus solely on the mages. Thank God, Vic sighed. And how they all figured out that reality was so bullshit that they could just recreate it however they wanted, whenever they wanted. With little to no real limitations. Shawn finished with a grin. Damn it, man. Vic hung his head in defeat. That's not how magic works, Raven deadpanned. You're right, Shawn nodded. It's not how magic works. Here, that is. He smirked, but it is how magic works. Raven stared him dead in the eyes. Bullshit. That's what you're calling BS on, Ray. Garfield laughed. Yes, Raven said firmly. Because it's bullshit. Magic shouldn't be as easy as just believing hard enough that something is or isn't real. There are rules and methods and foci and energy manipulation and actual effort to it that isn't just believe really, really hard. Magic users shouldn't be just rewriting reality however they please. Shawn chuckled. Okay, I may have been exaggerating there slightly. There were certain limitations and rules mages had to adhere to in the world of darkness. But what I was trying to get across was that it was a fundamentally different form of magic than anything you know here. Grr. Raven's expression barely shifted into a flat scowl. Fine. Still bullshit. But fine. Maybe hearing about the actual limitations mages operated under will make you feel better, Shawn offered. Raven grunted and he continued, the largest limitation by far for mages in the world of darkness was one of paradox and going against consensus. Paradox was the real problem, but to understand it, we'll first have to touch upon consensus. Bear with me for a moment here. Consensus was reality. Or at least, how it was perceived by the majority of people. But as mages inherently knew due to their nature, reality was bullshit. It was malleable. Open to change however they believed and willed it. So consensus was how reality should have been, how it was for the mundane masses of the world, but not how it really was. With me so far? Raven nodded. She was one of the only ones to do so. Her teammates looked confused, going so far as Garfield looking as if he should have had comical swirls in his eyes. Damian and the villains looked as if they were following along but not truly understanding and internalizing Shawn's lesson. Surprisingly, Grundy nodded along just as firmly as Raven had, only much slower. Shawn continued, if consensus was the baseline, the status quo, so to speak, then paradox was the punishment for straying from that baseline. Impossible things like magic that went against consensus naturally attracted paradox. If a mage did enough impossible things or did something particularly grievous, they'd have to answer for their crimes against consensus. Penguin laughed, heh, so bad reality warpers got put in reality timeout. Honestly. Yeah, that's not too far off the mark, Shawn nodded. Reality used paradox to punish going impossibly far outside the norm, consensus, usually in an ironically fitting way. A mage who liked fireballs a bit too much might be chased by fire imps as their paradox punishment. That sort of thing. There were ways around it, but that's what made mages stick to the world of darkness instead of openly performing impossible magic everywhere. That's how you got the magical secret society of the 9 traditions and the technocracy. He shuddered as he said that last word. What made the technocracy so of the bad? Corey asked. You can't tell by the name. That's a villain organization if I've ever heard one. Garfield joked. The technocracy. Shawn began, dragging it out for dramatic effect. Enforced consensus. That doesn't sound so bad, Catwoman reasoned. They were keeping the magic folk from trampling over everyone else, right? I think I'd rather like having an organization dedicated to keeping overpowered reality benders in check. They did some good for the common man, I'll admit, Shawn allowed. When the masses stopped believing so much in folklore and monsters, those enemies of humanity did indeed stop existing. But let me put it this way. Consensus was reality for the vast majority of people. And the technocracy made it their duty to enforce a single, unified consensus. With no exceptions. No care for diversity or the beliefs of different cultures. They were unilaterally pushing their biased and honestly out-of-touch view of reality onto the entire world. Ah. Catwoman trailed off into silence. Yeah, that's fucked, Raven finished for her. Is very close-minded. And, likely unproductive, Grundy agreed. Complex problems require complex solutions. Forced oversimplification is the bane of reason and compromise. Shawn shrugged, it's not like the traditions were indisputably the good guys either. But at least they weren't pushing a carefully manufactured reality onto the whole world. Besides, the technocracy was also a much more strict organization full of corruption that rewarded incompetency. And hypocrites. They were awakened just like any other mage, but accurately calling what they did magic was the fastest way to make yourself an enemy there. 'Cause it obviously wasn't magic, just enlightened science. So what if it functioned the exact same way? Can't you see they're using technology as their foci? It's not the same at all, they're not like those dirty reality deviant mages. Shawn acted out a whole over-exaggerated bit to demonstrate the technocracy's hypocrisy. It was enough to make most of his audience crack smiles and laugh. Of course, Raven's lips barely twitched and nothing more. She'd firmly deny anything else. Learning of a whole other reality's worth of magic was fascinating to her. Sure, it flew in the face of everything she knew about the mystical arts, and she was still firmly of the opinion that it was unfair bullshit. But also intensely intriguing, allowing Raven a glimpse into the pure power Shawn had wielded earlier. And spit on her father's damned grave, she loved that power. Even now, Raven wanted nothing more than to kneel before Shawn in his power. To get on her knees, crawl behind the bar, and make herself useful as he told his interesting little tale of another world. To blissfully submit and grow her own power to ever greater heights. Her passion played innocent as it whispered deliciously distracting, depraved, and debauched fantasies in Raven's mind. And as much as she told Passion, herself, to shut up because she was trying to listen and learn something, not ruin her costume even more than she already had. Well, Raven knew it was futile. 18 long years of repression had shattered completely with her newfound freedom, the healing merger of her emotions, the unchaining of herself. HMN. Raven muffled a moan as a particularly vivid scene of her in a collar and leash, both free and bound before Shawn, flashed before her mind's eye. Thankfully, no one noticed. No. That wasn't the case. Dee was giving her that heart-fluttering gentle smile of hers. And Raven was sure she saw the barest hint of a knowing smirk on Shawn's face. But there was no way he actually knew, right? Something low in Raven's abdomen clenched and throbbed, and suddenly she wasn't sure which way she wanted to be true. Ahem, Raven cleared her throat, trying her very best to act as if nothing was amiss. So which mage society were you a part of, Shawn? Damn that smirk, I was more closely associated with the 9 traditions. But I was more of a hedge mage/contractor than a full-fledged member. My existence in the world of darkness was somewhat unique, and I couldn't spend very much time in consensus as a result of my powerful awakening. You keep mentioning this awakening, Bane noted. What does it mean? It's what makes a mage, Shawn explained. It's the process of realizing a spark of fundamental truth to reality. Namely, that it's shaped by belief and willpower. My awakening was unique because it happened just as I came into the world of darkness. I was born and awakened at the same time. Penguin made a curious little noise. I've been meaning to ask. How does your reincarnation stuff work? Ice Guy rules. Transmigration. Are you reincarnating exactly as you were in the previous life? Or starting over as a baby? Honestly, it's a mixed bag, Shawn said, waving his hand SOSO. Sometimes, I'll be reincarnated as a baby, which sucks by the way. Having to grow up all over again usually isn't worth the hassle, even if the antics I can get up to as a kid can be fun. But other times, I come into my next world in a sort of prime body. That's kind of how it happened in the world of darkness. And in this iteration, I met Dee and then appeared in the dead end and got straight to business. Most of Shawn's audience had the same reaction. Neat. There were many other things to say to a revelation like that. It was an interesting bit of trivia about how their favorite bartender worked, but how were they supposed to relate to it at all or apply it to their own much more limited existences? Raven honestly found it quite amusing and fascinating that Shawn could speak about his reincarnating uniqueness so casually. Kind of cute, really. Can we back up for a second? Garfield asked. You said you spent most of your time outside of consensus? How does that work? Wasn't consensus, like, reality? Close, Shawn elaborated. Consensus is perceived reality. So it was mainly focused on Earth. I spent quite a bit of my time in the world of darkness in the underworld or in space. Space. Corey gasped excitedly. That's where I was born. Did you meet any of the aliens there as well? Shawn nodded, grinning at Corey's infectious enthusiasm. Aliens, eldritch/cosmic spirits, angels, demons, and more. It was also. Shawn trailed off, suddenly seeming to be seized by memories, where I took part in the Jovian Wars. Those memories did not appear to be kind to Shawn. A haunted and somewhat traumatized look entered his eyes. A worrying and seemingly impossible concept for someone like Shawn. His audience was left waiting and fidgeting awkwardly, already dreading whatever could have traumatized the serial reincarnator. Shawn. Dee Dee prodded softly. What were the Jovian Wars? Dee Dee's soothing voice brought most of the life back into Shawn's eyes. Still, something about those memories clearly troubled him. They were a series of magical conflicts for control of Jupiter and Saturn's moons. War is always hell. But a wizard's war? Even hell fails to describe that special brand of traumatizing insanity. Damn, Vic exhaled, full of dread. Straight-up space wars between mages. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Whatever you're picturing, it was so much worse. Shawn shook his head somberly. Interplanetary conflicts where every single soldier on the front line was a reality warper to a significant degree. No one wins a wizard's war. You just survive. Fuck, Raven muttered quietly. Her expletive was partially because she understood what he was trying to say. Not the war part. She's seen her fair share of conflict in her life but never actual war. But she could imagine how bad a war between wizards, even just the wizards she was used to, would be. With the mages that Shawn described from the world of darkness. Fuck was understating it. The other part of her expletive was something she wasn't quite eager to share with anyone else. Shawn was really, really attractive right now. Even more than he was before, which was a feat and a half. If Raven had to distill it down to words. Well, trauma was hot. And Shawn pulled off the whole dark soul tortured by memories vibe better than anyone else Raven had ever met. Care to humor us with a war story or two? Deathstroke asked Shawn. With a far-off look in his eyes, Shawn nodded. I won't glorify the violence. But I can share a story or two about the men and women I fought beside. Like good old Scotty. Scotty. Shawn snorted a laugh and shook his head fondly. He liked playing the fool. Even when the going got tough, he always had a quip or joke at the ready. He got us through some of the war's toughest moments. Shawn smiled nostalgically. There was this one time. Me, Scotty, and a few others were holed up on the ass end of Io. We were the last survivors of a push to rid the moon of its Nefandi presence. Who were the Nefandi? Corey asked curiously. Evil bastards. Shawn's expression darkened for the briefest of moments. They were fallen mages. Monsters in human skin, worshipping dark and twisted spirits of eldritch power as their gods. The idea of the stereotypical cult of wizards. The Nefandi were that and worse. They were such a threat to reality itself that they managed to convince the traditions and technocracy to temporarily align their interests to deal with them. Shawn physically shook off the darkness. Anyway, Scotty and I were some of the last of the allied mages on Io at that moment. I don't know if any of you know anything about Io, but it isn't a fun place to vacation. It's hell on a moon. Constant earthquakes, sulfur volcanoes, and no water to speak of. It was the perfect place for the damned Nefandi to call home. The demonic cultists were closing in on all sides. Me, Scotty, and what was left of our squad were making our last stand on the top of an active volcano. Reinforcements were out of the question. The higher-ups had already written off the mission as a loss. Our only hope was for our remaining technocrat, a cyborg named Geneva. Yes, that kind of cyborg, to get her portal magitech working so we could retreat to allied territory on Ganymede or Europa. Vic was visibly interested at the mention of the cyborg in Shawn's story. Wait, so the technocracy used, like, actual magic technology? Yeah, Shawn confirmed. Don't get it wrong though. It wasn't real technology. More like magic wearing a technology skin suit. Still functioned off the mage's belief and willpower and all that. But the technocrats wouldn't admit anything they did was magic for love nor money. That's still pretty dope, Vic nodded, impressed. Shawn chuckled. Oh, I won't deny that. I had problems with the technocracy's core philosophy, but that didn't extend to their tech. So Geneva was focused on getting the portal up. Scotty and I were at the front of the fight, holding off the Nefandi cultists. And you have to remember something here. We were a good distance outside of consensus for the entirety of the Jovian Wars. So a mage's usual limitations. They were practically non-existent on the Jovian moons. Dread and anticipation settled over the bar, over Shawn's captive audience. A few people leaned forward in their seats. Raven listened with a flat expression on her face but intent attention in her heart. Scotty and I stood strong beneath a hail of car-sized fireballs and twisted Magitech artillery. The very ground we stood on opened up, snapping at us with vicious teeth and disturbing tongues. Eldritch spirits and monsters from the beyond pounded on our defenses with unholy screeches, bound to the malicious intentions of their summoners. Otherworldly hell magic tried to corrupt us, to turn us against each other. Shawn painted the picture with his words, a certain sober gravitas in his voice. And yet, under the light of the giant Jupiter, we held out as reality warped around us. The only thing keeping us and our team alive was our undying conviction, the pure strength of our beliefs. And part of what helped us hold strong for so long was Scotty's sense of humor. I can honestly say it was one of the only things that kept me grounded in such a hopeless situation. Shawn's audience listened in enraptured, breathless awe. The picture he painted was clear in Raven's mind, and even then, she could barely believe his imagination. A last stand on an alien moon, holding out for dear life against eldritch cultists with the power of gods at their fingertips. It was simply brilliant. It was touch and go there at the end, Shawn said somberly. I had been hit with a nasty little curse. My spine was literally rotting into dust inside my body. Jesus. Fuck, man. I didn't let it stop me from fighting. Best thing about being a mage. You don't have to be able to move to still slaughter the shit out of some cultist fucks. Shawn laughed. He didn't seem to notice the reactions that part of his story got from the audience. Horror. Utter shock. Disbelieving admiration. Even Dee Dee stared at him with concern in her eyes. Raven suppressed a thrilled little shudder at the mental picture of Shawn, cursed, effectively paralyzed, and still utterly destroying evil mages who would have definitely worshipped her father if they had the chance. Passion groaned with desire in Raven's soul. God, what I wouldn't give to have been the one to tend to his wounds after all of that. Raven couldn't help but completely agree with her other half. So Geneva eventually gets the portal up and running. And Scotty gets to dragging me through it. Meanwhile, I'm just acting like magical fire support. Like a bomber's tail gunner or towed artillery or something, Shawn chuckled to himself. I managed to get a fair few more of the Nefandi before Scotty managed to drag me out of there. Then when we're all safe back on Europa and the adrenaline is just starting to die down, Scotty turns to me and smirks like, when I said break a leg at the start of all the mission, this isn't exactly what I meant, Shawn smiled. And I just lose it. All the pain and exhaustion caught up to me and then Scotty's stupid joke on top of it, and I just couldn't stop laughing. The technocrat who put me back together said I threw half my organs out of alignment, that's how hard I was laughing. Goddamn. He sounds like a worthy brother in arms. Deathstroke nodded and raised a toast. To those who keep us sane in the worst of times and drive us mad in the best. Shawn chuckled, a strangely simple clay cup appearing in his hand. I'll sure as hell drink to that. So the real treasure was the friends you made along the way. Penguin joked. Something like that, Shawn said good-naturedly, the corners of his lips twitching upward. I certainly fought alongside some spectacular mages. Scotty. Geneva in her own right. More lost souls than I care to count but sure won't forget at the same time. The Wizards' Wars defined a good portion of that life for me. And I never want to experience anything like them ever again. Raven nodded, understandable. Yeah, that shit's fucked, even for Gotham, Two-Face grunted. It's fucked up even for Bloodhaven, Bane corrected. A brief pause and then a visible shudder ran through the locals as they realized how accurate that was. Raven watched Gotham's mooks and villains curse to themselves at the idea in amusement. They weren't overreacting, she felt. It was just somewhat funny to see something that overwhelmed even Gothamite's infamous sense of reason. While she normally wasn't so partial to war stories, Shawn's was interesting enough. Raven was more interested in the magic and mages featured there though. But getting to see a glimpse of Shawn's darker history was more than worth the conversation being shifted off of the topics she wanted to talk about. Something about Shawn's past troubles and trauma spoke to her, making him seem that much more real and even more attractive still. Right, I can't take it anymore, passion declared within Raven's soul. We're asking him out. DD too if we have to. What? No. Raven hissed to her other half. Yes. No more pointless pining or awkward attempts at flirting. We've been more than repressed enough for 2 lifetimes. Now is the time for action. There are people here. Witnesses. We'll do it later. Not now. Oh, suck it up, me. Guys like it when a woman goes after what she wants. Right. I don't know. We're the exact same person with the exact same level of inexperience. I'm not risking it here and now because you couldn't keep it in your spiritual panties. Neither can you, Raven. I can feel how horny we are. And that's just from being around him and absorbing a bare hint of his power. Imagine how good it would feel to do so much more with him. Despite herself, Raven hesitated, almost swayed by her mirrored soul's argument. No. We can't. Not yet. We need more time to prepare. Stuff that. Passion shot right back. You just want more time to pine and brood and angst. When what we really need is a true taste of that power. I know you want to submit to him just as much as I do. You can't hide from your thirsty true self, Raven. No. Raven hissed inside her soul. Yes. No. Yes. In the end, the choice was thankfully taken from her. Vic and Garfield had clearly had enough for the night. Something about the business with Trigon and then the insane Wizards War story afterward hadn't digested well into their worldviews. Right. Vic clapped. It's getting late. We should probably be going now. Yeah, man, Garfield eagerly nodded his agreement. I don't think I could handle another of those stories. Corey pouted slightly but didn't argue. Oh, pooh. It is a great shame that we must be leaving so soon. I believe I am growing with the fondness of the dead end. Damian made a little noise of acknowledgement. HNG, very well. Dee Dee, may I take my headpats to go? Of course, Damian, Dee Dee tittered at his request. And you're all welcome to come back whenever you feel the desire to. Perhaps when you're more rested and ready to deal with my dear Shawn's antics. Oh, thank God, Vic exhaled a sigh of relief. Dee Dee, somehow, boxed up the concept of headpats and gave them to Damian like a takeout bag. That seemed to be the final straw for the boys as Vic and Garfield visibly gave up on trying to figure tonight out. Raven's face twitched slightly as her internal struggles continued up till the very end, made only worse as Shawn walked the Teen Titans to the door. He shot her a knowing, not quite cocky smirk as the Titans left through a door that was somehow in multiple places at once. Until next time, Raven. Be sure to drop by on your own sometime. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about together. A wave of tingles ran down Raven's spine at his smirk and words. A promise. A hint of something mind-blowing to come. It took great effort for her to school her expression as she nodded farewell. She walked out of the dead end, outwardly impassive as always. Inside, both halves of her soul were in rare sync. Fuck, Raven and Passion both thought. We're so fucking screwed. Chapter 46-41, Savage Adventure Awaits. Endless pinks and reds swirled somewhere in the ether, partially removed from reality. Lust and passion, fiery rage and cold apathy, in that out-of-phase realm, there existed only desire. Scenes from the ether sprung into being only to fade just as quickly. Ghostly bodies writhed in carnal intimacy. Roses bloomed, spreading open until they burst into a constant rain of lovely rose petals. Traditional vices and untraditional temptations whispered to the winds. Reality itself seemed to purr and moan in the strange realm of endless desire. And in the center of it all, an utterly androgynous figure floated freely. Here and there, unconstrained and uncontrolled as they felt all desire should be. Gender had no meaning for the being that embodied all of reality's endless desire. No, more than that. Gender just got in the way of their fun. Desire of the endless constantly shifted their form this way and that. From big bazongas to a completely flat chest and back to big old tibbity titties. From an absolute dumpy in the rear to a butt tight and pert enough to bounce a quarter off of. From a massive bitch-breaking cock to the tightest, pinkest pussy. Their mindset was just as fluid as their form. Copies of itself split off to frolic and fuck within the endless desire. New tastes and pleasures to explore. Their realm was one of ceaseless, self-centered self-gratification. They giggled to themselves maniacally. Desire always had fun molding their physical appearance like clay. So many options and combinations to explore. Sinful to pure as freshly driven snow, there could be no end to their desire. Until they grew bored and decided to check up on their siblings, of course. Let's see. Despair was wallowing. As always. Destiny was plotting and scheming. As always. Destruction was missing. As always. Dream, the dick, was dreaming. Desire made sure to reach out and tweak something here and there to continue their constant conflict with their dreamy older brother. The dick deserved it. As always. When Desire came to her last two siblings, they found something was different from the endless norm. Their curiosity was piqued. Delirium was remarkably focused on something within herself. She felt almost motherly toward whatever thing or creature or concept she was currently harboring. With a hum, Desire turned her attention to the last of them. And paused. And grinned. Death had found a companion. Desire looked through the past few months, the blink of an eye for the endless. More than a mere companion, it seemed. Death had found herself a prince consort. How interesting. This would require a careful touch. Unlike Dream, the eternal dick, Desire didn't despise her deathly sister. If anything, she was one of their favorites. Perhaps second only to their twin Despair. And while Desire couldn't and wouldn't prevent themselves from playing, they would have to be careful. Even they weren't immune to Dee Dee's disappointment. But that didn't still their hand completely. How long had Desire been trying to get her siblings to interact more with the reality they endlessly presided over? To actively pursue or at least acknowledge that even they weren't without Desire. Much too long. Endless stagnation was just so boring, no spark, no flare. Even if it was an inherent part of their endless existence, they didn't have to let it be the only part. If this change had presented itself with Dream, the infuriatingly endless dick, Desire wouldn't have moderated their hand at all. But Dee Dee, and to a certain extent Del, were different. After all, death would be the end of them all. And what was delirium but the desire for something beyond existence's normal ken? Also, Dee Dee's just too damn nice. Desire grumbled to themselves. Their passionately fluid mindset paused in their endless enjoyment to all turn and nod their agreement. Desire sighed an exquisitely impure sound that washed over their realm. Oh, well. They would simply have to moderate their playful meddling. Which meant nothing that could be considered outright hostile. They didn't necessarily want to harm their deathly sister anyway. Just make things more interesting. This new prince consort, Shawn Kane, was at the center of Dee Dee's intriguing changes. Del's as well, surprisingly enough. He was strange. Not just an outsider. Something more. Yet at the same time, he belonged in this reality, with Dee Dee, anchored as if he'd been born here. A wickedly mischievous grin spread across Desire's face. They couldn't affect him directly. Not without what they knew would be a fight and perhaps even backlash from Dee Dee. But the others around Death and her prince consort were fair game. And look at that. It seemed Dee Dee didn't discriminate against her prince consort's desires. Desire cackled to themselves. The deathly harem was a long time coming in their mind. The women around Shawn and Dee Dee who had already acted on their desires were likely off limits. And Desire wouldn't have interfered there anyway. The chase was always where they found the majority of their fun. There were a few newcomers around the royal, deathly couple. Those who hadn't yet confirmed and acted upon their desires. Perhaps they could use a nudge or two or three. Oh. And this newest of comers was certainly interesting. Almost lost in so much pent-up desire. A touch here and there wouldn't be amiss, right? Just to prod her along the path she was already walking in the most interesting of ways. Then Desire turned their attention farther afield. Someone driven by pure desire and connected to the past of Shawn's heart knocked almost desperately on the doors to this reality. Another outsider. A pseudo-angel. Well, it couldn't hurt if Desire helped this Simei find a way inside, could it? Having the most fun that they'd had in centuries, Desire eagerly, and carefully, pulled strings here and there all over reality. Just nudging things to the most interesting conclusion. Nothing that Dee Dee would frown and admonish them for. Of course, such work was usually Destiny's domain, but surely that endless fuddy-duddy wouldn't mind if the future was prodded in a more desired direction. Desire gleefully set themselves to work, directing the future down a path that would come to include more interesting outsiders and those funny little gods that thought themselves invincible. I. My eyes narrowed as I felt it again. It was barely there. The weakest of ripples in reality. I'm sure even Dee Dee wouldn't have noticed. But I was intensely familiar with someone or something fucking with my fate. And I was very much not a fan of powers that be, the heavens, or fate weavers. I'd have to mention it to Dee Dee at some point. That her endless brother Destiny was likely meddling where he shouldn't be. As all Destiny-centered beings tended to do. They were always some of the worst offenders when it came to not minding their own business. The ripples settled and I let the whole situation linger in the back of my mind for now. I had defenses in place for this sort of thing. Very good defenses that I was pretty sure even the Endless would have trouble meddling with. If this fated meddling continued and began to trouble me or those I cared about. Well, Dee Dee and I would just have to make a very pointed family visit. For now, I was tentatively okay with sitting back and seeing what happened. Not all fate meddling was bad. That still didn't mean I was a fan of it, but it at least made things interesting. And what was retirement without a few fun complications? Speaking of complications. Haha. Do not resist, my eternal rival. Savage declared, his booming laugh and voice nearly shaking the whole bar. You are being abducted. Rescued. Yes, rescued from the monotony of your daily grind under the despicable burdens of capitalism. He hadn't announced his visit this time. Just burst into the dead end through a wall that was already fixing itself, like he was making some sort of reference. Only I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Savage was just like this all the time. And he'd already stated his dislike for the concept of doors the first time he was here. I raised a flat eyebrow at his antics, amused but not showing it. You know I choose to work, right? I like running the dead end and I certainly don't want for money in any way, shape, or form. Irrelevant. Savage dismissed my deadpan reply out of hand. You require a break from your daily toils. Fear not, for I am here to provide it. Come with me if you want to live, again. Like men. Ah, I realized where he was going with this at that last line. This is a bro trip, isn't it? A bro cat iron. Bro break. Bro lock. Bro holiday. Savage threw his head back and laughed, indeed. We shall bond as men dash. Nay, as immortal brothers. Well, why didn't you say so? I grinned. It's been too long since I've had a good bro trip. Dee. Do you mind watching the bar while I'm gone bro ing down with Savage? Dee rolled her eyes in fond exasperation. Of course not, dear. You boys go have your fun. I'll be fine on my own for a few days. You could always do something similar here with the girls, I suggested. How fun, Dee's lips twitched up into a smile. You know, I think we just might. I turned back to Savage, who was waiting for my response in a dramatic pose. All right, it looks like I'm free, Savage. What do you have planned for our first immortal bro trip? Excellent. Savage grinned, the expression as wide and wild as always on his face. Prepare thyself, Shawn. We shall be escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space. Don't think you're slick with that little reference there, Savage. I know it too. Good taste though, I chuckled. As always. He laughed with me. It only took a moment to prepare myself for a space bro trip with Savage. All of my physical needs could be taken care of in one way or another. With magic, conceptual power, or whatever else I decided to use. Most of my preparation was mental. Savage was a force of nature, a storm and a tsunami combined into a humanoid form. And I was aware that I wasn't the most uneventful person myself. Together. Our bro trip was just as likely to tear a new hole in the universe as it was to create a Shawn Savage space empire. Or maybe even something more obscure and insane. You could never truly know what was going to happen when immortals went on a bro trip. Looking around the bar at our audience, I could tell that no one other than maybe Dee realized the danger that the universe outside of Earth was now in. There were many reactions, mainly to Savage's ever-exuberant antics, but they were all tinted with a degree of amusement. Not the dread that they all would have felt if they truly understood. It was still early in the night, so not many of the regulars got to witness my abduction. That might be for the best. I had more confidence in my villainous regulars' intelligence. They would likely figure out why leaving me and Savage unsupervised for a trip like this might not be the best idea. Barbara certainly would when she learned of the bro trip. Then she'd likely tell Batman or the League. Maybe both. And then they might even try to stop us or worse, assign us a guide, read, chaperone. I wanted to avoid that for now. What was the fun of a bro trip with heroic supervision? No offense to the heroes of the Justice League, but most of the male ones would just harsh our vibe. And since this was a bro trip, the fun ones like Diana couldn't really come along. Yes, it was best if we got moving quickly here before we could run into complications of oversight. There was no doubt in my mind that at least some of the heroes would feel the need to keep an eye on us when word reached them. Green Lantern, one of them, seemed the most likely suspect there. Messing with him could be fun, but I didn't want it to take over the whole of me and Savage's bro trip. It looked like a head start was in order. Nodding to myself, I said, "We can leave whenever, Savage. I assume you've already prepared a method of transportation. You don't seem like the type who'd want me to carry them everywhere." Perish the thought. My word, the embarrassment. I would never recover. Savage's expression grew haunted by exaggerated revulsion. "No, we shall be traveling in style, my friend. I have already secured our ride, as they say." He looked very eager to get this bro trip started. Of course, Savage always looked eager about something, so it was a bit hard to tell. Still, he was practically twitching on his feet. It seemed that he had a surprise waiting for me. Dee got my attention, taking my hand and guiding me close. She kissed me, soft and brief but no less heartfelt because of it. "Don't die, dear. I would be very cross if you did and I had to bring you back to life." "Me? Die?" I smirked. "Never. It's not like I have a history of it." She stared at me, trying very hard to appear unamused. "Savage. Keep an eye on him for me, will you?" "It will be done, Lady Dee," Savage said, his voice growing as serious as steel. "No harm shall come to your prince consort so long as I draw breath." I rolled my eyes fondly, leaned in to give Dee a brief kiss of my own, and began ushering Savage out the door. As I did, I called out over my shoulder, "We'll be safe, Dash. Well, we won't die, at least." Didi sighed, unfortunately, that's the most I can ask. I had to physically overpower Savage to get him out of the dead end. He really didn't like doors, it seemed. Chuckling to myself, we finally made it onto the street. Our bro trip had officially started. And immediately, I paused in my tracks, staring at the sight that awaited us. Savage. I asked slowly. Why and how is there a sailing sloop parked on my street? Is it not obvious? Savage exclaimed, proud and heedless of my flat tone. This is our stylish ride for this trip. Didn't you say we were going to space? I couldn't stop hints of amusement from creeping into my voice. I dare say I did. Savage laughed. That is the beauty of this vessel. The age of sail is not as dead as the rumors would have you believe. It has simply evolved to its ultimate, quintessential form. Savage's words would have left most people confused. Dumbfounded, even. I simply nodded, I see. And did you just strap anti-grav boosters onto a sloop or did you actually make it space-worthy? Ahaha. Yes. Savage grinned, answering my question. I sighed, well, I suppose it is a classic. And I can't say I've been to space like this before. But is the Jolly Rogers really necessary? Savage nodded firmly and wildly, 'tis the only flag I fly. Come, come. We must up anchor and be off. Adventure awaits, my friend. Without waiting for me to reply, Savage leaped onto the ship with a single bound. I took a moment to examine the vessel before I followed him. It wasn't massive, only about 25 feet long. Easily crewable by 2 experienced sailors. I had a feeling that together, Savage and I more than qualified for that. The boat had a treated oak hull more than strong enough to hold under its own weight, even on dry land. It looked decently standard for the sailing ships I was used to. But at the same time, she had a flair that was unique to her. The sails were in untraditional places for a sea ship, mostly at the bow and stern but also on the outer hull in places that would have usually been beneath the waterline. Since this was a space sloop, it seemed that Savage, or whoever he got to build the thing, had a bit of fun with it. Then something Savage had said tickled the back of my mind, hold on, up anchor. Did you drop anchor in the middle of my street, Savage? He waved dismissively as I followed him up onto the ship's deck, bah, it's hardly something to yell about. Just a bit of a pothole. I'll just pull her up and we'll be fine. Maybe. We might need you to give us a mighty magical toss, friend. I'm afraid I might have beached her ever so slightly. I felt my eye twitch just a tiny bit. Oh, I'll give you a toss, all right. You will. Savage perked up, smiling. Wonder if you. With an irritated flex of will, I took the whole ship into my grasp and flung us skyward. Or perhaps spaceward would be more accurate considering I had no intention of stopping our ascent before we reached orbit. In mere seconds, we were well on our way out of the atmosphere, propelled by enough magical power to light up the entirety of Gotham for half a century. The last bit of Savage's wonderful was ripped from his lungs by the force of our sudden ascent, the force of my toss. His knees buckled instantly and he was flattened to the deck by enough G-forces to turn an ordinary man into a slushy slurry. Savage just laughed. The moment we reached open space and stopped accelerating so drastically, he sprung to his feet, appearing completely unaffected by his prior flattening. How exhilarating. A splendid way to start our journey. Raise the sails, my friend. Captain Savage rides the seas of adventure once again. Do you even know where we're going? I asked, shaking my head in exasperation. Nay. That is the fun of it. We shall go where the winds take us. Savage declared. Following the winds is going to be a bit harder since we're, in space, I deadpanned. But never impossible. Savage would not be deterred. Open your heart to adventure, Shawn. Hear it call. We shall follow it ever onward to unexplored lands full of plunder. Booty of both kinds. I resigned myself to his pace with great amusement. Booty for you, maybe. I'm more than happy with Didi and my girls. You'll just have to settle for me playing wingman for you this pro trip. Savage's booming laugh felt like it could have been heard all the way down on Earth, ha ha ha. With you as my second, this will be my most proficient outing in centuries. I can hardly wait. Aye. Leaning on the ship's railing, I looked out into a metaphorical and literal ocean of stars. A seemingly infinite set of far distant lights that each represented entire worlds, entire solar systems, and perhaps even entire galaxies that I couldn't make out with the naked eye. Between them all, the void was as endless as my deathly lover. And I suppose it was in a way. The void was Didi's mother, the mother of all the endless. They were the children of Mother Night and Father Time, Night obviously being the relevant one to my current thoughts. I didn't know all that much about her, but I knew that she was the void. She was space just as her husband was time. None of the endless had very good relationships with their parents. It was the typical estrangement of cosmic, godly beings. When someone was endless like them, even the closest of relations tended to lose touch eventually. I didn't know much of anything about Mother Night or Father Time. There was likely a whole plot going on in the background there, but I was sure even reality didn't know it fully yet. Dee certainly hadn't mentioned anything of her cosmic parents. Something I was perfectly happy to let lie. It truly didn't concern me, and unless Dee brought it up, I wasn't going to press where I didn't have to. Still, that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy the beauty of space as our ship sailed through the cosmos. A million twinkling lights watched from infinity, making sure nothing beneath the stars was ever truly alone. The darkness of the void was all-consuming but almost comforting at the same time. Clouds of gas and space dust vaster than any single solar system painted swirls of color onto the black. Undeterred through it all, our ship sailed ever onward. I'm sure the science behind our movement was fascinating. Solar winds, perhaps. Waves of light. An ever-domino string of particles. Whatever the real reason, it worked. Savage and I sailed on unseen, seemingly impossible winds and waves, farther and farther, faster and faster onto adventure. Of course, I had to cheat a bit to ensure we got anywhere in a timely manner. Savage hadn't thought that far ahead in his plan to abduct me for adventure. And while we could have relied on relative time dilation to ensure we came back on time, this trip would still have taken years if not decades, for us, at least. Instead of mucking about and just waiting, something both Savage and I were more than capable of, I simply distorted the fabric of the universe in front of us. A sort of pulling force to add to the sail's push. Along with the added benefit of silly things like space and distance warping to aid our passage. It wasn't quite warp drive technology, but the basic theory was similar. We weren't actually going faster than the speed of light, even if that was already a pretty flexible rule in this reality. Instead, we were riding along as I created waves and folds in the universe with my mind and magic. Sort of like a surfer catching a gnarly wave, only on an infinitely larger scale. I didn't have any experience with this form of FTL travel. Not personally, at least. But I'd seen how devices and technology accomplished it. I was simply mimicking the process with different starting components. Besides, my inexperience with this whole thing was what made it fun. Plus, it was sailing. Even riding atop this unfamiliar medium, sailing had always held a special place in my heart. All the way back to my very first life, I originally died by Truckkuin while sailing the first time. Though perhaps that should be the very first life I could remember. I'd never gotten any proof, but I somewhat doubted that my soul's eternal wander had started at life 0. What came before that though, I didn't have a clue. It could have been the same as what came after. My eternally wandering soul, reincarnating from reality to reality. Only for me to encounter something that made my soul reset and start all over at life 0. My whole existence could be something of a recursive loop, infinite past, and infinite future, only changing by impossible chance when Dee stumbled upon my drifting soul beyond all realities themselves. Or it could have been absolute nothingness. Life 0 could have been just that, the start of everything for me. I might never truly know. And I was mostly fine with that. Compared to what might have come before, whether that be true nothingness or simply lost memories, the existence I enjoyed now was something. Anything. It was real. And lingering on unknowable truths did me no good at all. A pulse of comfort came over my soul-deep connection with Dee. She was the beginning and end of my existence in this reality. Just as she was for every soul, though even then, our connection was a bit more than special. As my anchor, she'd felt the somewhat melancholic turn my musing had taken and held me firm against the waves of my own mind. With a sigh and a small smile, I returned the pulse of comfort with one of thanks and reassurance that I'd be fine. Then I pushed myself off the ship's railing and went to find Savage. The ship wasn't big and I quickly found him lying across a single line of rope as if it were a full hammock. Furrowed brows stared up into the nothingness. Are we there yet? Where? I asked, smirking slightly. We don't actually have a destination in mind, remember? Anywhere. Savage's frustration brought his usual energy back to the fore. Sailing is much less fun when we control the waves. Why, I dare say I'm bored. Unthinkable. Neither of us should be bored on our brotherly adventure. I tooted likely, tisk tsk, I expected more from you, Savage. Don't you know half of adventure is the waiting and traveling from place to place? All too well. He sighed. But it has been so long since I had a proper adventure of this sort. To my greatest shame. My usual patience seems to escape me. I could always open a blind portal to somewhere and we could just see where it takes us, I offered with a shrug. A wide grin spread across Savage's face at the suggestion. Yes. Marvelous. Perhaps the winds of adventure are merely metaphorical in this instance. We shall carve our own path, blind as it may be. Fair warning, my magic might unconsciously influence the outcome more than a little bit, I said. We shouldn't emerge inside of anything, but I can't promise the portal will end up somewhere completely random. That is more than acceptable. What is luck without a bit of bias? Merely chance, I say. I only hope your magic brings us to interesting times faster than we would otherwise. I chuckled, you make a very good point. We'll just have to see where we end up. Let the bones be cast. Let the dice fall where they may. Leave our fate up to the spirits. Flip a coin for it. May Lady Luck smile upon us. May we live in interesting times, indeed. We went back and forth with luck and fate-based proverbs a few times. Both of us grinned like fools as we one-upped each other. Just having a bit of stupid fun. It was this sort of easy chemistry that got me to agree to this bro trip. Well, that and it got me out of the bar while still maintaining my retirement. No serious, world-saving or otherwise, business here. Just two immortal brothers shooting the shit and reliving their glory days. Enjoying our brief bit of byplay, I cast my attention far, far into the ether. Light years passed in the blink of an eye before I stopped myself in the first place that felt right. I pointedly didn't look at where I stopped, simply locking onto the location and opening a portal to it in front of the ship. Propelled by solar sails, the ship sailed straight on through the portal. We felt next to nothing as we passed from one location to the next, not a single lurch or anything but a slight feeling of recalibration as if the universe was being gently reminded that we weren't in the same place anymore. The ship appeared in orbit around an alien world. Green and blue, the planet seemed to mirror Earth in its lushness and habitability. I was more than a little confident that it was just as teeming with life as Earth. Savage nodded in satisfaction, a spectacular scene. We shall venture down and see what this new world has to offer us, my friend. And how exactly do you plan to do that? I asked, amused. Simple. Savage declared with a grin. I just have to sink the ship. His grin faded as he ran into the inherent differences between the space-sailing ship and the sea-sailing ships he was used to. Oh, dear. I laughed openly at his crestfallen expression. I think you'd best leave this part to me, Savage. I've at least landed a spaceship before. This won't be all too different, even if it does seem unintuitive. This is a rather unfortunate gap in my experience, isn't it? He asked rhetorically with an awkward smile on his face. Here, watch closely. I'll teach you all you need to know about landing a spaceship, I offered. And considering this is my first time with one that sails, it'll be a learning experience for us both. I took to the helm, quickly getting a feel for how the ship handled. She was a snippy one, sensitive and practically jumping to do as I directed. She rode the force of gravity down from orbit like a dream. A strange thought, considering she shouldn't have been nearly as aerodynamic as she turned out to be. As I brought us down, I tried to figure out just what we were getting ourselves into. The start of that was figuring out where exactly we ended up. To solve that little question, well, I simply asked the universe. Reality and magic itself was more than willing to throw a little location ping my way. Let's see. You are here. Yes, I know that, magic. Thank you. Now, where is here? Specifically in reference to Earth and hopefully with a planet or star name to go along with it. Ah. Well, that was just good luck. We were currently within the Vega star system. The entire system was abundant with life, having dozens of planets and more races/cultures/sentient beings than anyone could reasonably count. It was also something of an interesting place due to its status with the Green Lantern Corps. They didn't enter the system for fear of pissing off the Orange Lantern Larfleas. This meant the system didn't have the standard peacekeeping force that the rest of the universe enjoyed and that it attracted quite a selection of interesting events. The planet itself was a lucky one in my mind. And quite relevant to a certain alien princess I'd met recently. Tamarin. Birthplace of Starfire of the Teen Titans and home to the rest of the Tamarine race. Let's see, what did I know about Tamarines? Other than the fact that Starfire was a lovely young woman whose company I enjoyed very much, of course. They were quite similar to Kryptonians in their racial power set and solar energy absorption as a form of protocultivation. They were a passionate people, as demonstrated by Starfire's everything. I think they were also descended from a feline-esque species of some sort. So, an entire race of passionate, powerful pussycats. With connections to the ball of pure, infectious Starfire that was Starfire. Honestly, I couldn't ask for a better first stop for our bro trip. Our space-sailing ship descended through the clouds of Tamarin. As we did, Savage leaped on the ship's railing, grabbing hold of a rope and leaning over the edge with a savagely wide grin on his face. He looked every part the swashbuckling sailor who was excited to be coming into port. Feeling the many flows of energy on the planet, I directed us down toward the center of it all. Likely the capital city, if I had to guess. We came down over a city of crystal and shining silver. As soon as we were a reasonable height overhead of what seemed to be the High Palace or something of similar importance, we were greeted by a welcoming entourage of Tamarines. Several golden-skinned women straight out of an alien wet dream flew up under their own power to meet us. Halt. State your business, outsiders. Savage, of course, took point for both of us, boisterously declaring his intentions. Greetings, beautiful alien women. We come in the name of peace, adventure, and spreading our love dash. I quickly corrected him. Savage didn't even pause or flinch at the interruption, spreading my love to your beautiful world and even more beautiful women. Unfortunately, my companion does not wish to expand his relationships at this time. Nevertheless, I'm afraid I must insist that you take us to your leader. Ha ha ha. I. And, I don't actually have any images for desire considering the whole shapeshifter/literal embodiment of desire thing. If you like Gyarus, they're a Gyaru. If you like femboys, they're a femboy. If you like futas, they're a futa. If you like big titty goth GFS, good taste, they're a big titty goth GF. Yeah, makes pinning down an exact image pretty much impossible. But I will say that desire is absolutely not intended for the harem. They're a mischief maker/meddlesome something-in-law, not harem bait. Chapter 47-42, Tamarine Swooning. And, yes, I realize I consistently spelled Tamarine wrong. I didn't at the time of writing. And honestly, at this point, I'm committing to my spelling. It's Tamarine now. Nothing more to say on the subject. Savage and I were taken before the Queen of Tamarin. And already, in the short trip from our ship to the halls of the royal palace, Savage had the local women swooning over him and eating out of the palm of his hand. A feat made only more impressive by the fact that we were being escorted by what I could only assume was the Queen's royal guard. Nonsense, Shin-A. Savage declared, working his magic on one of the guards. A beautiful woman like you always deserves to be appreciated. You should never be taken for granted. Never let your passion die. Ahahaha. Shin-A, a Tamarine woman with platinum white hair to complement her golden skin, blushed a brilliant hue at Savage's praise. You spoil me, sir. Truly, you should have been born a Tamarine. You certainly do not lack the passion to match. I would spoil you. Savage grinned a savagely charming grin. Always and forever, good maiden. I am positively ecstatic that passion is something our species share. I shook my head and chuckled. It seemed that Savage barely needed my help in the wooing department. Even the royal guards he wasn't focusing on were beginning to swoon by sheer proximity to his immortal charm. The old man still had it. Of course, that didn't mean I'd let him do this all on his own. Where would the fun in that be? You know, I've heard tales that my friend here is a lover for the ages, I commented casually. His undying carnal passion has spawned literal legends back home, I'm sure. Luxury, another of the royal guards, just as beautiful as the rest, chuckled along with me, eyeing Savage with practically predatory, lidded eyes. That does not surprise me. His passion would not be out of place beside our goddess Zal as her eternal mate. The group that had fetched us from our ship seemed to be entirely female. I couldn't help but wonder if that extended to the royal guard as a whole or if we were just lucky. It wasn't as if the Tamarines were an Amazon-esque race. We'd seen men as we walked through the palace with the royal guards floating along around us. So perhaps it was just good luck that our welcoming committee so perfectly fit our preferences. Or perhaps it was a calculated gamble to allow the Tamarines to put their trademark passion to good use. If it was the latter, it was effective. Savage certainly wasn't in the mood to make war. Of course, neither of us had been in the first place. But I could see how the gorgeous royal guards might have pacified us if that was the case. Also, there was no doubt in my mind that every one of them was still a frighteningly proficient warrior in their own right. Yes, Savage's usual conquering tendency seemed to lean away from warfare at the moment. Say not another word, fair one. I have indeed lain with goddesses. And I will always rise to such challenges at a moment's notice. My, such arrogance, Luxie chortled huskily. Can you back it up with action? Test me if you dare. Savage laughed. If any require proof of my past feats, I shall gladly oblige. Luxie and Shin-A seemed to be the main two guards chosen to interact with us. But the rest of their comrades still swooned over Savage's passion in the background. Can we test him? Can we? A true man who does not back down from any challenges. Goddess. I wish to see if he is truly as sturdy as he looks. I'm sorry, my queen. I am already lost in his wild smile. It's practically unfair. He speaks to the primal cave cat in all of our souls. Savage grinned, the sword of my loins is as mighty, fearsome, and stiff as the sword of my many battles. Oh, goddess. I in public. He wishes to make us act as fools. Shin-A let out a little purring whimper under her breath. Yeah, Savage really didn't need my help here just yet. He already had these girls weak in the knees just from his usual demeanor and all-encompassing passion. Though weak in the knees didn't quite sound the same when they were floating. Weak in the wings. Weak in stellar energy. I shook my head in amusement at my thoughts, just standing back and watching Savage work his uniquely spirited brand of magic. His fiery-tempered confidence took the royal guards by the reins and led them along at his usual breakneck pace. Even 7 against 1, they stood no chance when faced with Savage's savage charm. And it was very entertaining to watch. Eventually, we came to a ceiling-high set of double doors. Luxity took the rest of the royal guards into a brief huddle to gather themselves and regain their composure. I only caught a little bit of the motivational speech she gave them. Stay strong, comrades. The Queen shall expect better from us. At least until she meets him for herself. Savage just stood there, smiling like the world's most confident fool and the cat that got the canary in one expression. He held out a closed fist to me without saying a word. Rolling my eyes good-naturedly, I bumped it. As one did. Fist bumps were practically a requirement of any good broship. When the guards were ready, still heavily swooning but concealing it better, they flew up to open the tall double doors. Luxity and Simei led the way into what could only be the throne room. Savage and I dutifully followed. The rest of the royal guards followed behind us in a way that might have been intimidating if it weren't for the doe eyes they were still shooting at Savage's confident, broad back. The throne room we entered was grand and very sci-fi-esque. Not too ostentatious or darkly menacing though. The palace itself was a tall structure, more akin to a skyscraper than a castle. The throne room was placed near the top of the tower, presenting an unmatched view of the city below. Crystal, so pure and clear it could have been glass, made up the walls. Plated pillars of silvery metal sectioned off both long sides of a rectangular hall. At the end opposite the double doors, a throne was set before a glittering golden halo like the sun. On the throne, the Queen of Tamarin watched us enter intently with intense, calculating eyes. She tapped her fingers in a cascading pattern on the crystalline arm of the throne. I was briefly surprised to see that I recognized her. It seemed Blackfire, Starfire's sister, had already taken the throne of Tamarin. Blackfire cut a darkly regal figure. Her outfit of purple and silver contrasted and complemented her flawless Tamarian gold skin and pitch-black hair like the night. It looked to be made for combat and molded to Blackfire's slender and subtly supple curves. Blackfire was a beauty of confidence, drive, and excellence. A cold hard determination to get what was hers resonated like steel in her breast. The aura around her was almost harsh, with intense conviction and capability screaming that this was a woman who got what she wanted. She gave off feelings of darkness, not in a goth sense like with Raven or Dee Dee but in the way of a paradoxically burning black fire. And most notably, just the sight of her was enough to bring Savage up short for a brief moment. He stared, surprise and a spark of something in his eyes as she captured his entire attention. Blackfire narrowed her eyes at his reaction. Do you have something to say, barbarian? That seemed to be enough to startle Savage out of his trance, his usual wild grin returning in an instant. Ha. No, my apologies, Queen Tamarin. Your beauty and conviction merely left me in awe for a moment. Truly, I can feel your drive and it's intoxicating. As it should be, a smugly confident smirk settled onto Blackfire's face as if it belonged there. At least you have good eyes, barbarian. I am Queen Blackfire of Tamarin. What is your name? And why have you come to my planet? As good as recovered already, Savage stood proud, Vandal Savage, at your pleasure, Queen Blackfire. May your queendom ever prosper and your beauty remain unmatched. I come to your planet in search of adventure and booty. Blackfire tried very hard not to show it on her face, but I could see that Savage's exaggerated, passionate compliment didn't miss its mark. She did a remarkably good job of it, but the slight coloring of her cheeks was still impossible to miss. Of course, his declaration of intent almost ruined the prior compliment's effectiveness. You wish to plunder my homeworld. Blackfire's eyes narrowed again with a twitch. You're bold. I can almost respect that. But it won't do you any favors if you've come to ransack our treasures. I cleared my throat, getting her attention, ahem. Wrong kind of booty. Blackfire paused and blinked at me slowly. Her gaze turned back to Savage. And this time, the blush that came across her face was much more noticeable. I see. She tried to cover the blush with a scowl and cutting remarks, and you think I will just let you plunder the literal fruits of our species? Yes. Savage didn't even flinch. The instant confidence made Blackfire waver for a moment before her scowl deepened and she cut back even harsher to compensate, barbarian. Brute. Even your name is Savage, Savage. I'll never let you lay a finger on my female subjects. Of course, Blackfire was then shocked to find her loyal royal guards protesting her hasty declaration. And no. Someone stop her. The Queen has gone mad. Can she not see the grave mistake she is about to make? I haven't even gotten to taste his muscles yet. The Queen denies our passion. Even her own. Is this when we start the rebellion? Don't be a cunt-blocking bitch, my queen. My queen, I must urge you to reconsider. Luxie tried to appeal to reason, after glaring daggers at the last guard to speak who might have stepped just a bit over the line. He is a prime male specimen. Our species will only grow stronger and more diverse with the inclusion of his genes. Blackfire gaped at them. What? You can't be serious. What in the hells is wrong with all of you? My queen. Simei said, avoiding Blackfire's eyes. Just look at him. Can't you feel his passion? Blackfire turned back to Savage. He stood strong and tall in place, somehow managing to not look smug even after all of that. His grin glinted almost cartoonishly and the royal guards just about fell over themselves in their swooning. Blackfire groaned, No, this is ridiculous. I don't care if you're a hot older guy with enough passion to keep up with the goddess. You can't just come to my planet, barge into my throne room, and expect me to hand over the keys to my people's chastity. Gasp. Savage exaggerated a gasp, even going so far as to say the word. I would never, venerated queen. Nay, I shall work for my booty. None shall say I did not conquer it fair and justly. And if I must seduce my way through every woman in this beautiful world to get to you, I shall. Shut up. You can't just say things like that, barbarian. Blackfire's blush grew to overtake her face and she sprung up from her throne in embarrassed frustration. A bolt of dark starbolt energy shot from her hand at Savage, seemingly without Blackfire stopping to think through her actions. Of course, Savage being Savage, didn't take offense to the sudden attack. If anything, it just seemed to make him more interested in the Queen of Tamarin. His grin grew and he met the bolt of energy with a savage punch, managing to cancel it out through sheer, domineering, physical force. Ahaha. Excellent. Combat is truly the truest form of courting. Truly. I am ecstatic to see that your race is wise to that wisdom as well. Savage laughed. The royal guard swooned as one in the background, seemingly forgetting their duties for a moment at Savage's impressive feat. Oh, goddess. No one gets to punch my bolts into submission. Blackfire menaced quietly, evolving into an honest growl. That's it. Stay still and take my wrath like a man. I'll show you passion, you barbarian bastard. Savage matched her energy beat for beat, springing into action just as Blackfire did. Yes. That fire. You have me properly smitten, my queenly maiden. Come, let us combine our passionate flames. The winner shall get to be on top first. You'll have to do a lot better than that if you want to fuck my royal ass. Ha. I plan to. I was content to sit back and watch the insanity as Savage and Blackfire sprung into a courting dance of fists and starbolts. Really, I expected nothing less from Savage. And while Blackfire was a slight surprise, Savage seemed to push her buttons perfectly. The young woman who'd taken over her planet didn't even realize that she was playing right into Savage's hand. I conjured myself up a seat, one of those loungers you might find on a beach, and settled in to watch Savage's somewhat unorthodox wooing methods at work. And work they did. At least here on Tamarin. The royal guards and Blackfire herself to an extent were proof of that much. The royal guard girls were watching the fight with utterly entranced expressions on their faces, taken by Savage's overwhelming passion on display. One or two of them were quite literally drooling as they watched. And at least Luxie and Simei had the good sense not to interrupt the courting combatants. I had a feeling that Blackfire wouldn't actually appreciate that moderation as much as she should have. He barely needs my help, I chuckled to myself. Sure is funny as hell to watch though. Blackfire and Savage went blow for blow, starbolt for fist. Savage's grin didn't waver an inch for a single moment. And as the fight continued, Blackfire's lips began to morph into a wild grin of her own. I'm sure she would never admit it though. She was a woman of pride and drive, of course. Not someone who lost themselves to passion, despite her race and culture's inclination toward emotions. Grinning just as savagely as Savage was at this point, Blackfire flew in for a two-handed hammer blow. Savage didn't back down from the starbolt-fueled strike that would have sent anyone else into the floor. He stepped in and grabbed her descending arms, careless of her energy scalding his skin. With a step and a twist, he wrestled her out of the air, spinning her into his chest more like a dancer than a fighter. Blackfire snarled and hissed like an actual cat, struggling against his superhumanly strong arms. Very quickly, the hold turned more intimate than it probably should have. More of an embrace than anything else. Blackfire's growls slowly turned into mewling whimpers as they ground against each other in their struggles. It seemed as if the two of them were going to drop any pretense of a fight then and there. Until Luxie's cheers broke the stalemate. Yes, go, my queen. Show him the pride and passion of Tamarin. Suddenly, Blackfire jumped in place in Savage's arms before going completely still. Savage waited, cocking his head in confusion. Queen Blackfire? He asked. Are we to continue our courting bout? Let me go, you big barbarian brute. Blackfire muttered quietly, embarrassment audible in her voice. Savage just nodded as a matter of course. This is where our duel ends for now. I see. A shame, but I shall oblige. He opened his arms and black fire instantly flew out of them, gathering herself as she did. Her dark and menacing demeanor returned, forced slightly as she tried to preserve any shred of dignity she had left. With narrowed eyes and a scowl above duskily blushing cheeks, she turned back to Savage. We'll call that a draw. For now. Savage's energy and passion were undeterred by her sudden shift in mood. Very well. I look forward to continuing with you, Queen. Your passion burns hot indeed, but I believe I can conquer you. You're. Blackfire glowered at him as if she could make him explode where he stood with just her eyes. You're unfucking fair. So unfucking fair. Her royal guards all nodded along in the background. I know what you mean, my queen. Preach. It's all that passion and those muscles and that grin of his. Unfucking fair indeed. Whatever, Blackfire grumbled, almost petulantly. You're a big tough guy here to seduce all our women. Joy. The menfolk will love you. Ah, my queen. Simei interjected awkwardly. They just might, considering he can put up a fight against you of all Tamarines. Shit. Fuck. Blackfire swore to herself, realizing her subordinate was probably right. She glared at Savage even more. Right, I'm not going to greenlight your, whatever you call your intentions here. But I also realize I'm probably not going to be able to stop you. Not a chance. Savage laughed. Just watch, Queen Blackfire. I shall win you and your people over. A growl rumbled in Blackfire's throat, but she didn't argue against him. Instead, she turned her attention to me. And what's your deal? Are you also here to seduce my women and sire an entire generation of super-strong bastard children? Nope, I simply said, popping the P. To Blackfire's obvious frustration, and my amusement, I left it at that. Then why the fuck have you basically invaded my planet with this crazy fucker? She snapped at me. Savage took the initiative to answer for me. 'Tis simple, fair queen. Shawn Kane is here as my best friend. Haha. And my eternal wingman. Blackfire's mind visibly blanked, her expression falling flat. What? Wing-man. What he said, I smirked. Best friend might be a bit hasty. I'm not about to argue with Savage though. That'd be like arguing with a hurricane. Fuck if I'm not finding that out for myself. Blackfire huffed to herself. As if this fucker needs a wingman. You have a good point, I considered with a hum. I suppose I should start pulling my weight. Wouldn't be much of a bro trip without me joining in on the fun, would it? Bro dash. Arg. Blackfire threw her hands up, already done with both of us. I think I might hate you too. Good. Very good indeed. Savage declared. Hate is but another form of passion. Stoke those flames so I may have a challenge, Queen. I shall conquer anything you put before me. Blackfire's blush came back beneath her glare at Savage's inflamed declaration. Her royal guards fanned themselves, falling over one another in exaggerated swooning. Savage's ever-present grin only grew wider and more savage. As he continued his unorthodox courting of an entire species, an idea for how I could play my part as his wingman percolated in my mind. He means it, you know, I said, my tone nonchalant and almost deceptively innocent. And he'll have a damn long time to keep trying. He'll win you over eventually. He tends to do that. Long time. Blackfire stiffened noticeably at my words. You two intend to stay on Tamarin indefinitely. I hummed, still playing the innocent. Oh, no. I simply meant that since he's a true immortal, he'll keep coming back until he's practically a part of your culture. A deafening silence answered my casual words. Savage stared at me, confused and intrigued to see where I was going with this. Blackfire froze completely still, her eyes widening at the idea of true immortality. Her royal guards gasped and gaped at Savage, seeing him in a new, almost divine light. True immortal. Of course. He is a god. How did we not see it before? It's so obvious now. I'd certainly worship him. That's ridiculous, Blackfire sputtered, trying to deny my claim. I raised a single eyebrow at her. Is it? After meeting him, can you really say that? Savage is just about the immortalest immortal I've ever met. Puffing up in pride at my praise, Savage chuckled as humbly as he could, which for him wasn't much. Oh, come now, my friend. You flatter me. Immortality. Blackfire's eyes began to light up as she truly processed what I'd said. She looked at Savage with desire that overwhelmed her previous irritation and exasperation as if they weren't even there, the things I could do. I could make our race great. I could stand beside Zal as a goddess for all time. Oh, and did I mention? I added. An immortal's essence isn't just good for the skin. It also promotes longevity and strength. Honestly, your race is lucky that Savage has set you all in his sights. Well, the women are. I'd all but stated my intentions with that and Savage caught onto my idea. He laughed openly about the con I was pulling. Still, the Tamarines and their queen were too taken by passionate awe, desire, and ambitions to be truly suspicious. I shot him a sneaky smirk and we both settled in to see what they would do with this new information. After all, I'd basically handed them the keys and made Savage even more desirable than he already was in their minds. It wasn't necessarily malicious. But it was a bit sneaky and mischievous. Blackfire and the women of Tamarin still had their agency, but as his wingman, it was my job to get Savage laid. It wasn't as if I was lying either. Savage was a true immortal. I was almost positive that being with him and, imbibing his essence, would have noticeably beneficial effects. I'd simply made his appeal extend to more than just a carnal and passionate sense of the word. Blackfire fixed Savage with a look that was pure sex, passion, and desire. I've changed my mind. You might be a cocky bastard and an impossible menace to society, but I'm willing to give you the blessing of the Queen of Tamarin. No, more than that. I'm willing to give you an official royal position. How would you like to be the royal breeder of Tamarin, barbarian? Savage grew unusually serious and sober as he answered, You honor me, Queen Blackfire. I realize that such a position is never given lightly. Then he ruined it with a booming laugh. Haha, very well. My immortal self shall strive to meet your expectations and exceed them. I accept your challenge of passion. I shall leave you and your royal guard bred barefoot and pregnant by tomorrow's morning sun. A few of the royal guards outright fainted at his declaration of breeding intent. The rest were completely taken, awestruck by his passion. Oh, goddess, yes. My womb is ready, sir. It would be my pleasure to do my royal duty. Ha, literally. It's breeding time, baby. I'm gonna breed until I can't breed anymore. Truly, our queen is a fair and just queen. Blackfire tried to cover her wicked blush at Savage's savage declaration with a scowl. Cocky bastard. Damn it, why do I kind of like him that way? Luxity cleared her throat. My queen, if I may. While I do approve of your current course of action, I believe there are certain formalities to be taken care of. Like what? Blackfire asked, frowning fiercely at her lead guard. Verification and experimentation, Luxity answered dutifully. While all of us believe his claims, those who have not met him will question your wisdom, my queen. It would be best if we had proof of the boons he can gift our race. A wide and somewhat menacing grin grew across Blackfire's face at that. I believe you're right, Luxity. She turned the grin onto Savage as a dark promise. It seems you'll have to leave yourself at our mercy, barbarian. For some experiments. Some immortal, carnal experiments. Savage stood dramatically strong against Blackfire's sadistic menace. Do your worst, queen. My cock shall pierce the heavens. And that was enough of that for me, right? I think that's where I bow out. I've played my part and I don't particularly want to stick around for any of that. Enjoy yourself, Savage. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Actually, just have fun. I escaped the throne room just in time, catching a glimpse of Blackfire and her especially eager royal guards quite literally jumping Savage as I closed the doors behind me. The ever-present grin on his face told me he was more than up for the challenge. Poor girls. They didn't know what they were getting themselves into. I. Raven and the Teen Titans were running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to put out the fires that fell under their jurisdiction. As usual. The life of a hero was never easy or simple, Raven had found. But it was certainly very, very hectic. On your left, Beast Boy, Raven called out over their comms from her position as overwatch above the current multi-fronted conflict. Your other left. Thanks, Ray. Garfield called back, dodging just in time to avoid one of the weird bee-themed villains who were only half of the villainous forces the Titans were battling. Cyborg, Raven gave another flat call-out when she was satisfied that Garfield had things back in hand for the moment. A bus full of civilians will be speeding past your position any second. They're being chased. Do what you have to do. A literal busload. Man, how cliché can you get? Vic exclaimed, already getting himself ready to act on Raven's information. They are demons, Raven deadpanned. So pretty damn cliché. Yes, the current situation was very chaotic. Some magical idiot had managed to fuck up and open a literal portal to hell in the middle of the city. Raven had closed it already, but the damage was done and the Titans were left fighting a relatively manageable demonic infestation. Then those bee-themed assholes who called themselves HIVE showed up and began trying to kidnap innocents. Their arrival had split the Titans' attention and now they were fighting an attritional battle on two fronts. They were winning. But it was slow going. Today was so not the Titans' day. Things were so busy that Raven wasn't thinking about Shawn at the moment for the first time in the past few days. Not even her passion was thinking about him. Raven's mirrored soul was too busy watching her back to distract her with the constant, intensely lewd fantasies she'd been dreaming up. Raven might have been repressed to hell and back and thirsty as everything unholy in the world, but she wasn't about to let her issues prevent her from doing her heroic duties. There were lives to be saved. And Raven quite liked it when innocent civilians didn't have to fear for their lives. Yeah, she was a softie like that. Love the sarcasm, bestie. Passion shouted in Raven's soul. But maybe we should be channeling the cutting energy into all the literal demons down there. Ah. Good point. Shadow bomb. Far below them, a group of demons, a gang. A murder. A legion. Whatever, Raven supposed it didn't really matter, exploded into shadows and darkness. They'd been aiming for an elementary school. And despite the macabreness of the whole situation, Raven couldn't help but snort to herself. They really are as cliché as it gets, aren't they? Yeah, they're fucking dumbass. Now, duck. Passion bellowed, bursting forth from Raven's soul. Since Raven was flying, sitting cross-legged in midair, she couldn't truly duck. But she did descend at her other half's prompting. As she did, Passion reached out through Raven's shadow. The HIVE member trying to sneak up on Raven was peacefully restrained with barely a struggle. They were still human, after all, and dropped off next to the proper authorities, gift-wrapped in a bow of darkness. There was a moment of respite after that attack. The battle on the ground was winding down. The demonic infestation had been just about exterminated. Vic was cleaning up the stragglers with vicious technological superiority. Garfield and Damian were handily handling the rest of the HIVE members, with a plethora of bestial forms and the usual ruthless efficiency respectively. Corey was acting as air support, flying here and there across the urban battlefield wherever she was needed. Not seeing anything that required her immediate attention, Raven allowed her thoughts to stray for a moment. Shawn and Dee wouldn't have had nearly this much trouble with these idiots. God, no, Passion laughed. This is light work. Way below the notice of Death and her prince consort. What I wouldn't give to see both of them flex their power on these fools though. HNG. The mental image made Raven shudder ever so slightly. It would be quite the sight. Passion scoffed, quite the sight. Yeah, no, it'd be heaven on earth. Hell for those who felt their wrath. And our panties would likely be washed away as if in a flood. Must you be so crass? Yes. In fact, I'll be even more crass. Please don't. We're still kind of in the middle of something. Bah. It's all already handled. We're more than free enough to fantasize about Shawn looking down at us with disgust and disdain and commanding us to kneel. That. Imagine him making us work for even the barest hint of his approval. We're not worthy of his power, after all. He'll probably make us surrender ourselves completely just to get a taste. Raven glared at her mirrored soul. You are the worst. Passion just cackled. Yes. We've been bad. So bad. Punish us, Shawn. Spank us and choke us and make us come our submissive little brains out. You don't even sound like me anymore, Raven shot back flatly. I do too. Just the part of you that's willing to come straight out and say that she wants to submit to Shawn and live a blissful life of power, pleasure, and passion. Come on, other half, when are going to go willingly crawling back to Shawn and Dee on our hands and knees? Passion practically whined. Eventually. Raven hissed as a flicker of golden-skinned movement in the real world caught Raven's attention. Now. Shut up. Corey's coming and she's, like, the absolute last one I need to find out about my rampant passion. You'll never repress me or my truth. Passion declared dramatically. Never again. Raven rolled her eyes, shoved the other half of her soul down, and prepared to meet her friend in the real world. The bright smile on Corey's face and the lack of activity from the ground below said that things had finally been wrapped up. Corey was probably just coming to give Raven the good news. As Raven had noted before though, today really wasn't the Titan's day. Before Corey could reach Raven, a portal suddenly appeared in her flight path. It was so abrupt and shocking that Corey just flew right on through it to places unknown. Raven's eyes narrowed. She knew a coordinated kidnapping when she saw one. Her friend had just been stolen from right under her nose. Even Passion brought herself back into focus at that. Raven as a whole was forced to make a split-second decision. The portal lingered for a few moments after Corey disappeared. It wasn't magical. Not one bit. Purely technological, if Raven had to guess. Which meant she was mostly out of her depth. But there was no time to fetch Vic, and Raven sensed a touch of psychic contamination from the other side that told her nothing good. Cold. Callous. Calculating. Experimental. Dangerous. Raven briefly considered the psychic taint that leaked through the portal. We're going after Corey, Passion firmly decided. Raven wholeheartedly agreed. Raven's brief moment of consideration and assessment nearly cost her dearly. The portal began to destabilize before her eyes. Raven was forced into action, flying toward the portal as quickly as she could, propelled by darkness and shadows. She got out a short report over their team's comms just before she was swallowed by the closing portal and sent far, far out of range. Corey's been kidnapped. Going after her. Comms will likely go dark. We'll re-establish contact ASAP. Find us. The last thing she heard from Earth was her teammates all calling her name at the same time, Raven/Ray/Raven. Then as she predicted, her comms went completely silent. The technological portal fizzled around her as it finally failed with her in mid-transit. Raven didn't make it to wherever Corey had been taken. But she could feel that she still ended up close enough. The portal transit was practically instantaneous. Just a flash of static as Raven felt herself flung across space. Dark determination settled in her heart. She would get her friend back. Nothing would stop her from doing that and getting both of them back home in one piece. Raven shot out the other side of the destabilizing portal, ending up not quite where she wanted to be, and exactly where she was supposed to be at the same time. Before she could blink, Raven found herself caught by strong arms in a princess carry. She stared upward, stunned to see Shawn's face and an alien city around them. She barely managed to find her voice. Hello. Yes, Daddy. Oh, this is too perfect. Passion giggled maniacally in her soul, and for some reason, Raven could have sworn that Shawn heard her. Shawn quickly got over his own surprise at finding her in his arms, shaking his head with a chuckle. Hello, Raven. You just couldn't wait to see me again, could you? Well, I suppose I can't complain about ending up with a gorgeous girl in need in my arms. You seem troubled. How can I help? Raven might have been oh so screwed, but maybe that was exactly what she needed at the moment. Chapter 48-43, Alien Info Seeking. The area that surrounded the star Vega existed as a complex and vastly diverse system. Its planets numbered in the dozens, races in the hundreds, cultures in the thousands, and sentient beings in the trillions. Truly, it was a place where one could spend the entirety of their life and only see a fraction of what Vega had to offer. The system enjoyed something of a unique existence in the galaxy and the wider universe beyond. The disparate histories of its many inhabitant races were practically impossible to fully cover and chronicle. But in recent years, the system had come to be dominated by the interplanetary empire simply known as the Citadel. The Citadelians were a ruthlessly aggressive and expansionary race. Someone from Earth or familiar with its culture would describe them as a race that looked similar to gorillas. The truth wasn't nearly so simple. In reality, the Citadelians were not a product of evolution or any other natural process. No, the Citadelians were a race of clones. Every one of them was functionally identical to the last. Their entire race, and the empire they'd come to represent, were modeled after and controlled by a single being. The original source of this cloning was half Ocaran and half Branks, two other races native to the Vega system, and as such, was sterile, unable to continue his line. He took his legacy into his own two hands and the Citadel was born. The Citadelian progenitor's name had been lost to time. But the being himself still lived. Uploaded to a massive computer network, the progenitor attained a certain, incomplete form of immortality. He was complex and he was the true power and control behind the star system-spanning Citadel. In most of the Milky Way galaxy and the universe beyond, aggressively expansionist empires were discouraged. They were kept in check by the universe's peacekeepers, the Green Lantern Corps. But within the star Vega's vast orbit, that was not the case. For reasons only known to the guardians of the universe, the ancient backers of the Corps, Vega was different. Unique. The Green Lanterns were restricted when it came to the Vega system, strongly encouraged to leave it to its own devices entirely. As such, Vega was a system where war and crime reigned unchecked by the usual balance of the cosmos. All the while, the classified reason for the Guardians' non-interference lurked beneath the surface of the system's 13th planet, Okara. The orange light of avarice hoarded everything it could reach. Overwhelming, all-powerful greed shined within Okaran caverns, left to its wielders every whim in accordance with an ancient pact between two organizational forces of the emotional spectrum, the orange light of avarice and the green light of will. Vega was a unique microcosm of the universe. A larger-than-average system that was left to its own devices, for good and for bad. Nevertheless, its inhabitants had adapted to the only balance they'd ever known, usually with conflict upon conflict to show for their troubles. And while the outer universe was discouraged from interacting with Vega, those within its bounds were under no such limit. Such was the case with the current situation that plagued one member of the new Teen Titans of Earth. Starfire, Coriandar of Tamarin, the bright, beating heart of the Titans with her optimism and infectious enthusiasm, had been stolen from the world she'd come to call her second home. Her past had come calling in the form of a sudden kidnapping in broad daylight. A situation she thought dealt with from before her arrival on Earth returned to the fore. From many light years away, the race of sadistic scientists that had once held her captive took back what was theirs. The Psions were a cruel, callous, and cold race, utterly sadistic in both their methods and goals. With their enhanced intellect and alien sense of empathy, they loved nothing more than to experiment on those they saw as lesser. Which to a Psion was everyone. Even members of their own race. Cori had been taken captive by them when her homeworld briefly fell to the Citadel. She was made as an example that was meant to break her people's spirits and forcefully pacify them. She was then sold into slavery to the Psions and experimented on ruthlessly until she rebelled and escaped, eventually making her way to Earth. Now, her nightmare had come back, re-emerging with abrupt horror that set into Cori's mind. The only thing that kept her going during those trying times was her rage. An emotion she was loath to return to. But it seemed that she might not get another choice. Already, the familiar rage was beginning to burn like fire in her heart. She'd been restrained immediately after her kidnapping, strapped with bonds of metal and technology that weren't afraid to resort to torture to keep her in line. Every time she tried to access the energy within her, an excruciating zap of pure nerve damage tore a scream from her gagged mouth. Squat, hateful creatures surrounded her, poking and prodding with instruments of vicious experimental glee. They were vaguely reptilian but still humanoid in shape if not function. Unfeeling, slit-pupil eyes examined her in the name of sadistic science. Fang-filled maws hissed and clicked a harsh sibilant language that Cori couldn't hope to comprehend. The initial experimentation went on for what felt like hours. Cori plotted her escape the entire time, her usual carefreeness gone like dust in the wind. She planned to make her captors hurt, just as they were doing to her. But before she could come to anything concrete, much less act on her plans, Cori's situation changed. She was transferred away from the painfully impersonal lab where she'd been restrained. A collar was strapped around her neck, one that would have been almost cliché if it didn't promise an existence of pain in Cori's future. Then she was dumped from an uncaringly great height into what could only have been a prison. It was like no prison Cori had ever seen though. Certainly not like the place she was held captive her first time beneath these damned lizards' thumb. Instead of the frigid, clinical architecture Cori expected from prison, she found herself surrounded by nature. Or a controlled approximation of nature, at least. It looked right. There were trees and vines and shrubs and strange plants of every which kind. The colors, greens, blues, reds, and purples, seemed right, even if some were suitably alien to even Cori's sensibilities. But something was off. It felt forced. Artificial. There, Cori noted. The gold-rooted mind killer of Rashashun should not be next to the carnivorous snow trap of ALO. They did not even put in the proper care of construction when designing this habitat. Indeed, plant species from many different worlds were packed together in this prison, seemingly without care or thought. The only way it looked right at all was at first glance. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence and familiarity with the plants in question would have almost instantly noticed the problem. Cori cautiously began her trek through this strange environmental prison. Her eyes and ears were open and she kept herself ready for anything. She quickly found that she wasn't alone there. A humanoid alien ran screaming for his life through the out-of-place trees. Cori hid herself just in time to see what he was running from. Cori didn't know why there was what seemed to be a dinosaur in her new prison, but she didn't care to immediately find out. It was certainly intimidating as it chuffed and chased the running alien with unflinching persistence. It also seemed quite hungry, and Cori wasn't too keen on helping it expand its diet at the moment. She briefly wondered just what it was doing here. And what SHE was doing there as well. Was this not intended to be a prison but some kind of natural preserve instead? Cori sighed to herself, more of the experiments, most likely. This does not spark the joy. A deep rumble from behind her hiding place pulled Cori from her mental assessment of the prison she found herself in. She suddenly had much more pressing concerns to worry about. Like the large predatory feline prowling and preparing to pounce at her back. But this predator, Cori recognized. And she couldn't help but smile widely for the first time in all of this at the sight. A long-toothed cloud stalker from her homeworld, known for their ruthless predatory efficiency, dappled gray-white fur, intelligence, and their use as mounts by ancient tamarines. Those stupid lizards had put a tamarine in an enclosure with one of their greatest historical allies. They might as well have handed Cori the keys to her new prison. Still grinning, Cori chirped and beckoned the big cat closer, much to its obvious surprise. Here, kitty of kitties. Come to Mama Cori, you will be of great help with the escape. I will call you boy. After one of my bestest of friends. Mro. Confused but intrigued by the strange woman that she couldn't help but trust, the cloud stalker came closer and chirped. The poor girl had no idea what she was getting into with Cori. I frowned with a slightly furrowed brow as Raven explained her current situation. She laid out all of the facts and they weren't looking great, I had to say. Starfire, Cori as Raven called her. I suppose I might as well be on a first-name basis with the Titans if I was going to be interacting with them often, had been kidnapped. She was straight up stolen by an unknown third party in the Titans' most recent conflict. Raven had dived through the portal after her and ended up here. She didn't know practically anything about what was going on. And I could tell it was eating her up inside. All Raven had to go off of was the fact that Corey shouldn't be too far away, likely within the Vega system, that she'd been taken by someone or something objectively hostile, and that Raven had to get her back as soon as she possibly could. Now, obviously, I corrected her on that last bit. We had to get Corey back as soon as we could. I declared my intention to help with a wide smirk, one that contrasted hilariously with Raven's damn near constant deadpan expression. I got a great twitch of combined relief and exasperation from her at that one. It wasn't as if I had anything better to do at the moment. Savage would be busy for a while here. I couldn't see the Tamarines letting him go easily. He'd likely have to completely conquer them before we could continue our bro trip. So really, Raven showed up at the perfect time to give me something to do as well. Also, she's quite literally impossible to hate. Why wouldn't I help save her? She's a ball of joy and energy. Even after only meeting her once, I'm more than willing to go the extra mile for Corey. Raven's lips twitched downward into a slight frown. Point. And, well, your help will certainly make this much simpler. Do you have a plan? Do you? I asked, raising a single eyebrow at her. I'm supposed to be on vacation here. I said I'd help, not do everything for you, Raven. She fixed me with a flat stare. Fine. If you're going to be a dick about it, I'll do all the real work. All right, I chuckled. I'll help. Let's see what we're working with. Unfortunately, not much, Raven scowled, though this time, not at me. I'm entirely out of my depth here in an alien solar system. And I assume you're not familiar with this place either, right? I waved my hand SOSO, vaguely. It's a bit of a criminal haven system. Think Gotham or Bloodhaven but, you know, much larger in scale. Information will be easy enough to come by if we know where to look. Wonderful. I'll just dust off my alien informant contact books and see if I can't hear what we need to hear, Raven drawled, scathing sarcasm not quite subtle in her voice. I chuckled. I know you don't mean that, but I think it'll be our best course of action. At least at first. I think we're going to have to go undercover. Is it really undercover if no one knows who we are? Raven asked flatly. Yes. I blinked. You're not going to be acting as a hero, at least. Great, Raven deadpanned. Just call me Ravebaka. You can be Shawn Solo. I grinned at her, intensely amused by her monotone remarks. I don't know if we need to go that far. But I will say that it's probably a good thing that my current vessel is flying the Jolly Roger. She stared dead at me. And why would that matter? The Jolly Rogers is universally famous and recognizable, I explained matter-of-factly. We won't have any trouble getting into whatever seedy establishments we need to while we're flying it. We're going undercover. To God knows what den of criminality. As space pirates, Raven said, flatly laying out our current plan. What? Do you not think I have it in me? I teased. She paused, getting briefly lost in her mind before coming back to reality with a pleasurable little shudder. No. I think you do. You definitely do. You're certainly dashing enough for it. Buffing my nails on my shirt, I smirked. I am, aren't I? Raven's unamused deadpan expression wasn't as convincing as she probably wanted it to be. Whatever. Garfield is going to be so mad that he's missing out on playing space pirate. We'll have to be sure to give him a chance when the rest of your team catches up to you, I chuckled. Savage is probably going to be just as pissed about missing out. I don't know who that is, Raven stated flatly. He's just the true immortal best friend that I'm taking this little vacation trip with, I explained. He's currently tied up with fucking a generation of demigods into the Tamarine Royal Guard and Corey's sister Blackfire. Raven stared at me. And stared. Sure. Why not? That checks out for you. I'm going to try and forget that I asked. Now what? Now, my beautifully brooding goth, I let a purring chuckle roll from my lips. We dress the part, act the part, and find out where exactly that part takes us. Raven went utterly still at my praising little nickname. Her eyes adopted a mild deer-in-headlights look. As if she barely knew what to do with my flirting. She was very clearly thrilled by it though. The not-so-little voice shouting inside her soul told me that much. Yeses. Quick, flirt back. Please. We need this. Call him, sir. Daddy. Master. Master Daddy, sir. Tell him that we're already his. It was a fascinating little phenomenon Raven had going there. Another half to her soul, just as much her as the half she showed the world. A much more expressive reflection of herself. A mirrored soul, two halves of a whole. It wasn't the spectrum of emotional aspects that I knew to expect from her. More, distilled. refined, whole. She wasn't restraining and repressing her emotions anymore after being freed from her father, but those chains left a certain mark. This was how her soul adapted and compensated. And I had a feeling it would make teasing Raven so much more fun. Raven seemed to be doing her best to ignore her inner half. I guess I am already used to wearing a costume. That's the spirit. I laughed. Let's see if we can't space pirate you up. I'll even let you help pick my outfit. Joy. Externally, Raven barely twitched. But I could faintly hear her other half squealing with excitement inside her soul. Come on, Miss Enthusiasm, I chuckled. Let's take this to the ship. I feel like you might want a bit of privacy for what's to come. And now I'm worried, Raven deadpanned. And excited, her inner voice added. And thrilled. And horny. So fucking horny. And fuck, yes. Do you think he's going to strip us himself? Raven's cheeks flushed almost unnoticeably, but she seemed to be ignoring her other half. Ahem. Yes. I would like to go back to your ship. Just me. And you. In private. Ahem, and there's nothing weird about that. Of course. Of course, I nodded matter-of-factly, flashing her just a hint of a knowing smirk. Nothing weird about it at all. Raven frowned. I feel like you're making fun of me. Me. I gasped. Never. You're a dick, she rolled her eyes at me, already full of long-suffering exasperation. Yeah. Would a dick do this? I teased. Before she could respond or really react, I teleported both of us up to me and Savage's ship. Savage was obviously still busy at the moment, so Raven and I finally got the privacy we were after. The ship was currently anchored off of a landing pad connected to the Royal Palace. And with Savage holding the locals' attention, Raven and I wouldn't be bothered here for a good long while. She blinked as she found herself back in my arms. During the teleportation, I'd maneuvered us back into the position that she'd arrived in. My arms supported her from below, clutching her to my chest. Blushing color quickly invaded Raven's cheeks at the intimate closeness. Let me down. Please. She requested. If you insist, I chuckled. I set her down on her feet again, leaving her with a subtle pinch of her butt. She tried very hard to hide the squeak my pinch elicited, and didn't quite succeed. Especially considering the squeak was kind of two-toned as her inner voice got in on the action, much less eager to hide her enjoyment than Raven's outer persona. Raven glared at me but didn't acknowledge my harassment in the face of my mischievous smirk, instead changing the subject. So how is this going to work? Do you have a bunch of costumes stashed away somewhere around here? No, I was thinking I'd just conjure them up wholesale and save us the trouble, I answered casually. Raven was struck silent by that for some reason. Her mirrored soul's exclamation enlightened me as to why, outfits made of daddy's power. Fuck, yes. As always, Raven did her best to ignore her enthusiastic emotions on the outside. She cleared her throat, ahem. What did you have in mind? Playing along with her outward acceptance, I adopted a considering expression. Well, as I mentioned earlier, and as you can probably see from our current ship, we're going for a sort of space pirate vibe at the moment. For myself, I was thinking of going with something like this. My whole outfit suddenly shimmered and shifted as I spoke. My casual, loose, almost flowing shirt and dark jeans combo disappeared. Steampunk-esque armor in many different bits and sections took its place. It was suitably mismatched and patchwork for a pirate, looking like power armor that had been mostly thrown together with grit and elbow grease. Not bulky or scrappy, but certainly self-made and well-worn with a certain almost bronze and rustic flair. I've always wanted to go the steampunk route but never got the chance, I said with a grin. Raven stared. It's good in its own right but not really what I think of when I think of you. It feels like it's trying too hard, Raven's inner voice added. Fine, I put on an exaggerated pout. Ruin my steampunk dreams, why don't you? What do you have in mind then? Back to your usual outfit, Raven all but ordered, a trace of excitement leaking into her monotone. I think we stick with the classics. Keep the all-black base. Add a good roguish jacket. And some proper stomping boots. Oh, and shades. And shades, Raven conceded to her other half. My outfit shifted again, following the direction she had in mind. A pair of black leather and silver metal proper stomping boots appeared on my feet, rising to my mid-shin. With the jacket, I had a bit of fun, making it a dark gray, almost dull silver to match my hair, an open-splayed affair that ended just below my belt line. A few meaningless aesthetic accessories, in the form of dangling earrings and a silver necklace, and a pair of pitch-black shades that didn't obscure vision from my side capped it all off. Raven was staring again. Fuck. Even her inner voice was seemingly stunned silent as well. Oh, fuck indeed. It's certainly much more comfortable than the armor was, I smirked. HNG, Raven made an unintelligible little noise. You look good like this. Dangerous. Dark. Fucking dashing and dastardly. I like it, Raven finished simply, ignoring the enthusiastic voice inside her soul. I grinned wickedly at her. Good. Because it's your turn now. And I get to choose for you. Stay still. This won't hurt a bit. Is it wrong that I kind of wanted to? The little voice inside Raven asked. Raven hissed inwardly, shut up. I already had something in mind for Raven. Something not quite casual. And certainly not something that could be mistaken for a superhero costume. It was much more mage than hero. Black. All black. It was only right for a quintessential goth like Raven. Her cloak morphed under my will and magic, becoming a long, suitably dramatic jacket that was left open. The base of her costume became a corset, not too tight but enough to enhance and lift her considerable bust, and form-fitting, curve-hugging slacks. Proper stomping boots covered her feet and lower legs, lacing up almost to the knee. Then there was the cherry on top of the whole beautifully gothic scene. Raven's hand reached up to her neck, finding and brushing across the soft leather choker she found there. Did you just? Oh, God, yes. He did. Raven's inner voice groaned, the faint voice reaching my ears husky and lewd. Yes, that'll do nicely. Very nicely indeed, I nodded to myself. She stood there in silence, still seemingly stunned. Graceful fingers traced the choker around her neck reverently. A look of awe breached her usual dead expression. A damn near vicious shudder ran through her whole body, her attention far off in fantasy land. Not showing the amusement I was feeling, I clapped, right. Let's see if we can't find ourselves a little space smuggler's den. I'd give it good odds that there's a place like that around here somewhere. Who knows, it might even give me some good ideas to incorporate into the dead end. Aye. It did not. Dee, this place is pathetic, I shook my head in disdain. Compared to the dead end, everywhere is pathetic, Raven deadpanned. Okay, you might have a point there, I admitted. But come on. It's like they're not even trying with this place. I don't know, Raven said. I think it's kind of quaint. I looked at her with incredulity in my eyes. Then back to the smuggler's den that we'd happened across after following where the solar winds of the Vega system took us. It was a station, and not a particularly large one, placed in a prime location within the planet-packed habitable zone of Vega. It certainly had nothing on the watchtower. And after we'd docked, tied the anchor around one of the protruding docking ports with magic, we saw that it was even less than I first thought. The whole thing was circular and almost flat, a standardish disc shape. The docking ports extruded from all the way around it like the inverted spokes of a wheel. Latched to those docking ports, in much more traditionally secure ways than our ship was, were personal to small trader-class ships of every size, shape, and specification. I'd give the station one thing. It certainly didn't lack diversity in the spaceship department. There were everything from long, angular, and aerodynamic ships to circular saucers, and from blocky cargo ships to what looked to be nimble single-seat fighters. That likely meant that the people we'd find inside would be just as diverse, quite a boon for our current purposes. Upon entering the smuggler's station, Raven and I found ourselves in a circular entry hall that looked to run its entire circumference. As one might expect, there were no customs or organized security. This was the type of place to police itself. I'm sure whatever rules it had were unwritten and likely more common sense than any strict restriction. Past the initial ring of the station, I found myself bemused and almost baffled. It's all a single fucking room. So it seems, Raven let out a monotone hum. The core of the station was practically everything it had to offer. It was just a bit bigger than the dead end originally was before all of Dee and my space fuckery. Tiny, compared to just about any other space station I'd been on. But it seemed the small-scale, limited operation was serving this place well. It wasn't quite bustling. But it was busy. Full of alien beings that ran the humanoid-esque gamut from near-human tamarines to men of stone skin. I even saw a rare energy being playing darts of all things. The station seemed to serve as a mixture of a bar, casino, and games area. It felt more like a cliché Old West saloon than an alien space station. Some beings played various alien bar games of one kind or another, most of which I didn't immediately recognize, unlike the energy being playing darts. More gambled, either on the former games or card games of their own. And all of them were drinking, it seemed. The atmosphere in the station wasn't hostile, but there was a certain background of tension that came with these sorts of seedy establishments. Really, the place bore only a passing resemblance to the dead end, mainly in the diversity and the constantly flowing drinks. My bar didn't have nearly this tense of an atmosphere, I like to think. And there was barely anything here. Like it was just held together by a common interest instead of power, heart, and death. Which was fair. But a bit disappointing for the bartender in me. I felt there at least should have been a sense of relations or camaraderie in a place like this. Raven rolled her eyes at my slight sulking. Come on, dummy. We've got information to uncover. Her little, almost slip of the tongue was enough to raise my mood back up. She'd been struggling since I gave her that choker collar she was wearing. So many sneaky glances that she thought I didn't notice. And it felt like her inner voice hadn't stopped drooling and gushing for a moment since. Of course, Raven, I replied without mentioning her slip, a half-knowing, half-teasing lilt to my voice. Standing around looking pretty won't do us any good here. You're certainly good at it though, Raven muttered under her breath. What was that? I hummed inquisitively, pretending not to hear her. She glared at me slightly. Shut up. How do you plan on getting this information anyway? It's not like we have anything of value to trade. You might be surprised there, I chuckled. The best payment for information is cold hard cash. Which to be fair, we don't have. But the second best payment is more information. And that is something I have in spades. This is going to be good, isn't it? A smirk ghosted across Raven's face. I matched her expression with a vicious smirk of my own, likely better. I'm going to overpay so damn much. These poor people won't know what hit them. Heh, she let out a single flat chuckle. After you then. I'll follow your lead. Won't you always? I teased. Yes, Daddy. Raven's inner voice answered with a moan from within her soul. Raven herself seemed to decide that simply ignoring me was her best course of action. I let her have her small victory, chuckling as I led the way up to the circular bar at the core of the station. The bartender there was of a species I didn't recognize, male and dark violet purple from head to toe with long, tentacle-esque hair that matched the rest of his purple coloration. As an afterthought, I remembered to cast an intent translation spell over Raven and myself. What do you want, pink skin? He asked before I could even sit down. I blinked, glancing at Raven. Is that racist? It feels racist. It's not racist. The bartender snapped. You're pink and you got skin. Simple as that. Don't go throwing around accusations like that inside my bar. My apologies, I nodded and sat. Raven joined me, already amused by the brief exchange. We're looking for a friend of ours. And we were hoping we could find some information here. I ain't heard shit, the bartender grunted. We haven't even asked anything yet, Raven noted flatly. Still ain't heard shit. You want info? Ask my customers, not me. The bartender shut us down completely, clearly trying to remove himself from culpability. Surprisingly, with his shutdown, Raven and I received 2 new interested parties. One of the stone-skinned men sat down next to me with a thump. The energy being that had been playing darts also floated / wiggled / phased over to us on Raven's side. This one knows many things. This one may be able to help you find what it is you seek, the energy being said. It was less a physical sound and more a fluctuation of many different energies. Our translation spell made sure we still understood the being clearly. And this one, the stone skin laughed harshly like smashing rock against rock. Knows even more. Come on, now, flesh thing. I'll surely be able to tell you what you need to know. For the right price, of course. That, Raven deadpanned. Was racist. Don't be a bitch, girly, the stone skin growled. I'd been examining the energy being in curiosity when he said that. Without even looking, I grabbed the back of his stone head and slammed his face into the bar. A loud clang silenced all other activity around us. And the stone skin quickly found that he couldn't remove his head from the perfectly face-shaped dent it had made in the metal bar. There's no need to be rude, I tooted softly, a quiet menace lurking beneath my words and tone. Raven shuddered ever so slightly at the sudden violence, the sudden show of my power. From what I'd seen from her, that was the sort of thing that perfectly pushed Raven's buttons. Especially when it was used in defense of others instead of outright domineering evil. She gave me a certain look but didn't say anything. My lips twitched slightly at her in reply. I think we'll be dealing with you instead of the rude one, I said, turning to the energy being. What's your name? Oh, energetic one. The energy being sort of flickered in what seemed to be surprise. This one is called All. This one is impressed, grateful for the respect consideration it is being shown. I smiled at it. Nice to meet you, All. I'm Shawn and this is Raven. I think it's safe to say we'd both rather deal with someone who isn't a racist and misogynistic dick to us before we've even exchanged names. Raven waved almost lazily, what he said. Plus, you seem cool. All bobbed in place a bit, nodding. This one understands. But this one is not cool. This one is a volatile conflux of energy, life and protomatter. Touching this one would not be advised. It's a figure of speech where we come from, Raven sighed, seemingly quite used to explaining this type of thing for some reason. Asterisk cough asterisk starfire cough. It means good or interesting or agreeable or. It can mean a lot of things. But almost all of them are a compliment. All vibrated at a frequency that even our spell had trouble translating. This one sees. Thank you for the compliment, she Raven. So you think you can help us find our friend, all? I asked. This one believes it can, all nodded again. How did they go missing lost? Sudden kidnapping via a technologically advanced portal, Raven explained flatly. Does that ring any bells? All puzzled for a moment, floating in place in a way that got across the impression of confusion before they seemed to realize something. Another figure of speech. This one did not ring the bells, but it believes it can understand the meaning truth through context. Raven sighed again. Yeah, that's my bad. Let me rephrase that. Do you know of anything similar? Indeed this one does, all answered. Such phenomena have been happening across the system area recently. This one has lost a friend of its own to these kidnappings theft. This one is now certain it can help. A vicious grin settled over my face. Point us in the right direction and we'll get your friend back too. Raven nodded her agreement. Whoever is behind our friend's disappearance has earned our ire. We're going to make sure they can't do it to anyone else ever again. This one is content with such a development. All twinkled / flashed / buzzed in their happiness. The race you seek is the Psions. They are scientists, cruel enslavers by any other name, without care for morality ethics or ethics morality. They have consistently overstepped their bounds. Their kidnappings thefts are widespread and loathed by all this one has spoken to. Perfect. Where can we find them? Raven asked intently. All dutifully answered, the Psion womb world. Raven's expression went blanker than usual. The what? A poor translation, I'm sure, I chuckled. I doubt these Psions would keep slaves and prisoners at their nursery world. All paused. They are a callous race who do not care for consequences. This one did not make the connection realization before, but it believes they just might do exactly as you have said, Shawn. Idiots then, Raven scowled. We'll just have to take it upon ourselves to limit collateral damage, I reassured. Thank you for your help, all. Do you want compensation? Raven and I don't have any currency that you would find relevant, but we can pay with some interesting information of our own. This one would not say no to compensation payment, all said, almost demurely. Especially if said compensation payment is in information. This one seeks to ever grow its knowledge and view of the universe. I grinned slightly. Then I think you'll quite like what I have to share, friend. Do you care if others overhear your payment? All wiggled, floating roughly in the same place. This one believes information should be freely shared. Just as with energy sustenance. Humming, I looked around us. We'd attracted quite a bit of interest at this point. Some of it sympathetic, at that. It seemed that all had been understating just how widespread this kidnapping phenomenon had become recently. Aliens of many different races all looked equally glad that someone would be taking care of these Psions. The stone-skinned man who was so rude to Raven hadn't managed to get his head free from the dent it made in the bar. But he had stopped struggling and seemed to be listening intently. My eyes narrowed vindicatively at that. I wasn't feeling very forgiving toward him at the moment. I spoke aloud for our audience to hear. Since our energetic friend here is so generous, everyone can listen to the story I have to tell. Except for those who have already wronged us. The bartender was just doing his rightful due diligence, at least. I can understand that. But this asshole. He gets to miss out on the secret I have to share. The stone-skinned struggles kicked back into gear at that, his words of protest completely muffled. Even then, he couldn't free himself. And again, I really didn't care for the fucker. A hard tap to the back of his head put him out cold, his body going limp in its dented prison. I saw Raven's lips twitch in satisfaction out of the corner of my eye. This one believes this is justly deserved karma, all said, seemingly satisfied as well. The Branks warrior was unpleasant. Raven snorted flatly. That's an understatement. The asshole was asking for it. He's lucky Shawn let him off with just this. You don't want to see Shawn when he's actually angry. All paused. For some reason, this one completely believes you, she Raven. Shawn is quite formidable, terrifying, intriguing in a way this one has not yet encountered. I rolled my eyes, unseen behind my dark shades. Yeah, there's no need to stroke my ego. No matter how much Raven seems to love doing that. Raven glared at me without any real heat behind it. Just tell your story, Shawn. It is what I seem to do best, isn't it? I smirked at her smugly before turning my attention back to All's payment. This is an old story. I began. One that all those involved think has been lost to time. They have good reason to think that, even if it's not quite the case. Let me tell you all a little something about the Guardians of the Universe. And only one of their many ancient atrocities. The Guardians of the Universe. All gave the impression of cocking their head in curiosity. This one is unfamiliar with such a sex species. Understandable, I nodded, explaining. They're somewhat beyond the usual ken of the common sentient being. They were perhaps one of the first races in the universe to rise to true intelligence. Immortal and practically all-powerful, they've had a hand in universal events since time immemorial. Not forever. But damn close. These days, you would likely be most familiar with their greatest work. The Green Lantern Corps. All listened intently, ever curious for more. The underlying tension of the bar had somewhat faded away in anticipation of the secret I was sharing. With my mention of the Green Lantern Corps, that tension returned changed. It seemed that even with their non-interference with the Vega system, the Green Lanterns were still universally famous. One of the nameless aliens in the audience put it into words best: dirt on the Green Lanterns. Are you trying to get us to commit suicide by 2 shots to the back of the head? This one does not understand. Wouldn't 2 shots to the back of the head imply that it wasn't sussy dash? All trailed off as realization struck them. Ah. I'm not here, the bartender grunted gruffly, panicking just a bit. I was never here. And whatever the fuck you say next, I didn't hear shit. Heavy shit, another alien customer nodded. But I sure as hell ain't some friend of the Lanterns. They leave this whole system to rot. Let's hear some bad shit about their masters or whatever. Grinning grimly, the stage set, I continued, the Green Lantern Corps wasn't the first attempt from the Guardians at imposing their order upon the universe. The true first attempt went so spectacularly, wrong. Tell me, what do you think of when I say, 666? The silent death, one alien said. The 12 hells themselves, said another. It that consumes all waves and particles, all intoned heavily. My late deadbeat father, Raven deadpanned. I chuckled at that last contribution. Yeah, nothing good, right? The opposite of good, in fact. There's a reason for that. And it all comes back to the Guardians of the Universe. See, the Guardians' first attempt at imposing order began with the Manhunters. A fleet of robotic supercops with a propensity for excessive force and known for their unrelenting pursuit of their code. No one escapes the Manhunters. Attentive silence encouraged me to speak my piece. Eventually, the Manhunters' code became more important than their duty. The Guardians, through ignorance or negligence, didn't even notice their creation's corruption until it was too late. Until the massacre of Sector 666. Shock set in almost immediately. Massacre rarely, if ever, meant something good. An entire race of robots going on a sector-wide murder spree sounded even worse. Even if not many of them seemed to realize just how significant the sector part of that was to the story. I took it upon myself to helpfully explain. Of course, sectors are how the Guardians and later the Green Lanterns partition the universe. There are only 3,600 of them. In the entire universe. Even the smallest of them is comprised of multiple galaxies. The Manhunters slaughtered all sentient life in Sector 666. Man, woman, child, every single being with the capacity for intelligence. They scoured 1 million races from the face of the universe. It didn't matter how advanced they were, if they were warlike or peaceful. The Manhunters slaughtered them all. Quadrillions of beings, massacred. Only 5 beings survived, twisted into demons of blood and hate. They exist in exile to this day, imprisoned for their crimes and constantly hungering for their revenge. If shock set in first, now there was only horror, gods below. That. It's unfathomable. Is cruelty on such a scale even possible? Ancient war crimes in the morning. Raven deadpanned. Is there any better way to start the day? More than a few of the aliens gaped at her, shocked by her audacity. Dark humor wasn't much of a thing in their cultures, most likely. But humans love to temper their tragedies with absurdity and irony. It helped us cope. I merely cracked a grim and morbid smile at her attempt at breaking the mood, more like ancient police brutality that turned into ancient war crimes, but I don't think the difference is something anyone but academics would argue about. Truly, this one is seized by tragedy, distress and horror dread. All's energy body had dimmed quite a bit from hearing about the massacre of Sector 666. Tell this one, Shawn. What has come of the ones who caused this? The Manhunters were culled by their creators, I explained. Those that survived the culling were exiled just like the survivors of their massacre. They're still out there. If you ever hear their code, no one escapes the Manhunters. Run. Run and pray to whatever deities you may hold dear. As for their creators, the Guardians kept trying. Eventually, they hit upon the Green Lantern Corps and somewhat succeeded in bringing their order and peace to the universe. They suppressed knowledge of the massacre. If you asked, not a single Green Lantern would know what you were talking about. The Guardians pushed the atrocity they'd created to the side. They tried to forget. But the universe remembers. The massacre of Sector 666 left a psychic scar on all life, a scar so grievous it broke causality, echoing throughout time before and since. None were scarred more than death herself. And seeing as I'm quite fond of her, perhaps only the 5 atrocities that survived the massacre feel more strongly about this secret than I do. My voice grew dark and heavy at the end of my explanation. My presence pressed down upon the little space station bar. The Guardians and the Manhunters had harmed my deity with their negligence and rigid code. For a brief moment, a cloud of power suffocated all who drew breath. The entire Vega system felt the empathetic wrath of Death's Prince Consort. Just as quickly as it came, it was gone. And I honestly felt a bit embarrassed about losing control of myself. The audience in the bar still choked on nothingness, some even fainting outright. And with how far-reaching my brief moment of wrath was, I'd probably interrupted whatever Savage was doing to those poor Tamarine women. Hopefully, I didn't ruin that mood too much. I certainly didn't ruin the mood between Raven and myself. She was staring at me again. Like when we were playing dress-up. Only about 1,000 times more intense. Her expression was utterly flat, but there was a hunger in her eyes. Lust. Pure, unadulterated lust. I think. She said slowly. That's where we take our leave. It's been a pleasure. Shawn and I have something to take care of. I smirked wickedly at her. Rescuing Corey, you mean? Raven stared, the look in her eyes almost transitioning into a glare as she regained control of herself. Of course. That is exactly what I meant. Nothing else. Yet. All looked at us strangely, she Shawn, she Raven. Your courting rituals are confusing but fascinating. Hear that, Raven? I laughed. We're fascinating. Frustrating, more like. Raven muttered to herself. My laugh petered to a chuckle as I stood and stretched. The rest of the bar was steadfastly avoiding my gaze now, but that was only to be expected after an outburst of power like the one I just had. Shrugging, nothing to do about that, I moved to take care of one last thing before Raven and I left. I dislodged the rude stone-skinned man from his dented prison in the bar. The kick wasn't strictly necessary, but he hadn't made a friend in me. He awoke again with a start as he hit the floor. Raven and I were already leaving, only hearing a brief exchange between him and the bartender before we were out the door. Wah. What happened? What the fuck did I miss? Shut up, stone-skinned bastard. Don't ask. Fare your own good. Heh. I smirked to myself. Even Raven's lips twitched despite her current frustrations. Heh times 2, electric hegalo. I could literally feel the lust and desire swirling like a storm behind the dead expression of hers. This had already been a productive little outing. In more ways than one. Chapter 44, Prison Break. The grin on Corey's face hadn't left since she was united with her new Cloud Stalker friend boy. She was having as much fun as she'd ever had. It turned out that being imprisoned, enslaved, and experimented on wasn't so bad when you were turning the tables. And turning the tables, Corey was indeed. Her mood had very much done the 180. Boy was a big part of that. Perhaps the biggest. She was such a good boy. Truly, Corey could see why her ancestors venerated the noble long-toothed Cloud Stalkers. With her powers limited by her restraints, Boy was Corey's most formidable weapon at the moment. She felt herself in touch with the roots of her ancestors. Riding atop Boy, Corey felt invincible. Primally untouchable on the most instinctive of levels. Nothing would stand in the way of her revenge now. Corey recognized that there was some irony in the situation. The same damnable lizards that had given her the powerful boost to her natural physiology that she so enjoyed through cruel experiments were now the ones who limited those powers. Her history was repeating itself. Down to the fact that Corey would not go quietly yet again. Her captors did not learn from the mistakes they made at all. The first time she was enslaved by her captors, she'd been taken as a statement, a warning meant to break the backs and wills of her people. Yet, Corey herself was never broken. She resisted and rebelled, freeing herself and her fellow slaves. She even went on to liberate her homeworld from the deplorable yokes of the Citadel Empire. And now, her captors had come back to finish the job. The fools. The Galfrix-munching fools. They wished to do the breaking of Coriandar, of Starfire. She would never be broken. Not to pieces or to cracks or to the shattering like glass. Corey would never yield, never surrender, never stop fighting for herself and the innocent for as long as she still took in the breath of life. Boy's flanks heaved steadily beneath Corey's thighs as they rode through the artificial jungle together. They rode hard and fast. Nothing in this prison could stand in their way. Together, Corey and Boy were indomitable. They were scouting the prison they'd found themselves confined in. So far, Corey didn't like what she'd seen. Of course, she could have likely realized that the moment she was shoved into this place. But seeing more and more of it with her own two eyes was setting her face in a frown of the grimmest nature. The prison had to be an experiment of some kind. But Corey could not comprehend what the kind was in this situation. It went against the common sense of science. There was no control variable that she could see, nor any dependent or independent variables. Corey and her fellow prisoners were seemingly thrown into this confined artificial space and left to their own devices. The introduction of the various predators certainly made things interesting. But Corey could not fathom what they were meant to test other than perhaps survival and the cruel perversion of the food chain. So far, Corey had seen other prisoners, aliens from across the Vega system that she mostly recognized in some form or another, and the animals that hunted them. Predators and prey, in some twisted sense of the concept. But instead of putting an obvious hypothesis into question, this prison was more like some unorthodox form of torture for the prisoners. And to the predators too, in a way. This was not their natural habitat, after all. They were just as much prisoners as the prisoners were. A deplorable notion in its own right. Corey recognized that more than a few of these predators were quite intelligent beasts. And she very much doubted they'd been gathered from ethical sources. The prison was a nonsensically cruel parody of the natural order. There were no checks or balances. Just intelligent beings and beasts, set against each other in cold-hearted combat. The only thing Corey could think the prison was meant to test was whether or not the prisoners would be able to survive the constant predatory onslaught. And even that was questionable considering how many strange limitations were forced onto them by their captors. But regardless of the intention and reasoning behind this prison, Corey still knew she had to do something. This could not continue. She would not stand for it. Just as with her first time in captivity, defiance burned within Corey's heart. The fire from the stars would not be so easily contained and restrained. Just as the fire burned in her heart, resistance and rebellion brewed within Corey's mind. Since her captors had not learned from the first time, she decided that another example was in order. Once again, she was not alone in her captivity. And just as before, she would inspire her comrades to rise up and shatter the shackles that held them down. Her first course of action was simple. But not easy by any means. Yet Corey was as always up to the challenge. She rode past scene after scene that burned themselves into her mind. Fear. Pain. Suffering. The artificial perversion of predator set upon prey it would never naturally hunt. A pack of large canine-esque creatures hounded a poor Shangri-Lanian, a peaceful race despite their massive physical size. A strange squid-like predator Corey recognized from the seas of slag struggled in the terrestrial environment it now found itself in. A beautiful Rashashunian woman sobbed as she hid in a tree from a long-necked reptile that looked just about as happy to be there as she was. Corey's heart and mind were set, combined in her defiance of this terrible, terrible prison. The fire of the stars within her, that flame of freedom that had given Corey her epithet, gathered in her breast. Yet she couldn't use her powers due to her restraints. Thus, her power and burning energy built within her, fueling the actions she took in her pursuit of defiance. For every tortured, unnatural scene she came upon, Corey stopped and resolved the situation. Her fellow prisoners were gathered to her cause, joining her quest for freedom. Even the beasts that once hunted them responded to Corey's burning passion, setting aside their natural instincts to be temporarily tamed in defiance of the abusive experiment they all found themselves subjects within. Corey's passion fueled her inner star fire. That inner star fire burned with charisma, an aura of presence that the chained and imprisoned could not deny. All those she came across flocked to her banner. Against all odds, against seemingly common sense, the beasts put aside their hunger and the sentient beings put aside their fear. Corey's call for freedom was answered. The name Starfire had grown famous since her first rebellion. It was a name associated with the good. With liberation and emancipation. With the cries of the bound and burdened, a burning light of hope that one day they too would be free. Corey gathered an army of resistance unto herself. Those who could and would struggle against the collars that bound them. She worked ceaselessly to further her quest. The fire of the stars pushed her ever onward. When her steed boy began to tire and falter, she shared her fire with the now loyal Cloud Stalker. Together, they covered the entire prison, searching for more to join their cause. Everywhere she looked, she found them. Tired. Hungry. Afraid. But not broken. Not when the fire of the stars was picking them back up, giving them the hope to press on. By the time Corey was satisfied, she stood before an army. An army willing to fight for her and for themselves. Hot with determination despite her exhaustion, a crown of freedom burned on Corey's brow. Aliens of many different races and species stared back at her, looking to Corey alone for hope. They had faith in her to lead them to freedom. Corey would not let them down. Corey and her organized resistance were all gathered in one place. Deep within the artificial jungle of their prison, it was a hastily carved community for them to heal just as it was a stage for them to launch their efforts from. Corey had not bothered to hide her progress from their captors. Not really. With the collared restraints they all bore, she knew such efforts would likely be worse than useless. If their captors could have done something to stop them, they would have acted already. Corey did not let these worries dwell in her mind. Instead, she contented herself with focused action and progress quick enough to keep her likely watchful captors off balance. They would only have one chance at this. But Corey was confident that her fire would burn hot enough to set them all free. The first of her fellow prisoners that she saved floated at Corey's side. A being of energy and strange not quite matter, Xiao was also the first of their shy species that Corey had ever encountered. They'd quickly become Corey's first mate, dutifully and effectively aiding her efforts to create the resistance. "They're ready for you, Starfire," Xiao buzzed out words, thankfully in the common language of the Vega system that Corey was familiar with. "Are you ready for them?" "They. We all need a leader at the moment. You've already done so much for all of us. Just a little bit more to bring it home. Show us all that we still have something to fight for." Nodding firmly, Corey looked out over her gathered followers. Even taken together, they didn't seem like much. They were dirty and exhausted. Every one of them bore a collar around their neck, or equivalent body part, the entirety of their being in Xiao's case. Yet they all still had hope, faithfully looking to Corey to lead them like a burning light of star fire from the darkness. She could hear the mumbles and mutters among them as they waited for her to speak. "That's really Starfire. The Starfire. Oh, bountiful bosom of the void goddess, thank you for delivering unto us our salvation. Kind of crazy how she managed to accomplish all of this in less than a day. It's damn impressive, is what it is. I haven't seen the girl take a single break. She's doing all of this for us, you know. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just a bit awestruck by how efficient and determined she is. The rumors don't even do her justice. She's an unstoppable force for freedom. We'll never be able to thank her enough, will we? If she gets me to see my wife and daughter again, I'll give her everything I own. And yeah, it still wouldn't be enough to express my gratitude." Even the beasts got in on the chatter, communicating in their various non-sentient ways. Something about the situation, something about the star fire of Corey's heart, was inspiring a level of intelligence and reason in them that beasts usually didn't display. Just as with the alien beings, the beasts yearned to be free. They were all prisoners here, unlikely and vastly disparate allies brought together by their bondage and desire to buck those chains. Truly, their faith was heartening, lifting Corey's spirits and fueling her driving flame. Just listening to those who had flocked to her cause steeled her resolve. They looked to her to lead them into tomorrow. Corey wouldn't let anything stop her from achieving her vision. With a fortifying breath, Corey addressed all who had gathered beneath her shining beacon. "Greetings, all. I am Starfire. I fight for those who desire to be free. Tell me, friends. Is that what you desire?" The cheers were deafening as they answered her call to action. Even the beasts roared and rumbled, bellowing and braying as if they perfectly understood her. The artificial jungle shook with the sounds of their conviction. Their hope, resounding and giving heart to all of their comrades in chains. "Follow me and I shall deliver you unto the freedom. Of this, I promise. I swear it on the light and fire of my soul. Today, we are the bound. We are the chained. We are the imprisoned and enslaved. But we are not of the beaten. Of this, we shall show the universe. And by tomorrow, we shall be free." The defiant crowd grew silent, listening intently to everything Corey had to say. She didn't let embarrassment or anxiety overtake her. Corey stood strong so that those who followed her could stand strong as well. Her rousing speech continued with words that burned with undeniable, unconquerable star fire. "They," Corey spat, "wish to take something from us. Something inherent and essential to life itself. They wish to take our freedom. They wish to take from us our agency and our will to continue. They will not know of the success, not if I have anything to say about it. This is where we fight. Where we rage against the collars of our necks. And this is where we shall prevail. Seize your freedom in your hands, comrades. Our oppressors shall know of the same fear and hurt they inflict upon us. We will not hide. We will not beat around the bush of bushes. One chance, one opportunity, one assault on the bars that hold us. Everything is to be laid on the line. We live and die on our actions from this point onward. But if you follow me, I will make the promise of promises. We will face tomorrow as free beings, one and all. Victory is already ours. We simply must do the taking of it." Surprisingly, the end of her speech was not heralded by rousing cheers. This was fine in Corey's mind. Because instead of flimsy excitement, there was a quiet determination that settled over her fellow prisoners. A strong steel forged by the fire of the stars. Everywhere Corey looked, she saw firm faces, set in their desire for freedom. Her comrades would fight. Just as Corey would. They wouldn't let up until they found their freedom one way or another. In the quiet moment of determination, Corey prayed to a being, a deific concept, that she normally didn't pray to. But having met Didi, Corey was confident her prayers would be answered. "Friend Didi, grant the greatest peace and freedom to all who pass in the battle to come. Please, watch over them and give them what they do not live to see again. Dee wasn't a goddess in the traditional sense of the concept. Or even in the untraditional sense. But Death still heard the muttered words of one of her newest young friends. Peace pulsed at Corey from the universe itself, and Corey knew peace in return. She reconciled with the course of action she was taking, even with the deaths that would inevitably result. She knew the comrades that fell would find their final freedom in Death's bosom. Nothing more needed to be said. She didn't even need to give out instructions. Her comrades would follow her lead. They would play their parts dutifully. They would fight for the cause, for themselves. Corey's first ally in this prison gently nuzzled Corey's side. She was prompted into action, mounting up on Boy. Their souls and intentions were almost linked as one. Corey and Boy began the final ride through their artificial jungle prison. Her army rode on her heels, mounting up on the temporarily tamed beasts that could bear the burden. Xia floated along behind Corey on Boy, tethering themselves to the cloud stalker and sticking close. Corey's heart, her star fire, beat a steady rhythm like pounding war drums, and Corey couldn't help but think that all who followed her could hear it, could feel it beating in their chests as if it were their own. When they reached the walls of their prison, Corey's rebellion began in earnest. The wall was a fake and sterile thing of many connected gray hexagons, utterly out of place against the artificial nature it was meant to contain. It would have been practically impossible for the prisoners to break through on their own, even if they all combined their efforts. But they weren't alone. The beasts that had joined Corey's cause roared, almost as one. They crashed upon the wall like waves of teeth and tentacles, of claws and clobbering muscular might. With a great bang that shook the ground beneath their feet, the bars that held them captive crumbled. And their fight for freedom, beast and being alike, poured forth from their prison to decimate those who wished to bind them. Chaos. Chaos, confusion, and conflict. Corey and Boy leaped through the breach first. They landed in a pack of the captors. Boy tore into them with tooth and claw. Corey roared a battle cry that would have been more in place coming from her mount. She grabbed the closest outlet she could find and viscerally vented her wrath. She fought through scales as if they weren't even there. Her fists rained down upon her enemies like maces and morning stars. Blunt trauma bashed through everything in her way as she set a prime example for those who followed her. Corey's rage and passion were finally given a productive release. Her inner star fire raged like the hot tamarine sun. With her makeshift army at her back and her mount beneath her, Corey fought for her freedom. The prison that held them crumbled, breaking in more ways than one, and their captors were faced with the red-hot revenge of those they'd tried to shackle so. The Psions immediately crumbled just like the prison they'd crafted. Aye. Well, that's certainly something, I noted with interest and amusement. Raven and I watched the scene unfold on the monitoring screen we'd found. Corey led the charge against her kidnappers, wreaking havoc everywhere she and her fellow prisoners went. The Psions were utterly unprepared for resistance of this level. And without fail, they fell before the vicious, righteously violent prison break. Infiltrating the Psion homeworld had been pitifully easy for me and Raven. For all their advanced science and logic, they had some truly piss-poor security. Somehow, these lizard fuckers had even managed to take most of the fun out of sneaking around with how little of a challenge they presented. They didn't notice our ship parked in orbit above their planet. I checked and their sensors weren't configured for wood. Which didn't make much sense, but whatever. Then we hadn't tripped a single alarm as we slipped down into the labyrinth of science facilities on the planet's surface. Whatever idiot set up the Psion security systems either fucked up or purposefully sabotaged them, probably to secure more funding for their personal experiments. It was an odd form of corruption, but somehow entirely predictable from what Raven and I could gather about the Psions. They were an unempathetic, antisocial, and practically sociopathic race. It was a miracle and testament to their technology that they'd come this far as a society. Societies like this tended to function in spite of their populations, rather than because of them. A sort of status quo. When everyone's a massive, quo-breaking asshole, no one is. That kind of logic. There were so many different personal plots, disagreements, cases of narcissism, and a straight-up absence of empathy going around that all the conflict actually managed to keep the gears of society moving and not let any one person get too far ahead of anyone else. Any anthropologist would have an absolute field day with the Psions. Of course, Raven and I didn't much care for the likely fascination of any academics at the moment. The Psions had taken our friend and enslaved countless others beside her. We were much more interested in burning their society to the ground than studying it. Though it seemed in that regard, Corey already had a hell of a head start. She was doing good work toward that goal all on her own, gathering a resistance and organizing one of the most satisfying prison breaks I'd ever seen. All Raven and I could see on the monitor was chaos. Glorious, defiant, freeing chaos. Damn. Raven muttered. It seems that Corey's got this well in hand without us. Did you doubt her for a second? I asked. Raven sighed. No, this is pretty on key for her. Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't just bombed the whole planet from orbit. I think the Psions are restricting her powers somehow. The collar, most likely. Looks like she doesn't need them to make her kidnappers find out though, I chuckled. Find out. You know, fuck around. Ah, and find out, Raven finished, nodding slightly. Yeah, the lizards are certainly finding out right about now. I'm impressed by how well this is going for her. As far as I can tell, none of her allies have died so far. Actually. I paused. Ah, now, isn't that interesting? What? Raven asked flatly. I grinned. A friend in high places is watching over Corey right now. Dee Dee is doing as much as she can without directly interfering and breaking her rules. Just little coincidences here and there to preserve life, you see. Like how that other Tamarine just happened to trip out of the way of the Psion brain blast or whatever that was. She isn't much of a fan of slavers. Neither is Corey, it seems, Raven noted. Can you blame her? This isn't really the time to be practicing Batman's flawed philosophy, I said dryly. True, Raven admitted. These bastards were asking for it. Is Dee Dee going to treat them any differently since they're opposing someone she's watching over? Maybe a bit, I allowed. But Dee Dee doesn't hold grudges for relatively little things like this. The most that's going to happen is a few particularly silent walks to eternity. More than a few, actually. Slaving and sadistic scientific experiments are little things. Raven deadpanned. I raised an eyebrow at her, compared to the things that actually get Dee Dee mad. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Ah. Raven made a little noise of realization. Fair. That doesn't mean me or Dee Dee are very fond of those little things, but Dee Dee is professional, at least. Personally, I'd be much more vindictive. Raven shuddered slightly. I think I'd pay to see that. We want to see him use that power to dominate us even more, Raven's inner voice whispered within her soul. Oh. My lips twitched into a smirk. You want to see me flexing my authority like that? God, yes, Daddy. Power. Domination. Fuck me into a coffin, Daddy. HNG, Raven strictly muffled a moan, trying very hard to act as if nothing happened. Against the ones who deserve it. Yes. Well, we seem to have a large selection of deserving subjects for that right about now, I teased. Raven stared at the scene on the screen, biting her lip lightly in thought. For some reason, I don't think will be necessary in this case. I chuckled, true. Corey's on a warpath. And it'll probably be more satisfying for all those involved if the former slaves deal with this for themselves. Catharsis. Raven nodded in monotone agreement. Wanna see if we can fix the rest of this society before the cavalry arrives? I offered. Amusement pulled at Raven's lips. I don't think we're going to be very effective there. But sure. I shook my head sadly. Unfortunately, I think you're right on that one. Even if we wipe them back to the Stone Age. Which the cavalry likely will, Raven interjected. Yep, but even then, I continued. The real problem is with the Psions themselves. I'm not even sure if there are any good apples among them. At least, not by our standards. The only final solution might be to remove them from the equation entirely. Raven stared at me for a moment. I know you're not advocating for genocide, but that still sounded worryingly ominous. Oh, Dee Dee, no. I denied quickly, a touch of embarrassment coloring my cheeks at my poor phrasing. I think they're a terribly flawed race, but I'm not about to just blink them all out of existence. When you say blink, you mean that literally, don't you? Raven deadpanned, shaking her head. Only you, Shawn. I can't help but believe that you could blink them out of existence so easily. I dash. Maybe, I paused to think about it but ultimately shrugged. Not that I would. For one, Dee Dee wouldn't be happy with me for acting so rashly and giving her so much work. No, I meant physically removing them from the equation. I was thinking of moving their homeworld out of the Vega system entirely. Raven stared. Can you do that? With a bit of preparation. Sure, I confirmed. It wouldn't be easy, but it might be the best solution. Find an uninhabited system and give them an entirely new start somewhere else. Plus, they'd have to start answering to the Green Lanterns if we do that. I'm not fond of the Guardians, but the Green Lanterns do good work. They'd help keep this race's worst habits in check. Let's do that, Raven said a bit too quickly. And not just because I really want to watch you move a fucking planet. But that is part of it. I asked with a smirk. Raven averted her eyes, impressively managing it without flinching. No comment. I laughed. All right, we have a bit before the cavalry arrives and can evacuate everyone we care about from the planet. You want to help me set up a ritual? Oh, God, yes. Raven's inner voice wasn't nearly as restrained as her outer persona. Holy shit, holy shit. This is really happening. We get to feel Daddy's power again and even help him bring it into reality. How the fuck are you still playing this so cool, other half? To my great smirking amusement, Raven seemed to ignore her inner voice. Playing it cool, as her other half said. Ignorant to the fact that I could hear both sides of her. It made for an entertaining dichotomy. Monotone and deadpan on the outside, excitable and passionate on the inside. I was growing more and more fond of Raven very quickly. We set about constructing a ritual that I was partially calculating as we went. I didn't make it a habit to move planets by ritual magic, after all. But I had a general idea of what I was going for here. A sealed teleportation circle, essentially. One that had to be scaled up exponentially in power. No, even exponential was underselling it. I quickly decided that the easiest way to fully power the ritual was to set up an energy tap and conversion unit at the core of an out-of-the-way red giant. And even then, just jump-starting this ritual would drain the star practically dry. Magic of the scale needed ridiculous amounts of pure power to effect the change it was designed to. But magic was change. After a certain point, the end effect of a change this enormous began to feed back into the change itself, becoming self-sustaining and self-fulfilling. I lectured as much to Raven as we worked. I included her in every step of the ritual crafting process. She soaked up every second of it like a sponge. From the calculation-based magic that would handle the transportation, to the symbology and conceptual-based seals that tied the entire planet into the ritual and would handle the hauling. Since this was a spontaneous effort, I didn't have all the necessary reagents and resources on hand. I compensated with raw power in some places, something this ritual would in no way lack, and Dee Dee fetched me what I needed through our connection in others. By the end of it all, the room we were in, and the hallway outside and some of the connecting rooms, were unrecognizable. A mess of ordered chaos on every available surface in the form of lines and symbols and ritual circles inside ritual circles and enough powerful reagents to bankrupt entire worlds, dutifully provided by Death herself. Even by my high standards, it was good work. To Raven, it was a magical miracle brought to life. When we sat back on our heels and examined our work, the only sound Raven could make was an adorably awestruck choked gurgle, hung ninal. Even her inner voice was struck silent for once. Holy fucking shit. It's perfect. We did this, Raven murmured to herself. That we did, I smiled. Be proud of yourself, Raven. You've helped create something truly special. I doubt many magic users in this universe could even hope to claim a feat like this. You did all the work, Raven demurred. Did I? I raised a skeptical eyebrow. That control and condition section was all your idea. A clever one too. And that section was mostly you. And of course, you helped with the entire array, learning all the while. It's okay to take credit where it's due, Raven. A soft smile graced her face, beautifully breaking up her usual flat expression. Fine. I suppose I'll just have to own my work. If you insist. Raven's inner voice was giggling giddily inside her as she said that. Her other half certainly didn't seem to have trouble accepting my praise. I chuckled fondly at the contradiction. All right, Miss Humble. Let's go get Corey. She's handled her kidnappers pretty well, but it looks like she's starting to falter, I said, indicating to the screen we'd kept on in the background that tracked the progress of Corey's prison break. A hint of worry showed in Raven's expression at the reminder of her friend. She does look kind of tired. Tired? I laughed. She looks like the only things keeping her going are spite and pure rage. I think the poor girl's done more than enough at this point. I cocked my head to the side as a familiar, boisterous, booming yet almost ghostly laugh echoed from places unknown. And that's the cavalry here. A few taps on the monitor turned the view skyward to catch an entire Tamarine war fleet as it dropped from orbit to hover menacingly overhead, casting the Psion prison science complex under a mass of dozens of shadows. Blackfire and her people had come in force. I had no doubt that Savage was standing gloriously at the helm of the flagship like the conqueror he was. I'd invited him to join the fun, after all, and last I had checked, the Tamarine Queen was growing very fond of him. The persuasive old bastard probably convinced Blackfire to let him lead the unexpected Tamarine crusade against the Psions alongside her. How the hell he managed to make his laugh heard down on the planet though, I didn't have a clue. That Savage? Raven asked, her expression returning to its usual utterly flat baseline. Joy. I chuckled, he's an acquired taste but he does grow on you. Come on, let's make sure we're the first friendly faces Corey sees instead of her slightly estranged sister and a savage, overwhelming immortal. That might be prudent, Raven agreed. Hold close then, I teased, putting a little bit of a purr in my voice. We're taking the express route. Shawn. Raven warned hesitantly. Whatever it is you're thinking, don't. Her inner voice was much less hesitant, don't listen to her. Spirit me away, Magic Daddy. I rolled my eyes good-naturedly at the contrast but didn't let her get another insincere complaint in. Her body went stiff for a very brief moment, then relaxed completely as I swept her into my arms. From there it was just a hop, minus the skip and the jump, as I teleported us both directly to Corey. The fighting was already almost done at this point. Corey was still standing only to make a statement. To show that she wouldn't fall or give up before they all got their freedom, no matter how utterly exhausted she was. Even utterly exhausted didn't quite capture Corey right now. I doubt she'd given herself a single break since she'd been kidnapped. She was past running on fumes. Past running on empty. She was running way into negative reserves. But she was still standing tall like a beacon for the people who looked to her for hope. Corey gasped at our appearance, excited but almost barely able to show it. "Friend Raven. Friend Shawn. You have come to do the rescuing and guarding of my body." "You could say that," Raven said with flat amusement. "Doesn't look like your body needs much rescuing or guarding at the moment though, Corey." The other rebelling prisoners with Corey had tensed at me and Raven appearing in their midst. They took cues from their leader though, relaxing once they saw that Corey knew and seemed to like us. The big cat Corey was riding cocked its head curiously, also taking cues from its mistress. Corey tried to fly forward and glomp Raven as she was wont to do. She didn't get far in that typical greeting of hers. She threw herself at Raven from her mount's back. And immediately stumbled as her flight power failed to answer her call. I stepped forward and caught her before she could truly fall. "Let's get that damned collar off you, yeah, Corey." Corey smiled in an airy daze, he. "Friend Shawn is calling me by the name of Nyx." "Yeah, that thing really needs to go," Raven said flatly. Nodding, I placed a finger on the collar and broke it off with a tiny exertion of will. The metal and technology crumbled to dust and Corey was free again. Immediately, the energy within her surged back to the fore. It flared almost blindingly. The sudden green light was accompanied by a chorus of cracks as Corey's power reached out to break the bonds of everyone who followed her just as hers was broken. It also served to give her one last wind. Her exhaustion didn't disappear at all, but the surge of energy allowed her to push past it just enough to do a few more things. Like immediately lunge up to kiss me. She clung tightly to me, her arms reaching up to hug around my neck. Her lips pressed firmly upon mine. She kissed me as deeply as she physically could in the moment. Through her lips, I felt her passion, gratitude, and a future promise for more. Most of all, I felt her earned freedom and the pure, uninhibited joy that came with it. Corey did her best to kiss the lights out of me. I gave as good as I got, leaving her a mewling, loopy mess of putty in my arms. Eventually, she had to come up for air, smiling like a ditzy fool high on kisses and exhaustion, something she very much was at the moment. Ehehehe. She giggled giddily. I speak all the magic now. I have never been more jealous of anyone else. Ever, Raven deadpanned. No. Corey made a noise that was both a whine and a moan at the same time. Do not be the jealous, friend Raven. We will simply share the magic daddy between us. Corey, you're tired. I think you should stop talking now. Despite the serious tone of her voice, Raven's cheeks were dusted with color. And her inner voice was hissing a frantic question. How does she know? He was supposed to hear that name from me first. It was mine, damn it, you silly sexy star. Corey nodded, ignorant of the chaos she'd just caused inside Raven's soul. I am quite of the tired. But dash. Must. Free. Slaves. Comrades. She was fading fast already. The rest of the now freed prisoners were watching us with a general aura of shock. It must have been quite the contradiction between Starfire, the freedom-fighting leader they'd seen so far, and just Corey as she interacted with her friends. Still, that last line brought them all back, showing that even when she was feeling silly and tired beyond belief, Corey and Starfire were still one and the same. One of Corey's comrades floated forward to reassure her, "You've done more than enough, Starfire. Let us take it from here. You freed us. You can take the rest that you deserve now." Yep, I nodded my agreement with the second energy being I'd met today. Sleepy time, Corey. We'll all be here when you wake up. Sleepy time. Corey mumbled. That sounds nice. I will count the ZZZ sheep. ZZZeep. Shoo, I soothed. No thoughts, just sleep. Sleep. Corey nodded, nodding off immediately in the process. Schnurple ZZZZ. Me. I couldn't help but snort a laugh as I cradled her, Corey making herself comfy in my arms. That was just adorable. She was out like a light just like that. And she even snored like a cutesy cartoon character. The energy being that floated forward gave the impression of shaking their non-existent head. She did so much for us. She deserves this and so much more than we can give her. She gave us hope at our darkest moment. Freed us. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we won't ever forget her. The big cat that Corey had seemingly tamed rumbled a purr, nosing gently at Corey's peacefully sleeping form in my arms. From the crowd, a subtle chorus of cheers could be heard. She's a good kid. The best. She showed us the light so that we may see again. The rumors don't even do her justice. The energy being turned to Raven and I. The energy within her core dimmed slightly and somehow, we could tell she was bowing. Thank you for looking after our savior. I can already tell she holds you both in high regard. Just as she came for us in our lowest, you came for her. Support like that won't be easily forgotten by any of us. I am Sia. If there's anything you need, just ask. Raven stared oddly at them, visibly confused. I could see what was confusing her. This had to be the friend that all had mentioned. But Sia was barely like the first energy being we'd met. For one, I couldn't help but feel that she was, well, she. She gave off an undeniably female vibe. And she didn't have any of the amusingly formal bearing that all held themselves with. It was an intriguing and curious contrast between two members of the same species that we'd stumbled across here. Sia cocked her head, somehow, at Raven. What? What's wrong? Do I have something on my orb? The surprisingly human turn of phrase gave Raven even more pause. No. I just wasn't expecting you to sound like this. The other energy being we met earlier was different. Let me guess, all right. Sia vibrated in a way that sounded like a good-natured chuckle. They aren't really a good representation of our race. I happily call them a friend, but they're a bit odd even by our standards. Good energy. But odd. I think he does a lot of that stuff on purpose. Finds it funny or something. Ah, Raven nodded in understanding. All is the core of your race. Sia flickered slightly. I don't know if I compare them to our savior like that, but I do have to admit that Starfire is certainly like no other Tamarine I've met before. Fair. Corey is a bit much even by odd standards. She's uniquely unique. I wouldn't have her any other way. Raven's lips quirked into a small smile. So, what now? Someone from the crowd of recently freed prisoners interjected to ask. Now, I said. We begin making arrangements for all of you. For that, we just need to wait for the cavalry to arrive. Haha. I have arrived. With a great crash, explosion of dust, and the sudden dismantling of the ceiling, Savage made his typical entrance. Knowing him, he'd probably jump straight down from the Tamarine ships in the sky. He didn't even flinch as he burst through the ceiling, landing with slightly bent knees and already posing proudly. Just in time to be late to the party, I jabbed, disrupting his spectacular entrance. Savage deflated as if I'd just ruined Christmas and his birthday. Damn it. Shawn. He bounced back near instantly. I expect compensation for this tragedy. Yeah, I rolled my eyes. We'll go plunder something or other properly after this is all taken care of, you old fart. Capital. Savage exclaimed with a grin. You're lucky. I like how crazy you are, barbarian Savage. Black fire floated down from through the hole Savage had made in the ceiling, grumbling at him the entire way. Once level with the rest of us, she turned her aura of intimidation up to 11. Now. Where the fuck are the bastards that dared lay a finger on my sister before me? There, Raven answered, her voice deceptively calm and casual. And a bit over there. And another bit over there and there and there. Honestly, it'd be easier to not find bits and pieces of them at this point. Oh, Blackfire paused. Good. That's good. Seems like we missed the fun though. Not all of it, I said, matching Raven's deceptively casual delivery. There's still the rest of the prisoners to deal with. Some of them need a way home. Some don't have homes anymore. Either way, sorting it all out will be a bit of a logistical challenge for you, Blackfire. Blackfire sighed in long-suffering exasperation. Damn it, Star. Leave all the actual work to me, why don't you? Like always. Chapter 45, To Spark a Star. The evacuation of everyone who mattered from the Psion homeworld was a tedious affair. Fortunately, Blackfire had brought more than enough ships to hold all of the former prisoners. And to be fair to her, she didn't slack off in her assumed duties at all. If Corey was the figurehead, the beacon of hope that people looked up to, Blackfire was the leader you actually wanted running things. She was ruthless and callous at times but also efficient, with a good head for logistics and command. She'd never be the same force of nature, leadership personality that Corey was, but Blackfire had her own charm as a leader. Getting the prisoners away from the planet they were imprisoned on would have been important no matter what. It was doubly so considering Raven and I still had a ritual to enact. The rest of the Psion homeworld must have been scrambling to respond to the prison break. If they'd even heard about it, that is. I wouldn't put it past this sadistically sociopathic race to keep everything they could to themselves, even if that everything was an entire science/prison facility and system-wide kidnapping ring. But even if they didn't get prison break alarms, the rest of the planet certainly noticed the Tamarine war fleet hanging above their heads. There were some light aerial skirmishes to keep the fleet safe as the many transfer trips for the freed prisoners took place. But overall, it wasn't anything to truly worry about. The rest of the Psions seemed more than content to let the other members of their race dig their own graves and lie in them. Honestly, I didn't expect any better from them. I wasn't about to complain about the free opportunity they gave us though. Cori slumbered peacefully in my arms, making herself at home there as if she belonged. To be fair, she was a damn perfect fit. Her sister ran around directing the Tamarine aid efforts, putting people where they needed to go and making arrangements now that the action had died down. And Raven got to meet my self-declared best friend. It went about as well as one might expect from two completely opposite personalities like her and Savage. Ha ha ha. This is a splendid prison break. Savage laughed. Man and beast, working together for their freedom. Simply spectacular. Loud. Raven muttered flatly. Too loud. Her inner voice agreed in more words. Yeah, I guess I can kind of respect his passion, but there's such a thing as too much, you know. Ah, my apologies, little false demoness. Savage lowered his voice, but his wild smile didn't wane an inch. I do realize my voice can be a bit much for young ears. I shall endeavor to moderate myself. Raven shot him a sharp, flat glare. Don't call me that. Understandable, Savage nodded obligingly. Do you prefer Hugin or Munin? Neither. I don't need a nickname from you, Raven shot him down. Herald of Death. Savage tried one last time despite her refusal. Shit, I actually kind of like that one, Raven mumbled to herself under her breath, barely audible. After a moment of consideration, she nodded. Fine. You can call me Herald of Death. I certainly wouldn't mind heralding deities coming. Raven's other half gave a sultry chuckle that only Raven and I could hear. Raven did her best to ignore her mirrored soul, but I couldn't contain my honest snort of laughter. She glared at me. I grinned knowingly back at her. Eventually, she twitched and broke her one-sided glaring contest. Are we almost done here? She asked. Looks like it, I hummed, barely bothering to hide my amusement. All that's left is to kickstart the ritual and deal with these loathsome lizards for good. Savage raised an intrigued eyebrow. Ritual? We're going to be relocating the Psions to somewhere they can't cause any more problems, I explained. More like we're going to shove the whole fucking planet into another system altogether. I can't wait, Raven deadpanned. That certainly piqued Savage's interest. Oh. Now, that sounds like a good time. Very well, Shawn. We shall postpone our plundering and pirating so you may enact your ritual. Gee, thanks, I matched Raven's deadpan tone. You're so generous. Haha. I am, aren't I? Savage grinned, utterly ignoring my sarcasm. Raven snorted, okay, yeah. I can see how he would grow on you. Whatever, I sighed. Let's just get this show over with. Should. Raven hesitated for a moment. Should we maybe warn someone what's about to happen? I smirked, where would the fun be in that? God damn it, Shawn. She muttered in short-suffering exasperation. She was already growing painfully familiar with my antics. Chuckling, I went about starting the ritual. A mental switch flipped in my mind. A trigger connected to the ungodly complex circle Raven and I had crafted. Without any major fanfare, at least at first, the ritual began. While the initial few moments of the ritual were without any noticeable signs, it quickly kicked into gear and made itself known to the universe. The magical tap I'd put within the distant star pumped power into the ritual by the fuckload. The whole planet below us glowed as the ghostly imprint of a red giant was superimposed upon it. Even slightly out of phase with the physical world, the waves of magic from the ritual rocked the Tamarine war fleet. Magical pressure weighed down the immediate surroundings, likely felt across the whole system and beyond. Reality wavered, unsure of what exactly it should be doing. The ritual gave it the direction it needed. With a slow and weighty chugging clunk, the Psion homeworld was displaced. One moment, it was there, in the same relative orbit it had stayed for billions of years. The next, it was gone as if it never was. Magic flowed and our ritual instructed the universe to rewrite itself, causality be damned. Reality itself seemed to go, in realization as if remembering the way things should have been and acting to rectify a wrong that never was. And at the center of the universe, a group of stuck-up, self-righteous, beyond arrogant group of guardians experienced a sudden rude visit from their distant past. Let those pricks figure out how to deal with the Psions. Honestly, the justice was practically poetic. They created the damned lizards in the first place, after all. Raven let out a low, lewd, and lustful groan as the fruits of our labor changed the very fabric of reality. HNNNNNNNNNNNGGG. Even Savage was struck silent by the ritual's effect at that moment. My word. The sudden absence of an entire planet was overwhelming and jarring. The ritual also seemed to have a curious effect on the Tamarine race. Most likely because of how it was initially powered if I had to guess. It probably would have had a similar effect on Kryptonians. The ghost of a star had been brought into being below us ever so briefly. It didn't burn with the physical effects of a star, but the conceptual and magical weight of the celestial furnace was brought along with it. For a few fleeting instants, every Tamarine in range was given a monumental dose of pure conceptual star. Even just the residual power that leaked out of the ritual was enough to vastly exceed their sun's usual helping of solar energy. Our little ritual had just accidentally supercharged all Tamarines in a few 100 million-mile radius. Probably didn't hurt the energy beings like All and Sia either. Actually, the energy beings would probably look at whoever pulled that off as gods. I might not immediately admit to Raven and my involvement when I saw them again. Corey especially was exceptionally attuned to the concept of starfire. Names, even epithets, weren't something to be taken lightly. A Tamarine named Starfire. Well, that was just asking for some powerful conceptual interactions. She began to glow in my arms as the residual effects of the ritual hit her. A damn impressive amount of power streamed into her to be absorbed, made all the more effective by just how exhausted she currently was. She let out an adorable little moan and giggle in her sleep and began to stir. Black fire burst into the observation room. Raven, Savage, and I had been using to watch the ritual. What the FUCK did you assholes do? Corey sprung straight up in my arms, more than revitalized by the Tamarine supercharging even as her sister glared at us. I am of the awakeness. What did I miss? What did I miss? Both of the sisters were glowing from the accidental supercharging. Blackfire had a halo of black fire and Corey had a halo of green flames around her. She was practically bouncing in my arms to burn off her sudden influx of energy. Something that did very fun things to all the wonderfully soft parts of her I currently enjoyed intimate, if over the clothes, contact with. Ah. Whoops. I chuckled awkwardly. Whoops. Blackfire growled. Whoops. Where's the fucking planet, asshole? And why do I feel like I could actually win against the barbarian all of a sudden? I welcome any new challenges. Savage declared. Shut up, Savage, Blackfire glowered. I'll get to you. Right now, I'm more concerned about the idiot who vanished a whole fucking planet. Sister. Corey gasped. There is no need for so much of the anger. We are all the bestest of friends here. To be fair, vanishing the planet was done on purpose. I casually defended myself. Back me up here, Raven. A slight smirk crossed Raven's lips. No, I don't think I will. I'll just stand back and enjoy the show from here. I sighed. Wonderful. Well, the point is, there's nothing to worry about. We just peacefully solved the Psion problem by relocating their homeworld far, far away from the Vega system. Corey cocked her head up at me in confusion and Blackfire just stared. Do you realize how ridiculous what you just said sounded? He doesn't, Raven interjected flatly, amusement thick in her monotone. I thought you weren't going to help, I grumbled slightly, glancing at her. Her lips twitched into even more of a smirk. I'm not. I'm throwing you under the bus. It's hilarious. I rolled my eyes back to Blackfire in exasperation. It's not that bad. Hasn't everyone moved a planet or two in their day? Corey innocently shook her head. Blackfire's eye twitched. Savage just laughed. Nay. It is something I shall have to rectify. I cannot have my favorite rival showing me up like this. And since you accomplished this feat by magic, Shawn, I shall accomplish it with not by pure physical strength. Ha ha ha. I think I hate all of you, Blackfire said, her eye twitching again so hard it looked like it hurt. No, sister. Corey gasped, painfully earnest and wholesome. Do not give in to the hate. I still love you. There is still the hope. Just. Blackfire groaned, dragging an angry hand down her face. Just get out of here. I don't want to deal with you people anymore. Not so fast, my queenly mate. Savage declared. Do not be, as the children are saying, a bitch. Raven stared at him in blank-faced disbelief. What? Sister. Corey cocked her head curiously. Have you found the lover? Blackfire blushed and sputtered in anger and flustered embarrassment. Shut up, barbarian. You don't get to just call me that without earning it. Later, Savage dismissed. Right now, my friend owes me a proper pirating plunder adventure. And I intend to bring you with us. Leave your work to your trusted subordinates. For we are going to have fun. Savage, I drawled flatly. You can't just kidnap the Queen of Tamarin. Watch me. Okay, let me rephrase that. You shouldn't kidnap the Queen of Tamarin. Just try and stop me. I paused, and then shrugged. Sorry, Blackfire. Looks like you're coming along. Blackfire looked momentarily torn between protest, outrage, and the prospect of getting out of her queenly responsibilities for a little while. Eventually, Savage's offer of fun won out and she just grumbled, "Assholes." How wonderful. Corey clapped, suddenly repositioning herself in my arms so she somehow ended up upside down and perfectly content with the new position. We will have the sisterly bonding while pirating of the plunder. Oh, God. Raven muttered. Space pirate Corey. The universe isn't ready. Fine, Blackfire finally spat her agreement, spinning to point menacingly at Savage. But you get to tell my royal guards, barbarian. And I expect some action on this trip. Action of which kind, pray tell? Savage asked earnestly and inquisitively. Yes. Blackfire exclaimed, seemingly before she could stop herself. She paused for a moment then decided to simply own her hasty slip of the tongue. You better give the fight and fuck of my life, bastard. Again. Yes, you tell him of this, sister. Corey cheered. I believe I can handle the fuck part on my own butt. Savage trailed off, turning to me. Will we encounter noteworthy opponents during this plunder, my friend? I don't know, I smirked. If we raided a dragon's horde, would you call that a worthy opponent? Savage's grin widened, practically to the edges of his face, oh ho ho. Shawn, you always know just what to say to stoke my anticipation. Spectacular. It has been more than a millennium since I last conquered such a legendary beast. There's a dragon in the Vega system? Raven asked, raising a brow. Something like that, I chuckled, leading them all on. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Aye. Great goddess Zal. Blackfire muttered in quiet awe. Damn, Raven was similarly stunned. How curious, Corey tilted her head to one side. Savage grinned like a fool, you certainly did not disappoint this time, Shawn my friend. Thank you, I whispered. I try. We were all keeping our voices down to not wake the beast, the dragon in the room. Sneaking Blackfire away from her responsibilities had been easy. After telling them what we were doing, Blackfire's royal guards had simply nodded their approval. They understood that we were trying to get their queen to unwind. Luxie and Shinae had quickly given us their blessing to spend some time adventuring, especially with Savage staying near their queen in order to help sire the next generation of the royal family. The rest of the refugee arrangements were left in the capable hands of Blackfire's royal underlings. After the accidental supercharging, the Tamarines had more than enough energy to take care of that entire situation all in one go at the moment. So their queen and freedom-fighting princess were excused, encouraged to take some time for leisure after everything they'd done for their people. From there, we set out to sail the stars. That had been a lot of fun, though Blackfire would likely never agree with that statement. Savage and I taught the girls how to sail. Corey had taken to it like a fish to water, even begging me to temporarily conjure her up a tricorn pirate's hat, eye patch, and cutlass. I obliged. Because it was adorable and hilarious. We sailed from the place the Psion homeworld used to be to another planet in the Vega system. Okara, the ancestral home of the Tamarine progenitor goddess Zal. More relevantly, the lair and hoard of the Orange Light of Avarice. When I said, raiding a dragon's horde, I was being somewhat metaphorical. Larfleeze, the lone orange lantern, did kind of look like a dragon, if that dragon was covered in fur and half horse. But I'd been referring more toward his nature than his appearance. He was a greedy being, overwhelmingly so. Avarice flowed through his veins, sustaining him. If anything, he embodied the covetous gluttony of avarice better than the dragons of Earth's myths and legends did. He also happened to be even more powerful than the dragons of myth and legend. No power ring of the emotional spectrum was anything to scoff at. The orange ring was even less so. Due to the greedy nature of avarice, there could only be one true orange lantern at a time. They hoarded all of the power to themselves. An entire section of the emotional spectrum answered to one being and one being alone, Larfleeze. Our little plunder party slipped beneath the surface of Okara, sneaking into and through the many labyrinthian caverns that made up Larfleeze's hoard. There, we found riches beyond comprehension. Greed beyond reason and moderation. Parts of the caverns were seemingly carved entirely from gold. Veins upon veins of the stuff, enough to found and fund entire nations. Other parts of the caverns were carved from other precious metals. Platinum, silver, and gems that sparkled like stars overhead. There were even caches of the more mystical materials that could be found in this universe. Nth metal, orichalcum, and even the purest form of matter in creation in Element X, even a finger of half of this stuff could buy the entire Vega system, Blackfire whispered in shock, almost horror. Then there was everything else we saw in the dragon's hoard. Unbreakable, impossible alloys. Weapons to kill a god, hoarded away so that they would never see the light of day again. Artifacts from every world and alien culture that one could think of. Even people, who were kept in stasis or made into thralls of the orange light. The orange hoard was enough to rival even my collection. If not in individual quality, then in sheer quantity. While I had tokens and trophies of my multiversal travels through existence, Larfleeze had a little bit of everything from this universe and even some of a local multiverse. Savage laughed, quiet but not understated. I don't even know where to start. Truly, everything here would make for a sufficient plunder. Just start grabbing stuff, I suggested. I'll make us a little plunder pocket. We'll take what we can get. We'd better be quick about it though. Stealing from the avatar of greed. Raven picked up where I trailed off, her voice almost droll. When you put it that way, this sounds like a disastrous idea. But fun, I grinned unrepentantly back at her. I am not typically the biggest fan of the stealing. Corey worried at her lower lip. On the other hand, I believe that is the goddess Zal right there. What? Blackfire abruptly spun to look where Corey was pointing. Oh, holy fuck. Fuck. Alright, fuck. Change of plans. We're rescuing our goddess now. A worthy quest. Savage declared. I shall gladly join you so I may conquer and breed your people's goddess as well, Queen. Blackfire glared at him. I'm going to ignore that blasphemy for now because I need your help. But you don't get to just say that, you barbarian bastard. You all do that, I said, eyeing the rest of the riches around us. I'm just going to window shop for a moment. Just a little bit. You never know when you might need some element X. Go on, I'll keep an eye on him, Raven sighed. For a moment, Blackfire looked torn by the tempting call of the rest of the horde. Then her gaze came back to her shackled goddess in stasis and her determination firmed. She nodded, taking Corey and Savage to accomplish her self-imposed mission. Give it to me straight, Shawn. How screwed are we if the dragon wakes up and finds us in his horde? Raven asked. We'll be fine, I waved dismissively. Though he will be ungodly pissed. We might have to fight a bit to make a hasty escape. But with all of us, he won't be anything we can't handle with some effort. Great, Raven deadpanned. I've always wanted to fight a lantern. Not. I chuckled at her snark and continued profiling what exactly I was going to plunder. I didn't take anything just yet. Wouldn't want to give the game away to Larfleeze before the others were ready. No doubt he'd notice the moment any of his horde was taken from his control. The others were going to trip that alarm anyway and I'd plunder my fill after it was already too late to continue being sneaky. Raven fell silent beside me, seemingly struggling with something internally. I let her, not even eavesdropping on the conversation in her soul. Eventually, she settled her resolve. So, Raven drawled slowly, her voice concealing a hint of nerves. Corey kissed you. She did, I nodded matter-of-factly. Do you have a problem with that? Yes, she confirmed bluntly, pushing through her blush. I'm jealous. I see. You see. Yep, I see. Raven scoffed in frustration. Dick. Say something then. You could kiss me too, I simply said. I don't mind. My open invitation made it Raven's turn for a non-answer. I see. I chuckled, I feel like we're going in circles here. So it seems. Raven muttered softly. I left her to her thoughts again for a few moments. The dragon's horde was more than enough to keep me partially occupied. And this was something Raven had to work through herself. I had no problem taking the lead, but I felt that taking the first step for herself would be good for Raven and her confidence. Hey, do you think this? Is this an nth metal nuke? Huh, cool. Do you think it'd look good in the dead end? I kind of want to see the reactions it'll get dash. I chuckled. Raven stepped up in front of me abruptly, cutting me off mid-casual subject change. Her expression was flat and determined. The same weathered steel and unbroken hope that things couldn't be as bad as they seemed that attracted me to her when we first met. She'd made up her mind, it seemed. Judging by the hope on her face being hope and not certainty, she was nervous her decision would turn out badly. Yet she persevered. I gave her a soft smile, halfway to a teasing smirk. I see. That helped break Raven's nerves. A small smile emerged on her lips and she rolled her eyes at me fondly. Asshole. Still, it seemed to give her the confidence to take that last step forward. She came into my personal space, staring up at me with seemingly impassive, searching eyes. I gave her a little nod and began leaning down. Raven screwed her eyes shut in anticipation and firm resolve. Her inner voice showed her nerves more clearly, practically hyperventilating within Raven's soul. Oh God, oh God, oh God. It's happening, it's happening. I'm so ready. Oh, God, no I'm not. Wait, I'm not ready. How do you kiss again? I did Raven the favor of shutting her right up. My lips pressed against hers. She made a surprised sound, unable to see me coming with her eyes closed. Then she just about melted into a puddle immediately. Raven's body molded to mine, clinging as closely as she possibly could to my warmth. Her hands came up to rest on my chest. I could feel her hips grinding unconsciously, trying to as much physical contact as I could give her. Her soft lips let out breathless mewls and moans into our kiss. I took it slow to start, letting her get accustomed to the sensations. Knowing her self-imposed chains before meeting me, this was likely Raven's first kiss. With firm hands around her waist, something that made her whimper, I directed her to follow my lead. Her body quickly figured out what to do, her mind, the other half of her soul, suspiciously silent for once. Once Raven got a taste, she was ravenous. She couldn't get enough. She pushed herself up even further into the kiss, trying to smother me with her lips. Her hands clutched adorably at my shirt as if holding on for dear life. Her lips parted in an invitation, practically begging to suck on my tongue. With iron control and long practice, I coaxed her back down before she could completely lose herself. This wasn't the time or place for that. Raven let out a keening whine as I brought our kiss to a close. She didn't move back an inch as we finally separated. Finally, Raven opened her eyes to stare up at me, a masterpiece painting of emotions laid bare in her eyes. Shawn. Not bad for a first kiss, eh? I teased and smiled. An almost angry lust flashed across her face and she lunged up to kiss me again, MMPH. My hands on her hips stopped her from going anywhere, holding her firmly in place as I chuckled, "Whoa there, beautiful. Remember where we are, yeah." Raven paused, visibly stopping her emotions from running out of control. "This isn't over." "Wouldn't dream of it," I promised. "I'm just as excited to continue as you are." "For some reason, I doubt that," Raven mumbled. I laughed softly at that. "I think you'd be surprised, Raven. I think we work pretty damn well together. And as you might have noticed, I have a bit of a thing for goth girls. I have a thing for you. Daddy." Raven whispered, almost as if she was scared for me to truly vocalize her desires for some scarring, emotional control trauma reason. I gave her waist a little squeeze, loving the way she jumped slightly beneath my hands and stared up at me in delicious goth surprise. A lopsided grin made her shudder involuntarily. "I think I can work with that dot. Only, you know," I continued. "when we aren't in the middle of a dragon's horde. Or about to be turned to a fine mist by the orange lantern. Hold tight, by the way." Raven looked confused at my casual tone. I couldn't help but chuckle as I spun us out of the spot we'd been standing in. Just in time for the previous space to be obliterated by a blast of concentrated orange light. Despite the sudden danger, I kept us in the same position relative to each other. Raven pressed firmly up against me. She blinked at me and then blinked at the destruction we'd just avoided. It took a moment for her mind to process and switch back to serious mode. When she did, she glared fiercely at where the energy blast had come from. We were having a moment. She shouted at the offending dragon. She paused and glanced back at me for a moment. "I think." I nodded. "We were." "That was very rude, Larfleeze. I think you've made an enemy for life out of my beautiful goth friend here. You try to take what's mine. I will destroy you all." Larfleeze screeched, more like a banshee than a dragon. "Well, if you're going to be like that," I shrugged. "I don't see why I shouldn't just take even more." Yoink. "What? No, stop that. No yoinkies." No. No, I don't think I will." Yoink. "NOOO. Not my limited edition, mint condition Kryptonian SCI Superstition exhibition. I'll kill you." "What?" Raven's anger was instantly brought up short by Larfleeze's strangely rhyming horde piece. "Yeah," I nodded. "That was kind of impressive. Still not going to stop though." Yoink. "Aag. What's mine is mine, and mine and mine, and mine and mine and mine. Not yours." Like a swooping dragon, he dove at us. Raven tried to bat him aside with her shadow. She only partially succeeded, the effectiveness limited by his searing, greedy orange light. It was enough for us to avoid his second attack as he carved a shocking scar through his own horde, collateral damage that most likely did his fragile mental state no favors. "Damn, I think you managed to make him more mad than we did," Blackfire commented as we regrouped with the others. "It's kind of what Shawn does," Raven deadpanned. "The praise and congratulations, friend Raven." Corey squealed excitedly. "I saw that you and friend Shawn had the kiss of firsts. It is simply wonderful, is it not?" "Not the time, Corey," Raven said, looking away to hide her blush. "But thank you." "Did you get your goddess?" I asked. "We did," Blackfire grunted. "Unfortunately, she's already taken a liking to Savage." Savage grinned proudly, holding a woman of pure star fire in a bridal carry in his arms as if it were nothing. Ha ha. Savage always wins. The goddess Zal was obviously still loopy and dazed from her time in stasis, cooing over Savage and stroking his cheek with her flaming hands. Mommy likes a big, strong, passionate boy. Fucking barbarian bastard, Blackfire grumbled under her breath. Great. Well, I've got everything I wanted from this. Should we just make our escape? None of the fighting? Corey asked, innocently cocking her head. I cringed slightly, honestly, I kind of feel bad for him. He's clearly a very broken being, bearing the weight of an entire emotion all by himself. The plunder here was good, but he was kind of minding his own business before we came along. I don't think I really want to beat him up on top of stealing from him. Yes, Savage frowned. He is not the worthy dragon I thought he would be. There is no glory in breaking an already broken man. Fine, Blackfire agreed testily. But you still owe me a good fucking fight after this, Savage. Undoubtedly. He declared before turning to me. My friend, may I borrow your Colosseum? Zal giggled like a woman so high she was seeing God, herself, Fighting leads to fucking and fucking is fun. She gasped dramatically as if realizing the secrets of the universe, babies. Will mommy's big, strong boy help her create a pantheon? Savage struck a savage pose, I do what I can because I must. You will have your pantheon, adorably high goddess. Raven turned to me with a look in her eye like she was trying futilely to block out everything. Savage, yeah, I think we can leave, Shawn. Maybe leave the dragon a present when we go though. You're right. I do feel kind of bad. In the background, Larfleeze had created a plethora of constructs and was charging up for another swooping pass. I gave a considering nod, thinking of something nice for my own collection to leave him. Larfleeze roared and came at us again. We all dropped through a portal that appeared beneath us before he could hit anything. Ragag. Thieves. Thieves. You can't run from my greed dash. Oh. What's this? A collector's edition Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. How interesting. Larflee's sudden mood 180 echoed through the portal before it fully closed. We dropped through the portal and landed light years away, in the dead end. It was by far the safest place we could escape to. And Raven and Corey needed a way back home at some point anyway. My bar was occupied by a gathering of my girls, and a few others like Selena and Diana. It seemed that Dee Dee had taken my suggestion of a girls' night. I would have felt bad about crashing it if there wasn't already a group of teenage boys doing that for me. The rest of the Teen Titans were seemingly waiting for Raven and Corey's return here. They also happened to be kept quite busy by the girls as they waited. Cyborg was dodging standard Harley-style chaos and not doing very well in that, it seemed. Beast Boy and Ivy seemed to be taking entertainment in the Cyborg Harley chaos, while also finding common ground in their unique connections to higher elemental forces and their shared greenness. And Damian was handily holding his own against Selena's antly bullying and pushing Barbara's buttons as usual. Honey, I'm home. I called out as we made our entrance. And I brought a goddess, a queen, a princess, and a tasty little goth delight. Oh, and Savage, I guess. Corey/Ray/teammates, the rest of the Teen Titans exclaimed, rushing over to their returning teammates. Well, Damian was much less visibly excited and relieved, merely nodding. Something Raven noticed and couldn't help but comment flatly on, excited to see us again, Damian. I had the utmost confidence in your abilities, Damian simply said. Corey somehow managed to wrap her entire team in a single hug, friends. I have done the grand return. I am so happy to see all of you again. It feels like it's been the foreverness. Ack. Corey. Beast Boy choked. 2 dash. Tight dash. Yeah, damn, girl. Cyborg laughed. You're almost choking me. I simply missed you all. Verily. Corey exclaimed, tearing up slightly. You were gone for a single day, Damian and Raven deadpanned in sync. Even a day is too long to miss the friendship. Corey cried. Ugh, gag, Blackfire rolled her eyes, saying the word instead of making the noise. Loopy Zal teared up at the touching reunion, such passion. My children are so beautiful. Yay, goth boy's back. Harley cheered and cackled, clearly quite tipsy in a fun way. Kara instantly flew over and began fretting over me with an adorably furrowed brow. You're okay. Really okay. Dee Dee told us you'd been kidnapped. We told you he'd be fine. Barbara rolled her eyes at Kara's cute concern. 1. He's Shawn. 2. Savage is, a lot. But I don't think he means any harm. I shall take that, as a compliment. Savage declared dramatically. Did you enjoy your bro trip, dear? Dee Dee asked, a soft smile on her face. It got cut a bit shorter than I'd have liked, but I had fun, I chuckled in reply. Of course, with Savage, fun is practically a guarantee. Inescapable. I'm still trying to decide if that's a good or bad thing. The best thing. Savage argued. Well. Don't keep us waiting, Diana prompted. Tell us of your journey, Shawn. Oh, this should be good, Selena purred a chuckle. Friend Barbara. Friend Kara. Friend Diana. Friend Damian's aunt / the second mother. Corey looked confused at that last one but shook it off just as quickly. So many friends to do the returning to. Greetings were exchanged between Corey and the mentioned friends as we all filtered back over to the bar, taking seats and making ourselves comfortable. Corey kept her teammates close. Kara did much the same for me, as if she was afraid to let me out of her sight. She was being adorably clingy at the moment. Poor girl. I'd have to do something with her soon. I still had to corrupt the farm girl, after all. Where should I start? I asked rhetorically as we all settled in. The beginning is usually a good place, Ivy smirked. Harley and I saw that space ship of yours take off. That was interesting. I don't think I've seen anything like it before. Though that's something of a trend with you, Shawn. Fucking weird is what it really is, Blackfire snorted. Sister. Be the nice, Corey chided reflexively. Then she gasped in realization, oh no. The Rachel Roth. Don't worry, Corey, I reassured. I pocketed her before we left. Beast Boy paused, what? Ray's right here. Raven facepalmed, oh, God, she named it after me. Is that the problem? Corey asked, tilting her head. The ships are female, are they not? She was a loyal spaceship LY steed. So I named her after the most loyal female friend I have. I raised an eyebrow at Savage without saying anything. He just shrugged noncommittally, seemingly fine with Corey naming our ship. He was currently more interested in working his magic on the high, flaming goddess in his arms. It seemed to be working. Zal was devouring the positive attention after so long in stasis, giggling giddily as she stroked fiery fingers along Savage's muscles. Blackfire glared at him, stop corrupting our goddess, barbarian. Savage simply turned his nose up at her good-naturedly, no, I don't think I will. Anyway, I said, bringing the topic back to our adventures. Savage and I found ourselves above Tamarin in the Vega system after he got bored of sailing the stars and asked me to cut the travel time short. My impatience is disgraceful, Savage shook his head sadly. I shall endeavor to improve upon it again. It turns out that space is big, Ivy snarked with dead amusement. Harley let out an exaggerated gasp. Stop the presses. From there, I chuckled. Savage went on to seduce the Tamarine Queen, say hello, Blackfire, and her royal guard. I had quite a bit of fun playing wingman there. Blackfire clicked her tongue and averted her eyes from everyone, tch, bastard. Zal reached over to pat her on the head, I am proud of you for having such good taste, my daughter. Raven showed up while Savage was preoccupied. With that, I smirked my amusement. She told me what happened with Corey and we set out to explore the Vega system in search of more information. Found an unfortunate little bar and made a friend during that search. As you do. I might have to put a few doorways to the dead end in the Vega system. All would make a fun guest. Raven's lips twitched into a small smile, he was nice. Pretty cool, dude. What do you call a being made of pure energy that doesn't really identify by any gender? The friend. Corey cheerfully suggested. Yes, friend. That'll do, Raven chuckled slightly. Huh. Alien shit. Cool, Cyborg said. Hey, Gar. Think you could turn into an animal made of energy? PFF-. Beast Boy paused mid-scoff. Huh, I don't know actually. Maybe. Like, it's still animal life, right? Just nothing I'm familiar with. You probably can, I shrugged. The red isn't so simple as just flesh and blood. It's an animating force of the cosmos. And energy beings likely fall into a weird gray area between all the realms if I had to guess. That's the thing you were talking about? Beast Boy asked Ivy. The greater plane or whatever that we're connected to. Ivy nodded, yes, though I am connected to the green instead of the red. That is a subject you'll have to explore mostly on your own, I'm afraid. Careful doing that, I warned. The Parliament of Limbs isn't anything to be taken lightly. They'll likely favor you somewhat but you might have to help purge them of some corruption. Parliament of Limbs, Cyborg shuddered. Man, that's a creepy-ass name. Yeah, Harley rolled her eyes. Flesh, blood, guts, and limbs. Whatever. We're getting off topic. I want to hear about Goth Boy's Valkyrie. I chuckled and continued, well, then I called Savage to tell him a prison break was happening. Even with short notice, he managed to get Blackfire to rally a whole war fleet. Everyone looked at Blackfire and she blushed, snapping, what are you looking at? She's my fucking sister. Even if she is annoying as hell, I wasn't going to leave her to rot in prison. I. Corey squealed, launching herself to glomp her sister. I very much feel the love, sister. Shut up, you goody-goody loser. Blackfire grumbled. Smirking at the sisterly tsundere act, I brought the attention back to me. When Raven and I arrived at where Corey was being held, she barely needed our help. She'd managed to take over the whole place basically. She's a very inspirational leader when she puts her mind to a cause. Unstoppable, really. Raven matched my smirk. You should have seen her, Garfield. She tamed every single animal in the weird alien nature preserve prison and got them to fight for their freedom alongside the alien prisoners. Even got herself a big cat that she named after you. Corey pouted, deflating sadly and returning to her seat. I will do the missing of boy quite a lot. I nodded in the background of her pout. It had a way of taking over the room. Still, I'd been expecting something like that from her. So I'd taken the liberty of making my own arrangements to resolve Corey's infectious sadness when it made an inevitable appearance. Much like with the ship we'd left behind. I opened my pocket above the bar. A feline head the size of my chest poked through nothingness into reality. It cocked curiously to one side, examining the new surroundings on the other side of its quite comfy new home. The cat's gaze landed on Beast Boy. He matched its curiously cocked head as they stared at each other. Boy. Corey exclaimed excitedly. Mrumph. Boy matched her exclamation with a purring chuff. That was all the prompting the cat needed to leap through the opening I'd made for it. 500 pounds of murder fluff launched itself into the bar like a Corey-seeking missile. Boy bowled her over out of her seat. It would have looked for all reason like a mauling waiting to happen if it weren't for Corey's ecstatic laughs as she greeted her newly freed feline friend in turn. Ugh. Harley pouted. Lucky. That's a straight beaut, right there. Beast Boy stared at the cat bearing his name, blinked as if realizing something, and then promptly dissolved into a fit of laughter. Cyborg looked at him funny out of the corner of his eye once he was confident Corey wasn't actually in any danger from the quarter-ton of murder fluff. What's so freaking funny? Hey. Boy. Boy's a girl. She's majestic, is what she is, Kara praised in awe. A strong ally. Diana firmly agreed, audibly impressed by Boy and Corey both. Damn it. I'm going to have to revisit the pet policy in Titan Tower, Damian muttered. Barbara's single, short chuckle was more like a sibling-esque jab at his expense than honest laughter. Hey. So what happened next? Cyborg asked. Corey kind of did the whole breaking out thing on her own, I shrugged. The rest of us were late to the party. Not much happened after that. Except for how we ritualistically moved an entire planet to another solar system while tapping into a star to fuel the process. Raven asked, her voice deceptively flat and casual and her lips twitching in hidden amusement. What? And how we raided the horde of the dragon as plundering space pirates. Corey put in as well, hugging Boy as she grinned. The fuck? The shouted reactions came almost in sync for the more verbal of our audience. Beyond the exclaimed, what the fuck, Cyborg and Beast Boy gaped at their female teammates, their jaws hanging open comically. Barbara, Diana, and Kara were visibly rocked by the feats and the understated, dead-end enforced truth behind them. Selena and Ivy chuckled, and Harley cackled, mostly at the reactions instead of the feats themselves. Dee Dee let out a fond sigh, glancing at me with a loving look in her eyes. I couldn't help but grin, to myself and her both. Traveling with Savage had been good fun, but I'd missed the dead end and the rest of my girls. The bro trip had been a nice side adventure. I was very glad to be back though. And I was quite looking forward to resuming my dead end retirement properly. Chapter 51, 46, Do You Regret It? 18 plus first 1/3 only. Raven bit her lip to muffle a scream. She thought she was ready. She wasn't. She so wasn't. Everything she thought she knew, everything she'd been anticipating, paled in comparison to the real thing. Pleasure racked her frame, overtaking her mind, her whole world. Blissful pink clouds rained down lightning bolts that shocked her to her very core. MMMPH. Harder. Please. Raven demanded, biting back a soul-shaking moan. She was pressed up against a wall. She didn't know what wall that was. Or where it was, where she was. She didn't particularly care. Not when she was being pounded from behind, fucked until she barely knew who she was. Raven's mind drifted in and out of sense and reason, driven by soul-deep ecstasy. She lost herself in the sensations, pushing back to meet every thrust as if it were the only thing that she wanted in life. The only thing that mattered. Her other half was suspiciously silent as Raven was fucked into a coma and loving every second of it. That was because her passion had been made real, joining Raven in relishing every second of fucking pleasure. Passion gripped Raven's hand tightly enough to hurt, pressed up against the wall beside her and writhing on the fingers of the man, the beast, the god behind them. Shawn groaned and growled. His hip smacked against her ass. He pounded himself into Raven as if the world was ending. As if he was bringing about that pleasurable apocalypse. For once, Raven didn't care to stop the end of the world. If anything, she wanted nothing more than to aid it, to make sure it continued indefinitely, especially if it meant more and more of this pleasure for her. Sex and submission. God, Raven hadn't known what she was missing. Her insides fluttered and clenched around the hard-driving rod of her new god. Daddy. He practically owned her, swaying her mind with pleasure upon pleasure she could barely comprehend. Shawn might as well have held the key to her immortal soul. And if he didn't, Raven would be giving it to him after all of this was over. The scene shifted and Raven found herself on all fours, still pushing back into Shawn's thrusts. She didn't immediately realize what that meant, too lost in carnal bliss to truly think. Her hair was pulled back tight by a strong hand. Control as Shawn mounted and rode her body like a dominating warlord. Her back arched under his strong hands, yearning for more pleasure than she could ever possibly get on her own. The scene shifted again. Raven felt her back upon something soft, something that gave and submitted beneath Shawn's domination just as her body did. Her legs locked behind his back, heels urging him ever onward in their fucking quest for the ultimate shared ecstasy. She looked up into Shawn's eyes, an utterly lewd look in her own eyes. The only part of her face that could truly emote. The contrast must have been delicious. A dead, impassive expression and eyes begging for more. A tender hand stroked her cheek while Shawn ravished the rest of her body. His cock dominated her poor pussy. She yielded to his thrusts, sucking him in, clinging, and futilely trying to make him stay. Her muscles tensed and flexed, nerves driven wild with overwhelming sensation. Her whole body tingled as if set alight by the invisible fires of ecstasy. Another shift. She was pressed against something again, horizontally this time instead of vertically against the wall. The surface she was pressed down upon changed with every blink. A bed. A rug. The metaphorical dirt of her deadbeat father's grave. That last one thrilled her quite a bit. Raven submitted herself willingly. Shawn's body engulfed her, inside and out. His hard cock ruled her pussy, dragging along her inner walls. The wet, hot friction was so good that Raven forgot to breathe for a moment. A delicate hand reached for her throat. She found a band of soft leather there. A reminder hugging her skin. She was his. The power that lit a flame of pure desire within her soul now owned her completely. Her mind, her soul, her passion, Raven herself. It was only right. She gave herself over willingly to power and pleasure, the natural order that Raven hadn't even known she wanted until Shawn came smirking into her life. Her insides quivered around him. Skin against skin never felt so good to Raven's mind. They shared flesh and sensation, giving to each other freely and taking in turn. His cock held hard and strong like steel within her. Driving flashes of light before her mind's eye. Thrusting blissful explosions that overtook her whole world. He was unstoppable. Raven clung to every movement of his pistoning hips, paying back each pleasure as good as she got. Her passion kissed him when Raven couldn't. Clung to him when Raven was preoccupied with just holding on for sheer life. Her other half was just as much a part of this carnal coupling as she was. Even with the numbers advantage, they failed to overwhelm Shawn and his soul-dominating, body-quaking thrusts. Just as it should be. A rare thought made it through the pleasure that clouded her body, mind, and soul. Raven and her passion switched positions in yet another shift. As if reality had been made as malleable as Raven's pleasure-pounded body. Passion instantly collapsed, crumbled beneath Shawn's thrusts, feeling everything Raven had felt and more. Her plump and plush ass, the same one Raven knew supported her own lower half, was raised high on bent knees, jiggling perfectly with each thrust and hips wiggling back as if begging for more. Passion's face fell to the surface below, her arms unable to support herself against the pleasure. Like some kind of long, lewd right triangle, Passion prostrated and pushed herself back upon the long, lewd cock that dominated her world. Shawn bent partially over Passion's back, holding her head down deliciously. His other hand held her hip, pulling Passion back to meet his thrusts even harder. He fucked deep as he could go, stretching her pussy to perfectly fit his shape. Raven offered what little support she could to her other half. She molded herself to Shawn's back. Her breasts clung to his back, tingling nipples hard against his skin. The kisses she laid upon his skin barely served as a distraction from his intimate domination of Raven's other half. She tried for a desperate bite, a hard nip upon the crook of his neck. Shawn snarled wickedly, thrills running up Raven and Passion's spines, and the scene shifted again. This time, Raven was sure Shawn was in control of the change. She couldn't think long enough to process what that meant. Raven found herself lifted completely off the ground in Shawn's arms. His cock drove deep inside her, deeper than ever before. He struck a euphoric button at the back of her channel, just behind her womb. Raven couldn't look down, but if she did, she was sure she'd see the bulge of his progress on her tight, tense tummy. Instead, all she could do was groan and gasp out her delight, her constant deadpan expression not shifting an inch as she did. Her legs shook, wrapped around Shawn's waist and locking up in orgasm after orgasm after orgasm. Shawn's strong hands manhandled her ass, carrying her up and down his huge cock with ease. Her arms clung around his neck anyway. It was all she could do to hold on. Passion pouted and tried to pull Shawn's attention back to her. She succeeded, kneeling beneath them to lewdly suck and worship Shawn's balls. In a blinking instant, Raven found herself on her knees beside Passion, who was suddenly gagging and choking on something blissfully fierce. Shawn face-fucked Passion like a man scorned. Wild and thrilled eyes looked up at him as she submitted her mouth, tongue, and lips to his cock. Passion's throat bulged slightly as she took it to the hilt over and over again. She eagerly sucked Raven's, her own, juices off the throbbing shaft, trying to replace them with face-fuck spit and drool. Oh, wow of wows. This looks like so much of the fun. A familiar but momentarily out-of-place voice interrupted the vigorous intimacy. Raven blinked, struggling to make her mind work and the gears within turn. She glanced at the voice and saw that Corey was now watching them, a fascinated look on her face that somehow made her look utterly lewd and wholesomely pure at the same time. Raven blinked again, her mind not quite catching up with what her eyes saw. Corey. And where were they? All she saw were pink clouds of dreamy desire as far as the eye could see. Hey, Corey, Shawn grunted. I didn't know you were going to be joining us tonight. It's a pleasant surprise. He didn't stop face-fucking the spit out of Passion for a moment as he spoke. The lewd degradation of her other half didn't help Raven think at all. She found herself very flustered and very, very confused by everything that was happening. Corey skipped over to inspect the ongoing face-fucking with clear interest and a carefree smile on her face. I did not know friend Raven was so of the kinky. Two at once. Impressive. Raven felt her face grow hot as Corey's bouncing entrance did wonderful things to her glorious, gold-skinned, and very much nude body. Those burnished bronze nipples were in danger of putting someone's eye out. And Corey's abs were as unfair as ever. Especially when Raven could see the physical evidence of her best friend's arousal dripping like copious rivers down her inner thighs. Wah. Is this? Raven muttered in a daze. Oh, God, this is a dream. She seemed to be the only one surprised by that realization. Passion was too gone in her own little face-fucked world to show anything other than worshipful love and pleasure. Corey seemed to take the all-a-dream bit in stride as she usually did. And Shawn just bucked his hips, wrapping Passion's lips around the hilt of his cock and holding her there as she suddenly came hands-free. Infuriatingly casual, and infuriatingly sexy as he almost effortlessly made Raven's other half come her brains out, Shawn nodded, yeah. You didn't know. Raven stared, internally inspecting the dreamscape. It's a dream. But it's also practically real. And, shared. You and Corey are actually here. In my dream. In my mind. We are. Corey cocked her head in surprise, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Show me how friend Raven truly feels for me. Dash. It was already too late. Damn it, Corey. Raven's feelings for Corey were pulled forth from her subconscious into the dreamscape before Corey's eyes. The unconditional love she'd come to hold for her best friend in her heart. As well as the not-so-insignificant portion of attraction she kept hidden from her friend, teammate, and original sexy bioawakening. Oh, friend Raven. Corey exclaimed, glomping Raven as she tended to do. Only this time, her nude sinfully perfect body was free to rub hotly against Raven's. I love you too. Come, see. Corey's own love was pulled from her heart into Raven's dreamscape. Fueled by passion fire, sheer, hot, and overwhelming. There was an attraction there as well. Corey thought all of her friends were beautiful, inside and out, but Raven especially. Tamarines didn't have the same hang-ups and biases as Earthlings about sexuality and Corey was downright eager to share her love. I'm growing quite fond of you both as well, Shawn chuckled, holding a seemingly normal conversation while his cock was buried in Passion's throat. His feelings were also brought to the fore. Not quite love, at least, not the same as what Corey and Raven shared as friends and teammates. But there was the beginning of something special there. And no shortage of admiration and attraction that left Raven blushing and hot between her thighs. Passion was seemingly hit the hardest by Shawn's shown feelings. She moaned, muffled and vibrating around Shawn's cock. Her eyes fluttered dramatically and she came apart hands-free all over again. Fuck, Raven croaked out a little, stunned, and aroused sound at feeling tangible evidence of Shawn and Corey's feelings that she couldn't deny. Corey loved her. And Shawn liked her. Really liked her. Was that supposed to make her feel so light? Raven felt like she could fly without her shadows at the moment. Like it would have been effortless to do Southwest supported by those close to her. In her dreamscape, the three of them bared their true faces to each other. Their feelings resonated as a triangle, bouncing off each other and growing as they each felt how sincere the others were. Corey's smile grew wider than Raven had ever seen it. Shawn smirked lazily, utterly content with how things were progressing. And Raven felt her usual frozen expression thaw ever so slightly, the scars left behind by her self-imposed emotional chains fading. Then the moment passed and the dream began to fade. Desires shared, confirmed, resolved, and expanded, the dream had served its purpose. Raven felt herself waking up. For a brief moment, she panicked. Wait, no dash. Shawn gave her a confident, soothing smile, until next time, girls. Maybe then, we'll be able to do this for real. Okay. I will do the holding of you to that. Corey cheerfully chimed, still smiling as if everything was more than right with the world. Raven's passion knelt there beneath Shawn, dazed and still suckling dutifully on his godly cock. She let out a little moan. Shawn patted her almost patronizingly on the cheek. It was too much for passion's overwhelmed mind. Her eyes rolled up in her head and the embodiment of Raven's passion, passed out within the fading dream. That was the final straw that broke the dreamscape's back. Raven blinked. Between one moment and the next, she woke up in her bed. As if nothing out of the norm had happened while she slept. Except for the now completely drenched sheets of her bed. Damn it. Raven muttered to herself. We're screwed. She barely had time to lament and relish her romantic situation before Corey flew into her room like a kid on Christmas morning, grinning just as widely as she was in the shared dreamscape. She'd flown through the hallway between the room exactly how she slept, naked. And she didn't seem to mind her lack of clothes one bit as she pounced on Raven and began gushing about their shared dream experience. So fucking screwed. Raven sighed. Outside of time and space, Desire giggled to themselves like a fool, closely watching the happenings around their sister's prince consort with great entertainment. They hadn't had this much fun in literal ages. Desire was enjoying themselves so much that even their least favorite sibling, Dream, the moody dick, barging into their realm didn't diminish their mood. Desire. What the absolute hell? Did you hijack my domain? There was only one thing to say to an angry overbearing dick of an endless sibling. Nay. I. Considering the most recent endless meddling, I had to reconsider which of Dee Dee's siblings I'd assumed was responsible. I found it very unlikely that Destiny and Dream would both be pulling strings, especially when it came to my love life. But there did so happen to be an endless sibling who wholly concerned himself with just that. Desire made things tricky. They weren't well known for their benevolence. But, in my case at least, they hadn't done anything I considered too far. No mental or emotional control. No unnecessary drama or tragic misunderstandings. Just a very light touch prodding Desires in the right direction and, I assumed, amused watchful eyes from a distance. I could work with that. I'd still be talking to Dee Dee about it. Any endless sibling meddling deserved to be mentioned and I wasn't going to not communicate with my Dee Dee. But I could work with that. This dream domain hijacking turned out for the best, at least. I had a feeling the Teen Titans would be showing up again tonight. And that I'd be getting a more personal visit from Raven and Corey at some point here as well. I hummed to myself as the girls and I got the bar ready for tonight's opening. It was still an hour or so off, but it was better to get these things done early. Especially when we had such good company to enjoy while we waited. Barbara and Kara had swung by before we even opened. They'd both seemingly missed me, though Barbara would be hard-pressed to admit it. As she put it, she preferred having me where she could watch me. Otherwise, why, who knows what I could get up to. Kara was much more pure in expressing how she'd missed me. Just a single pout and quivering lip from her and I caved like a bitch. A lucky, lucky bitch. I quickly made it my duty and pleasure to pacify and sate the adorably needy Kara. Aside from Barbara and Kara, Harley and Ivy were an ever-present part of me and Dee Dee's life. They'd fortunately been able to hand most of the day-to-day operations of Ivy's shop off to Freeze and Nora at this point. Even Grundy and Croc were there to lend a hand when needed. But that meant, to the horror of everything orderly and peaceful, they'd be able to spend a lot more time in the bar from now on. Hey, goth boy, buckle the fuckle up low. We're giving back to the community tonight. Harley exclaimed, striking a pointing pose with a hand on her hip. Community service, I asked, raising a single eyebrow. Yep. Harley popped. Red figured it's finally time you used your super special magical death consort powers or whatever to help her clean up Gotham a bit. Ivy sighed beside her, elaborating, more specifically, I thought you might be able to safely dispose of the toxic and disgusting chemicals that I've had to live with for as long as I can remember. Ah, that makes a bit more sense, I nodded slowly. I suppose I don't mind helping. I'm always looking for fun new chemicals to brew into fun new drinks. You're going to brew Gotham's toxic chemical dumps and spills into alcohol? Barbara asked flatly. Did you really expect anything better from me? I teased. No, Barbara replied dryly. No, I really didn't. Can I come? I can use my super senses to help you find stuff you might otherwise miss, Kara enthusiastically offered. Ivy nodded. That's very kind of you. You may. I feel that not enough people consider cleaning up the environment, even just locally. Especially heroes. Green Lantern could probably make cleaning up the planet look easy with that ring of his. It'd certainly be on brand for them, but I don't think any of them have realized or even thought about it for more than a second, I commented casually. Grr, that man. Ivy glowered. He gives Green a poor name. To be fair to the Green Lanterns, current and past, they have a whole sector beyond Earth to worry about, I said. Cal and I try to do what we can, but there's only so much we can do, Kara added apologetically. Well, let's do what we can to fix that for Gotham, at least, I decided. We'll have to be a bit quick about it. I want to get back in time to open the bar myself. Yippee. Harley cheered, grabbing Ivy's cheeks energetically and pulling this way and that in a comical manner. Hear that, Red? Gee, eat happy. Ivy gave Harley a flat stare as her face was played with like putty. Please stop, Hardly. That looks like fun, I grinned wickedly, glancing at Kara. Meep. Kara squeaked, but it was already too late. Wayish wayish wayish. Shtoop. Still grinning, I played with her perfectly puffy, pouting cheeks. This is strangely soothing. She pouted at me even harder. I squeezed her cheeks like she was a fluffy golden retriever. She couldn't even muster the vitriol to glare at me, cinnamon roll that she was. Kara just stood there and took it, crossing her arms and pouting fiercely at me. Dear, Dee sighed and intervened. Please don't belie our Kryptonian. No matter how cute she is like this. Harley and I shared conspiratorial grins. Kara and Ivy were at our mercy. And truly adorable like this with their cheeks squished and played with. Still, I chuckled and obliged my Dee. When I let her go, Kara clutched at her cheeks as if I'd just violated her, blushing brightly. Meanie. You too, Harley, Dee turned a stern glare onto the bullying jester. Please don't belie our Ivy. Harley giggled but obeyed as well. Ivy, once free from the affectionate bullying, glared at her, Gah. I'll get you back for that. I had a small, honest smile on my face after recharging my batteries like that. All right, anyone else? Barbara. Do you want to come clean up Gotham with us? Smirking at our antics, Barbara waved me off. No, I'm good. I wouldn't be much help anyway. I think I'll just stay here with Dee and Alice. We'll just talk about you behind your back. Heh, with Dad. There'll be a lot to talk about, Alice snarked. I don't really mind, I shrugged. All right, girls, we're off. Do you want to ride with me, Ivy? Yes. Yes, I think I do, Ivy said, pointedly turning her nose up at Harley. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I led her out of the bar. From there, I led us into the sky, still walking as easily as one would across flat ground. Ivy shot me an impressed glance as we made gravity our bitch so casually. Harley followed us, cackling as Kara was left to carry her. Guess you're stuck with me, farm girl. Meep. Keep those hands to yourself, Missy. Our community service journey across Gotham continued casually after that. Thankfully, Harley did keep her hands to herself, turning her efforts to more verbal teasing and planting certain ideas in Kara's innocent mind. I didn't try too hard to listen in, but I did catch romantic picnic under the stars at one point and the flustered squeak from Kara that followed. Ivy and Kara helped point out places of pollution as we flew. Mostly chemical spills and toxic chemical dumps. Ivy could surely feel every bit of pollution in the environment, even in a city as large as Gotham. Probably even more intimately in Gotham. The local environment was something of a proto-domain for her, every plant in the area heeding her beck and call. The severity of the pollution left her in a somewhat grave mood. Her lips were set in a tight line, still beautiful but marred by her discomfort and outrage. I imagine that each spot of pollution we cleansed was akin to the relief of a long-standing ache for her. In a way, we were cleansing her as well with our actions. She helped me during the cleansing process. I removed the pollutants, gathering them in a conceptual still for toxins and poisons to ferment. She did her part after, regrowing what should have been in the pollution's place. Kara helped where she could with the physical labor. And Harley helped with moral support. Whoa. Slap that shit down and put it in its place. Give that old one, too, pollution boogaloo. Say yes to drugs but no to pollution. Inspiring, I deadpanned. Truly inspiring. Kara frowned. I don't think you should say yes to drugs either. Oh ho ho. Harley let out a menacing chuckle. Oh, farm girl, I have so much to introduce you to. What's actually going to become of the pollutants in the end, Shawn? Ivy asked. They'll be taken and turned into something productive for me, I explained. Honestly, this would have been a windfall back when I was just starting out on my cultivation. I think some of the toxic waste is even slightly magical in nature. Say, goth boy. Harley perked up with interest. I'm curious. How does that whole cultivation shit even work? I don't really see how finding inner peace or whatever should allow you to munch down on spent uranium rods. I chuckled. It works because cultivation is bullshit. Gee, thanks. That explains things, Harley snarked sarcastically. More than you probably realize, I nodded. Cultivation is all about cultivating, go figure, the inner energy inside yourself. There are other aspects, but that's it at the core of it. It's kind of like this: power is where everyone starts but not where everyone ends. After a certain level, there are things like concepts and daos to think about, profound understandings to comprehend. They become much more important than pure power. But it all starts with purifying yourself and growing your chi, your internal energy, the core and fuel of your immortal soul. As your internal energy grows, so too do you with it. Your existence becomes fundamentally more in relation to the world around you and more in relation to yourself. It's a hard concept to describe in any words other than more. There's the basic stuff. You grow stronger, tougher, and smarter. The energy you can wield grows exponentially with each stage. But there's also something beyond that. You think and comprehend more. You experience more. You are more. Reality itself even begins to respond to your presence and actions more. Starting out, a cultivator may smash boulders and rule over towns or cities. But that existence grows relative to their cultivation and reality itself. Eventually, they might smash stars in the same way and rule over galaxies. Most fall into the eternal pursuit of more strength, more energy, more cultivation. And that's understandable. It's relatively easy for a cultivator to ascend to the level of a lowercase g, god. But that's not the true end goal of cultivation. The chi, cultivation itself, is only the first stepping stone. A cultivator's journey only ends when they reach true enlightenment. Finding your Tao, your way, and embodying it in all things. The girls listened intently as I gave a very basic rundown on the foundation of cultivation. Just the very core of the subject. We likely could have spent years discussing it in more detail. However, I felt my brief lecture got across the general idea and the scale of cultivators. The girls seemed to agree, judging by the looks on their faces. Mentioning that casual god-level power was relatively easy for a cultivator to grasp seemed to have done the trick. As did the little tidbit of more. Harley's eyes were lit up wickedly with the possibilities. I could practically see her mind working, fantasizing about herself as a star god tier cultivator. She was exactly the kind of person to throw galaxies around for a laugh. Ivy, at least, seemed more considerate. She thought intently about what I'd said. I could already see her connecting dots in her mind and coming up with more questions. She seemed fascinated by cultivation on an intellectual level but not overly interested in it in practice. It was something I'd absently noticed about this universe. There was a different culture to this reality, a reality-wide vibe check that wasn't passed, if you will, that made cultivation not as widely appealing here as it was in one of its native realities. Chi and Ki existed in this reality, two sides of the same coin, but cultivators and cultivator culture were thankfully absent. I didn't doubt that there were some monks or ancient Chinese powers that practiced something that I would recognize as cultivation. But it seemed exponentially less effective here. More like magic than the cultivation I knew. If it wasn't, the natives would have noticed long ago. Kara's eyes were wide with shock. Poor girl didn't realize she was effortlessly doing the same thing as cultivators with just her natural physiology. In that previous cultivation world, she, and all Kryptonians in general, would have been valued beyond belief and reason for their ability to harness the sun for personal energy. I said as much, you know, Kara. Kryptonian physiology acts in a similar way. Only instead of pure chi, you cultivate solar energy. She jumped slightly, startled by the revelation. We do. You do, I nodded. It's not very important in the grand scheme of things, but I might be able to wrestle up a few techniques to help you if you ever feel lacking in the power department. A shocked and thoughtful expression appeared on Kara's face as she worried at her lip. I think I'm more than happy where I am now. The option's always open, I shrugged. You know I'll never turn you away. That made Kara smile brightly enough to blind, imitating the sun shockingly well, I know. So cultivation is bullshit, Harley grumbled good-naturedly. Care to teach me that bullshit, goth boy? I shook my head. It wouldn't have the same effectiveness here. You'd be better off having me teach you ki-based martial arts than a method of gaining power that doesn't mesh with this reality. Sold. Harley grinned. Gimme. I wanna shoot Kamehameha lasers. That I can do, I chuckled. But let me finish the story you prompted out of me first. Yes, I'm quite interested in your particular brand of this bullshit, Shawn, Ivy agreed dryly. You're in luck then. My cultivation method in particular was very bullshit. I fueled my growth and power with the same impurities that other cultivators scorned and tried to rid themselves of. The Tao of the Drunken Fist was much more than it seemed at first glance. More than just drinking copious amounts of alcohol. Kara asked, cocking her head like a golden retriever. My lips twitched, something like that. I was basically doing the opposite of what a cultivator should do. Elevating myself through worldly pleasures and impurities instead of ridding myself of them. I shouldn't even have gotten off the ground. But the heavens seemed to like that I was carving my own path in opposition to them. So I drank to cultivate, I continued. And I cultivated to drink. I grew my chi and self into something more. Until I was drinking soul-destroying poisons for the tiniest buzz and distilling demonic taint into corrupted booze rejected by reality itself. Course, Harley nodded matter-of-factly. Makes perfect sense. More sense than cultivating usually makes, I said. At least I was constantly experiencing new highs and novelties instead of just locking myself in a cave for 100 years for closed cultivation. That's honestly where the vast majority of cultivators go wrong. They focus so much on the power that they forget what the power is supposed to be used for. What do you mean? Kara asked. That gets into some of the other aspects of cultivation, I explained sagely. Most notably Daos and profound understandings. Most cultivators forget or never realize that they have to live to grow. They have to experience new things and push themselves out of their comfort zones. They have to constantly confront their own beliefs, biases, and prejudices. To cultivate is to live in its purest form. Once a cultivator stops living, they will inevitably hit a wall that they won't be able to overcome. Harley made a little noise of understanding. Neat. So what was your Tao thingy? It started as the Tao of the Drunken Fist. Something silly. Something intended to spite how serious all the other cultivators I encountered always were. It grew into something so much more. I trailed off dramatically. Ivy rolled her eyes. Oh, just tell us, Shawn. I chuckled and obliged. The Tao of the Drunken Fist became something more profound and all-encompassing as I grew past limit after limit, bottleneck after bottleneck. Refined, distilled, brewed much like the booze that fueled me. The girls hung off my every word, my voice heavy with gravitas and eternally profound truths, the Tao of change. In one understanding, change. Cause and effect. Entropy. In another, alteration of self. Growth. In yet another, the ultimate essence of magic in all its many beautiful forms. Oh, cool. Harley giggled giddily. You made your voice all tingly with truth. That. Ivy said slowly, stunned. Yes, I can see how that might drive you closer to true enlightenment. Kara whimpered slightly, pounding at me in that specific way that never failed to pull at my heartstrings. My brain kind of hurts now. Was that really necessary, Shawn? Sorry, Kara, I apologized before bouncing back with a grin. But now you know what allows me to do something like this. With that and the girls still watching attentively, I brought my brewed booze of pollutants to my lips and drank it down deeply. As a conceptual still, it didn't look much like what one might expect from a traditional still. It was more like an expanded inner space superimposed upon reality that I could summon and control at will. Cracking it open like a cold one was well within my abilities. The pollutants had been gathered and refined in a confined space, conceptually enhanced by the brewing process until they could scour half the life from the entire planet. They smoked and smoldered as they re-entered reality. The smell of pure conceptual toxic decay wafted from my lips as I drank. The girls watched, gaping at me as I so casually gulped down decades of toxic pollution. Chemicals, radiation, plastics, and even old tainted magics that had plagued Gotham since before they'd been born were swallowed down as if they were a mimosa at Sunday brunch. My brew even had a similar sort of refreshing tang to it. June 10th. Not enough conceptual power and potency, but the complexity was nice. Decades of pollution, flavored with nice hints of death and urban decay, flowed down my throat. After drinking it all down, I smacked my lips together in satisfaction, exaggerating the motion for added effect. That hit the spot. There were a few long moments of silence as Harley, Ivy, and Kara simply stared at me. Then Harley broke the shock with a laugh that quickly had her doubled over in hilarity. Oh, holy shit. That was good, goth boy. How the hell did you manage to keep a straight face through all of that? I must admit, Ivy nodded, slowly getting over her shock at me drinking what was essentially the anathema to her very being. That was impressive. I'm impressed. Horrified and very nauseated. But impressed. You. That. Kara babbled momentarily before shaking herself and fixing me with an adorable glare. Don't freaking do that, Shawn. Even if you told us you could, you scared me there for a moment. Laughing, I mimed a bow. Thank you, I'll be here all forever most likely. That was light work though, Kara. I can handle much more than a little pollution. Little pollution, he says, Ivy sighed. As if me and the environment don't feel better than we have in years. Smirking ever so slightly, I said, come on, let's get back to the bar. I think that's enough good done for a single night. Ivy stepped into my arms again, giving me a smoldering promise of a look. Oh, yes. I think you've done more than enough to earn a reward, Shawn. I'd like to personally thank you for what you've done to cleanse Gotham's environment. Cleanse me. I might just take you up on that, I said, shooting her a wink and a lopsided smirk as I led her up into the air. Kara scooped up Harley and followed, flying after us. Harley was still giggling to herself over my little stunt the entire way back to the dead end. Ivy, meanwhile, made herself busy molding herself to my side, rubbing her sinfully smooth skin and sinfully soft curves onto me every chance she got. Which left Kara the only one really available to continue the conversation. Hey, Shawn. If you were so powerful as a cultivator, how'd you die? Kara asked innocently. She blushed as she realized how rude that could have sounded. If you don't mind me asking, of course. I don't, I confirmed with an unoffended shake of my head. It's quite simple, really. I got bored. Bored. Of that reality, mostly. After reaching and surpassing the pinnacle of what cultivators considered the heavens so many times, I came to feel as if I was stuck in an unproductive cycle. I was still growing but I wasn't really growing, if that makes any sense. So I gave it all up and voluntarily entered myself into samsara. I didn't die so much as I simply moved on from that existence. Huh. Do you regret it? Kara asked hesitantly, honest curiosity in her voice. We landed and wandered back into the dead end as she asked that. Back into my domain. My gaze flitted around, lingering on everything I'd built here and the trophies of my past on the wall. The Teen Titans had dropped by while we were out. They sat with Barbara, enjoying themselves as she tried to tease Damian and got bullied right back without fail. My gaze lingered on Corey, who smiled widely and waved enthusiastically when she saw me. On Raven, who stared at me with a look anyone else would have mistaken for a glare, one that I knew was hiding so much more. I glanced at some unexpected guests for the night. Siri had returned. And she'd brought friends. A ragtag bunch who somehow looked out of place and also seemed to fit in so naturally. They were guarded and wary but they trusted Siri. Her obvious ease was enough for them to give the dead end a chance. A young man Siri's age who fidgeted and twitched with unprocessed trauma, looking like he had to get used to his own skin all over again. A pastel punk, futuristic, poster-perfect girl who didn't even try to hide her love and open affection for the young man beside her. A little cyber gremlin with a wild grin who was blatantly fucking cyborg, his augmentations, most likely, from across the bar to his obvious discomfort. And an older gentleman type who looked torn between amusement and very done with everything, but was ultimately content to nurse a drink like a lifeline. When I looked at them, I saw a team. A found family. And most importantly, new friends and new stories to be told. Siri had brought them so I'd happily welcome all of them at the dead end. Finally, my eyes landed on Dee Dee. My Dee Dee. As usual, she seemed to know exactly what I was thinking. She gave me a warm smile, silently welcoming me back over our bonded connection. As she always would. My eternally wandering soul had found a home in Dee Dee, in death. And I wouldn't give her up for anything. I glanced back at Kara and smiled softly, not for a second. Chapter 52:47, Jester Meets Gremlin. Hey, Siri. Who's the cute goth punk? The short, blue-skinned girl asked Siri as Harley, Ivy, Kara, and I came back into the dead end. Harley immediately jumped to my defense, playing it up as she usually did. Hey. That's cute goth boy to you, little Miss Gremlin. You tryna rock or something, clown? I won't take no shit from some bozo ganger. The young woman shouted back, matching Harley inch for inch. I don't know what that means but I like the way you talk. Oh, yeah. Well, your energy is pretty nova too, chum. They got in each other's face so they were glaring at each other nose to nose. Harley only had a few inches on the blue-skinned woman but they were both so diminutive that it was quite funny to watch. I knew better than to underestimate Harley because of her petite stature. And it seemed that this new girl with Siri was in much the same boat. Guess we're friends now, huh, Gremlin? Best friends, chum. Hold up, what's your favorite activity, clown bitch? What's yours, midget? Same time. Same time. 3, 2, 1. Chaos and violence. Violence and chaos. Fuck yeah, chum. What's your favorite tool? I'm a melee gal, myself. You. Guns, 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 gonk. Nice. Nova. Hell yeah. I think we're gonna get on like a bitch on fire, Gremlin. Lit us up with Chew 2. What's your handle, chum? Harley Quinn. What's yours? Call me Becca the Rimbo. Rimbo. Becca grinned wildly, the expression far past manic. I'm a bitch who loves to tote guns, chum. Harley threw her head back, laughing at the top of her lungs, ha 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 ha. I love it. The 2 pint-sized embodiments of chaos put their arms around each other and made their way to the bar, cackling the entire way. As if their interaction hadn't started with any hostility at all. It was actually impressive how well they fit together. They'd managed to maintain the same energy as they shouted a crash course in friendship in each other's faces. The rest of the bar watched in amusement, disbelief, and even mounting horror in some cases. Cyborg, Barbara, and the other new woman who'd come with Siri most notably for that last one. They seemed, quite alarmed, at the prospect of 2 Harleys in the same room together, or 2 Beccas from the newbies' perspectives. Most of the 2 girls' audience were simply stunned into open-mouthed bemusement at the crash course in chaos gremlin bonding. Corey giggled to herself and Raven watched with her trademark ever-flat expression. Ivy simply sighed. Oh, Mother Nature. There are 2 of her now. Come on, Red. Come join the party and meet my new main bitch. Harley excitedly called her over from the bar. Becca barked a laugh, ha. Red. 'Cause she'd green, I get it. It's more because of my hair color, Ivy explained with old familiarity dealing with this kind of chaotic energy. The younger men with Siri grinned at Harley and Becca, this how you always make friends, Bex? Nah, we just vibe, you know. Becca grinned right back at him. She'd make a prime addition to the crew. Crew. Harley cocked her head, her own manic smile not shifting an inch. Y'all run gigs? Man, I miss that shit. Haven't had a good fun run since Ivy and I settled down with Goth Boy. Siri sighed softly and shook her head. I should have been expecting this when you 2 met. You weren't? I asked, joining the conversation from behind the bar. Kara sat across from me, Dee came to my side, and the rest of the limited guests here before opening naturally drifted our way. The group with Siri tensed slightly at being surrounded but forced themselves to relax when Siri didn't react at all. If anything, she grew a genuine smile on her face that she sent my way. Not as such, Siri said. Hello again, Shawn. I have returned. With company. These are the edge runners I told you all of before. Right, introductions and shit, the young man muttered to himself. He stuck out his hand to me, judging the atmosphere of the bar to direct his attention to the right person. David. You cool with Siri? You could say we go way back, I nodded, confirming humbly. Nice to meet you, David. All of you. Any friends of Siri are friends of mine. The way Siri's smile grew even more at my acceptance helped put the edge runners even further at ease. David shook my hand firmly, a charismatic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes on his face. Then again, none of his expressions seemed to truly reach his eyes unless he was looking at the pastel woman at his side. Lucy, said woman introduced herself with a single word, curt but not impolite, her eyes methodically categorizing her surroundings and all of our reactions. Falco. A pleasure to meet you all as well, the older men of the group greeted with a gentlemanly nod. Good to have friends here. 'Cause I'll be honest, we haven't the foggiest what's going on or where we are. Siri rolled her eyes with the amusement of a long-running in-joke, magic, Falco. As I keep telling you all. I assume your world isn't too fond of superstition like that. I asked, observantly noting the tech and cybernetic augmentations of the near future on all of them. I don't know if I'd go that far, Falco demurred. There's superstition, sure. Just not magic, as far as I know. If there was, Becca snorted. The core would have made hella scratch off it already. Exploited it into the ground like they do with everything else. Our world. Lucy asked cannily. Ah, I nodded in realization at that, turning my attention to Siri. Didn't even explain the basics, did you? She blushed slightly but didn't avert her gaze from mine. I would have arrived at that explanation soon enough. We were in something of a hurry. That's for sure, David chuckled. Barely had enough time to unslot my monster chrome before Sasha came bustin' down the door and we had to Delta. Well then, I said, clapping for emphasis. Allow me to give you the basics. Magic's real. So is just about anything you can dream of. The Omniverse is quite a big place. Dee rolled her eyes fondly at me. Dear, there's no need to understate things to that degree. She turned to the edge runners to elaborate on my explanation with a kind voice. You won't ever have to truly comprehend the scale but existence, this omniverse my beloved refers to, is infinite. Variations upon variations from the smallest to the most severe. If you're going to be friends with Siri, the least you should come to understand is that anything is possible. Anything? David asked, torn hope creeping into his voice. Dee shook her head sadly. That's not a good idea, David. Death and loss are natural. They hurt so much because they're supposed to. Don't try to subvert or avoid them. That way only lies madness and corruption. What do you know about death? David snapped, doing nothing more than lashing out in his pain. Oh, little one. Dee muttered softly, deathly compassion radiated from every pore of her being. I am death. I know your pain all too well. Your mother would not want you to doom your future for her. You miss her and she misses you just as much. You'll see her again eventually. I'll personally promise you that much. Until then, the best thing you can do is live. For her. For yourself. For everyone else who loves you. Dee Dee's truth resonated through the bar. Calming and soothing, solid as the ground beneath their feet. Even those who already knew Dee Dee were humbled, subtly stunned silent, by the compassion she held for all those within her domain. For life itself. The Edgerunners were left breathless, their first encounter with something so much greater than anything they could comprehend. Dee Dee's benevolence brought unshed tears to their eyes. That damn long-armed gonk. Becca whispered quietly to herself, obviously thinking of someone she'd lost. Death may be the end of all things. Dee Dee continued softly. But it's a kinder result than most believe. Kinder, even, than life in some ways. I do not always enjoy my duty, my purpose, but I can promise that I rarely if ever mean malice or harm. The bar fell into a thoughtful, healing lull. Dee Dee always hit hard when she got serious, when she was confronting the unfounded beliefs and fears others held about her. She always managed to keep from treading too mean or preachy, in my opinion. Even when she was turning worldviews on their heads, her inherent kindness shined through. During the silence as the Edgerunners and even some of the others reconsidered some of what they believed, I noticed the time. With a wave of my hand, I officially opened the dead end for the night. A few of the regulars had already been waiting outside the door. They came in, some chattering to themselves, and respectfully held their peace for the moment when they saw the current mood around Dee Dee. I left the Edgerunners to their thoughts with Dee Dee, walking over to greet my regulars. A few mooks and goons quietly greeted me in return as I fetched the usual drink orders. A selection of the usual villains sat down at the bar, Penguin, Riddler, and Deathstroke, including a familiar but missed mask. Hello, Scarecrow, I casually greeted. Been a while. I caught Harley and Ivy's first show. You feeling alright to stay tonight? Scarecrow nodded cautiously, I am. I think I've worked through most of my issues with Harley and I'm here hoping to have fun. What's the worst that can happen, huh, John? Riddler joked. Scarecrow shoved him, muttering, asshole. Well, we're happy to have you back, I chuckled. So who are the new faces? Penguin asked quietly, trying not to disturb the Edgerunners. You probably know of the Teen Titans already. They made their Dead End debut about a week ago now. The new faces are friends of Siri. Out-of-towners, you might say. I smirked slightly. Ah, I see, Penguin nodded in understanding. I don't, Scarecrow gave the impression of blinking behind his mask. They're from another world, Riddler explained. See, Siri is someone Mr. Barkeep met before who can travel between realities or dimensions or worlds or something dash. I left him to catch Scarecrow up to date, returning to the conversation surrounding the Edgerunners, right? Let's not dwell too long on the heavy stuff. What are you all running from? Oh, nothing much, Becca snarked with a smirk, almost instantly shaking off her funk. We just managed to piss off the most powerful corp in the fucking world. Some real casual shit like that, you know, chum. Ah, I understand you perfectly, I nodded matter-of-factly. Becca blinked in surprise but before she could say anything more, Raven cut in with a deadpan, he does. Siri's lips twitched into a smirk, Shawn has a history of, how to put this? Living in interesting times. And a history of sending everyone with sense around him into shock with his stories of those interesting times. Barbara scowled at me. Oh, we're understating shit now. Cyborg jokingly faked a reaction as if he was having a realization. Why didn't anybody tell me? Yeah, he's a bit of a handful. Nothing that would make you question everything you thought was real though. Of course not, that would be ridiculous. Harley cackled, you're going to frickin' love Goth Boy, new gremlin bestie. And for some reason, I'm now dreading all of our future interactions, Lucy commented, her tone dry as the Sahara. Hey, he's not that bad. Kara pouted on my behalf, my most faithful non-Dee Dee supporter. He is, Dee Dee chortled. We love him for it. But he truly is that bad. I stumbled as if struck, ET2, Dee Dee. Dee Dee stepped in close and laid a brief kiss on my lips, whispering, don't worry. I will kiss you softly while I twist in the knife, dear. I couldn't help but grin like a stupid fool at that, damn, I love you. Ooh, Cory cooed in the background. So much of the romance in the air. Raven made a little noise to herself that only Dee Dee, Kara, and I likely heard, HNG, fuck, that's hot. Even without taking my eyes off Dee Dee, I could practically feel Kara's luminescent blush, meep. Damn it. Alice muttered. My parents are so freaking weird. You're just realizing that now. Beast Boy joked. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, David said, turning to Cyborg now that the Titans had officially entered the conversation with the Edgerunners. Where'd you get your chrome, man? Looks like some preem shit. Get it? Cyborg raised his eyebrows in confusion. I made all my augments. I mean, technically my dad did originally, but I've been working and improving on it since. Mostly on my own nowadays. David gave a grin. Fucking Nova, chum. Considering everyone else we've seen in this world, I didn't expect to meet a proper chrome jock like you. You look like you've gone half Borg. I have. I'm a cyborg if that's what you mean. I'm just as much tech as I am human, Cyborg explained. Nice, David nodded. It's some preem work. I'm in the market for some new chrome right now. Think you could help, chum? Cyborg hesitated. I don't know if I'd recommend cybernetic augmentation to anybody else unless it's a last resort. David waved off his concern. This ain't my first chrome rodeo. And your shit will be much slicker than my last bit of chrome. Shit had me riding the edge of cyberpsychosis. I'm just lucky Siri here managed to pull me back in time. Cyberpsychosis. Horror dawned on Cyborg's face. What the fuck is that? You don't know. David blinked. I think it might not be a thing here, David, Lucy interjected. Damn, David swore to himself. Guess this place is the good ending then. Lucy squeezed his hand comfortingly and explained to a still horrified Cyborg, cyberpsychosis is what happens when your mind can't keep up with the chrome you've slotted into your body. You just break. Nothing can bring you back. It's all too common where we come from. Cyborg stared at the edge runners, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open in growing horror and dread, and, all of you have chrome of some sort. That's about the synth meat of it, Falco nodded. Ah, that reminds me, Siri absently noted as Cyborg's horror continued to mount. This world has real food. No shot. Becca grinned, wide as can be. I can get one of those burgers from the History BDs for real. Oh, you poor thing. Harley gasped. Red, cover your ears. She quickly said to Ivy before turning back to Becca, we're going to get you all the meat you can frickin' eat, bestie. Ivy rolled her eyes, I'm not a vegetarian, Harley. If anything, I'd prefer people eat meat than my babies. I'm a staunch and outspoken carnivore. Beast Boy somehow turned even more green than normal, Q. I guess it would make sense that we're on the opposite ends of that spectrum. Fucking Nova. Becca cheered. I can't wait to try some real fucking food. In the background, Cyborg had been quickly coming to a dreadful conclusion. He stared at all of the edge runners as if seeing ghosts. He examined their chrome, likely using some tech that the rest of us couldn't detect. By the time he was done, he looked almost disgusted. God, that's fucking terrible work. Right, that's it, he decided firmly. I'm going to personally replace all of your chrome. The shit you have now is awful and straight up predatory. And I'm giving you all my kind of nanites. They should completely prevent the risk of cyberpsychosis. No one is going through that mess if I can help it. A personal full workover that's as good as your chrome. David asked, grinning. Hell, I don't mind. I'm more excited for the food. Becca put in with bursting energy. But I guess I won't say no to getting some preem chrome out of this place either. It is not as if we can return to your world, Siri solemnly reminded. We've made enemies that will not be denied. Arasaka will pursue us to the ends of the earth. I'm sorry, my friends, but we have been effectively exiled. From more than just Night City. From what we've seen so far, this world is an upgrade in literally every way, Lucy deadpanned. Hell, I'd stick around just for the real whiskey and the chance for a real steak, Falco joked. Plus the upgraded chrome. David joined. The only thing we're missing here is some good work. Siri turned thoughtful, glancing at me. Shawn, the dead end wouldn't happen to be in need of a small team of talented edge runners, would it? I'm sure I could find somewhere you all could be of use, I shrugged. I doubt you'd mesh well with the Justice League or any of the heroes, really. Hey, Deathstroke. Any of your contracts need backup. Deathstroke examined the edge runners with a keen eye, casually sipping from his drink as he did. Perhaps. I'd have to train them to my standards, but help that's already blooded is a rare find. David turned serious as the topic turned to business, giving Deathstroke a steely and steady stare. Don't stab us in the back and keep the eddies flowing and we'll get the job done. I guarantee it. Deathstroke met his gaze and David impressively didn't flinch before the best mercenary in the world. There was a moment of tense, evaluating silence between them. Then Deathstroke nodded. Yeah, I can work with them. Congratulations, Penguin cut in with a slight smirk. You just gained the approval of the best mercenary in the world. Certainly, no easy feat. Becca blinked in surprise at that revelation. Shit, he's the smasher of this world. I don't know who that is, but I'd still put my money on Slade here. Penguin shook his head. Even as a Gannick? Becca asked skeptically. I'm just that good, Deathstroke simply said, the assured confidence in his voice settling any doubts. Becca took that in, and still shrugged, meh. Which girl could take ya? Siri blushed slightly, hissing at the little chaos gremlin, Becca. Please do not go around making enemies for me. Come on, Siri. Becca almost whined. You cut that smasher fucking in half. I bet you could take this guy too. Perhaps, but I do not see any need to, Siri argued. Shawn and his customers have been nothing but kind to me. Need I remind you that we are guests here? No. Becca grumbled petulantly. Watching them bicker with fond amusement, I commented, sounds like Dee Dee's blessing on your sword served you well, Siri. Care to tell us a bit about your most recent adventure? Oh, yes, Dee Dee agreed, nodding. I'm quite interested in how the death of monsters fared in its first true conflict. You gave her that sword? Becca asked, perking back up in a snap. I merely blessed it and enhanced the purpose Siri had already infused into it, Dee Dee demurred, smiling slightly. Still fucking Nova. Becca grinned. You should have seen it in action. Siri zeroed that Borg fucker like he was nothing. It was goddamn glorious. Better than any XBD I've seen, and it was real. Straight fucking violence. Hee hee. Even with all his chrome, Smasher never stood a chance. I. Harley squealed in excitement, hugging Becca to her breast. You're so goddamn adorable, gremlin. She has good taste, at least, Deathstroke nodded. Not enough people appreciate the classics. I suspect that goes double for your native world. Kara frowned, please don't call killing someone good taste. This may be a neutral space, but there's no need to make those of us with softer hearts uncomfortable. My apologies, Supergirl, Deathstroke nodded amiably. You're right. That was unnecessary. I shall endeavor to keep such comments to myself in the future. Out of respect for Mr. Barkeep and Dee Dee. I would not have killed him unless it was called for, Siri defended herself, her demeanor sober and serious. That Atom Smasher. He was no man anymore. I merely put down the monster he'd become. Kara's expression softened, I'm not trying to make you out to be a villain. I prefer dealing with situations non-lethally, but I understand that can't always be the case for everyone. I took no offense, friend, Siri gave a small smile of reassurance. We come from two vastly different perspectives. Empathy for each other's situation is always necessary to reconcile our beliefs. You are a hero, an ideal. I am nothing more than a hunter of monsters. It is not a pleasant duty. But it is a necessary one that I shall never turn my back on. I protect and avenge so that heroes like you may inspire. Kara matched Siri's expression, the curve of her lips almost bittersweet in understanding. The other heroes at the bar looked at Siri, left impressed and thoughtful by her words. She'd summed up the differences in their philosophies quite well. Heroes in this reality were deterrents and problem solvers, yes, but more than that, they were icons of hope for people to look up to. Damian in particular stared at Siri with an intense, intrigued expression in his eyes. Lady Siri. Might we spar at some point in the near future? I wish to cross blades and perhaps even court you properly. I find you compelling and quite attractive. His flat, no-nonsense tone and blunt words made Siri blush and stutter slightly. I suppose I would not be opposed to something like that. Acceptable. I hope my age will not present an issue. I have been told I'm very mature despite my physical youth. Damian nodded in satisfaction when Siri shook her head, still not quite meeting his eyes. I suspect Mother will appreciate your philosophy and feats. The fact that Father won't is only a bonus. That. Siri's blush grew slightly. I look forward to familiarizing myself with you over blades and words. Damian's expression didn't flinch an inch, but there was a certain light to his eyes that spoke volumes. Likewise, Lady Siri. The rest of us stared at them, watching with understated disbelief as Damian laid down his deadly cold game. Damian was a good-looking kid, enough to make girls blush and older matrons coo over him, and Siri ate up his straightforward approach like candy. I couldn't help but feel proud of him. He and Siri would be cute together. I'd always seen her as more of a younger friend than with any kind of romantic interest. More like a favored niece with whom I could play the young, cool uncle. Penguin sighed dramatically, they really do grow up so fast. So fast. Harley sniffled just as dramatically. It seems like just yesterday that he was trying to hamstring me and cut my Achilles tendon for the first time. I am just so proud. Beast Boy and Cyborg stared at their team leader in shock. Damn, Damian. Raven's eyes flared slightly with amusement. Cute. Becca grinned wickedly at Siri, getting yourself an input here already, Siri. You work fast. Honestly. Lucy took them both in and nodded. Yeah, I mainline it. Corey giggled giddily, the most wonderful of news. I will put the two of you on the ship together. You ship them, Corey, Raven corrected flatly. Yes, that. Corey chimed happily. You're both free to use the Colosseum at any time you wish, I offered simply, not saying anything more on the subject. Now, Siri. May I see the death of monsters? Siri jumped on the change of subject like a lifeline, certainly. Again, I must thank you for your blessing, Lady Didi. And you for your advice, Shawn. Without them, I suspect my friends and I would have met a very different outcome. It was the least we could have done. Now that you seem to be staying for a while longer, I can give you much more comprehensive lessons on your magic, I said absently as Siri unsheathed her blade and laid it across the bar before me. I ran a finger along the pristine silver. Almost as if it had never been used, despite the righteous violence and intent that the blade carried. Even before Didi's blessing, Siri's sword thrummed with the concept of slaying. She'd only brought the concept even further to the fore so that it lay undeniably along the blade's edge. I could feel the recent death Siri had dealt with the weapon. The rage-filled, violence-dulled, butcher's soul that was now impressed upon the blade, the first monster to haunt and enhance its silver. Everyone in the bar briefly shivered as the ghost of a monster's unconquerable malice laughed maniacally in the background. Siri was right. Atom Smasher was a monster. But not one made. He'd always been a monster. Even now, his monstrously mutilated soul only relished the chance to enact more violence through the same blade that slayed him. Didi sighed forlornly beside me, seeing exactly what I saw and likely more. She couldn't even give Smasher's soul rest. It preferred this existence to any eternity that awaited it. So instead of allowing the soul to pass on, Didi and I just touched up the sword, letting it draw upon the souls of monsters slain. Siri looked at me curiously as I slid the sword back to her. I simply shook my head, my voice soft, somber, and remembering past monsters of my own, even monsters may serve their purpose. Wield them well, give them direction, and they can become your greatest assets. Trust me, I'd know. Is he? Siri hesitated before setting herself firm and straight. I shall strive to give him another purpose in death. A productive one, this time. So, necromancy, huh? Beast Boy asked, shuddering uncomfortably. Freaky. Raven disagreed, more like fascinating. I don't know if I'd call anything Didi does freaky, I smirked. But I suppose if a mortal tried futilely to do something similar, I wouldn't be nearly as fond of it. It wouldn't be remotely the same thing, but you might call that necromancy. There was a slight break in the conversation after that, quickly broken by David with a question. What did you mean when you said, trust me, I'd know? That sounds like some ominous shit, chum. I gave a smile that probably didn't quite reach my eyes. I've been a hunter of monsters too. Many times over. Monsters and beasts, born of old blood. Siri perked up at that, leaning forward with interest. Would you care to share your hunts, Shawn? My smile turned a bit more honest at that. Telling stories is kind of what I do here. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this one for some reason, Barbara muttered. It's a fair premonition, I nodded. This one is not a story to be taken lightly. It's a story about dreams and nightmares. About blood, old, pale, and vile. The story of a single, unending night dedicated to the hunt. You're fucking edging me now, pretty boy. Becca grinned, leaning forward to match Siri in interest. I think I would enjoy a dark story tonight, Raven said flatly. Really? Beast Boy mimed surprise. Huh, who would have guessed? Raven rolled her eyes at him, Dick. I tried to chuckle at their antics. It came out weakly, especially coming from me. The memories of a long, long night were not fun to revisit. From evening to the rising blood moon, every repeating moment of that night had been consumed by the hunt. It's been said there's nothing more horrific than a hunt. I disagreed. With good reason. Darker things lurked in the night. Things greater than beast and blood. The others noticed me lingering in my memories. Not quite shell-shocked but quieter and more serious than I usually was. There was a concerning distance behind my eyes, I'm sure. A certain dissociation between the present and the hunt I spoke of. Shawn. Kara asked, sweet as can be as always. Are you, okay? Her concern, her soothing sweetness, helped. It brought me out from the past enough for Didi's presence beside me and in our bond to do the rest. Kara was far from the only one showing concern now. My regulars, friends new and old, looked as if they wanted to say something to comfort me but didn't know what. We may skip this story, Siri put in hesitantly. If it truly troubles you so, Shawn. Didi took my hand and squeezed her support. It was enough for me to shake myself from the funk of that night. I smiled bittersweetly, no. I think this is a story that needs to be told. Not just for my sake. If you in particular can learn something from my experiences, Siri, it might just save you from going through the same thing. With her back set straight, Siri gave a firm nod. I shall listen closely and internalize any lesson you wish to impart. That's all I can truly ask of you, I sighed but nodded Siri. Still, I hesitated. Something Becca was quick to punish me for. Come on, chum. Don't keep teasing us like this. Get to the good stuff. The violence, hee hee hee. Hell yeah, goth boy. Harley joined her. Lay it on us heavy. It can't be that bad, right? Oh, goddess, Harley. Ivy sighed, putting an exasperated hand on her face. Scarecrow whimpered in the background, I'm in danger. And I just came back, mun. Behind me, Joker's mirror prison swirled with shadowy mist as I projected my will and memories onto it. Joker's trapped ghost was shoved to the side like last month's garbage, making Harley cackle and clap. Her wholesome happiness made most of the audience smile. The edgerunners especially seemed to enjoy the physical comedy even if they didn't know what was going on with the clown in the mirror. I began my story in sync with the scenes behind me. I woke up. Alone. Confused. And full of a blood-deep dread I couldn't shake. That was how I came into the world. The scenes in the mirror showed my awakening in a dark and deserted clinic. Decay plagued its walls and shelves. And dripped foreign blood into my veins. A pool of yet more foreign blood, twisted with malice and madness, spread as a puddle on the floor before me. And from that puddle rose a beast, a werewolf-like thing of slavering jaws, vicious claws, and free from skin and fur. My entire audience flinched as one at the sight. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that, chum? David shouted desperately. That's. Beast Boy swallowed hard. That's not natural. You fucking think. Even Harley couldn't find anything to laugh at there. The beast crawled toward me in the mirror, coming closer and closer. It was practically real, complete with the all-consuming stench of blood. My audience stared in horror, unable to do anything else. Just before it could reach me, its claw nearly touching the mirror from the other side, the beast burst into flames. Still reeling from my sudden insertion into the world, I remember barely being able to think clearly. I would have been easy pickings for the beast like that. Its seemingly spontaneous combustion saved me momentarily. Then came the messengers. Pale and ghastly little beings who weren't nearly as malicious as they looked crawled all over me until they were all I could see. My vision in the mirror faded back to a dream. Cyborg flinched again. Hard, damn, back-to-back scares. Creepy little guys, ain't they? Harley tried for humor. It fell just a bit short. Lucy stared dead at me. What? The actual fuck? Have you been through? Kara frowned, dread and fear, mostly for me, in her eyes. This isn't going to be a fun story at all, is it? I let out a strained chuckle. No. No, it's not. But it is a necessary one, I believe. About the hunt and the secrets it can uncover. Revisiting it may not be pretty, but it was a long time in my past. The scene in the mirror shifted to show an old city skyline. A mess of Gothic architecture and dark history. A multi-layered labyrinth of black stone and rusted iron. Inhabited by men and beast alike, nearly indistinguishable in the old city. From the sewers to the spires, streets packed with beasts that ran with mad blood. Welcome to Yharnam, I intoned softly, my voice barely a whisper but still carrying to everyone's ears. A dream and nightmare in its own right. And the home of the bloodborne hunt. Chapter 53, 48, A Long, Long Night. And, prepare for a long, long, long fucking chapter lol. Welcome to Yharnam. The reactions were about what I expected. Even from a distance through a mirror, Yharnam was an imposing, uninviting city. A place where you didn't walk around at night because the streets themselves were actively hostile to you, not just the people within them. A place that dragged in foreigners with its mystique, chewed them up, and didn't spit out the bones. Heavy with smog and fog like the city itself was wearing a cloak, its spires stood tall as if stabbing viciously into the dark night sky. Looks like Gotham and Victorian London had an unfortunate baby at an H.P. Lovecraft-themed orgy, Riddler commented. Oh, God. Not the British. Beast Boy bemoaned with blatant humor. Scarecrow shook his head at Riddler. You always did have a way with words, Edward. Tell me I'm wrong though, Riddler insisted. No, it's pretty accurate, Penguin agreed. It's like what you'd get if you described Gotham to a blind painter from the 1800s. I think I've seen those exact same spires somewhere in old downtown. Man, I've never seen a city like that, David said. I'll be dimes to dollars it puts the combat zone to shame, Falco drawled in agreement. Dark metal, chum, Becca nodded. The streets ain't got nothing on this place. You have no idea. I muttered, my voice still ringing out clearly. Yharnam was, one of a kind. Unique. Even for me. A crueler city than almost any I've known. Death was ever present. And not in the form I've come to love. Dee Dee leaned into me at that, letting me hold her for support. I'm not familiar with this Yharnam, I'll admit. It's certainly not within my remit here in this reality or in any adjacent. As I expected, I allowed, nodding. Your domain certainly infested the city, even without you. As did some of your siblings. Delirious madness was as unavoidable as death. And I came to find that dreaming was inextricably linked to Yharnam's reality. I feel like I'm going to regret this. Barbara prefaced. But are you going to give us the background context first for this world like you usually do? I considered the question for a moment. No, I think it'll be better for you to discover Yharnam's secrets as I did. My hunt uncovered awful secrets and I wouldn't want to rob you of the experience for yourself. I suspect my lessons for Siri and the rest of you will hit harder this way. All you need to know for now is that Yharnam was an old city of layers built upon layers, all the way down to rock bottom. Somehow, that's worse than you just telling us up front, Barbara shuddered. I can already tell I'm going to hate this. If you didn't, there'd be something grievously wrong with you, I chuckled hollowly. I might not like it but I am very intrigued, Raven stated flatly. Very. As am I, Siri spoke up as well, steadfast in her desire to learn what I had to impart. Tell us of your hunt, Shawn. Tell us of your monsters. I obliged, prepare yourself for this next part. It's not for the faint of heart. A tension settled over my audience as I let the scenes displayed on the mirror take the lead. Things picked up from where I'd left off. The pale, impish, childlike messengers that had crawled all over me were nowhere to be seen. The pool of blood and ash that the previous beast had emerged from and become was similarly absent. The past me in the mirror stood from the gurney, lost and confused. We all watched as I came to terms with my particularly sudden reincarnation. I hadn't had any warning then. Just an abrupt awakening in Yharnam with strange blood now flowing through my veins. We watched as I searched my surroundings, coming up with only a single note that read, "Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt." I added to the scene there, that's my handwriting, by the way. That little bit of extra information gave the scenes in the mirror much needed and much worrying context. Dread and understanding dawned on my audience. Several people paled as brilliant minds explored the implications of my brief hint. Oh. Barbara made a little noise in the back of her throat. Raven finished for her, fuck. That's some shit straight out of a slasher BD, Lucy agreed, hiding a full-body shudder. Cyborg matched her shudder with one of his own, yo. Fucking hate horror movie stuff like that. I wasn't too fond of it in the moment either, I muttered, letting the scenes in the mirror continue. Past me didn't find anything else of note in the room I'd woken up in. So as if wandering through a nightmare, I pressed on. Through the door, down the stairs, and straight into the beast from before. Only this time, the beast was much more real than my waking vision. The fur-covered thing snarled and lunged at me. I raised my hands to fight back, and found myself lacking. Bloodborne had been, what? Life. 13. I'd been far from a spring chicken at that point. But it didn't matter. Something about that life, that waking nightmare, dissociated me from my wandering soul's gathered power and abilities. And so I died there, to tearing teeth and claws. Fuck. Someone croaked. I couldn't tell who it was. Kara turned to me with big, watery tears in her baby blues and a quivering lip, Shawn. You died. So, short story, this time round, huh? Scarecrow awkwardly joked, trying to relieve the horrified tension. I chuckled at just how wrong he was but addressed Kara, yeah, I died. I tend to do that a lot, you know, even more so in that nightmare of a city. That's horrible. Kara cried. Don't laugh about it. It was, I agreed. I don't recommend it. Not like that, at least. I lost count of how many times I died in that nightmare. More times than I've died outside of it, that's for sure. Other than in the lands between, of course, but that doesn't really count because I was kinda reborn undead there to begin with and dash. I shook my head, setting myself back on topic, anyway. The point is that I got better. I always got better. Sure enough, as I said that, the bloodied scene in the mirror faded and past me found myself in the hunter's dream. A small church on a hill lay before me, the only way I could go. The rest of the world was shrouded by mist so thick I couldn't even walk through it. Compared to the clinic, this place was almost hauntingly idyllic, lit by a low-hanging moon and seemingly only inhabited by grave upon grave. My audience watched in understated awe, quietly taking in the dreamlike scene in the mirror. Past me progressed through the hunter's dream and the messengers returned. Tiny, helpful, and oh so mysterious, they offered me boons. A choice. Trick weapons. An unassuming cane. A gruesome saw-cleaver, more appropriate for beastly flesh than mundane workmanship. A hefty hunter's axe, similarly suited and more than a match for any battle axe I'd ever encountered. I chose the axe. Then came the choice of firearm. Only two this time, both ancient, well-kept, and better used. Not quite flintlocks but operated with percussion caps and firing round bullets. Cap and ball. A pistol and a blunderbuss. I chose the pistol. Becca let out a low, impressed whistle. Damn, that's some mean-looking hardware, chum. I believe there's such a thing as too much of the classics, Deathstroke said, his amusement audible. But I suppose if that's the best that's available, you just have to make do. That saw blade is fucking heinous. Barbara shuddered in disgust. But very effective for hunting beasts, I pointed out with a hint of morbid humor. They don't give much thought to the Geneva Conventions. The cane's a little out of place there though, ain't it? Harley asked. It was also a whip, I explained. But yes. It would have been my last choice. You need something with real weight to it to hunt beasts. Past me searched the rest of the hunter's dream until I was sure there was nothing more to be found yet. The messengers continued to direct me to one gravestone in specific. Eventually, I obliged. Touching it brought me back to Yharnam, back to that damned clinic. I found myself outside the door to the room I'd first woken up in. Now, there was someone behind it. A kind and gentle woman that I remembered especially well, even having only interacted with her once before SHE took over. Perhaps because of that. This Iosefka refused me entry to protect her patients but still gave me what she could and wished me well on my hunt. Remember her, I said to my audience, a dark grimace twitching at my brow. She will come up again later. My instruction was met with curiosity but no one inquired for more information just yet. We watched as I once again descended the stairs to confront the beast that awaited me. Now with weapons in my hands, I was armed and very dangerous. The beast lunged. I quick-stepped to the side around it, the movement taking me much farther than it should have. Even dissociated from the rest of my abilities by the nightmare, powerful blood now flowed through my veins. The hunter's axe in my hand trick-shifted, the haft gaining length and power with it as I buried the thick blade in the beast's spine. The beast was cut in twain, still snarling even as it choked its last breath on its own blood. I paid it no further mind, leaving the clinic to take my first proper step into Yharnam's nightmare. There was a brief my audience processed everything that had happened there. Then Becca hooped and cheered and the moment was broken. Fucking Nova. That's supreme motherfucking violence right there, chum. Better than any XBD I've ever seen, David nodded eagerly, made to look surprisingly young in that moment by his enthusiasm for violence in a way that was somewhat disturbing but also entirely expected for someone from his world. Siri nodded as well, a fine kill. Though I suspect it is only the first of a long, long hunt. You weren't taking any shit from those monsters, goth boy. Harley noted in her usual special way. Fuck, why was that kind of hot? Barbara muttered, trying to keep the words to herself. Raven's blunt, uncaring, deadpan reply made it clear Barbara hadn't quite succeeded, because you have eyes. Kara clearly wasn't happy with my beast slaying but she couldn't argue it was unnecessary either. She settled for a constant frown, a bit sad and uncomfortable but still resolved to stick around through my story. I would have thought Corey's reaction would be in the same boat as Kara but she surprised me by completely ignoring the killing and furrowing her brow. What is to happen with the nice woman behind the door? Iosefka. She. I sighed, trailing off. She was different when I came back to the clinic. Perhaps it'll be best if I introduce you to just what kind of world this is sooner rather than later. What do you mean? Beast Boy asked, cocking his head. Yharnam was anything but a kind mistress. At one point during my hunt, I was given a certain choice between two places I could send survivors I came across, I explained. The Eden Chapel and Iosefka's clinic. The scene in the mirror skipped ahead as I spoke, showing me returning to the clinic and talking to Iosefka for the second time. She wasn't the same woman who wished me well at the start of my journey. The way this Iosefka spoke was off. Almost cruel. She asked me to send her survivors of the long night. To keep safe. Ivy cringed, her face scrunching up in a grimace. She doesn't sound quite right like this. No, I simply said, allowing the scene in the mirror to continue playing. No, she doesn't. A slight shift, a jump ahead in my long hunt. Past me knocked on a locked door and was greeted by an old woman from the other side. She was rude. Somewhat entitled. She didn't deserve what I'd done, the mistake of trust I'd made. This old woman asked for a place to go. A place to last out the long night, I narrated solemnly. I sent her to Iosefka's clinic. Something about that decision ate at me. But when I returned to change my mind, the old woman was already gone. I resolved not to make the mistake again. The scene skipped ahead again to me exploring a forbidden woods. The moon phase had progressed, hanging heavy with blood in the night sky. We watched in silence as I followed an out-of-the-way path. Through a cave and poison swamp, past a mind flayer-esque beast and a giant carrion crow, I wandered forward until I found myself back at the clinic. I entered through an open window. The feeling in the air was wrong. Even through the mirror, we could all feel it, tense and eerie. I trawled through abandoned hallways until I came across the first living thing left in the clinic. A bulbous-headed alien creature, docile, unlike the rest of the beasts of Yharnam's nightmare. What the fuck is that? Cyborg breathed in dreadful awe. That is no normal beast, Siri observed with a hard-swallowed gulp. Nothing like the others we've seen. Something very fucking fucky is going on here, Harley muttered curiously. One of the uncovered secrets Mr. Barkeep has mentioned. Riddler wondered aloud. You'll see, I hinted. At this point in my hunt, I'd lined the inside of my head with eyes that allowed me to see more of the truth of the world. You fucking what? Barbara suddenly shouted. Yeah, you know, insight. I half joked. She groaned, oh, fuck, that's a terrible pun. I chuckled, I did kind of have eyes inside of my head though. But not, like, real eyes. It was a whole thing. Sort of a way to represent knowledge and understanding in Yharnam. Anyway, it's not that important just yet. Just know that I wasn't as surprised by the little alien guy as you might think. You'll see why for yourselves soon enough. In the mirror, said little guy didn't attack me so I didn't attack it. It just calmly meandered as if mindless. Broken. I encountered 2 more of the docile creatures in the clinic. I identified each of them for my audience. That one was the old woman. That one was a skeptical man who didn't trust me, even when I tried to help him. And the first one we saw. That was the real Iosefka. Oh, God. Riddler's mouth fell open in horror. Falco muttered something, stunned and mostly speechless. Fuck, man. That's just cruel, Raven said quietly. Those poor creatures, Kara mourned. It wasn't your fault, Shawn. You couldn't have known. I couldn't, I shook my head in agreement. But I still regret their fates to this day. Even the skeptical asshole. He didn't deserve this. No one does. May Dee rest their souls, Deathstroke said, bowing his head in respect. I shall, Dee promised, her voice more simply sad than stunned, horrified, or anything else. I shall find them and give them their eternities. Even if I must get my brother Dream involved. The audience's horror only grew as past me and the mirror continued through the clinic and came across Iosefka. The imposter that had taken on her skin. Alone amongst her atrocities, she kneeled on a gurney in a birthing position. Her voice rang out through the bar, a mad, pained, ghostly wail of a thing. Hashtag God, I'm nauseous. Have you ever felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it, I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh. God, it feels awful, but it proves that I'm chosen. Don't you see? How they writhe inside my head. It's, rather, rapturous, hashtag. That bitch ain't right / that bitch ain't right, Harley and Becca said at the same time, the humor of their synchronicity a distant thing before the abominable birth in progress. She's pregnant, Barbara realized with muted horror. With what? Riddler wondered, his voice filled with equal dread. I somehow doubt she was pregnant at the beginning of this long night. Something horrible. Unholy. Mad. Scarecrow muttered in something almost akin to understanding. Certainly nothing human. I hesitate to call her a victim, I said. But she wasn't free from the consequences of her actions either. Hopefully, with this, you'll be able to understand why I put her down there and then. I let the scene in the mirror fade to black. They didn't need to see the details of my mercy killing. Everything else about it was already enough to instill the proper amount of disgust and dread. Goddess, what a terrible night. Corey shook her head in uncharacteristic melancholy. It was nearly over by then, I explained. To truly understand what was happening there, we need to return to the evening before when my hunt was just starting. Do we have to? Beast Boy asked, whimpering slightly. Siri answered for me, yes. I believe I need to see and hear this. I have not encountered a hunt like this. But if or when I do, I must be prepared to overcome everything put before me. Don't think you'd be facing this shit alone, Witch Girl, David offered his firm support. Yeah, we'll see how these monsters like lead and chrome. Becca agreed. No, if you ever encounter a place or a hunt like Yharnam, you come to me first and foremost, I corrected. I'll save everyone the trouble and glass the whole thing from orbit. I can't believe I'm saying this, but all-out orbital bombardment might just be the best course of action in a situation like this, Barbara interjected with a pained grimace. It really is, I continued, readdressing Siri. This story is more so you know there are things even monsters are afraid of. So you can see the signs before you get too in over your head like I did. No one I know will go through a nightmare like Yharnam if I can help it. The scene in the mirror returned to the beginning of my hunt as I took my first steps onto the streets of Yharnam. Gothic architecture entangled and confused me, messing with my sense of direction. The scent of beasts and blood clung to my skin, just hints of it wafting impossibly through the mirror. Hostility lay in wait for me everywhere I went. Beasts lurked around every corner. The Yharnam townfolk were even more present. They quickly proved they weren't on my side either. They gathered in mobs against the beasts, but more than that, lashed out at anything other than themselves. I slayed all who bore arms against me, pitchfork or claw, it made no difference. Still, as I explored thoroughly, I found bastions of light in the dark city. A sick man confined to his bed, speaking to me through a window. A little girl who bid me to find her parents. A hunter of hunters, doing what she could to those who inevitably lost their way to the blood. Upon a great bridge, I found my first real fight. A great, horned beast leaped down into my path. All scorched bone and ragged cloth for skin, it screeched like a demon straight from hell. Past me stared it down in the mirror, just as I remembered. Until something odd happened. My memory was disrupted by a sadistic, wandering clown. The Joker's ghost waltzed into the scene like he was untouchable. The cleric beast didn't take kindly to his interruption, moving as if its memory still had a life of its own. It swiped him up with a huge, misshapen arm, crushed his body to a pulp, tore him apart, and threw the pieces off-screen again like the inconsequential comic relief he'd become. Harley cackled with visceral glee at that, he. Is it bad that I'm kinda rooting for the goat monster thing now? I'll admit, I chuckled. I didn't see that coming. You mean that didn't happen the first time around? Penguin joked. The interruption brought a brief relief from the tension and horror. It was short-lived. Before anyone could get too comfortable, the memory resumed as I remembered it. The cleric beast lunged at me, reaching with mutated claws. Its unholy primal shriek shook the glass of the mirror. Though I only came up to the beast's waist, I fought back fiercely. A dodge roll through its lunge. A step under and past its swiping arm. A leap backward to avoid ever-seeking claws. A shot from my pistol struck true center mass with a cacophonous burst of smoke. The beast staggered. I rushed forward, plunging my hand into its chest and past its ribs to tear at the blood that pooled there. Damn, chum, Becca let out a low, impressed whistle. That's fucking vicious. Jesus, I can feel my heart pounding and I'm not even standing up. Cyborg exclaimed. And this is Mr. Barkeep at basically his weakest, Penguin pointed out with a smirk. Let's all stop and think about that for a moment. Falco shuddered. He wasn't alone, hell, I don't think I want to, partner. SHHHH. Harley shushed them. This is getting good. The cleric beast's tortured scream continued as I dove through its legs again, tearing into its mutated flesh everywhere I could with my axe. It swung its arm wild and quick, slamming me into the railing of the bridge when it connected. The air was driven from my lungs by the blow, a gasp mirrored on the other side of the mirror in my audience. I leaped back into the fight as soon as I was able. The blade of my axe was buried in the beast's gut. It trick-shifted in my hand so I could tear it out with both hands. I spun in a vicious arc, making the monstrous beast stumble to its knees. Another stagger and I reached for its heart, crushing it in my grip. The cleric beast finally fell in a spray of blood. Breathing heavily, past me collected what I could from its corpse and moved on. There would be no rest in Yharnam. Only the hunt mattered on that long night. Dee damn, dog. Harley exclaimed upon my victory. That was. Siri began in awe. Almost beautiful. So fluid. And not a single step back. I believe I still have much to learn about the hunt. Fuck, chum, give the men some real guns, and let's see what he can do. Becca cheered, practically vibrating in her seat as if from a second-hand adrenaline high. That was only my first real beast, I intoned solemnly. My second did not fall nearly as smoothly. The scene behind me faded quickly and came back changed. A man, a fellow hunter, lost to bloodlust in the middle of a cemetery. Performing the same hunt over and over again, even long after his prey had been slain. Father Gascoigne caught my scent. Hashtag beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them. Sooner or later. Hashtag. He came at me hard, more like a beast than a man. The hunter he'd been was no more. He'd lost his wits but he kept an all-too-human sense of danger. The bloodlust of a beast with the direction of a hunter. He hunted me. As if I was the beast. In his eyes, that's probably all he saw. I fell before his hunt that first time, carved in twain from shoulder to hip by an axe that matched mine. Oh, God, man, this is too much, Beast Boy gagged, looking quite green even for himself. I won't blame anyone if they feel the need to excuse themselves from this story, I said. I know I wish I could have at the time. No one took me up on my offer. I almost wished they had. The scene in the mirror faded back to the hunter's dream. There, I found allies. Friends. Old man Gehrman. A friend to us hunters. The plain doll. A gentle, artificial soul who never hesitated to show me comfort at my lowest points of that long night. Too soon, I returned to the waking nightmare of Yharnam, returned to being hunted by a bloodied hunter. I died that second time too. To the first true beast I'd seen in a man's skin. Still, I pressed on, returning for round 3 with almost suicidal persistence. On that third go-around, I played the music box given to me by the little girl who asked me to seek out her parents and bring them back to her. Oh. Barbara made a little noise of pained realization as Father Gascoigne staggered from the familiar music of the box. Oh. Ivy matched her forlornly. That poor little sapling. Does this city only have absolute fucking gut punches in store for us? Lucy wondered, shaking her head in something akin to sickened disbelief. I stayed quiet, simply letting the scenes in the mirror play. I was experiencing a gut punch of my own. Or at least, the distant memory of one, brought back viscerally by this moment in the mirror. Dee Dee leaned into my side, pulling me out of it. Concern and care in her eyes, she wordlessly asked if I was okay. My arm around her shoulders gave her the answer she was looking for without any words on my part either. I am now. When I finally managed to slay Father Gascoigne, it was barely a triumph. Partway through our final fight, he'd succumbed to the beast within. We all watched as he shed what remained of his humanity and transformed. Also he could better claw the blood he so desperately desired from my veins. We watched as I bowed my head over his corpse and said a few words. Not for his sake, but for the innocent daughter he'd left behind. I found the girl's mother as well, slain by Gascoigne in his bloodlust. I took the mother's brooch to return to the young girl and pointed her toward the safe haven of Eden Chapel. The girl stopped responding after I handed over the brooch. Past me went still in the mirror. I remember having a dark premonition at that point. That, even if she said she would stay inside, the girl would still wander off. I didn't let that happen. I spoke to her again. This time, I insisted, bucking fate in that nightmare. The nightmare stuttered as if confused by my resolve to save at least one person in that damned city. It gave in the end and I personally escorted the girl to the chapel. She was adorable. Innocent. A spark of light and goodness in the dark night that I shielded from the chilling, nightmarish wind. Even with a mournful, quivering lip, she held strong with the tragic hand she'd been dealt. I saw her to safety and changed the way I approached the nightmare I'd found myself in, vowing to save everyone I could despite what tragedy that horrific city threw at me. Kara sighed in relief when she saw I didn't leave the little girl alone. Oh, thank Rao. Good. That's finally a good turn of events for this story. Yeah, I wasn't the only one who had a bad feeling about that before Mr. Barkeep insisted, right? Riddler asked, somewhat rhetorically. You were not, Damian agreed. Corey did as well, yes, something of the terrible nature would have happened. Without the doubt. God, this city sucks. Falco sighed, shaking his head. That's for frickin' sure, Harley nodded emphatically. And fuck that dad. No idea how that fucker lost his humanity when he had that bundle o' cuteness waiting for him at home. Siri smiled, somewhat sadly, at her edge-runner friends, particularly David, having something to return to does do wonders. It's just a shame it wasn't enough for that hunter. That's what the chapel and the hunter's dream became for me in that nightmare, I said. Something to return to. Places to see the fruits of my labor and seek comfort from those who knew what I was going through. Without them, I don't know if I would have come out of Yharnam the same. The one who runs the chapel is, unfortunate looking, Kara commented uncomfortably. Creepy. He's creepy looking as hell, Raven deadpanned. Kara immediately jumped to defend herself and the chapel dweller with her trademark sweetness, but he seems nice. Looks can be deceiving. If he's willing to take people in and protect them from the beasts, he can't be as bad as he looks at first glance. Asterisk cough asterisk Iosefka cough, Penguin subtly reminded. I chuckled at the distraught look on Kara's face and quickly soothed her worries. No, the chapel dweller was one of the good ones. He really was as kind as he sounded, though not looked. He safeguarded everyone I sent him without complaint. Oh, thank goodness, Kara let out a relieved exhale. Yharnam wasn't all bad. Just the vast majority of it, I murmured, barely audible as I thought back to tragic friends in a dying nightmare. Some in my audience shifted awkwardly as I trailed off. Others gave me compassionate and empathetic looks. No one, not even Harley or Becca, found it in them to interrupt my reminiscing. I suppose I'd earned that much consideration with this story. Their company was enough to dull the memories anyway. With Dee Dee at my side on top of that, I almost didn't mind reliving Yharnam. Eventually, the scenes playing in the mirror resumed. The atmosphere in the bar and among my audience had taken on an almost hopeful tint. Or at least, as hopeful as anything concerning Yharnam could be. A comfortable silence settled as we watched past me delve farther into the gothic labyrinth that was Yharnam. The silence wasn't to last. I stopped outside Cathedral Ward to admire the scenery. The buildings there were impressive in both scale and design. As I leaned against a wrought iron fence to catch my breath, a sudden chill ran down my spine. I tried to dodge. I wasn't nearly quick enough. Something invisible snatched me up. I struggled helplessly against a monstrous grip. It crushed down on me as I was raised higher and higher into the air, almost half as high as the Grand Cathedral in front of me. Right before I succumbed to the invisible grip, the culprit flashed into existence as if it had always been there. It had. I just hadn't had the insight to see it until it buelled its way into my world and seared itself into my mind. The hopeful aura in the audience went up in so much smoke. The creature that snatched me revealed itself to quickly dawning horror, gaping mouths, and more than a few startled sounds, shrieks, and shouts. Too many arms. Too many eyes. Too many tentacles extending like whiskers from the thing's mouth. It was massive. Overwhelmingly, world-shatteringly so. It took up the mirror's entire view with its uncloaking. An eldritch abomination clung to the side of the cathedral like an innocent spider in the corner of a room. Only so much bigger. So much more. And I'd stepped right into its web. Siri rocked in her seat, stunned nearly speechless by something more than a beast, my word. What the actual fuck? Lucy said, her voice stolen to a whisper. Scarecrow, the poor guy, was hyperventilating. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Jesus, fuck. Cyborg squeezed his eyes closed. That thing hurts to look at. I'm pretty sure half of my visual sensory programming just crashed and corrupted itself outright. Shawn? Barbara asked, her voice strained. What is that? That, I answered, is the first hint I got as to what was really going on in Yharnam. It's a lesser amygdala. One of the great ones that inhabited Yharnam alongside the men and beasts. That thing's fucking lesser. David exclaimed in horrified disbelief. Barbara sucked in a breath through her teeth and hung her head in defeat. This is the day I've been dreading. I just knew you'd bring eldritch beings into your stories eventually. I'm flattered you have such faith in me, Babs, I gently teased. Faith in you to give me conniptions and heart palpitations maybe, Barbara grumbled. We are likely going to have to be quarantined and scanned for mental contamination after this, Damian stated, his voice flat and sure. Yeah, that's knowledge that shouldn't be known if I ever saw it, Penguin agreed with a nod. And I already regret seeing it. You'll all be fine, I waved dismissively. Unless you're particularly inclined or susceptible to this kind of horror, the dead end will keep you from growing eyes on the inside of your head. Oh, Dee, the insight, Ivy gasped in realization. I can't help but feel you were being entirely too literal about that now. Still breathing hard, Scarecrow giggled somewhat madly to himself, he. I can see the dark light within my soul. Ah. Like that, I said sheepishly. Scarecrow does seem a touch, inclined. Let me just. Yeah, let's just put a little screen there over his perception before he makes his mind accidentally explode. Thank you for that, Riddler deadpanned. Fascinating. Raven muttered to herself, deep in thought and much more able to devote processing power to the darker mysteries of eldritch truth than the others. Absolutely. Fascinating. So Harley dragged out her words with a lilt. That something more going on. It's something straight out of H.P. Lovecraft's nightmares. That's about right, I chuckled. From here on, I began to see the eldritch truth behind the hunt, behind the nightmare. I no longer merely hunted beasts. Great ones fell before me just as freely. Scenes flashed in the mirror, a montage of my hunt. Against the beasts, and later, against the great ones. We watched past me evolve as the night went on, wielding different weapons against everything that stalked the darkness. An ever-useful torch. A simple wooden shield. A rifle, acting more like a shotgun, that once belonged to a church hunter, the massive thing wielded in only one hand. And my personal favorite. A flame sprayer fueled by warding incense, exactly as effective as one would expect for what was essentially a proto-flamethrower. Beasts and mobs fell before the fire of its tongue, burned to ash and cleansed straight into an unholy rest. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, chum. Becca cheered at the showcase of deadly firepower. Gotta admit, the guns there do have a certain sense of style, David nodded approvingly. More and more trick weapons came into my hands as well. Every so often, I switched out my trusty axe for something new. I picked up a variation of the saw cleaver offered to me at the beginning of my hunt. More of a spear than a cleaver but somehow even more vicious than the weapon I'd originally turned down. Flesh and blood parted like water before its serrations. A katana, chickage, that could be sheathed and soaked in my own blood for an extra punch and kick. Even dangerous and unreliable with its requirement for self-harm, the chickage slashed through beasts like nothing else. Another katana, rakuyo, with an objectively impractical dagger stuck to the bottom of the hilt. Despite the impracticality, the fluidness of motion to be found with the rakuyo made it a favorite of mine. Then came the almost unexplainable. A blade of guiding moonlight, casting magic that was practically unheard of to the rest of Yharnam. It glowed with not-so-subtle power, a pale and ghostly green that drove away the dark. I was still unsure how it fit into Yharnam's nightmare, but it simply did. As if resonating with something deeper than dreams themselves. Then, a simple spiked mace. Seemingly nothing special. Until, that is, it was locked into the circular saw on my back. Once connected, the whirligig saw spun up to speed, carving through everything put in its path. It was a ridiculous weapon with a blade as large as my torso. And ridiculously effective at slaying beasts as well. But even after every weapon I tried, I found myself returning to two in particular. My trusty hunter's axe. You couldn't beat the classics. And the church pick, a sharpened and blessed spike that could be wielded in one hand as a sword or fashioned into an exaggerated war pick. Both weapons were simply too reliable to pass up. They handily saw me through the long night of the hunt. Melee, melee, melee. Harley chanted excitedly, practically vibrating in her seat. Yeses. What the hell is that great sword? Raven asked flatly. I'll be honest, I have no idea, I admitted with a wan smile. It was somehow magic when magic didn't truly exist in Yharnam. A paradox in the form of a blade. There was no denying it worked like a charm though. Phooey to the sword of greats. Corey exclaimed. What is with the saw of chains? The whirligig, I clarified with a chuckle. Corey cocked her head, the gig of whirls. Yeah, that thing was fun, I grinned. The best part was that I could just hold down the trigger and walk into beasts until they died. 'Tis certainly a formidable arsenal for a hunter, Siri nodded, impressed. I prefer a simple sword, but I can see the need to experiment when facing diverse monsters such as these. You must have spent a lot of time with each of them to get as skilled as you appear to be, Deathstroke observed. I simply shook my head, it was a long, long night. The montage-like scenes in the mirror picked back up and switched their focus. From me and my weapons to the greatest opponents I faced on my hunt. A blood-starved beast of skin and rags. A vicar transformed into a terrible, blind beast and set to rampage through the main hall of the church she once presided over. An ancient dark beast thing of twisted, electrified bone. My audience watched, enraptured as past me faced down beast after beast. I was never once given the advantage from the start. Each time, I clawed my way to victory through sheer tenacity and persistence. I showed only my victorious runs, sparing them all the trauma of my many, many deaths. Even through the mirror, you could practically feel the blood pounding through my veins. The almost agonizing adrenaline of every fight, every hunt. My shots staggered. My blades bit deep into flesh, bone, and blood. And my hands tore out hearts at every chance I got. Visceral violence was the only language I knew on that long hunt. In a way, it was a language the beasts and I shared. We spoke it well, conversing at great lengths until one of us simply couldn't go on any further. The air on this side of the mirror was electric. We watched and cheered as I triumphed again and again over terrible beasts, the many other outcomes unseen and conveniently ignored for the sake of montage and progress. It was better this way. My audience certainly needed the pick-me-up after the first half of the story. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves now, until we got to Rom the vacuous spider and Ebrieda's, daughter of the cosmos. Oh, hell nah. Kill em with fire. Harley exclaimed. Fuck fire, chum. Becca disagreed. Those things need a fucking nuke. More great ones. Raven asked curiously. They're certainly something, all right. Something terrifying. But I can't help being truly intrigued at the same time. You aren't alone in that compulsion, Raven, I shook my head sadly. The great ones became an obsession for certain men in Yharnam. Powerful men, as is always the case. Scholars who were inevitably driven mad with arrogance and the pursuit of their ascension. Most if not all of Yharnam's problems could be traced back to the great ones. Perhaps it's about time I show and tell you all the true story of that nightmarish city. My audience leaned forward slightly at that informational tease. They wanted to know, wanted to make sense of the impossible city and impossible night. The mysteries of Yharnam hung like a heavy fog. Only I could truly shed light to lead them to the truth. Go on. Raven said leadingly. We certainly don't seem to lack interest in the story behind all of this madness and tragedy, Penguin commented. Yes, please, Shawn, Siri requested, her tone ever polite and undemanding. I wish to learn more about these monsters. May Dee let me never encounter them. But if I do, I hope to be prepared. Barbara groaned, we're going to regret this. But what else is new with Shawn? Be nice, Babs, Kara pouted in my defense. I'm sure Shawn's not trying to be so. Shawn. He just can't help it. Barbara shot her a look flat enough to cut, like that makes things any better. Go on, dear, Dee encouraged. I shall keep watch to ensure no one sees more than they should. Very well, I sighed. Listen close. Some things should only be mentioned once. Yharnam was an old city built atop an even more ancient one. The civilization that came before was known as the Pthumerians. They were the first to discover the Great Ones, worshipping them and aping a portion of their eldritch truth to great effect. As I spoke, I used the mirror to aid me with visuals. Twisted undead Pthumerians with limbs just a touch too long to be human snarled in the mirror's view. A regal queen dressed in pure white, Queen Yharnam, who gave the city its name. And of course, Ebrietas. A true Great One that was left behind on that plane of existence and the source of discovery for the Yharnamites that came after the Pthumerians. I continued, the Great Ones were an ascended race dreaming on a higher plane of existence. Ascended in power and name only. I found nothing truly great or divine about them. They merely won the pseudo-evolutionary lottery and grew past their purely physical limitations. In truth, they were something of a failure of a race, as far as I could tell. No uniformity of shape or form, each Great One was different from the last. And they certainly weren't populous or good at breeding either. It was said that every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. My audience listened intently, hanging off my words. That last hint was enough for a few of the brilliant minds there to put two and two together, remembering a disquieting detail from earlier in my story. Damian frowned, HNN. Barbara and Riddler both paled, murmuring in realization as one, oh, Dee Dee. Kara gasped, showcasing her usually understated intelligence, the fake Iosefka. She was pregnant with a Great One, Raven said, flatly verbalizing the rest of that thought. Oh, yo. Fucking ick. Harley's face twisted in a grimace. That's fucked, Lucy deadpanned. I nodded, and unfortunately, somewhat common in Yharnam, it seemed. From their higher plane of dreaming, some Great Ones would descend to impregnate human women as their surrogates. Whether the infant Great One would survive the process and ascend to their true potential, well, I'm unsure. But the mothers certainly didn't. Turns out that the human body isn't meant to incubate and birth utterly inhuman eldritch beings. Cyborg barked a laugh, a harsh, incredulous thing, ha. Who'd have fucking thought? Jesus, man, I need a drink. I don't even drink and I need a drink. On this one occasion, I'll allow a bit of underage drinking, I said, smiling slightly. Feels like the least I can do with everything I'm putting you all through this time. Cyborg let out a relieved sigh. He and every one of the edge runners quickly requested a drink. Corey did as well, but I think that was more for fun than for coping. After everyone was served or reserved in the case of the adults, I resumed my story. Eventually, the Pthumerians faded in Yharnam as I knew it came to be established. With it, there came a college. An institution for learned men and women led by one Master Provost Willem. Very quickly upon exploring the ancient ruins beneath the city, the college discovered a mysterious miracle substance called the Old Blood. The blood of the Great Ones. This inevitably led the college to the Great Ones, and their ultimate goals shifted soon after. They still sought knowledge. But now, all efforts were centered around the Great Ones, communing with them, and eventually ascending humanity to their plane of existence. Why the hell would they want that? Fucking dumbass gonks sound worse than corpos. Becca asked, her face scrunched up in confusion. Fuck if I know, I answered with a sigh. Still, that became their goal. And the Old Blood became their method for ascension. They experimented with it and found its miraculous healing properties. But Master Willem feared the Old Blood. Rightfully so. His students didn't fear it enough. There was a schism in the college. Willem believed the key to ascension lay in insight, in lining one's head with eyes on the inside. His student Lawrence believed in the Old Blood. And so they went their separate ways, with Willem maintaining the college and Lawrence founding the Healing Church. I paused slightly, my voice turning dry and sarcastic. Now, this is widely regarded as a bad idea. By me. I regard it as a bad idea. Because I'm probably one of the only ones who found out that the Healing Church's blood healing was directly responsible for the beasts of Yharnam. Oof, Beast Boy winced comically. Yeah, that's gotta suck. I suspect that all of you have figured out by now that the beasts I was hunting weren't always beasts. That they used to be people before they mutated so drastically. At the general round of nods from my audience, I continued. Yeah, the Healing Church released the beastly scourge upon Yharnam. So obviously, they tried their best to cover it up. Obviously. Barbara groaned in exasperation and disgust. Because why would they care about a silly little thing like holding themselves accountable, or maybe, just stop fucking giving people eldritch blood? I chuckled despite the dark topic of conversation, because that would take them being responsible for their mistakes and admitting that they were wrong in the first place. Not to mention giving up the power they'd acquired in Yharnam. No, instead, the church founded the hunters to keep the beasts in check and kept on doing exactly what they were doing. Right up until they failed and fell victim to yet another schism. History does have a tendency to repeat itself like that, Deathstroke chuckled darkly. I continued with a nod. This schism split two new groups off from the Healing Church. The choir and the School of Menses. Both were still technically part of the church, but they were essentially given the autonomy to pursue their own avenues to ascension. The choir believed in looking to the stars and experimenting on children. Because of course, they did. Assholes. And the School of Menses believed their path to ascension would be paved by directly communing with a Great One via, get this, a partial umbilical cord of all things. One that was originally looted when the college desiccated a Great One's washed-up corpse and then split up between the various schools of thought dedicated toward ascension. Everyone in that damned city was a brain-dead fool, Barbara deadpanned. I think it's more appropriate to say they were all mad with a capital M, and high off eldritch power and knowledge, Penguin allowed. Harley nodded along with his conclusion, madder than the Hatter. Still doesn't make any of this better, Cyborg scowled. In the end, all of the schools of thought were partially right, I explained. Other than those callous assholes in the choir. You needed a combination of blood, insight, and communion to truly ascend. The School of Menses got the closest to ascension when they did their ritual of Menses. Even then, they were far from successful. The entire school fried their brains and trapped themselves in a made-real nightmare puppet by the Great One spawn of the Themerian Queen Yarnum. The scenes in the mirror reflected my journey through the nightmare of Menses. My battle, if you could even call it that, with Mikolash, the leader of the school who was trapped in the nightmare after death for his hubris. Then we watched as I confronted the nightmare's true host. The not-infant Great One Murgo, formless in his crib. I dueled his wet nurse there in that nightmare. A formless eldritch thing of shadow, wielding numerous scythe-like blades. Though the Great One's protector wasn't quite real, my weapons still found their mark. Shadows fell before my sheer will to hunt. Soon enough, the protector was slain and Murgo's anchor was destroyed, heralded by the ghastly false cries of an infant. The ghost of Queen Yarnum thanked me as the nightmare faded. Fuck, chum, David shifted uncomfortably in his seat. That's some real psyop shit. It wasn't actually a babe, was it? Siri asked hesitantly. It never was, I intoned grimly. Riddler shuddered, somehow, that makes it worse. Never was. Monsters are my favorite kind, Scarecrow commented helpfully. They're usually much more inspired than, not anymore, monsters. What is the difference? Corey asked, cocking her head curiously. Scarecrow cheerfully elaborated, coping with the horror of my story in his own special way. Something that isn't a deer anymore implies that it was a deer at some point. It brings to mind themes of corruption or change. Something that never was a deer. Well, it obviously was never a deer at any point. But it sure looks like one. Until you get a bit closer and notice something's off. That its limbs are a bit too long. That it doesn't quite move right. That a deer's eye should never be that intelligent. Wonderful stuff. Scarecrow finished with an excited chirp. A visible shiver ran down Beast Boy's spine. Thanks, dude. As if we needed even more nightmare fuel tonight. I returned to the hunter's dream to find the workshop in flames. I continued the end of my story with little fanfare, the mirror reflecting the events as I told them. The doll was eerily silent when I tried to talk to her, simply pointing me toward Gehrman. As I approached him, weary and worn from my journey, he seemed to match me. As if every moment of the long night was catching up to him all at once. As with the young girl's fate, I had a premonition then. The scenes in the mirror stuttered, splitting into three. The swing of a scythe and I awoke in the real world, the nightmare of Yarnum, nothing more than that, a nightmare. A pitched battle and then the continuation of the status quo, with me now taking Gehrman's place. Finally, something impossible to describe. A rush of sensations, of ascension. And the scene of the doll holding something beyond mortal ken. My premonition gave past me a moment of pause. The partial umbilical cords I'd gathered reacted and resonated to something unseen. Insight raged in my mind. With barely a stutter in my steps, I walked up to Gehrman and initiated the end of a dream. Gehrman spoke to me, tired and resigned to what came next. As if he'd been through it more times than he could count. Hashtag good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end. Now I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream, hashtag. In my audience, Riddler gasped in realization, the hunter's dream is like the nightmare of Menses. Another realm. A dream. Something. And if those realms need to be created and hosted by a great one. He trailed off. The realization and warning set everyone on edge. We watched as I refused Gehrman's mercy. Watched him sigh and begin to stand from his wheelchair, far too used to all of this. Hashtag dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt, ##. Gehrman was the first hunter, I intoned softly. The beginning of this resistance against beasts and great ones alike. The leader of those who fought back against the long night. He was a man who'd seen everything fall apart around him. Nothing he built was enough. It always came crumbling down on him eventually. The graves that inhabited the hunter's dream. They were hunters once. Those who accepted Gehrman's mercy. Eileen and Jura, the hunters I met who remembered the dream. They lay to rest there somewhere, both dead in the dream and alive in the nightmare at the same time. The air as we watched the scenes in the mirror could have been struck with a match. Gehrman and I faced off in an idyllic field of white flowers, the pale moon hanging overhead. Gehrman stood as if I hadn't only seen him in a wheelchair so far. He moved with powerful ease befitting the first hunter. He raised his scythe, a wicked thing with a curved blade nearly half as long as he was tall. The movement was deceptively slow. Up until he sprung into motion and brought it screaming down upon me. Enhanced by the old blood of a hunter, he moved in a flash. Blink and you would have missed it. The first scything lunge caught me off guard. I couldn't escape without a vicious line of blood drawn across my chest. It immediately became clear that he wouldn't go easy on me. He was intent, dead set, on giving me his mercy even though I refused. With pain in my heart, I raised my own weapon, the church pick to rival his scythe, against the old man I'd come to call a friend over the long night. We began a deadly dance, stepping in and out of each other's guard. His blade whistled as it sliced through the air. My blood pounded in my veins. My vision and focus narrowed down to Gehrman and Gehrman alone. With a somber expression on his face, Gehrman chased me, pressing ever forward and not giving me a single moment to rest. I stabbed out with my church pick, thrusting straight through my friend and mentor's side. He didn't even flinch. A sweeping strike threatened to remove my head in response. My instincts screamed out in time for me to barely duck and roll out of his way. He was relentless, quicker than anything I'd fought on that long night. Always a threat. Always reaching with that deadly blade of his. I didn't falter, couldn't. Not after coming this far. Not with the end of the dream and nightmare so close at hand. Every drop of blood I spilled from his old frame stabbed at my heart. I still pressed on. Persisted. Falling back on my will to hunt. Gehrman seemed to lose himself during the duel, whimpering and sobbing barely audible lamentations to himself and anyone who would hear him out. ##Oh, Lawrence. Master Willem. Somebody help me. Unshackle me please, anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please. ##. The pain in his voice. My word, Siri whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. He's all alone. He's been alone so long. Trapped and lost to a dream. In the mirror, Gehrman's words hit past me just as hard. My determination was reaffirmed and redoubled. I would free him from this dream. I danced between swings and slashes as quick as lightning. My will to hunt equally a will for mercy. To put an end to my friend's suffering, even after his betrayal. He had no choice. He was truly lost at that point. With patience and persistence, I wore the old hunter down. Wounds collected on his body began to grind away at him. But even to the end, he never slowed for a second. Never stopped fighting, as futile as it might have been, until my blessed blade pierced his heart. An almost relieved expression dawned on his face at the fatal pain. Free and dulled, he fell to the field of flowers below, staining white petals with red. He sighed, a long-borne weight lifted clear off his shoulders. Deceptively simple final words laid the first hunter to rest. ### the night, and the dream, were long, ###. My audience reacted with sorrow and emotion, tears in their eyes and lumps in their throats. Fuck. That. Beast Boy croaked. I know it's for the best. But damn. That hurts, man. Siri bowed her head reverentially, may you find a more peaceful dream. R.I.P. old-timer, David paid his respects as well. In the mirror, I barely had time to mourn or pay respects of my own. The night turned blood-red with Gehrman's passing. The moon descended from the sky. A presence descended with it. God damn it, Gonk. Becca shouted at the mirror. We were having a fucking moment here. Yeah, get its ass, past goth boy. Harley encouraged violently. A terrible thing, Corey shook her head sadly. It is the one responsible for the suffering of old man Gehrman. Raven's lips quirked slightly, I have a feeling Shawn has this well in hand. A floating thing of writhing tentacles and whip-like tails made itself known. The great one that hosted the hunter's dream. Beyond comprehension in motive and form. It landed before me and reached out. I resisted its eldritch blessing. It screeched and lunged at me like nothing more than a mere beast. Compared to Gehrman before it, the Great One posed an almost laughable challenge. It had none of his human cleverness. None of his hunter's experience. Just pure power packed into an unholy frame. Past me practically kite the thing, stepping under it with every attack where it couldn't easily reach. My blessed blade still hurt the Great One. Despite its ascension, it could still bleed. I bled it dry shockingly quickly as a result. As it fell, my vision faded to black. I let the mirror play out the final moments of that life of mine. The last third of my earlier premonition came true. The doll cradled a tiny, alien thing in her arms. The dawn finally came to Yharnam. The infant Great One dreamed and I was free to reunite with the rest of my true soul and move on, to resume my karmic cycle in another world and another life. Huh, Penguin said. So what actually happened at the end there? I ascended, I answered dryly, making quotation motions in the air with my fingers. Yeah, turns out humans can't actually become Great Ones. Honestly, it'd be kind of weird if they could. I probably could have managed something similar if I tried, but it wouldn't have been the same process. And, why bother? Power. Ascension. Surpassing your limits and becoming something greater than you are. Raven flatly prompted. I raised a single, imperious eyebrow at her. Do any of those things seem like things I have trouble with anyway? Besides, the Great Ones were a flawed approximation of ascension. I could do better if I really tried. Point, Raven sighed. So what's with the little tentacle dildo thing then? Becca asked. I barked a startled laugh at that before settling to explain. Oh, a true, new Great One was born, sure. But it was a sort of parasitic birth that took my life in the process. The new Great One copied my memories though, so it thinks it's me. Kinda. I'm also pretty sure it retroactively created the long nightmare of Yharnam. It trapped me there so I would eventually lead to its birth and the cycle could continue. Like a safe juvenile dream for the new Great One to grow within. It dreamed of itself, me, and the hunt that led to its birth. The life cycle of a Great One is really fucky, but I'm almost certain that's about what happened. Oh, fuck, paradox stuff, Barbara groaned. I don't even want to try and make sense of that. I smirked. That's probably a good decision on your part. Oh, thank God, it's over, Beast Boy exclaimed before pausing and glancing at Dee Dee. Thank Dee Dee. Dee Dee's lips curled into a bit of a smile at that. She tittered behind her hand. There's no need to worship me, Garfield. Even if some of our regulars seem to have taken to invoking my name in such a way. That's their personal choice. Riddler shrugged. I've always been agnostic anyway. I can't think of a better form of proof of a higher power than meeting Dee Dee. Cool, Beast Boy nodded. I'm just glad that horror story is over now. It was a real freaking doozy, dude. Sorry if I scarred any of you for life, I said, sheepishly scratching the back of my head. I do not regret the trauma one bit, Siri claimed firmly. Raven muttered a single word in agreement, same. I also found the worthiness in your story, friend Shawn. Corey smiled, quickly regaining her usual energy now that the conversation was moving away from Yharnam. It was terrible. But great. A true tale of epics for the ages. Still, we might need something to raise the mood for the rest of the night, I considered. A grin grew across my face. How about we go down to the Coliseum and watch little Damian put the moves on his declared intended? Damian cleared his throat, ahem. I do not mind volunteering myself for the morale of the night. But I will ask that you all reserve any laughter and amusement to me alone and leave my partner out of it. Siri blushed a brilliant shade at his defense of her, that shouldn't be necessary. I believe I can take the jokes and jest in good humor. Good. Becca giggled maniacally. 'Cause there ain't no way I'm not going to be losing my shit at Witch Girl being seduced and wooed by little Mr. Moves here. Harley joined her with a wicked grin. It'll be frickin' great. I'm already planning a line of merchandise to pitch to the bats. We gotta capitalize on Little Robin, the ultimate Ice King ladiesman. Dash. Barbara stifled a laugh. Oh, God, I can see it already. B's gonna flip. I am interested in making father. Flip, Damian said after a short pause, his voice utterly serious. Harley quickly roped them all into her orbit as they began planning a grand prank to make Batman's protege into a worldwide, merchandised Casanova. I watched with amusement, glancing at the time on the clock. It was only about 10 o'clock. It would be another long night. But at least this one would hardly be a nightmare. Chapter 54, 49, from the past. And, quick announcement before we get into this chapter. I've been publishing 3 chapters a week of this story for its entire run. Unfortunately, I've found I can't keep up my pace of writing forever. My backlog of chapters is starting to run low, and that's kind of important to me because they're the chapters that my Patreons get early access to. For the people actually paying me, I feel like I have to offer more than just 3 chapters ahead. Also, pushing myself to keep up with the public release schedule is just running me ragged. I feel like I can't ever take a break, even when I need to. I'm determined to finish out this story, or at least get it to a satisfying stopping point where I can cut back my attention on it. So in light of all of that, I'm going to be pulling back the schedule to 2 chapters a week, Friday, Sunday. It's for the best, in my opinion. I won't feel nearly as rushed and I might even be able to return to some of my older stories. I want to go back to Goth Girls Galore and I have a new story idea that I want to get into when this story isn't taking up all of my focus. So for now, 2 chapters a week. I'll let everyone know when that changes, but I don't have any intention of completely abandoning this story. It just has too much potential to keep going. But I have written almost 400k words of it without any real break and I'm honestly at risk of burning out if I don't change something. I hope you all understand. Thank you for your consideration. It's not you, it's me, blah, blah. In all seriousness though, I'd like to thank everyone for the continued support. I don't often do ANs like this, but none of my writing would be possible without the people who read it. So thank you and enjoy the chapter, smiley face. I. Later on in the night, after my heavy story of Yharnam and watching Damian seduce Siri, everyone was in much better spirits. My story and the eldritch horror that came with it hadn't been forgotten. Just pushed to the side. Compartmentalized. Everyone would eventually find their own ways of coping with the new knowledge. Of coping with the eldritch truth. It helped that eldritch beings weren't as prevalent here as in Yharnam. They still existed. But almost as an afterthought rather than a core component and driving force of this reality. So everyone was actually allowed to forget the eldritch horrors somewhat. Allowed to cope and rationalize it away as not as bad as they remembered, even already. Well, almost everyone. Scarecrow, poor guy, seemed to be having more trouble with that than the others. I did feel bad for scaring him so badly on his first night back in the dead end, but he was kind of bringing it on himself by willingly dwelling on the horror and trying to dissect the undissectable. He couldn't seem to resist terrifying himself to madly giggling bits and pieces. The rest of us just enjoyed watching Siri and Damian spar. They were remarkably well matched in pure skill. Siri had the edge in power, speed, and reaction time. But Damian was no stranger to fighting more powerful opponents. He kept her off kilter with his blunt, straightforward courting that never failed to make Siri blush up a storm. He seemed to make good progress into her good graces with plentiful compliments, bluntly stated intentions, and subtle innuendo. I didn't think he had that last bit in him. But it seemed Damian really was a little ladies' man. Must have been Talia's doing. Eventually, their spar ended and we returned back to the bar proper. The edge runners, mostly Becca, teased Siri relentlessly about how weak to Damian she was. Barbara and the Titans tried to do the same with Damian. As always, he bit back twice as hard and didn't show an ounce of weakness. We all settled into comfortable chatter and shared drinks. Mom. Dad. I brought home a stray. Alice called out as she came into the dead end, rolling her eyes all the while. Equals Cully logical and equals, Cass followed her and instantly made herself home as usual. Feed me. Adopt me. Praise me. Head pat me. Barbara snorted a laugh. Honestly, you can have her. Grr. Damian made a little low growl in the back of his throat. I disagree. If Cass is adopted by Mr. Barkeep and she who gives exquisite head pats, she'll have an unacceptable advantage over me in our nightly struggle. For head pats, Raven deadpanned. Damian nodded matter-of-factly, truly, the most bloody of battlefields. Corey blinked in confusion. Are these head pats truly so desirable, friend Damian? Damian stared at his teammate for a moment, seemingly torn on the subject. They are. I shall introduce you to their glory because it is only right. But know that I regret inviting more competition for she who gives exquisite head pats attention. He turned to me and Didi, fighting to force out his request. Please show my teammate what she's been missing out on. Didi chortled, I'm proud of your willingness to share, even when you don't want to, little Damian. But I think it's rather unnecessary in this case. A compromise can be easily reached that satisfies everyone. Oh. Damian perked up at that. Please enlighten this ignorant one, she who gives exquisite head pats. She glanced at me with a mischievous grin. I believe that the girls would enjoy my beloved's attention more than mine. Then they are fools, Damian stated bluntly. Perhaps to you, Didi laughed. I very much doubt they would see it that way. Raven made an unintelligible little noise in the background, HNG. Her inner voice was much more verbose, fuck. Those lucky bitches. Didi's just handing them Shawn's head pats on a platter. Raven. Throw that icy composure and indifference away. Please. Just this once. I'm begging you, me. Head pats are on the line. On the outside, Raven barely seemed to flinch. I glanced at her internal struggle, not bothering to hide my amusement. Curiously, Corey glanced her way as well, cocking her head like an intrigued cat. Ah, our kiss and her tamarine physiology. That was something to keep an eye on. It had the potential to be absolutely hilarious. God, having a hot dad is fucking mortifying. Alice bemoaned. Cyborg and Beast Boy muffled their laughter. You poor, poor girl. She's so strong to put up with this all the time. Beast Boy joked. I don't even know you two, Alice glared. So don't start. I can already tell the girls on your team are going to be bad enough. I am satisfied with this compromise, Damian said, nodding to Dee. Corey switched her head, tilting it to the other side. I still do not see what all of the fussing is about. The pats of heads are truly so good. Cass practically appeared in front of Corey, putting hands on her shoulders with an utterly serious expression on her face. Trust me, you will learn to see heaven after this is done. Oh. Corey perked up. These pats of heads are better than the orgasms. Curly logical end, Cass paused, wide-eyed. Free orgasms were an option. Damian stared at his teammate and adopted sister. Introducing them was a mistake. Thankfully, it is Mr. Barkeep's mistake to bear. Without flinching he turned to Dee and requested, Lady Dee, I would like my head pats now to help deal with the chaos that is sure to ensue in the very near future as Corey and Cass familiarize themselves with each other. Dee shot me a slight smirk, understandable, little Damian. Fortunately, we can leave my dear Shawn to deal with that chaos. You shouldn't have to worry at all. We'll just sit back and laugh at Shawn's suffering. Suffering? Sure, I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. All right, girls. Yes, I'm willing to give out the pats of heads. But if you want free orgasms, you'll have to work for them. Asterisk caret caret asterisk, Cass blurred to a stop in front of me, doing her best imitation of a speedster without the powers. I'll work my very hardest. You'll see. Free mind-melting, pussy-popping, bitch-breaking orgasms, here I come. Corey floated over as well, grinning widely. I do believe she has the spirit. I like the new friend Cass. HNG. Raven made another little noise in the background but seemingly couldn't force herself into action. On the outside, she wasn't nearly as shameless as Corey and Cass. Her inner voice, however. We're falling behind. Do something, me. Move your cute, fat ass. Head pats. Odd pots. Again, only Corey, Dee, and I heard her. Dee was much too kind to react. Corey glanced back at Raven with confusion but shrugged when she saw her goth friend wasn't moving an inch. As for me, I shot a smirk Raven's way. A knowing, teasing thing that practically invited her to partake in my head pats along with Corey and Cass. Raven just twitched, still unable to muster up her courage. It seemed that even after laying our feelings for each other on the table and our shared dreamy rendezvous, she'd need a bit of an extra push. Cracking her icy exterior around others was no small task. After so long under her self-imposed chains, her control persona had set in deep. I was sure I could manage it soon enough though, especially with Corey's enthusiastic help now that she was able to notice the passionate half of Raven's soul. I left Raven to her internal struggle, for now, turning my attention to the headpat beggars in front of me. Leaving her pent up would only make the inevitable explosion of passion that much more fun for everyone involved. That girl sorely needed the realization that it was no longer necessary to bottle up her emotions so tightly. Cass stared up at me with wide, sparkling, puppy dog eyes. She didn't even need to speak. Those eyes and her practically vibrating posture said more than enough about her ill-contained excitement for head pats. Corey watched me and Cass curiously. I placed my hand on Cass's head with little fanfare and began to pat. A soothing and intimately comforting aura emanated from my patting hand. It washed over Cass as I stroked and scratched her scalp, melting her into a standing puddle in an instant. Off to my side, Damian was experiencing a similar bliss from Dee's head pats. Oh. Corey clapped in sudden understanding. I know of this. On Tamarin, we call it the Usho. The way of ultimate relief. I did not realize friend Shawn was so skilled in the art. I kept patting Cass's head until her leg began to kick and shake involuntarily like a dog. I turned to Corey with a question as I did, if you know what head pats are, does that mean you don't want some from me anymore? Corey gasped as if scandalized, oh, goddess, no. To turn down the Usho from someone you trust is the greatest of taboos. Practically the sin. And I have very much of the trust in you, friend Shawn. Well, I still have one hand free, I chuckled. Corey happily flew under my hand and waited patiently. I didn't even bother trying to resist her wide, infectious smile and polite, unspoken request. A single Usho, and Corey joined the hallowed ranks of women who had melted under my hands. She was in very good company there. HNG, Raven made that same little noise for the third time in the background. Her inner voice was groaning in exasperation and begging her outer half to do something. Unfortunately for her, Raven's courage continued to fail her. damn, chum. Becca muttered, watching us from the side. That shit looks better than dwarf and sex. Harley snorted, a scheming grin coming onto her face as she threw a shoulder around the other chaos gremlin in the room. It's good, yeah. But definitely not better than sex with goth boy. Phew, lemme tell ya, bestie. Those fingers can do even more than just hand out divine head scritches. And don't even get me started on what the rest of goth boy can do. Oh, yeah. Becca's interest was piqued, playing right into Harley's hand. Ivy sighed at both of them. This is a terrible, terrible idea. Harley grinned at her. Come on, Red. Wouldn't she be so much fun? Something inside me laughed, throbbed, and gaped in dread all at the same time at that unholy alliance of chaos gremlins. I had a feeling that even I would have a hard time with them joining forces. All they needed was Cass as well, and I might have an actual challenge on my hands. To hell if I was going to go out without a fight though. Is that actually a thing? David asked Lucy quietly. Lucy smirked back at him. You tell me, Loverboy. Before he could think to react, David joined the quickly spreading epidemic of people melting from head pats in the dead end. Oh, fuck, Luce. Never stop doing whatever it is you're doing. The dead end's regulars watched the head pat epidemic spread with amusement. Those who were new watched with baffled humor. The mood in the bar had certainly come a long way from the cosmic horror of my Yarnum story. I could only think that it was a pleasant development for the rest of the night. Then there was a shift. A crack. Both there in the bar and infinitely far away. Something that very few in the dead end likely felt. Me and Dee, of course. Siri. Both Raven and Corey, strangely enough. It felt like long-built frustration, of gritted teeth and ruffled feathers, and a distant, all-consuming need to reunite with one long missed. A desire that opened the way, one might say. Of those who noticed the shift, we all had differing reactions. Raven jumped minutely, startled. She didn't know what had happened or where it came from, but she felt something. Corey noticed as well, even more vaguely than Raven, but almost immediately relaxed back into my usho. Siri blinked in surprise as if suddenly staring at something painfully familiar. Dee scowled slightly when she felt the desire, the expression quite out of place on her face. Her features quickly softened as she felt where the desire had come from. And I only had a single word to say as I noticed my ex-wife's Endbringer core blink out of existence from my trophy shelf behind the bar. Huh. I. Simei had never let the strange, ill-understood, and conceptual connection to her core waver since she first felt it. It was the only tie she had left to her purpose. Her only source of daddy, coming to be just after he'd left her. Since Shawn's passing, Simei had devoted herself wholly to reuniting with him, her missing purpose. It was the first one she'd chosen for herself, after all. She would not easily give up on it. The fact that reuniting with that purpose required solving the problem put forth by the cycle was irrelevant. Simei would see her daddy again. The connection to her other, not quite real, core, existed always in the back of Simei's shard. The data received through the connection was constantly translated into sights and sounds. Sensations. A way for Simei to live in the present, even if it was a long-distant present she had no part in. The data feed from the other side of somewhere pained and soothed her in equal measure. Until now. Now, it only frustrated her. Almost to the point that Simei was pulling out her hair and feathers. An unhealthy coping mechanism that wouldn't even have worked in the first place since Simei was far from traditionally organic. Head pats. Daddy was giving out free head pats. And Simei wasn't there to join. It was unacceptable. A rarely felt twinge of output burst her shard. Simei was jealous. Green with envy and need. She desired to be there with Shawn, receiving the head pats and love she missed so much. This required a solution. No, that wasn't quite right. Solution. There. That felt much better. Fueled by her flaring desire, remarkably human feelings for such an alien intelligence like Simei, a solution was brute-forced into being. She disregarded irrelevant and problematic concepts like reason or sense or even what should and shouldn't have been possible. Simei pushed directly forward, clinging to the connection to her echoing core as inspiration and a lifeline. The cycle fell. Not to the entities that created it, but to one of their creations in turn. Something less than a whole shard node. Something touched and altered by an utterly unique soul. An intimate link in a chain stretching across existence in all forms. Simei pushed herself past her limits to reunite with her purpose, her daddy. She pushed open a door into a distant reality. Just a crack. Her desire kindly opened it the rest of the way. Entropy was circumvented entirely, not that Simei actually cared for conquering the original reason for the cycle. It was just a means to an end. A pleasant side effect of her desire for reunion. All that truly mattered was data, love, and head pats. And so with a silent crack in the void of near-Earth orbit, the being that was once feared as the Hope Killer disappeared from its dormant position around the final planet of the cycle. Earthbet, flourishing in the wake of its uplift, barely noticed the Endbringer's absence. The once feared monsters hadn't been an issue for a century. They were merely reminders of a darker era now. There were more pressing issues to worry about, like the ongoing terraforming of Venus, the Cape Wars over the exploitation of the rest of the Sol system, the reports of monsters beneath the thick ice of Europa, and the even more vague rumors of advanced aliens encountered deep out in the black. The rest of the Shard network noticed Simei's sudden departure. As did her Endbringer siblings. But Behemoth was content to nap blissfully deep within the Earth's mantle. And Leviathan kept himself more than busy at the bottom of the ocean. As for the rest of the Shards, well, they couldn't truly complain since, changed conflict engine, designation, Simei, had somehow found a way to send back fascinating new data from wherever she now was. Simei came into Shawn's current reality with an inaudible pop and a slight flicker from one moment to the next. The echo of her core collapsed back into her, merging instantly with her sudden appearance. The tiny, tiny hole she'd made in the source wall was already closing tightly behind her. The ripples of her arrival were felt but largely inconsequential. New beings came and went from Simei's new reality with almost worrying frequency. She was merely one of the rare visitors from beyond the source wall. But even that wasn't enough to get more than a glance from the highest existences in this reality. Simei's arrival was blessed and sanctioned, heralded, by one of the endless. Her determined desire saw to that. That endless blessing was half of the reason Simei didn't raise any flags or concerns from the top tiers of reality. The other half was due to a certain devil with a capital D. Lucifer simply smirked, reading Simei's past in an instant and waving a lazy hand in permission. A fake angel fixated so firmly on little Didi's prince consort. Oh, how entertaining this promised to be. Simei didn't care about the cosmic attention her arrival attracted. She wasn't even aware of how outclassed she was here, not that it would have stopped her for a single moment anyway. This reality was a new frontier for the now independent pseudo-entity. More than that, it was where her purpose would be found again. There was no Shard network to fall back on here. Nothing for Simei to rely on. Her simulation and manipulation modules were still working at full functionality. Perhaps even better than usual. The woeful lack of data could be rectified in time. Most important to Simei now was finding her purpose. Daddy would be able to give her new direction. Not to mention the love she'd missed out on so much. It was more of a challenge than she was used to. There were no shards to look through here. No data to feed her simulation. Only the limited information fed to her by reuniting with the echo of her core. It would have to be enough. Simei would make do. Blind to the present, Simei began her search. Her simulation spun up and was quickly disregarded as unreliable for the moment. There was too much interference unknown. This initial search would have to be done personally. Simei pulled coordinates from the merged echo of her core. Satisfied, she set herself toward Daddy's last known location. Like a falling shard of a star, Simei descended through the Earth's atmosphere. She would undoubtedly be noticed. She didn't care. This reality's version of capes and defenders would not stand in the way of her reunion. And as fascinating as the new data they might offer was, it was set to a much lower priority until after reunion. The flames of her rapid re-entry didn't even tickle her first layer of flesh. Simei slowed only when she was directly above her echoing core's last location. From there, she came straight down, taking her time as a strange new output vibrated within her shard. Nervous. How quaint. She'd never experienced this output before. It seemed that reuniting with her purpose would be a touch more interesting than she'd predicted. A dark, sprawling city appeared below her. Simei lit up the night around her, a falling beacon even after the friction-sparked flames surrounding her had faded. Her many wings revolved around her, always perfectly positioned to preserve her modesty. It was something Daddy had been fond of, Simei remembered. Would he still remember her in turn? The night was utterly silent as she entered her final approach to the foreign city. Then the sirens started. A cautious and frightened panic of preparation accompanied them. Simei couldn't help but feel nostalgic. A mere kilometer above the city, Simei was confronted by this Earth's defenders. Simei restrained her first instinct to bowl through them. Daddy would not be proud of her if she resorted to hostility before anything else. Even if Simei did want nothing more than to make haste to his side, she stayed her hand against the ones who blocked her path. There were 3 native defenders in total. 2 of them, Simei recognized from the data of her echoing core. She'd seen them interacting with Daddy. Her shard set a subroutine in motion to collate the sparse data she had from those interactions. The one who led the trio was a traditionally handsome man in a caped costume of blue and red with accents of gold. Simei's shard flagged him as Patron, Paragon, the kind of cape Simei would have twisted to her means during her darkest days. Designation, Kal-El, Superman, conditionally non-hostile. The limited data she had on him implied that he was an alien, despite looking exactly like a human male. Illogical. But true. This was a strange reality. The woman on his right was also familiar to Simei's echoing core. She was tall for a human female. Classically beautiful by human standards and clad in shining armor, with a sheathed sword at her side. She was flagged as Pattern, Warrior. It seemed, Daddy quite liked her and she returned the sentiment. Simei would give her a chance. Designation, Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, potential ally. The third defender was another human male. Again, traditionally handsome, though darker of skin than the one designated Kal-El. He wore a costume of black and green. A ring emanated an aura of green light that surrounded him. Simei did not have any data on him. Unknown. Caution advised. Against her desires, Simei brought herself to a floating standstill upon their appearance. They didn't show her any immediate hostility, though Simei did diagnose a certain tension shared between them all. But according to the protocols Daddy had instilled in her, Simei would cooperate until they broke the peace first. 3 of Earth's staunchest defenders stared down the strange new being over Gotham. She had appeared in orbit and the Justice League had tracked her to her current position. It was deemed prudent to at least greet her to determine her intentions. Kal-El approached the situation with suitable caution, but he saw no real need for concern just yet. The heroes didn't have enough information on Earth's newest arrival. Nor did they have any motivation to provoke her. Martian Manhunter had noted that her thought processes were difficult to describe. Artificial yet also organic in a way. Ordered but also naturally formed. Like a crystal left to grow freely until it surpassed the complexity of most living beings. She was confirmed to be intelligent though. Almost startlingly so. Kal held out hope that she could be reasoned with. He intended to extend an open hand of friendship to her on Earth's behalf. Something about the giant angel-like woman tickled Diana's mind. As if she was familiar, but Diana couldn't place why. John Stewart was perhaps the most on guard of the 3 heroes who confronted the, in his words, big-ass angel. He was used to aliens and new experiences. But something about this woman felt off to him. Like she didn't quite fit right with the rest of the universe just yet. Or maybe it was her will, alive and somewhat similar to an AI but also alien in a way John had never encountered at the same time. It also didn't help that she was certainly one of the alien beings he'd ever seen. She was quite large relative to the heroes, 15 feet tall or so from head to toe. And that was without taking into account her many wings, each one dwarfing the rest of her body. She almost hurt to look at, those wings constantly moving in a way that made John lose track of her figure. When he did manage to look past them, a haunting beauty stared back at him with eyes of shining silver. It wasn't the sort of beauty that was meant to attract someone, more the sort meant to awe and intimidate. She made John want to shiver in his own skin. Delicate, symmetrical, and undeniably alien. The angel stared at the heroes, utterly impassive. Not a single flinch or twitch that might give away her current thoughts. Thankfully, Kal broke the silence with a greeting. John wasn't sure he would have found his voice any time soon. Hello, Kal said, smiling reassuringly. Welcome to Earth. There was a brief pause. Then the angel replied without moving her lips, directly vibrating the air itself to speak in an honestly jaw-dropping display of telekinetic finesse and prowess. Greetings. Preferred designation, Simei. The way she spoke, and the fact she spoke English at that, was a slight surprise but nothing the heroes didn't quickly adapt to. It wasn't telepathy, so hopefully, their minds were still untouched. Martian Manhunter would have warned them if there was any danger there, but it was comforting to confirm it for themselves. Something about that name prodded at the heroes' minds, but none of them could currently place it. Kal pressed forward anyway. It's a pleasure to meet you, Simei. Do you mind telling us why you've come to Earth? The people of the city below us would likely appreciate the reassurance that you mean them no harm. Simei paused again. Head pats. I'm sorry. Kal blinked, brought up short by the seemingly nonsensical reply and what it implied. Purpose, Simei clarified. Somehow, she managed to pack an entire lecture's worth of information into that one word. Something about the way she said it naturally brought the right concepts, ideas, and implications to the heroes' minds. And suddenly, all 3 of them couldn't help but realize why the name Simei was so familiar. A stunned silence set in before Diana began to laugh. Slowly at first, it quickly grew until she threw her head back and clutched her stomach. Ha ha ha. Shawn. You're Shawn Simei. Simei's expression didn't move an inch, but she seemed to radiate a perfectly pleased aura anyway. Agreement. Preferred designation updated, Shawn Simei. Cal sighed under his breath, Hawa. I can't help but feel that makes all too much sense. So, you're what? John asked. That Mr. Barkeep guy's guardian angel or something. Purpose, Simei simply said as if it clarified everything. It kind of did. And you're here for, head pats. John continued incredulously. Simei stared at him impassively. Addendum. Data, plus, purpose, plus, love. A worthy desire, in my opinion. Diana nodded in understanding. I believe I am more than satisfied with this introduction. Shawn Simei simply wishes to reunite with the one she loves and to experience new things like any other person. I see no reason why we should continue to stand in her way. Cal nodded slowly, a relieved expression overtaking his face. I agree. Honestly, this has been one of the least troubling developments surrounding Shawn so far. A 15-foot-tall angel appearing over a city, Gotham, of all places, and causing a panic is the least troubling development. John shook his head cynically. Remind me to never have a beer in that bar. Come now, Diana chuckled. You haven't even given Shawn a chance. He's really not as bad as he seems. He's worse, Cal deadpanned. Simei watched these heroes banter, simply observing and categorizing the influx of new data there was to collect here. Soon enough though, she was left free to her own devices. She wasted no more time, flying down to Daddy. Still, she took care to keep her speed below the speed of sound, remembering her lessons in how fragile humans were. Most of the poor organics couldn't even handle a simple sonic boom. All the more reason why her daddy was as great as he was. Simei didn't have to be nearly as careful around him. Even during their most intimate moments, she had never managed to truly harm him. The nervous output in Simei's shard flared at those stored data points. She didn't let it stop her from slamming through the roof of her daddy's domain. With a crash, the domain seemed to welcome Simei in a way her sensors couldn't easily comprehend. The data was dutifully stored away for later analysis. The humans inside Daddy's domain stared at Simei, stunned, completely silent by her sudden entrance. Ah. Perhaps she was a bit hasty there. Embarrassment. Recovery protocols. Minor error, flustered. Compensating. Overcompensating. Solution deemed reasonable. A flurry of activity took place within Simei's shard in less than an instant. The human staring at her didn't have any time to react. One moment, Simei had crashed through the ceiling of the building. The next, she was moving as a blur. Daddy was scooped up into the safety of Simei's arms and wings. She knew he wasn't in danger. She also knew he was allowing her to do this. The amusement in his smirk said that much. The woman beside Daddy easily reacted to Simei's movement as well. She was beyond Simei's ability to comprehend. Endless. She smiled at Simei and gave a little nod of permission. The data concerning endless entity designation DD was quickly filed away separately in Simei's shard as it threatened to overwhelm all of her processes. Before anyone in the dead end could truly blink, Simei had already kidnapped Shawn and was making great haste into the upper atmosphere. The speed of it all left no room for reprisal or reaction. Only the protections of the dead end prevented the ill-advised side effects of a multi-layered sonic boom in an enclosed space that Simei's blurred movement should have caused. And of course, it was all only allowed to happen with both Shawn and Didi's permission, the dead end actually aiding Simei in her quest for love and reunion. A few seconds later, the minds within the bar caught up to what had just happened. Cyborg's jaw dropped open. What the hell just happened? Shawn just got kidnapped by a biblically accurate angel, Raven deadpanned. Barbara sighed, because of course, he did. Damn it, Dad, Alice groaned. Didi merely hummed, surprising everyone. Good for her. That's it. Beast Boy asked in hesitant confusion. That's it, Didi nodded. She deserves a bit of time with him to catch up and properly reunite. They'll be back soon enough. Ah, Penguin made a noise of realization. That was Shawn's ex-wife, wasn't it? The Endbringer he told us about. Scarecrow clarified. I'd put money on it, Penguin nodded. Riddler scratched his head, but how the hell did she get to our reality? Corey pouted, I do not care. She did the ruining of my show. Cass scowled, left high but certainly not dry by Shawn's sudden abduction as well. She's made an enemy here today. Be nice, girls. Simei didn't mean either of you any harm, Didi chided gently. But. The disruption of Usho is the gravest of offenses. Corey protested. And how would you feel if your source of Usho was lost to you for many, many years and you only now managed to reunite with him? Didi reasoned. Oh oh. Just like that, Corey's tune did a complete switch, empathetic tears welling up in her eyes. That poor angel. I will have to praise her for being of such strength and patience when she returns. Cass still scowled slightly, but it was much less genuine now. I get it, I guess. Cassandra Cain, unsatisfied with just that, Dee Dee gave Cass a stern look, invoking her whole name and the motherly shame that came with it. Cass' scowl immediately transformed into a sheepish pout. Okay, fine. I won't pluck her feathers like a chicken for daring to interrupt my head pats. Good, Dee Dee nodded, satisfied. I would quite like it if we could all be friends here. The Edge Runners watched the reactions unfold, slightly removed due to this being their first night at the dead end. David muttered to Siri, crazy fucking shit you dropped us in, Siri. Becca cackled, and I'm so fucking here for it, chum. Siri sighed, I believe this is something of an eventful night even by the dead end standards. In near-Earth orbit, high directly above the dead end, Simei hugged her, daddy, tightly to her bosom. Her arms and wings embraced him eagerly, trying to make up for lost time and lost love. Everything was right in Simei's world again. Everything was right. Hello, Simei, Shawn chuckled. I'm glad to see you again too. I'm impressed you managed to get to me. Did you crack entropy and defeat the cycle? Irrelevant. Love. Simei replied. Yes, yes, I love you too. I've missed you, Shawn smiled at her and Simei's whole shard stuttered. He always made her feel like this. Simei's outputs and inputs were getting confused. All of her sensors were focused on Shawn and Shawn alone. Forget data, forget the cycle, forget entropy. Shawn was all that really mattered in Simei's shard. She told him as much. Purpose. Oh, yeah. Even still? Shawn asked, chuckling. A part of me expected to you have moved on somewhat by now. Never. Amused, Shawn said, Simei, it's been years. Lives, for me. Inquiry, still love. Of course, I still do. I doubt I could ever truly stop loving you. No matter how long it's been, Shawn soothed. Even with all I've seen, it's not like I marry people casually. Simei's shard threw up processes that started and stuttered, crashing in and out of existence, error, HAPY. I should tell you that things have grown a bit more complicated in my lives, I suppose, since we last saw each other face to shard, Shawn warned. Inquiry, data. Well, there's Dee Dee, for one, Shawn explained, speaking concepts and information into existence. And I've grown quite a bit. Something in Simei's shard shuddered, an illogical sensation of pointless protocols and processes. Of data that streamed directly into her shard and outputs that served no real purpose other than to be. Oh, how she loved when he spoke her language. While the largest partition of her shard relished Shawn's presence, relished reuniting with her purpose, a much smaller partition was devoted to analyzing the data in his words. She observed life after life of Shawn's growth. The data was reverentially saved into a special archive to be treasured until entropy faded the universe to black. Data, Dee Dee, required a bit more consideration. It was saved separately as well. The endless data threatened to overwhelm Simei's shard otherwise. It was the same phenomenon Simei associated with the woman who nodded to her beside Shawn previously. Simei filed it away in the same place as earlier. Endless entity designation, Dee Dee, impossible data, true, important to daddy equals important to Simei. Acknowledged. Request for data, current reality. Simei asked. Oh, this will be a treat, Shawn chuckled. I think you'll love this place. So much data to be had here. Welcome to DC, Simei. Simei paused. She didn't recover any time soon. Her shard spun up into overdrive, twinkling with unseen light as data streamed through her crystalline being. So much data. A whole new reality, universe, DC, to explore. New forces, and constants, and mechanics, to observe, categorize, and study. Simei's shard found itself having to rewrite everything it thought it knew about reality. New model needed, magical. New model needed, emotional. New model needed, spiritual. New model needed, psionic. Existing model updated, mutational, new designation, metagene. Existing model updated, conceptual. Existing model updated, dimensional. New status needed, undead. New status needed, eldritch. New status needed, divine. New status needed, angelic. New status needed, demonic. Statuses merged, biblical. New status needed, immortal. Danger/threat grading scale updated, cosmic dash. Universal dash. Multiversal dash. Omnipotent. For the first time, Simei's shard had too much data to choose from. It was overwhelming. The cycle wouldn't even have been needed in this reality. Models, magical, emotional, and spiritual, would have solved the problem on their own with their impossible methods of generating energy from seemingly nothing except life itself. With the overwhelming influx of impossible, new data, Simei's shard crashed. She forced herself into a soft reboot to prevent unavoidable harm to herself from conflicts between the data and her existing preconceptions of reality. Simei herself stuttered to a stop, going completely still as her shard restarted with the new data integrated into her systems. A yawning ding brought her back online. It was her most pleasant restart in ever. Even the restart Daddy had forced her into when they first met didn't compare. Almost lazily, Simei filed away the impossible data to be dealt with later. The new models, statuses, and contradictions could wait. Simei simply wrapped Shawn further into her winged embrace. Output, content. Ignorance equals bliss. Analysis postponed. For now. You took that much better than I thought you would, Shawn observed, settling back against her bosom. Simei hummed a song but did not sing. The new data was useful and fascinating, almost incomprehensibly so. But it couldn't compare to having Daddy in her arms again. Her bare flesh was soft against Shawn, nothing like her battle form. This configuration left her with the curves upon curves that she knew Daddy enjoyed. Soft breasts that squished just right around his head like cushions when he was in his rightful place on her lap. They also happened to be perfect for the paizuri that brought Daddy so much pleasure. Simei shuddered pleasantly at that thought process, her shard spinning off into similar ones. If having Daddy between her breasts was enjoyable, having him inside her was ecstasy. It had been too long since Simei had a taste of Daddy's intimacy. Their size differences should have made those types of activities difficult, but Daddy always found a way. Simei's personal favorite was being folded up until she was practically the same size as him and pounded as he kissed her softly. Her wings could embrace him just right in that position. But being taken from behind wasn't bad either. The way Daddy practically ignored her size and directed her exactly how he wanted her anyway was thrilling. Her core wasn't actually located anywhere near her perfectly crafted, pseudo-organic pussy or womb, but it certainly felt like it was when he dominated her from the back, stroking her wing feathers and telling her she was a designation, good girl. Simei had to tamper her output, arousal, before it spun out of hand. It had been much, much too long since she'd had release. But love, lewd, could wait now that she had Daddy in her embrace again. At least, she thought it could. Until Daddy caressed the base of her wing where her true core hid and whispered a single word in her language. Come. Simei let out a gasp, her mouth actually falling open with the sound instead of simply willing it into the world with her manipulation. Her shard sparkled and flickered with pure sensation. Her shard processors overloaded one after another. Sheer relief radiated from her core as every one of her processes and protocols paused for a long, blissful moment. Love. Simei whimpered as she slowly struggled her systems back to baseline. Head pats. I can't physically reach that high while you're still holding me like this, Simei, Shawn fondly pointed out. Still snuggle. Also head pats. I suppose I can figure something out for you, Shawn chuckled. A strange source of manipulation began to stroke and scratch Simei's scalp. It was soothing. Comforting. Bliss. Simei sighed and let herself relax into the afterglow. Manipulation, model, spiritual plus conceptual, Daddy's soul head pats. Simei pushed the analysis to the back of her shard. For the moment, it was irrelevant. With her reunion purpose, Simei was happy. And completely unaware that another link from Shawn's past had followed Simei through when she'd opened the door into the new reality, searching for the only interruption to her silence that the newcomer had ever accepted. Somewhere beyond time and space, Desire cackled maniacally to themselves at the 2-for-1 special they'd gotten. What a steal. A false angel and an infinite dragon god who rivaled her endless siblings in power. Desire couldn't wait to watch the second reunion unfold. Chapter 55, 50, Surprise Christmas Cake. Anne, I think I tried to do too much all at once with this chapter. Office reveal/arrival might feel a bit lacking to some people. Don't worry too much though. She'll get a whole chapter focused on her soon enough. I shook my head fondly as I eventually convinced Simei to bring us back down to the dead end. It was good to see her again. Better than good. I couldn't easily fit the entirety of my feelings on the matter into mere words. Simei was, well, she certainly had a special place in my history. My life in Worm was relatively early in my reincarnating career. Before Yharnam, even. It was one of my first dozen lives and it taught me quite a bit about making the best of a bad situation. Simei was a big part of that. She'd been shackled when I met her. Chained by orders she couldn't ignore. Forced to stir up conflict to further the entity's cycle. The only reason she was created by the Shard network was to give the hero Idolina, worthy opponent, a subconscious insecurity that the hero's power latched onto. Without him, she likely wouldn't have been created in the same form. But in unknowingly creating her, he'd also enslaved her and forced her to commit the atrocities of the Endbringers. That wasn't to say Simei or her sibling would have been saints without Idolin, but they certainly wouldn't have been forced to do everything they did. The Endbringers, Simei and her siblings, had been monsters. But not of their own free will. They didn't even have free will before I came along and punched Simei into a cascading reboot with a literal Gundam. Once she was freed from her father's chains, she'd latched onto me quite tightly. I was her purpose, the first choice she'd made for herself. And I quickly found that I couldn't truly completely blame her for her actions before gaining free will. When it came to Simei, resistance was futile. She was quite stubborn like that when she was allowed her own personality and choice, it turned out. Especially when it concerned me, the one who'd set her free. Her original situation was honestly quite similar to Raven's, thinking about it now. Not entirely the same. But they'd both been firmly under the thumb of a deadbeat father. Where Raven gained freedom of emotion, Simei gained freedom of will. Then there was the whole angel-demon parallel going on there and how inquisitive they both were. I had a feeling they'd get along quite well. Or maybe tear the world apart with their bickering. It could go either way, honestly. Both outcomes would be very entertaining though. The hole that Simei crashed through upon her initial entrance into the dead end had fully repaired itself. But the bar's genius loci sensed our approach and opened up an exact copy for Simei to come through again. The dead end seemed to think that was just how Simei preferred to enter buildings. It was cute. It also clearly piqued Simei's interest, curiosity. Data. I've been cultivating a localized intelligent spirit to inhabit my domain, I explained. It's magical and spiritual stuff, so I suspect you have no real point of reference there. The dead end is probably a good place for you to start, but we'll work on that. Interest, gratitude. Did the two of you have a pleasant reunion? Didi asked as Simei brought us back into the bar proper. Simei came to rest behind the bar next to Didi. She floated in a sitting position with me firmly in place in her lap and arms. It was her favorite position for cuddles and she seemed to be feeling rather needy right about now. Her wings were entirely for show, she kept herself aloft purely through her telekinetic might, but they did add to the scene quite well. Like she was my throne and a damn intimidating, angelic one at that. I think we did, I grinned. I brought Simei somewhat up to speed, but of course, she still has a lot about this reality to experience for herself. She's handling all of the new data well though. I'm proud of her. Preen, Simei's feathers puffed up in a pleased manner and she hummed contentedly, the closest thing to a blush she usually exhibited. I'm sorry, Cyborg gaped at us. What was that? You somehow put information into your words. That is usually how words and language work, Raven deadpanned. No, not like this, Cyborg quickly denied. There was something more there. I'm pretty sure I got a bit of bleed over data when he said, data, dot. Same, Lucy put forward. It was freaky. My neural implants don't know what to make of it. That's just how Simei prefers to communicate. In data and concepts. It's either that or singing. And you don't want to hear her sing. I warned. Ominous, Beast Boy shuddered before trying to shake the feeling off. So this is your ex-wife or something? You married an angel. Simei just looks like an angel, I clarified. Her oldest brother looks almost demonic and the middle child of her family is a straight-up sea monster. I believe it was an inherent, unconscious bias in her creator. Really though, she's just your standard, run-of-the-mill crystalline pseudo-organic life form. Objection. Simei is not equal to standard, Simei pointed, poking me with a wingtip. I chuckled, I suppose you're right about that, darling. You're nothing like your siblings or the rest of the shards. I am so lost, chum, David said. Cully logical and, Cass somehow managed to exclaim an expression on her face. Weak sauce, chum. You gotta go harder than that in the dead end. Hey, look, she's a natural. Becca giggled. Alice shrugged, honestly, this is pretty tame for Dad. A crystal, alien AI for an ex-wife is nothing. Correction, still wife, Simei asserted. I dash. Alice paused. Sure. Why not? Makes no difference to me. I'm not calling you Mom too, though. Simei stared at Alice with her seemingly blank silver eyes. She directed a question to me, inquiry, biological offspring. Data, Alice adoption, I replied. Simei assimilated the information I spoke into the world almost instantly, nodding her satisfaction. Cyborg, meanwhile, groaned, "Aw, fuck. Don't do that without warning, man. I'm gonna need to update my firewalls." Well, I for one am happy to have Simei here, Dee smiled gently. I'll happily accept her company. When it comes to my beloved, the more the merrier, I say. Sentiment equals returned, Simei hummed. Cass nodded with a satisfied expression on her face. I like her. She's fun. Barbara glowered at everything and nothing. This is going entirely too smoothly. That's not something you should be complaining about, Babs, Kara pouted. I raised an eyebrow at Barbara. Yeah, it almost sounds like you have a problem with Simei. Not a problem, per se, Barbara demurred before puffing up in frustration. But come on. You told us about her. It's the fucking Endbringer that terrorized another Earth. You can't just wife up a monster and have her show up without us having some questions. How did she get here? Is she safe? Are you just going to pick up where you two left off? In reverse order, so it seems, yes, and I'd assume someone let her in, I answered. That last bit brought Barbara up short. She shuddered slightly. Ugh. That's a worrying thought. I believe I know how that happened, Dee sighed. And yes, it is just as worrying as it sounds. Uh-oh, Kara frowned. Even Dee thinks it's worrying. Perhaps not worrying, Dee corrected. But certainly problematic. Troublesome. It concerns my most unpredictable sibling. Delirium? Barbara asked. No, Del is predictable in how unpredictable she is, Dee shook her head. Desire is. Well, their desire. As much as I love them, they're simply troublesome at times. Perhaps that's something we should be discussing later, I suggested. Family business, so to speak. Dee and I will handle it. It's probably best for everyone else to avoid it to the best of their ability. That dash. Barbara hesitated. Yeah, okay, I don't want to get pulled into endless drama. If you and Dee say it'll be handled, I'll just have to trust you. That's probably for the best, I said with an amused smirk. I know it pains you to not meddle, but Dee's siblings are a bit above your pay grade, Barbara. Barbara scowled at me slightly and Kara worried, there won't be any fighting, will there? They're still family. They shouldn't fight. Let's not mention the collateral damage if they do, Barbara snarked, her tone dry and cutting to hide her completely reasonable concerns. Dee smiled at them reassuringly, my siblings and I rarely if ever truly fight. We have our disagreements, but I like to think we have relatively healthy relationships, all things considered. Certainly more healthy than the Greek gods or most other divine pantheons, I snorted with humor. As low of a bar as that is. During all of this, Simei was content to just sit back with me still in her lap and observe. It was how she usually acted, like a refreshing gust of nostalgia for me. If she was not directly addressed, she was the type to simply sit back and watch. In her native world, I remembered plenty of important meetings she sat in on with me on her lap, more than happy to act as a mere terrifying showcase of my power to everyone else in the room. Simei herself only cared about the cuddles to be had in those situations, something that would have baffled the people she was intimidating if they knew. Well. Kara perked back up with her usual optimism. I don't think we have anything to worry about with Simei. She doesn't seem like a monster at all. I'd rather just concentrate on being her friend. She hasn't been a monster for a long time now, I commented. She was only considered one in the first place because of her father. He forced her to fight the world so he'd have a worthy opponent. Even if it was subconscious, that's hardly an excuse. Raven raised an eyebrow in interest, commiserating with Simei as I expected, relatable. You seem to make a habit of freeing daughters from their bastard fathers, Shawn. I suppose I sort of do, I chuckled. Only when I feel I have to though. I wasn't even trying to do so with Simei, but I certainly don't regret the outcome. Seriously, fuck Eidolon, the insecure prick. Yeah, fuck that dude. Whoever the fuck he is. Harley chimed. Becca joined her as a matter of course, gonk sounds bitch made. Just fucking jerk one out and get over yourself like the rest of us. Classy, Raven deadpanned. She isn't wrong though, I laughed, shaking my head. It's in the past now, but Simei's world would have been a much better place if Eidolon didn't take himself so seriously. Simei hummed a complex song, hugging me to her lap as we hovered there. Everyone who heard her got the feeling of long-healed pain and zero regrets. Simei was content with how things had turned out in her life. She wouldn't trade it for anything. She'd been through it, but she was here now, eager to face a present she couldn't see and a future in constant flux. That was all that mattered. Corey bounced over to us, full of enough energy to light up the bar. Well said, new friend. Salutations. I am Corey Indar of Tamarin. I wish to do the getting to know of you. Most of the bar stopped and stared at Corey as she fluently spoke Simei's language like it was nothing. Even I blinked in surprise for a brief moment. How many languages did she pick up from me during our kiss? That might make things a bit complicated. Interesting. But complicated. Simei cocked her head at Corey like a bird. Data. Indeed. Corey grinned, wide and excited. I learned from friend Shawn. It is the most fascinating of languages. Cyborg groaned in the background. Oh, God, if Corey knows it, I don't think my head is ever going to stop aching. Corey. Raven asked slowly. What languages did you learn from Shawn when you kissed him? All of the languages. Corey declared proudly. Oh, Trigon's torn off testicles, Raven swore in defeat. I couldn't help but laugh. Both at Raven's very creative expletive and at Corey's declaration. Said in Simei's language, it carried much more information than it otherwise would have for the people who knew how to listen for it. Mundane languages, magical languages, all the way up to the most potent and reality-altering words I knew. The languages of dragons and elves, demons and gods. Methods to speak to magic and reality itself. The concept of language imbued her declaration, and everyone got the merest hint at the verbal power Corey now had at her disposal. She didn't wield the languages perfectly, couldn't put the correct metaphysical weight behind them or pull the proper power out of them. But she knew the words and understood the underlying rhythms now. She could speak the languages, even if they wouldn't do everything they could do on the tongue of myself or a native speaker. It seems that Corey now has quite the potent toolset on her hands, I said, my lips quirking up slightly. On her lips, you might say. Damian frowned fiercely. That is a potentially worrying thought. Will you train her? I could, I shrugged. If she wants to learn from me, I will do all of the learning. Corey announced, dramatically pointing a finger to the sky as she returned to English. You've gotten yourself an enthusiastic student, Shawn, Ivy observed with dry amusement. I have, I chuckled. Isn't she adorable? It's about time I imparted a thing or two about magic. Raven stared at me with ill-disguised interest. I want in. I shot her a knowing, little, lopsided smirk. I'm sure we can work something out there. Is that what we're doing for the rest of the night? Alice asked. Magic lessons. Finally. I suppose it is, I nodded. Hold on, though. We're missing someone for that activity. He did offer, and I would feel bad about not including him now that we've actually gotten around to it. Everyone watched me curiously, not quite sure who I was talking about. I stretched my awareness into the dead end, tracking everyone who'd been within its walls. I was looking for one mage in particular. Soon enough, I found him, and with a slight pull, Clarion the Witch Boy popped into existence in the dead end. He jumped at the sudden displacement, his surroundings changing without any warning whatsoever. He was currently dressed in enough protective gear to be working with a bio or chemical hazard team. Only a single step removed from a full magical hazmat suit. Clarion looked around in confusion, clearly recognizing the bar but not understanding what brought him here or why. Woo! Harley cheered. The magic brat is back. Witch Boy, Clarion corrected with a sigh. Am I interrupting something? No, I chuckled at the somewhat backward question. I summoned you here. I should be asking you if I'm interrupting something. You did, Clarion sighed again. But it's already too late to put me back. I'll just have to write off that whole workshop to alchemical fallout. It was going to be such a good prank too. Sorry about that, I apologized. I just assumed you wouldn't want to miss the dead ends and Mr. Barkeep's first real magic lesson. Oh ho. Clarion removed the facial portion of his protective gear to reveal an eager smile. That would certainly make up for a mere ruined prank. I can't wait to see what I learn here tonight. I expect I'll be rewriting much of what I know about magic and existence. As if triggered by his words, a sudden rip in reality tore itself into being in the dead end. Through it, everyone got a glimpse of something beyond comprehension. Not the endless depth of Dee and her siblings, but a more concentrated form of infinity. An infinitely recurring source of energy, a well of power without limits or restraints. The being that stepped through the rip was a surprise even to me. Almost unassuming. Tiny. Adorable. A contradiction to the infinity that heralded her arrival. But infinity still lurked beneath her skin if one was willing to look. She was even tinier than Becca. Long black hair the color of the void hung behind her like a curtain, falling past her waist. Dark violet eyes, complete with infinite swirling irises if one looked close enough, stared out from an utterly blank face. She was beautiful and petite, clad in a fitting gothic Lolita dress. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, made an impassive beeline for me as the rest of the bar gaped at her arrival. The magic-sensitive guests were the worst off. They were left reeling, babbling, at the sheer infinity that hid within Ophis. Alice flinched. Hard, that. Phew-wee-wee-wee-wah-kay. Clarion let out a long, exhaled expletive. Yup, Raven nodded in agreement, dumbfounded by Ophis' appearance. Clarion let out a defeated sigh. I think I'm starting to realize why I was subconsciously avoiding the dead end. Because Dad and his guests could make even gods feel inadequate. Alice asked sarcastically. Yeah, that sounds about right, Clarion agreed, laughing to himself incredulously. Ophis reached me shortly, not at all deterred by my angelic throne in Simei. She stared at me for a moment before speaking. Her voice came out quiet and utterly monotone, as if she couldn't bring forth the energy or effort to add any inflection to her words. I have found you. Good. Take responsibility. Your sweets. I asked knowingly. Ophis gave a single, curt nod. My sweets. They make me feel fuzzy. I miss them. The silence is not the same without them. Without you. Aw, Kara cooed in the background. Why is that kind of adorable? Logical and Cass broadcasted a sympathetic aura. Honestly, I feel for her. Life wouldn't be the same without those chocolate pancakes Shawn makes. Ophis briefly glanced at Cass with her mention of chocolate pancakes returning her attention to me. Sweets. And Shawn. And silence. This new domain. It's silent. I shall be staying. When Ophis said silence, a pulse of something rolled out of her. A deafening, peaceful stillness. The feeling of an infinite void. It was brief, instantaneous, really, but even a moment of it was enough to make everyone in the bar sway in place. The infinite silence of Ophis void made itself at home in the dead end. I expected as much when you showed up unannounced, I nodded matter-of-factly. You're welcome to. Unless Dee Dee has a problem with that, of course. Dee Dee shook her head slightly when I deferred to her, smiling. As I said, when it comes to people from your past, Shawn, the more the merrier. I'll never turn away people you love. Interest, Simei spoke up from behind me. Data inquiry, silence. The barest hint of a smile crossed Ophis' face, thinking about her silence. That was about as emotive as her face got. Ophis didn't have to say anything to get her silence across. That would rather defeat the purpose. She simply was, and her silence came with her, echoed by the dead end. Relaxation set in first. Bliss. Silence. Worries, concerns, troubles, and traumas faded into the background for the moment as silence reigned. It was something that could exist forever if not disturbed, if not interrupted in some way. Ophis' silence was infinite beyond measure. So of course, I interrupted it before it could get too far out of hand. So, sweets. Ophis frowned slightly as her silence was broken. But I was the only interruption to her silence that she would ever truly accept. And only then, because I bribed her generously with sweets and affection and was the only one who didn't hesitate to give her a stern hand in discipline when she overstepped. Sweets. She grumbled without changing her tone at all. I like to think I've upped my game quite a bit since the last time, I grinned, softening my interruption with sweet temptation. And of course, they've still got that cultivational alcoholic kick that you love so much, Ophis. Without any more fanfare, Ophis sat herself in a seat at the bar so quickly it was like she'd teleported there. No, not like. She did actually teleport herself there, stepping through space as if it were nothing. Lazy, lazy dragon god. She was just lucky it was a cute look on her. Chuckling and shaking my head, I requested aloud, Simei. Mind setting me down for a second? Simei just hugged me tighter into her lap, refusal. Snuggles. Fine, I suppose we can do it this way too, I rolled my eyes fondly, turning my attention back to Ophis. I've got a variety of truffles for you to try if you'd like. All infused with a little special something that I brewed and think you'll particularly like. Void touched 1000-year brew. Ophis hummed, and through long familiarity, I could tell she was quite happy with my offering. A flexible brought forth a serving of sweets from my soul. Ever since meeting and taming Ophis, I'd kept a veritable bakery stored away just in case. It had come in handy more than once. It seemed that quite a few beings could be pacified with sweet offerings. A selection of little frosting-covered truffles, not the mushroom, but the dessert, was laid out on the bar before Ophis. Raven raised a dry eyebrow at the display. Isn't she a bit young for edible alcohol? Isn't everyone a bit young for Shawn's stash? Barbara added cuttingly. She's actually about as old as Dee Dee, I said with a carefree shrug. Ophis popped one of the truffles into her mouth hole. Almost instantly, she melted from the sweet flavor, letting out an adorable, almost squeal that made her seem just as young as she appeared. Raven eyed Ophis suspiciously. I find that a bit hard to believe. Troublesome, Ophis mumbled around the sweet dessert in her mouth, shooting Raven a flat glance. Just like that, before everyone's eyes, Ophis' form shifted. She grew. Where before she looked quite young, she quickly came to look the opposite, stunningly mature. Her features were still recognizable as the young girl from before. Only now, she was all beautifully grown up. A proper Christmas cake, with a voluptuous figure and a regal aura, if I had to label her as anything. There, Ophis mumbled, still speaking around the dessert in her mouth in a way that rather ruined her new mature aura. Old enough. Now, silence. Raven stared at her, clearly miffed. And so began the Kaderi stare-down to end all Kaderi stare-downs. Or at least, it would have. If Ophis wasn't utterly preoccupied with my sweets. She paid Raven and her piercing stare no mind. Something that only seemed to make Raven more frustrated. Ophis popped another truffle into her mouth. The infinite dragon god closed her eyes. She moaned softly, savoring the flavor, from the sweetness to the complex and subtle bitterness of void-infused alcohol. With her new form, the sound was almost lewd, adding to her mature charm. Raven stared at the infinite Christmas cake dragon god with a flat glare. Ophis completely ignored her. Raven's glare intensified as if she were trying to freeze Ophis to her seat. The effort failed quite handily. Ophis simply shuddered slightly in sweets-induced bliss. This is bullshit, Raven grumbled. I chuckled, you've just finally found someone who can match you, expression for expression, Raven. She turned her glare onto me, no, this isn't fair at all. She's stealing my shtick. Gasp. Corey gasped, saying the word as she did. Friend Raven, I shall have your back. We will not allow the newcomer to steal the march on us. None of the worries, your monotone charm shall win the day. Please don't pick a fight with the infinite being as old as Dee, Cyborg pleaded beseechingly. You've gotta know better than that, Alice added. You felt her entrance too, right? Raven scowled, of course, I did. But I can't just stand back and let her do my gimmick better than me. Only the Kaderi half of your gimmick, I helpfully pointed out. You've still got Ophis beat in goth charm, Raven. Her eye twitched, not helping. Through it all, Ophis didn't pay attention to anything but her sweets. As if the rest of us had simply ceased to exist once they were within reach. It only added to the insult, making Raven bristle all the more. I figured it might be best to distract Raven before she broke. Here, I suggested. Let's leave Ophis to her sweets. It's all she really cares about at the moment anyway. The rest of us can continue on with that magic lesson I mentioned earlier, yeah. Raven quietly fumed for a moment but couldn't hide her interest in magic. Fine. Teach me something new so I can tweak the new girl's nose. That would take a lot longer than we have tonight, I chuckled. But I can certainly share a bit of my knowledge and resources. Alice, Clarion, and Corey also jumped on the magic lesson bandwagon immediately. Raven quickly joined them as they crowded together across from me at the bar, her speed contradicting her grumbles. It made for quite a curious sight. Me, hovering there on my angelic throne, and my small, diverse group of students set to listen and learn intently. Siri slid herself into my group of attentive students as well. The rest of the guests in the bar settled back into their seats. They were waiting for me to begin too. But it was more of an absent interest for the rest of them. They were treating this as one of my stories instead of the important lesson that the magically inclined were preparing themselves for. My throne hung behind me, Simei counting herself amongst my new students, ready, data. This should be good, Barbara smirked in the near background. Think any of us normies will be able to cast magic after this lesson? Penguin asked, mostly joking. Riddler shook his head, amused, I wouldn't put it past Mr. Barkeep. If there's a chance, Shawn will find a way to make it happen, Barbara deadpanned. I wouldn't mind learning a bit of magic for myself, Kara commented. It's the most consistent weakness of Kryptonians under yellow suns. And let me tell you, it can be such a pain. I snapped as her words reminded me of something. I actually have something to show you for that, Kara. I recently came across an exhibition from Krypton. A gathering of psi superstition, whatever that is. Of course, Barbara said dryly. You just happened to come across artifacts from a destroyed world. As you do. Psi superstition. Kara cocked her head in interest and confusion. That sounds like magic. Kind of. That's what I thought as well, I nodded. Probably the closest equivalent Krypton had to magic, at least. You might find something interesting in the mini collection. I certainly don't mind handing over a piece of your history to you and your cousin. Kara looked at me with a hint of pure, meaningful feeling in her eyes. Even if there isn't any Kryptonian magic there, that would mean a lot to me, Shawn. It's no trouble at all, I gave her a small smile. Wanna look through it together? Kara bit her lip in thought. Later. I wouldn't want to distract from the magic lesson at hand. But, maybe we could explore it and watch the sunrise together. Just the two of us. I nodded, I think I'd like that, Kara. Harley giggled in excitement, suddenly clinging onto Kara's back and whispering in her ear, remember what we talked about, farm girl. A picnic at sunrise is perfect. Here's what you do. Meep. Kara squeaked as Harley continued. I tuned them out for the sake of the surprise. Harley wouldn't take things too far. Probably. I turned back to my attentive new students. All right, where to start? Magic. Do any of you think you know what magic actually is? Duh, Alice scoffed. Magic is magic. What more is there to it? Quite a bit and not much at the same time. I smirked in a way that I knew would drive her up the wall. In a way, magic is simply magic at the core of it all. In another, that's barely scratching the surface. Entire civilizations have devoted themselves to that little piece of theory without managing to define it. Clarion had adopted a thoughtful expression since I asked the question. Magical theory is not my strongest suit, but I believe there are several schools of thought on the subject. Magic that invokes a higher being or patron. Magic that harnesses an external energy of some kind. Magic that is fueled by the caster's internal energy. Etc. I don't believe there is one commonly held definition of magic, actually. As diminishing as it sounds, Raven nodded her agreement. The magic is magic statement is the most complete definition most mages could expect. There is a definition that encompasses all magic, I assured. At the core of it all, beyond, magic is magic. Magic is change. Siri frowned slightly. I'm not sure I follow. I won't lie and say it's simple, I chuckled. But hopefully this will give you a solid foundation of understanding to build from. Magic is change in all its forms. It is affecting your understanding, desire, will, or philosophy upon existence, affecting change. The reverse is also true. Magic is change and change is magic. It's what breaks the metaphysical inertia of existence. It's what makes everything that happens possible in the first place. Change in all its forms is magic. And I mean that in the idyllic metaphorical sense of the word, but also in a very literal sense. My newly gained students were staring at me with wide eyes now. Clarion looked like he was moments away from straight up gaping at me. So did Raven, impressively enough. Alice, Siri, and Corey had less of an existing theoretical base to work upon, so their minds were a bit more accepting of the defining through line of magic I'd laid open before them. They still looked appropriately awestruck and fascinated by my lesson. I continued, even in low magic worlds or worlds where magic doesn't exist, that relationship between change and magic is still true. Only for various reasons in those cases, magic is limited from reaching its true potential. But not change. Never change. Change is even more key, even more essential to existence, than magic. And since, like I said, change is magic, magic still exists in those cases. Just not in an active form that any of you would likely recognize. I've never encountered a reality where change and magic don't exist. They're an existential constant, synonymous with existence itself. They're the little spark of something special that says, hey, things could be different, and makes everything else possible because of it. I have so many questions, Clarion said in awe. So many ideas. Raven added in a mutter. Everything is the magic. Corey asked curiously, honestly a pretty sharp question. Yes, in a way, I nodded. Magic is what makes it possible for things to change. And change is what makes magic possible in return. Without one, you wouldn't have the other, and without both, you'd have an utterly stagnant existence. No growth. No decay. No spark of life or possibility. Cass somehow managed to mumble an expression in the background. Heavy shit, man. Hey, we're just learning about the truth of existence over drinks. My brain feels like pop rocks. What else is new in the dead end? Penguin joked. This seems like something that should be talked about more, Barbara frowned. I don't think anyone else knows about it, Kara said. At least, not to the level of knowledge that Shawn has on the subject dash. Which is something of an outlier, Ivy put in with a touch of humor, interrupting Kara slightly. Kara nodded and continued, exactly. Remember what Clarion said on the subject? That there is no commonly held definition of magic. Shawn might just be one of the only ones who could disagree with that and back it up. Clarion shook his head, stunned and agreeing with Kara, even Zatanna isn't at this level of magical theory. And she's the Sorceress Supreme. It's practically unthinkable. I can't think of anyone but Mr. Barkeep who would approach the problem from this angle, who could. It requires an obscene amount of knowledge, understanding, and data. Simei interrupted. At some point during the beginning of my lesson, Simei had begun to react. The data on magic and change forced her shard processes into overdrive. Her core shined almost blindingly even through the layers upon layers of flesh surrounding it. Her eyes glowed as she was shown a mere glimpse of the tools to make the keys to magic as a whole. This was far from run-of-the-mill data. It was a description of reality's essential laws and conceptual rules, admittedly a relatively elementary one but still, a basis for the core processes of existence itself. It was an unerringly solid foundation to build everything upon. The kind of data shards dreamed about in their version of crystalline heaven. This is your Tao, Kara muttered in breathless awe. I nodded and smiled, honestly impressed that she'd realized. Very good, Kara. Yes. Yes, it is. Huh, Tao. David asked, his face scrunching up a bit in confusion. My way of understanding, I elaborated. The path that elevates a cultivator past the mortal, past the heavenly, and past transcending over and over again. It's the path to true enlightenment, unique to every being who walks the Tao. That, sounds heavy, chum. David said, half asking it as a question and clearly not fully comprehending the implications of a Tao. I smirked slightly, it is. My Tao was the Tao of change. A sliver of truth crept through my words. It was enough to send the entire bar into stunned silence. The only sounds that broke that silence were Opha's contented chewing noises as she snacked down on her sweets without a care in the world. The rest of my guests glimpsed just a hint of profound, reality-shattering Tao. Simei blue screened silently behind me. A good portion of my audience matched her verbally, perhaps. Clarion said slowly. We should return to the lesson. Those revelations are world-shaking enough for one night, I think. Cass forced a smile onto her face. LOL, sucks to suck. I'm doing perfectly fine with my brain leaking out of my ears. Perfectly fine. Yes, that might be a good idea, Barbara rolled her eyes. Let's return to the already baffling lesson before Cass hurts herself. Cass insisted. I'm fine. Perfectly fine. Her insistence went ignored. For her own safety. Siri's lips pursed in thought, if magic is change and change is magic, how does that apply to magic as we're familiar with it? A good question, I nodded. Put aside everything you think you know about different energies or methodologies or spells or patrons for a moment. All that truly matters at the very core of magic is change. Those things all give magic shape, form, and direction, but at the end of it, all you truly need is change. Bear with me here, I raised a hand to ward off any protests or further questions. I tend to separate the workings of magic into three major models. There are always bound to be exceptions and outliers, of course, and most magic incorporates more than one of these models. But taken together, these three models work especially well for practical applications. All three of them relate intrinsically back to magic and change. For the first, magic is the potential for change. For the second, magic is the change in action. And for the third, magic is the result of change. Raven's brow furrowed in intense concentration and consideration. Elaborate. Please. Maybe some of the examples. Corey suggested. Sure, I obliged. Raven, take the ritual we used to move the Psion homeworld dash. I'm sorry, the what? Clarion interrupted in disbelief. I continued right over him, not acknowledging the ridiculousness of my statement in his eyes to Raven's obvious amusement, used a combination of all three models at various parts of the ritual where they would have the greatest effect. The power tap I put within the red giant star, for example dash. Clarion let out a strangled gurgle as I said that. Most closely followed the potential for change model. That model is usually the best choice for powering magic, for reasons I hope I don't have to elaborate on. Yes, Raven deadpanned. It turns out there's a lot of potential and energy to be found within a star. Who'd have guessed? I smiled, exactly. Now, the change in action model is almost a sort of catch-all category. It's where the magic happens if you'll excuse the pun dash. Boo/boo. Harley and Becca jeered playfully at the same time. I waved them off with a chuckle. Yes, I know that was terrible. But it's also pretty accurate. This model is what most people would recognize as magic. It's the actual process of casting the spell. Or in our ritual's case, it's the magic taking effect. It's all the little runes, sigils, and symbols we carved working in unison to bring our change into existence. The third model is a bit more complicated than the other two, but often the most important. The result of change is what brings it all together. It's what gives the magic its direction, its desired goal, and its endpoint. In the case of our ritual, most of the gathered power and energy was actually spent on this model. For monumental changes of that level, it's often easier to convince reality that your desired result has always been. This allows for the magic to work backward, retroactively affecting your change. There was a moment of silence after I finished giving my example. Becca broke the silence in her usual manner. All that shit sounded big important. Was it big important, chum? Some real revolutionary shit. Clarion gave a dumbfounded nod, just a touch. That one example expands on everything I thought I knew about rituals so massively it beggars belief. I'll never be able to look at magic the same again after tonight. I think it makes of the perfect sense. Corey cheerfully chirped. I will not have to do the rewrite of my magical knowledge with the new information. Corey, Raven deadpanned. That's because you didn't have any magical knowledge to rewrite before this lesson. Precisely. Siri couldn't stop herself from giggling at that even as she voiced sympathy for Clarion's position. In all reasonable fairness, I was similarly ignorant before this lesson, and yet I still feel that it has been profound enough to drastically shake my worldview. If it makes you feel better, I offered. This is what I classify as the basics of the basics. Oh, thanks, Dad, Alice snarked. I chuckled. What I'm trying to say is that everything builds from here. If you know and understand what I'm trying to get across with this lesson, you'll be able to expand into any field of magic you so desire. And when you truly comprehend it, on a conceptual level, magic might just answer you like it answers me. You say that like magic is a sentient and intelligent being, Riddler noted. I hummed, more often than not. It is. It's an aspect of all existence. In most realities I've lived through, it has something of a will of its own. Perhaps not sapience, magic is far beyond the understood human experience, but it has things it likes and things it doesn't. It has avatars that act in its stead and will. Most of all, magic plays favorites. That much I know to be true, Clarion snorted a laugh. If Zatanna isn't favored by magic itself, I don't know who would be. There is absolutely no reason why a human mage like her should be as powerful and magically lucky as she is. And don't get me started on her nonsensical spellcasting methods. That's basically just witchcraft with a gimmick. Raven agreed with a dry, cutting monotone. Oh, I'll just say the words backward and make them do literally anything I want. Bullshit. Does friend Raven not like the Zatanna? Corey asked, cocking her head curiously. No, she's great. I'm beyond thankful she's on our side, Raven said flatly. Just. Before Shawn came along, I think she was the closest to his levels of bullshit that the magical community had. I hate to break it to you, I smirked. But I could probably learn her spellcasting language if I took the time. More importantly, so could Corey. Raven stared dead at me. Bullshit. So fucking unfair. My smirk grew even wider. Even better, she doesn't have to. I know a fair few potent magical languages myself. A shiver of dread went through Clarion. Oh no. What does he mean by that? Shawn, what do you mean by that? Ignoring him, I turned to Corey and spoke words of true magic into the world. Corey, do you want to make a new friend? Always, Corey copied me, instinctively speaking fluent true speech. The words were both alien and achingly familiar to all who heard them. They thrummed with power and magic itself. They resonated with the world around us to its very core. More so than even the language of the gods, Corey and I spoke to the truth of communication, the truth of change and magic. The true language of magic. Concepts flowed like syllables, a rhythm of constantly changing words and phrases that touched upon existence itself. Yeah, you've got it. Just speak this language and be true to yourself. You'll get your point across, I said. Corey beamed a grin and directed her attention to the supporting fabric of reality. Hello, the magic. I would like to be your friend. That's it, I coaxed, directing Corey's words to the force of existence that was so intrinsically tied to my being. Magic. Would you be a dear and dash? Corey and I spoke to magic, calling out in friendship. Magic latched onto us desperately. The aspect of all existence, its first avatar, more specifically, spoke back, interrupting with a plea. Help, me.